Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Super Bowl matchup is set. The New England Patriots beat the Denver Broncos yesterday, and the Seattle Seahawks beat the Los Angeles Rams. So it's a Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl. The Steelers over the weekend hired Mike McCarthy as their head coach. That announcement first came on Saturday. A verbal agreement was made by Mike McCarthy. Arthur Smith has taken the job as offensive coordinator of Ohio State. That was also announced on Saturday. And the Penguins are 3-2 winners over the Vancouver Canucks yesterday. That's 4 in a row for the Penguins, who now have 63 points in the standings. They are in second among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fantasy Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Dorn Dickerson here. Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home, with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just 1 day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slapshot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Whoa! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. That's what you're listening to this morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I'm usually crazy enough to get up early this morning, every weekday, to host from 5 to 5:40. Today I did a little something extra crazy, and I mean, the time has flown by. But I've been here for roughly 11 hours now. I got in at 6:30 last night, watched the NFC Championship game between the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams because I could not dig my car out of the snow, and it was still snowing. I mean, I tried to go out at 4:30. I was like, you know what, I better get started or else my car is going to be like buried, and no good. And I went out there, and like the snow was so deep, was so high, that it lined up just above the bottom opening for my car door. And I was like, there's no way. Plus, my car is a sedan, so it's not snowy conditions type of car. I mean, the snow is so high. My mom's car, she has a mid-sized SUV, all-wheel drive. Couldn't get it out of the driveway. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. So I got to shout out my mother this morning because, I mean, she was out there shoveling with me. She did a lot of the work. I was trying to get her car out of the driveway. I was going to remove them from the driveway since we had some snow plowers come on our street. So once they were gone, we're going to pull out, shovel the driveway. No, didn't work because we couldn't even get the cars out of the driveway to shovel the snow. It was still that bad. The snow was that high. So I need to give her some credit this morning. We eventually got her car out. My car stayed. And I took her car because it was the safest car to use. She's a school nurse. And as you know, schools, most of them off today for good reason. Too much snow. Too much. I mean, I love snow. It would be better if I weren't an adult. Like if I'm still in high school or middle school or elementary school, this would be great. The Snowmageddon from 2010, I was in 5th grade. It was great. We had a full week off of school. It was wonderful. Got to play out in the snow. Got to enjoy some hot chocolate. Got to not do schoolwork for an entire week. It's like, good. That was good. This not so good. And I know Doran Dickerson's already working from home today. He's going to be coming on video call, but you'll be able to hear him too on the radio, of course. So no issues there. We're getting him connected and everything's going well with that. I kind of have to be here because if I weren't here, then I wouldn't be able to connect the hosts with the commercials, with the audio that needs to be played. So I figure I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to shovel this. I'm not realistically going to shovel this snow at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just not going to happen. I'm not waking up that early. So I thought, well, the sun's still kind of brightening things through the overcast skies and the snowfall, I'm going to come in. So here I am. That's the story. So I'm happy to be here. It's nice that we've gone through the night. I played some Minecraft with my girlfriend online through the night. I talked to Ty Polk, who was producing the Westwood One football syndication. So Got to interact with him a little bit. Nice to see him. Don't see the part-timers too much because nobody stays overnight. Nobody wants to be up this early, so that was nice. And now I'm here. And not only am I here just to do a show, this is going to be a show. And it's going to be a week because there's too much to digest from this weekend, this weekend's news. Too much going on. I got people online saying, Mike McCarthy, blah, blah, blah. I got people saying, talk about the Penguins, they're winning. We got Andrew McCutcheon coming after one of our own here at 93.7 The Fan. Pirate Fest was this weekend. And then it snowed a historic rate outside. There was still snow on the ground, so much snow that at least one of the morning show hosts does not want to go through the weather, and I don't blame him. We're in a state of emergency. The roads were bad. When I drove, if you don't have to go anywhere, I would say maybe reassess what the weather's going to be like later this afternoon. But right this second, you shouldn't be going anywhere. Again, midsize SUV, intelligent four-wheel drive, still had some shaky moments getting to work, and my commute is 7 minutes on a regular day. So be careful out there. Don't do anything crazy. Stay safe, and enjoy the fact that we're in one of those times where we can afford to be safe and be told to be safe by some of our local leaders as they assess the situation and kind of declare this an emergency state for weather reasons. So, with that being said, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. You can give me a call on that number. You can talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you can join the YouTube chat where you can see me sitting here in the booth alone with the studio darkened because nobody's here yet. I don't know if Adam's coming in or not for the morning show, so we'll see. He hasn't really gotten in touch with any of us yet, so hope he's doing all right. But he might also be working remotely. We'll have to see. But I'll let you know. I'll keep you up to date on his situation as we go forward. But on YouTube, you can search 93.7 The Fan on YouTube, just in that search bar, and then you should find our live stream. And with the live video, there was a live chat. So join the live chat. I do respond to messages that are sent on there as well. Like this person started with a K on YouTube saying, you don't look like you sounded in my head, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just me. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, you can see me on the YouTube live stream. That's where that's coming from. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. All right. Let's get to it. I mean, there's so much to address, and I don't have enough time to address it all. The Steelers hired Mike McCarthy as head coach, which again was announced on Saturday, so there's been some time to digest. I know Chris Muller did a little reaction show over the weekend because this is big news. This is something that doesn't happen regularly or hasn't happened regularly in Steelers history. You've got a guy, 62 years old, making him the Steelers' oldest head coach hire, in the Super Bowl era. So there's that. There are reasons why I like and don't like this. I'm going to kind of meet everything in the middle because on one hand, not a fresh move, not a fresh decision, more of a retread, if you'll call it. This is a guy that won a Super Bowl, had a pretty good stint in Green Bay. Then I would strongly argue he underachieved in Dallas when he was with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, they had several 12-win seasons, and they struggled mightily in the playoffs and didn't even get close to a Super Bowl. Which, who does that remind you of? Mike Tomlin? Yeah. Was dispatched by them, was fired by them over there in Dallas, and now, after a hiatus, comes back into the coaching scene to coach a Pittsburgh Steelers team that has done what the Cowboys were doing when he was there. So not great. On the flip side, on the positive side, offensive mind, something that the Steelers need. If anything, an offensive mind is a bonus. There's been too much. We need defensive players. We need the highest paid defense in the NFL. And then, well, we're producing an underwhelming defensive unit. That's been the Steelers for years now under Mike Tomlin. It's fresh to see that an offensive mind is entering the Steelers organization now to lead the whole thing. Bonus is that he is older, and so it's unlikely that he will be coaching for the next 20 seasons, which means this could be a nice trial run. Say, all right, Mike McCarthy, you can coach as long as you do well, but if you don't, then we can always move on. Or he might retire at some point in time. He might say, you know what, I'm getting too old for this. It's time for me to pack it up. And then he'll just leave after, 3 to 5 seasons? He'll pack it up and say, I've had enough. And then the Steelers can go find another guy, which is something that hasn't happened before. They've invested in young guys and then stretched their tenures out like crazy. This is a situation where you don't have to worry about that. McCarthy can legitimately be on a hot seat because he is an older coach. He's not a coach that I see the Steelers investing a lot of time in. He's going to come in and I think he's going to be expected to get results relatively quickly. And if he doesn't, then they can go get another guy. So not all bad. To me, it's not all bad. There are some cons to this. I'll call them. There are some issues that I find with his hiring, but at the same time, in the same breath, I'm like, well, you know what? It could have been worse. Mike McCarthy, for sure, is not the Steelers' future, and the Steelers are getting away from investing in one guy for too long. I mean, there have been slow changes, too. There have been slow changes the Steelers have made over the last several seasons, but they are all starting to rack up. There's a sum total coming now. I mean, firing Matt Canada midseason was unprecedented, but done. Trading for and signing DK Metcalf, unprecedented, but the Steelers needed an offensive weapon, and they needed to have some leverage to get rid of George Pickens, and they did. That's a good thing. And then Mike Tomlin resigns, and the head coach hire is somebody, again, who's an offensive mind, an older guy, something that they have not done in the Super Bowl era. Right? It's not all bad. If you look at it like that, it's not all bad. There are changes happening. There are different philosophies that seem to be entering the Steelers' agenda, the Steelers' execution of how the organization is going to exist moving forward. And for those of you out there that are saying that, oh, well, here we go, the Steelers are going to lose a bunch. The Steelers are going to have a 3-win season now. Why is that all that bad? Why are we worried about Mike McCarthy having a losing season? His first season in as the Steelers head coach. Why are we worried about that? If anything, you should be worried about the Steelers finishing with 9 or 10 wins again. Because Mike McCarthy's a head coach that usually gets a team into the playoffs and then doesn't do well in the playoffs. That's been his recent reputation. I'd be more worried about a 9-win season than winning 3 games. So for those of you out there saying that, like, that to me doesn't make sense. That argument doesn't make sense. Well, you chanted fire Mike Tomlin, and then Mike Tomlin resigned, and this is his replacement. He's going to win 3 games now. I'm not worried about that. That's not the first thing that came to my mind when the hiring got announced. Oh, they're only going to win 3 games now. You're going to want Mike Tomlin back. No. If anything, he's going to win 9. That's McCarthy's thing. The Steelers aren't built poorly. They are going to need a quarterback next season. And should Aaron Rodgers come back, 412-928-9370. From what I'm hearing, this hiring is exclusive from that. They didn't make this hiring because they wanted to lure Aaron Rodgers back. That's what I understand. That's the reports that I'm hearing. It's not impossible Aaron Rodgers is going to come back. I hope that they don't bring him back. I hope that he either goes somewhere else or retires, because we don't need another season of him. We need a new quarterback in there, like Will Howard. Yeah, that guy. I've been saying that for a couple weeks now. Let him play and just see what happens. And if they lose, and they have a losing season, more power to the Steelers in the draft, more power to the Steelers in gaining assets through the draft. Not all bad. All right, 412-928-9370. We can touch on the Penguins a little bit after a while here, but I do have a caller on the line now that wants to talk. You can get a phone line as well at 412-928-9370. So let's start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. The Turnpike's in great shape. The Parkway is terrible.
All right.
Anyway, when they hired Mike McCarthy, I agree with everything that you said. I think he was hired for one reason, one thing, and one reason only. He can identify and draft and develop young quarterbacks. He did it with Aaron Rodgers. He did it with, I believe he drafted Jordan Love in also. And then he had Dak Prescott in Dallas. So I think the major reason that you have Mike McCarthy here, whether long-term or short-term, is to find that quarterback that their Steelers get need in the future. Now, like you, I also agree. I hope I know people don't want to hear it, but the Steelers need to lose 14, 15 games next year to get one of them top quality quarterbacks to come out in next year's draft class, because they got a good number of them. I don't know if they're going to be that good or not, but McCarthy is the one to identify and develop. So maybe Rudy has something there, and maybe it was one of McCarthy's OCs, DCs, whatever. McCarthy steps down and another guy steps in. Maybe. But like you said, I didn't want to retread coach, but out of the retread coaches, he's probably the best option because he was offensive, not defensive. And with that, have a good morning, Nick.
Wait, real quick. Where are you going? Do you still have to work this morning?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Well, be safe. Thank you for the call. Dave, who can no longer say fire Mike Tomlin. That used to be his signature farewell. Can't say it anymore. As we talk about Mike McCarthy and react to Mike McCarthy getting hired by the Steelers to be their next head coach. I thought the announcement was a bit strange. They called it Mike McCarthy has verbally agreed to be the Steelers' next head coach. That's a rare reporting. I don't think I've ever seen that reported that way, but that's what we're hearing, and everybody's reacting, and seemingly he is going to become the Steelers' next head coach. And so we react 412-928-9370. What are the Steelers going to look like with Mike McCarthy there? Do you think the Steelers are going to lose? Is it bad? Would it be a bad thing if the Steelers had a losing season? 412-928-9370. And I just can't get over that point. I just don't understand, like Dave was talking about, and Dave kind of emphasized my point and this point. Like, what is the worst thing that can happen if they have a losing season? I don't think anybody should be longing for Mike Tomlin anymore. Unless the Steelers were to have 10 straight 3-win seasons, I'm not really longing for Mike Tomlin to come back. He's gone. And I think it's the best for the entire organization. Nobody needs to sit back and go, man, Tomlin would have got us there next year. I mean, how many next years have we had? 412-928-9370. React to that with me. A couple more things I want to touch on, too, which you can also react to with me. The Penguins won 3-2 over the Vancouver Canucks yesterday, making it 4 in a row for them. Ben Kindle needs some continued praise. Not that he's been ignored this season. He's actually been praised pretty frequently by by fans of the team. He had 2 goals yesterday, and it just reinforces the young, the developing players who have gotten their shots, and they are making the most of those. He's another guy. I know last week it was kind of hot news that Evgeny Malkin finally called out the retirement rumors and said, that's the media saying that. I didn't say that. I'm going to keep playing as long as I possibly can. So that I found was interesting. And, yeah, I mean, if he can play and he can mesh well with these younger guys, which so far, I mean, he's been holding his own. Keep him around. I don't mind. I'm playing for another season. Which makes you think more, too, like how much was Mike Sullivan and Mike Sullivan's approach to coaching the Penguins, like how much was that really pulling the team down? And it seems like it probably was significant. Just an older mentality that wasn't helping the Penguins thrive. Now, new coach in there, Dan Muse in there. He deserves a heck of a lot of credit, too, because this team seems to be responding to his strategies and his influence. And again, it's about accepting and trying out those younger players who can come in and play with a speed and an intensity that can keep up with any of the teams in the league. And right now, right now the Penguins are the second best team in their division. They're 63 points in the Metropolitan Division, 26 wins, 14 losses, 11 overtime losses. They are 6 points behind the Carolina Hurricanes for that first place spot in the division. Penguins, as it would stand right now, if the season were to end at this moment in time, the Penguins would be going to the playoffs. And I think they're going to the playoffs. Adam and Doran on the morning show said it last week too. Penguins likely going to the playoffs. Everybody's buying into the hype now because they're giving us quality hockey. I mean, I haven't went to the game when the Calgary Flames were in town a few Saturdays ago at the beginning of the month. They lost by a point, but they were in it the whole time. They just were missing shots. They were missing scoring opportunities, and there was one bad turnover that cost them an easy goal. They're playing intensely. They are playing well. They have a solid system in place now. They almost blew the lead yesterday, but they didn't, and that's the key difference. They would have in previous seasons. They did not. They had a 3-goal lead. They gave up 2 in the third period. But when all is said and done there, I mean, that's they won. And they've got 4 wins in a row. They've rattled off 4 in a row, and they're pretty securely in second place. Like I said, they have I'm good at math. They have a 4-point lead over the New York Islanders right now. The Islanders are at 59 points. The Penguins at 63. Penguins in second, Islanders in third. So they deserve a lot of praise right now. They're the best team in the city. They're coming back and having success with just a new outlook, a new feel, a new culture, seemingly being embedded in this team. Dan Muse, I think, deserves a lot of credit for being able to implement, like I said, these strategies, this idea of playing these younger players, because they're making an impact, and that's really good. Super Bowl matchup is in place. The New England Patriots over the Denver Broncos, Seattle Seahawks over the Los Angeles Rams. So it's the Patriots and the Seahawks going to the Super Bowl. They're going to play in a couple weeks for the Super Bowl. We've got to get through the week of the Pro Bowl games. I haven't really been keeping up with that. I saw that they did like little mini games mixed with flag football. Now I'm only seeing advertisements for the flag football aspect. I've got to do more research on that, but I've thought that the Pro Bowl games have been kind of silly for the last couple of years, and so I'm not looking forward to this weekend in football. But the Super Bowl in a couple of weeks, so the wait, I'm sure, will be worth it. And a nice matchup as well, although I don't want the Patriots to win for the sheer point of I don't want them to have the most Super Bowls for a franchise in NFL history. They would pass the Steelers with a win this season. Right now, they're both tied, Steelers and Patriots, at 6. So that would be a bummer. I do want to the Patriots' credit, though, I do want to poo-poo some of these comments about how they've had an easy schedule and they've gotten lucky. You don't make it to the Super Bowl with luck. That's why not every team does it. And again, there are 30 other teams that did not make it to the Super Bowl this season. So I don't know how anybody feels about that. I've just heard some comments roaming around. They're like, "Oh, the Patriots had an easy schedule. The AFC is weak." You still got to win. You still got to be the team to come out on top. A bit unfortunate that the Broncos lost their quarterback, and then you had snow over there in Denver. I mean, it was a tough one. Still, though, weather's weather. The Broncos made a couple of poor decisions. I think Jarrett Stidham trying to force a pass as he was getting sacked was just a boneheaded decision that really cost them the game. Not taking a field goal when they were in range and being aggressive on offense, that hurt them as well. The Patriots were the better team. The Patriots have been the better team in the AFC for most of the season. Nobody needs to sit here and criticize a team that makes the Super Bowl because they had a weak schedule. I hate hearing that. There are 30 other teams. The 15 other teams from the AFC didn't make it to the Super Bowl. It's not an easy thing to do. So, enough. I mean, that to me is just nonsense. I don't like hearing that opinion. And I don't love the Patriots. I in fact, hate them. Not a big fan of the Patriots. But I can't sit here and let people have this opinion that team doesn't deserve to be in the Super Bowl or that they had a weak schedule or an easy time getting there. It's not an easy process by any stretch. So there's that. And one more thing I want to touch on. I'm just kind of going rapid fire here because there's so much to talk about. I'm getting into more details about everything as the week goes on. But Josh Roundtree, who is a part-time host here at 93.7 The Fan, does some play-by-play for KDK AM. Real nice man, colleague of mine. Respect the guy. He was talking about how, which I agree with the point he made. He was just saying, McCutcheon's 39. He's getting older. Maybe the Pirates need to search for talent elsewhere to make them a better team. McCutcheon had 3 years now of a farewell tour. And maybe it's time to just move on from him so that maybe a better player can come in his place and play DH. And there's been a little bit of controversy. McCutcheon has been online recently and said that he wanted to play the outfield. It's the organization that really stopped him and prevented him from doing that. So that's his account versus the Pirates, who haven't seen a public response from them about it. Because technically McCutcheon right now is a free agent. But then Josh Roundtree spelled out, okay, maybe it's time to move on from McCutcheon and invest in maybe a better player that can really improve this team. And maybe it's time for us to let go of McCutcheon. And McCutcheon just sent back this response that got plenty of Pirate fans fired up about just how he's like, oh, you think other fan bases in Major League Baseball treat their players this way? I'm still playing. I still got juice. I'm ready. Don't count me out. I'm paraphrasing because it was one of the longer tweets I've ever seen out there. And it's caught, Pirates fans, out of nowhere. Caught them. It caught me by surprise. I like Josh. I don't think Josh was denying that McCutcheon can still play. I think he was making more of a point of, who should the Pirates invest in if they truly want to be a competitor? I would love to see McCutcheon on the next competitive Pirates team. And he's a great on-base guy. But where does he fit now with this Pirates team? Ryan O'Hearn's expected to play DH. Brandon Lau might as well. If not, he'll play somewhere on the infield, I would imagine. I know O'Hearn can play first base in the outfield as well. So where would McCutcheon fit? Would McCutcheon still be able to play the outfield? These are all questions we have. He seems to think so. He's been outspoken about that. He seems to think he can still play the field. Would he be better than another outfield option by chance? I don't know. I like the outfield options the Pirates have right now. I know the bigger bat is expected to come from another infield acquisition. I know Eugenio Suarez has been rumored to be in connection with negotiations with the Pirates. Those are all just rumors, though, that I've heard. So, I mean, where would McCutchen fit, I think, is the biggest question. And that's no disrespect to him, because I like him. I think he's a great guy. I appreciate that he's outspoken and passionate, and I want him to fit. It's just, would he fit on this team? No shortage of sports talk for this week. There is so much to dissect, and I only have a 40-minute slot, so I'm going to have to put this one to an end. Adam Crowley is going through the treacherous weather to get here. He told me just now, about 5 minutes ago, that he is showing up in person, and he'll be here. He's going to be a little bit late, so I kind of extended this early morning show to accommodate him and his travels, because we want him to be safe and not have him rush. Doran Dickerson is standing by. He is remote. He will be broadcasting over the internet today, so you'll hear from him coming up after this break, and we'll hear from Adam whenever he does arrive. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam and Doran. That comes up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report, but the HOV lanes due to weather not open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown, as well as the North Shore Expressway. So take heed to that. You'll have to use the main line this morning. Parkways east and west, mainly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Paul Alexander here, and if you're 4 weeks into the new year and haven't lost 20 pounds like I did in my first 4 weeks, change it up with a solution for weight loss. Fast, simple, and sustainable, all without medication. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich Rovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio's services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. The hottest tickets in town are at Rivers Casino. Don't miss DJ Pauly D live at the Event Center on Saturday, January 31st. The reality TV icon and internationally known DJ is bringing his set back again to Rivers Casino. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
major incidents or accidents as you head out for the Monday morning rush. However, with the cold temperatures, there will be no HOV lanes this morning, and there are certain limitations on tractor trailers and high-profile vehicles. So if you're traveling with any of those vehicles this morning, just be aware of that as you travel. And traffic on the parkways, east, west, north, Route 28, all up to speed. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome to the Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran Dickerson here with you. I am in my basement and I can't get out of my driveway. Adam Crowley, he will be arriving at the studio in about a few minutes. He bravely tried to get to the studio this morning, so good on him, but really good on Nicholas Harry Callis by getting to the studio yesterday, taking it upon himself to make sure everything was good. So a lot of credit to Nicholas Harry Callis of sleeping over at the studio, taking his job very serious. But good morning to everybody. I hope everybody was safe yesterday. A lot of snow, obviously. And Callis, good morning to you. How you doing? How was your sleepover at the studio?
It was great. I've been here for almost 12 hours, so that's good. Jada and I were playing the Minecraft for a little bit online. Oh. So we still got to have like a snowed-in day just separated. A lot of video games. I did some early preparation for you guys while I was here. I got some notes together and everything. So it was fun. It was fun. It was all right. And football was on. So, I got to watch on the big screens.
Did you shovel at all? Did you shovel your driveway?
I did. I did.
Yeah.
I was cold. I forgot my gloves. Everything was really cold. My snow was up to my car door. And I told myself, I got out there at like 4:30 yesterday, and I was like, well, I got to start doing this or else my car's, I'm not getting up at 3 o'clock to do this. But then I couldn't even really get in my car. So I was like, drat. So I got my mom's car out of the driveway because she's got an SUV, and she didn't have to work today because she works at a school, and most schools in the area are off. So it worked out.
So you were speaking to a caller on your early morning show that was saying, I believe, that they had to work. Do you remember what they did, and why do they have to go out to work today? Are they salting the streets?
No,
you didn't ask. Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's things are very convenient. Oh, look who it is! It is Adam Crowley. He's here.
He was probably a radio host, that caller.
He probably was.
That's what happened.
Gotta fix this screen.
We are essential. Oh my God!
Essential workers. How was your drive in? You're good. You seem like you're good.
Are you guys ready for this? You're gonna love this. This is outstanding. I woke up late. My alarm. I don't know what happened. I didn't wake up until 5:15.
I thought you were stuck somewhere because last night you told us that you were going to try to make it in with your SUV, and I was like, all right, well, I haven't heard from him. We haven't heard from him, and I thought you got stuck somewhere, so I was prepared of knocking on my neighbor's door, getting his snowblower, and trying to get out of my driveway to come pick you up, but seems like you're good.
I'm good. The SUV did great, but I can't, of all days, that has only ever happened to me once before, and my phone was 850 degrees. Like, I sleep with my phone because the alarm will go off, and then that'll wake me up. Well, I look down, and it says 5:15, and it was hot to the touch. So I don't know if there was an update that happened that screwed me. I don't know what the hell's going on, but hey, we know what we're talking about today. It's not like that's a mystery.
That is correct.
And there's no delay between you and I, which is wonderful.
Yeah, this is really good. This is really nice. I mean, during COVID, we had the little app that we would sign on, and it was real tinny, and there was a bunch of feedback and everything. So now we've upgraded to this this video stream, and it is unbelievable. Really, it's really nice.
Unbelievable.
And
Well,
Harry, you
first time I ever
slept
used it.
here? What time did Harry get here?
I got here at 6:30 last night.
Oh, my God. How'd you sleep?
I didn't really sleep too much. I slept for 3 hours. I had the video games to keep me company.
Oh, my
I got
God.
a couple bags in here. I got my tablet, got my computer. I was telling Doran I played Minecraft with Jada online for 3 hours during the Rams-Seahawks game. So,
You know what I did during the Rams-Seahawks game?
you fell asleep?
No, I watched the Rams-Seahawks.
It was more, I mean, we had Ty Polk in here, one of our part-time producers, and he was doing his job. He was doing other work, too. He had like a laptop. He had a whole setup in the booth here, so I didn't want to interrupt him. So I'm like, hey, I miss my
Kels, I'll give you,
girlfriend. So I'm gonna play Minecraft.
Kels, I'll give you credit here, man. I thought both of those games were incredibly boring. I really did.
Rams
They were
Seahawks
boring.
had some good passes and a lot of offense.
It upped the ante a little bit from the first game, but I was
Kubiak!
bored.
We need a
Good boy.
Kubiak. We don't have a Kubiak. This is unbelievable.
I had a Kubiak back in the day.
You didn't like him, though, right?
Not really.
That was
But,
Gary.
I mean, I'm happy for his kids, though.
Yeah.
That was Gary.
Oh, my goodness gracious. My nose is all stuffed up. So I'm sure we all shoveled 1,500 times yesterday. So I didn't shower yesterday because I figured I'd wake up and shower today. Well, woke up late. So it's lucky you're not in here. And Harry's in a different room. And Kaboli's scheduled to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. But you know his ass is going to be probably on the phone line if we can't do multiple video calls at once. It doesn't matter. And I'm gonna stink to high heaven, I imagine. There's no way that I smell good right now. This is horrific. I need to get on the text line. I need a cup of coffee. Oh, man.
All behind.
I'm all behind.
How many times did you shovel yesterday? I didn't shovel one time.
I know you didn't. That's why you're on the video.
Yep.
I probably shoveled 5 times.
Really?
Yeah, the last one was the worst because I tried to go every couple hours, and then the plows would come, so everything that I shoveled wound up back in front of my driveway. And at about right after the Seahawks game, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go get rid of the crap at the head of my driveway. And let me tell you something. There are muscles that are sore that I didn't even know existed.
Well, you guys know it's going to snow all morning, too.
No, it's not.
Oh, I hope not.
I think
it is. Look at the weather.
I think we're
Look
fine.
at the weather app. No, it's 100% for the next 2-3 hours.
Oh, man.
Why am I here?
You guys are going to get snowed in together. Oh, now that would be something.
Oh, my God. We're going to have to.
I got Madden on my my gaming device here. That can't be all bad, can it?
That doesn't.
That's
what
not bad.
What does that mean?
Madden NFL, the video game? A football video
That
game?
doesn't mean anything. Are you kidding? Harry, if it's so bad that we are snowed in here, it's going to be you and me doing radio until 6 p.m.
The producers were joking about that. I got a bunch of texts that were like, oh, it's going to be the Harry Callis experience from 5 a.m. to 6
All right.
p.m.
Here's a text. Yeah, I would prepare for that if I were you. Texter writes in, I shoveled my driveway 9 times. My wife's about to go into labor, so I was on one. Oh my
man.
God.
Jeez.
Godspeed. Hope everything works out okay. On the way here, there's that hill coming up over. You make the left off of Green Tree, whatever that is, and you cross over Noblestown. I was behind a plow, and I just rode that sucker. It was great. I just followed his ass in. Oh, man. Penguins are hot.
I had a similar experience to you, though, with the driveway, because the plows would just come, and then the driveway's thick with snow. And
right at the head of the driveway. It's like they put up a Great Wall of China or something.
My mom was insistent on shoveling multiple times. I said, I don't know. I mean, is it really worth it? Because it was coming down heavily. And, I mean, eventually, like, I went out, and I'm like, I'm going to try this. And, like, I got to the other edge of the driveway. My tires were buried. Like, they were buried. The snow, like I said, was up to the car door.
Yeah, it's bad out there now. I mean, it really is. Like, everywhere you look, everything's piled high. But you either do what Doran did and just say, screw it, I can get on video, and we ain't going anywhere. It'll be good. You could do what Caboli did, which was we tried to tell him. Caboli's like, I just shovel one time at the end. I'm like, buddy, you're gonna be F. And then
Yeah, but you don't do that. No.
lo and behold, he tweets out, "Oh, it was 45 minutes and I didn't make a dent." Yeah, no crap. If you don't do it in shifts, if we're getting 15 inches, and it's all at once, like, it doesn't matter how light the snow was. There's 15 inches of it for hundreds of feet.
It was no good.
No good.
Texter, on my way to work, Harry, give me a call.
What?
I don't know what that is. That Andrew McCutcheon?
Oh, man.
People are texting in medical nurses. Yeah, my mom said that we should give a special shout out to all the medical personnel today because they're in hell or high water.
Absolutely.
It's 69 degrees in here. It's chilly. We got to fix that. Need my coffee.
I mean, was it snowing whenever you came in?
No. I thought it was done. I thought last night was the end of it.
No.
Oh well.
In a shocking twist, it was actually very light when I came in at 6:30.
What was
last
light?
night? The snow.
Yeah, that's when it started to taper.
Yeah.
It started to taper, and then around 9:30, I was like, well, looked at the phone, and it said it was done. Why is there a Starkey read on here?
Oh.
Yep.
Starkey was going to tell us about the Good Feet store. How about him? Did he walk in yesterday and do a show?
He was here. I don't know if he walked or not.
It looked, based on the video he sent, or the photo, I thought he walked, which would be hilarious to see, like, Starkey with snowshoes, like an Inuit walking to do a radio show on a weekend that doesn't do anything for his show's particular ratings. All right.
Mueller did a show too, didn't he?
He did.
Weekend?
Saturday.
It was good.
Emergency show. Yeah.
It was
for
good.
them.
Yeah.
I did one of those when Justin Fields got traded for him. And I had to do it because everybody was on St. Patrick's Day holiday.
Everyone was hammered, yeah.
Yep.
Good time.
Yeah, we were together.
Yeah. Someone said, what is happening?
Adam, you don't seem focused, which is
I'm
understandable.
not focused at all.
What?
You're just staring at your computer with very glassy eyes.
Well, someone texted in and said, going to 911. Then I said, are you okay? Craig Riley texted and said, Starkey walked in. Oh, my God. Good for him. What a weirdo.
How far does he live? He lives by you, Cows?
He's my neighbor.
Oh, okay.
Fellow Green Tree resident.
Is he still here? He might be here sleeping somewhere.
I didn't see him.
Oh, could you imagine you three trapped there? Oh.
I'd have a good time.
Is there booze?
We
You could probably find some.
Texter, loading salt all night. Upset I got no love for the Stephon Logan pool for the Lions Steelers player like 4 weeks ago. I don't even remember that, but we're giving you your props now. Texter, good morning, fellas. I'm on my way to work. Pittsburgh Regional Transit bus driver. Oh, dear God.
Wow.
Oh, the 911 guy said he works there. He's a dispatcher. Oh, well, thank you for doing your thing and going in. Oh, God. I need coffee. I was also hoping Craig wouldn't be awake right now because now he knows that I woke up late.
He's probably just happy you showed up. I mean, I couldn't even make it.
Man.
You actually made it.
Listen, no snow stopping me, okay?
Yeah, you're true blue collar. You're tough.
That's exactly right.
Tough.
That's exactly right. Scream crying as I drove in here in my Subaru Forester. No! There was one moment where I was like, ooh, I don't know. And then, hey, listen, people got to do what they got to do to get in wherever they're going safe. But there was someone going 10 miles an hour on a flat stretch of paved road. And they were driving it had to have been a four-wheel drive vehicle. And I'm like, what the F? And some sedan passed us in the 2 lanes of oncoming traffic on the other side. I was like, well, I ain't doing that. I'm not in that big of a rush. But some jackwagon going 10 miles an hour.
Oh, don't shame people.
No, it's totally that. It was plowed.
And
it was
they do
flat.
make SUVs with two-wheel drive. So.
Yeah, I guess they
Which
do.
makes no sense. This makes no sense.
Oh, if you live in a flat area that's warm a lot.
Yeah, not Pittsburgh.
Let me ask you a question, Harry. Does that describe Pittsburgh?
No.
Yeah. All right. Are you guys ready to talk about Sean Payton? Because we're not gonna. We're talking about Mike McCarthy.
You mean?
I'm sure Sean Payton will come up at some point because there's a little connection.
He might come up in the first segment.
You didn't do that on purpose?
Okay.
No, I was reading a tweet that I sent last night. And it we'll get there. All right. In 30 seconds, your phone calls. We're taking them all morning long at 412-928-9370. I would point everybody, if you're traveling, don't go fast. Take as long as you can. Be as safe as possible, and then that ensures that you're going to be listening to us for as long as possible. If you're staying at home, YouTube is the way to go, or you can check us out on X or worldwide on the Odyssey app. But your thoughts on Mike McCarthy, the oldest Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, in 30 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Saturday afternoon, the white smoke emanated from the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex, and the Steelers hired an Irish Catholic guy from Greenfield. I like the Irish Catholic part. I like that he's from Greenfield. I'm not so sure the process was great, and the hire doesn't have me all that excited. What about you, Pittsburgh? Open phones all morning long at 412-928-9370. Yep, you got the Fan Morning Show. Doran, Crowley, Nicholas, Harry Callis, and we'll be reacting all morning long to what seemingly was a rushed kind of hiring process by the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think you and I are going to not see totally eye to eye on this one, Doran. You thought that Mike McCarthy was an option all along, and lo and behold, he's the guy. I don't dislike him. I don't think he's a bad coach. I think there's a chance this works, and I'll tell you how, and we'll go back and forth on that in a little bit. But what bothered me most was that you brought in two guys in addition to McCarthy for in-person interviews. You don't even wait to get the in-person interviews with the Rams guys. And to me, that's just not doing enough due diligence. I'm guessing McCarthy was so impressive in his interview that they thought it not necessary to talk to Chris Shula or to Nathan Scheelhaus. But if that was what happened in 2007, then Russ Grimm would have been their head coach. And if not him, maybe it would have been Ken Wisenhunt. I think you need to leave open the possibility that a potential coaching superstar can knock your socks off. And Chris Shula might not wind up being a good coach. We know that Mike McCarthy is a good coach, but I think you got to shoot for the moon, and they didn't even get to the next round of in-person interviews with those guys, and that annoys the ever-loving hell out of me. It also drives me nuts if the plan is to just keep on keeping on and hope that Mike McCarthy can keep the Steelers at 10-7 and meandering along in Mediocreville. If McCarthy's here to bring on the next great Steelers quarterback and develop him, then yes, I think that you could do a lot worse than McCarthy. But if this is just about staying above the mean, then the Steelers swung and missed again. 412-928-9370. Mr. Dickinson, your thoughts?
Well, I think that it comes down to, who they interviewed and what this is the number one, I think, question that the Steelers brass and Art and Omar had is, what are you going to do on offense? What is your kind of philosophy on offense? And what will you do at the quarterback position? And I think that they knew that that was the change they needed. They needed an offensive-minded or somebody that would put a lot of influence in offense at the head coaching spot. And probably with the virtual interview, the Zoom interview with Shula, with Shieldhouse. Obviously, they had an in-person interview with Anthony Weaver and Flores, I believe. They probably didn't like the process of what Shula or Shieldhouse were going to put on the table for the quarterback, a current quarterback or a future quarterback. And Mike McCarthy, out of anybody, you could put all those guys together, and they still wouldn't amount to blowing the socks off of the Pittsburgh Steelers in Art II of what they could do with the quarterbacks, because it's proven with McCarthy. And I think that that's the direction that they probably wanted to head in. And it obviously is who is going to facilitate transitioning us from right now at the quarterback position and offense, but also into the future. So we know that young quarterback will be set up for to be possibly a franchise quarterback when McCarthy might not be here. I mean, he got a 5-year deal, which is a long time.
Yes.
But I think it was all about the quarterback position. I mean, whether it has to do with now, Will Howard, Aaron Rodgers, or the future in maybe a year or two whenever they draft one. And, I mean, kind of, they're writing if you connect the dots, I told you this the other day, like, McCarthy made the most sense out of anybody, to be honest. I mean, with the little things, even being from Pittsburgh, everything kind of made sense to me that was going to be the guy.
I hate to say this, but I could really care less if a guy's from Pittsburgh or not.
I know. Absolutely. I agree. I mean, that should not be a factor at this point.
Here's the other thing. If you're looking for an offensive guy, I don't think anybody bats an eye at that. Nobody should have a problem that they hired an offensive guy. I think most of our listening audience at 412-928-9370 probably would have wanted an offensive guy if you asked them at the very outset of this coaching search. Then why don't you interview Clint Kubiak? Why do you not have a second interview with Clay Kubiak? Why do you not talk to the Jags offensive coordinator? It all might have led you back to Mike McCarthy anyway. But if you want to focus on QB, then the Shieldhouses, the Kubiaks of the world, all of them should have been interviewed in person, especially if McCarthy was the favorite in the clubhouse the whole time, because this just in, McCarthy wasn't interviewing anywhere else for a head coaching position. Like, they could have waited this week, talked to all these prospective candidates, and then still come away with McCarthy at the end. Like, I feel like they got narrow focused on Mike at the very outset of this thing, and they made up their mind before they did enough due diligence, and I just think that that's bad process. And again, there's a chance this works with McCarthy, and we'll get to that. But I don't know how you have such a narrow pool of candidates, and I think it's pretty hard to argue that they weren't just zoomed in, micro-focused on Mike from the very start.
No, obviously this is just my opinion and trying to break this all down. But, thinking about how Art II wants to operate, he's always in win now mode. He's also in the mode where I need to win now because I'm going to be done soon. I don't have the time, and I'm speaking like I'm Art II.
Right.
I don't have the time to take a chance on a first-time head coach, whether you're an offensive mind or not. Like, I don't think that he was even thinking that. Like, I can't bring along an offensive-minded coach that is a head coach now, but also bring him along as a head coach and see if we could win games now whenever I have about 3-4 years or maybe probably 5 years left on the table until I turn it over to my son, Danny Rooney. Like, I think that he is in serious win now mode, and the structure that Mike McCarthy brings is obviously light years ahead of like a Clint Kubiak or Clay Kubiak or the offensive coordinator of the Jags. Like, I don't think Art is really willing and was really willing to sit down and take a chance on a first-time head coach this time around whenever he knows his time is dwindling.
I think that much is obvious, and I think that's kind of selfish from Art Rooney II's standpoint. You got to hire the best man for the job, and while Mike McCarthy is the most accomplished man that they hired by leaps and bounds, there's no question about that. Is he the right steward of the Pittsburgh Steelers franchise for years to come. I am fascinated to see what happens with Chris Shula and how his career pans out. I am fascinated to see how it goes with Clint Kubiak and Brian Flores and any number of these guys, just to see where it goes. Because I think we've done this so many times in our careers. Is something whistling? What's whistling? Is Harry in the next room? Are you whistling in there?
No.
Was someone in the background
I can't hear
whistling?
anything.
Who was whistling?
I can't hear anything.
I could tell by his face he was whistling. What the hell is that back there, Harry? It's driving me nuts.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, he's playing some sort of whistling tune and then not giving me any information. And I'm cranky because I'm in here and I smell like foot and it took me forever to get down here. I think that I've lost my train of thought now, Harry. Thank you so much. People tune in. They want McCarthy analysis. Can you tell me at least what the hell it is that you are doing back
I have
there?
no idea what you're talking about.
Harry, just tell me what the hell the sound is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's this whistling going on back there, Doran. 412-928-9370. You give us the call. We do this all the time. We bicker. But the other thing we do all the time is, the Steelers drafted Pat Freiermuth, but they could have had Creed Humphrey. Let's look at their careers and see where they go. And we do it for guys in the draft. We can now do this with the coaches from now until the end of time. If Chris Shula goes on to be a Hall of Famer, if Clint Kubiak goes on to coach high-flying offense and leads a team to the promised land, we're going to look back on this and say it's a mistake. Now, there's a chance that it doesn't go that way. Who knows? But if Art is putting himself ahead of the franchise, again, I think that's bad process. This whole thing screams a bad process. Whether you like the McCarthy hire or not, and I'm speaking to the general people out there, I think we can all agree they kind of went about this in a bizarre way, and in a way that your Pittsburgh Steelers, though they don't do it often, generally don't operate in these coaching searches. Like Bill Cowher, here's what drives me nuts, just real quick. Art wants to win now, right? Okay. He said that, like everything he said in the press conference, he wasn't lying about Jack. He was just shooting from the hip. That much is true. The Steelers want to win now, right? Okay.
Yep.
Well, in 2004, they went 15-1. In 2005, they won the Super Bowl. Bill Cowher didn't have a great season in 06 where the Steelers missed the playoffs, but that roster was obviously terrific and could go back to a Super Bowl and eventually did. And what did Dan Rooney do? He hired a first-time coach. You want to talk about win now? They had a great roster, and they put it in the hands of an inexperienced guy who wound up winning a Super Bowl. Bill Cowher, never been a head coach before. He's taking over for Chuck Noll. That was a good roster. They made the playoffs in year one with a coach who had never done it before. And now Art's like, man, we need to win now, and we really don't have a good roster, so we can't possibly go with a new guy. Like, that's nonsense to me. Retreads can work. New coaches can work.
Yeah, but they had a quarterback. They had a quarterback then.
In 05 or in 07. Okay, that's great, but how am I'm supposed to believe that Mike McCarthy can draft a quarterback and Clint Kubiak couldn't? I mean, I know McCarthy can fine.
If I'm going off a resume, I would pick McCarthy to transition that quarterback and then to lead him to the next guy for sure. Over Clint Kubiak, because I have no idea.
Then I don't know why they didn't interview again to talk about bad process. Why you don't interview Sean McDermott at all? Like you don't even get a Zoom call with the guy. I mean, he comes in, he's got Josh Allen, he helps develop Josh Allen, and yet he doesn't even get a cursory call? Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like
nobody's gonna want to hear this, but I think that they would never step on Mike Tomlin's toes like that and even reach out to McDermott because of how close they are.
Because they're buds.
Yep.
That's dumb too.
I know. But also, is he going to win with another quarterback?
I don't know. Mike McCarthy.
He couldn't win with Josh Allen.
Mike McCarthy's got one playoff win in the time that Mike Tomlin had 0 playoff wins.
Because he has a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin had a Super Bowl too. They hired an offensive Mike Tomlin. We'll see how this goes. And again, I can see how it could work. And we will get into that. But the process to me was so flawed. So flawed. Like the Ravens interviewed 18 candidates? And who knows, like Jesse Minter might not work out. Like none of this is a sure thing, but I would have cast a wide net. I'd have interviewed, if I wanted an offensive guy to take the job, I'd have interviewed more than just 2 offensive guys because that's all they interviewed. And I would have seen how those guys performed in the interview setting and how those guys performed upon my questioning. Let's see how people feel about this. I already think we know the answer at 412-928-9370. I will say, I'm less negative about this, might not sound like it, than I was on Saturday. And I'll tell the people why. Also, Art Rooney II spoke to Steelers.com, so we'll be able to get inside his brain on why he made this Mike McCarthy hire. But we'll take your calls coming up next at 412-928-9370 on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan Morning Show, as always, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Be safe out there if you're on the roadways. Happy you found us. If you're at home, if you're cuddled up, if you're working from home today, your boss will never find out if you check us out on X, on YouTube, or on the Odyssey app. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins winners yesterday over the Vancouver Canucks. They won 3-2. Penguins were on a 4-game winning streak, and they come back home. They're playing 3 games at home before the Olympic break. They've got the Chicago Blackhawks on Thursday this week at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley. No.
Oh, okay. Sure. Give me 1 second here, Harry. Just kidding. Go to break.
I thought I saw your head. I'm sorry.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The AFC Championship wasn't pretty. In fact, most people would call it downright ugly, but it was the most beautiful thing imaginable for the New England Patriots. After 7 long years in despair.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cloudy with snow today, the high 13.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Just a reminder as you head out this morning that most of the earlier restrictions during the weekend and during the snowstorms have been lifted. That's on trucks and tractor trailers mainly. However, you do have speed limit that's 45 miles an hour and will remain there until further notice as a weather precaution. No HOV lanes this morning. They are closed till further notice because of the weather conditions. And we do have an accident. It's on the inbound side of Route 28 at RIDC Park off-ramp. Crews are checking those reports as we speak. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Steelers have hired Mike McCarthy as their next head coach. I'm lukewarm on it at best. I think Doran likes it more. We want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. We both, throughout the last week or so, since it became clear that McCarthy was a candidate, thought that it was actually realistic. And we can see how it makes sense for them. You and I had said, Doran, that this could be kind of the break glass in case of emergency hire, like if other guys turn it down. Like you and I were on Shula. What makes you think this is the right hire now?
Because the whole offensive aspect to it, I think that McCarthy may be intrigued by Will Howard. I know that's going to be, that's singing to the ears of Pittsburgh Steelers fans, but I think he may be intrigued by Will Howard. I think that there is an opportunity for Aaron Rodgers to come back, and getting to work with Aaron Rodgers to kind of help Will Howard and bring Will Howard along. And just his track record in the past couple of years. Now, I know that the Dallas Cowboys, they didn't do anything whenever Mike McCarthy was there, but their offenses were pretty high-powered. And, he got Dak Prescott playing the best football he ever played. And obviously his time in Green Bay, I just think that he will bring some type of structure that you don't have to not waste time, but you don't have to invest more time into if you have a first-time head coach. And like I said, I think Art is in win now mode, and I think he thinks that Mike McCarthy brings the best opportunity for that to happen. Whoever the quarterback is, he thinks that the offense is the way in the vessel of this day and age of football, which it is. He's right. And that is the difference of, how they went about this process because they have never done, an offensive head coach before. So I think that may be what Art was thinking about the whole entire time was offense, quarterback, and structure, and that's McCarthy, in my opinion.
Then they should have talked to more offensive candidates. They wouldn't have had the structure element of it, like you're saying, because these candidates would have been first-time head coaches. We'll take some calls here at 412-928-9370. Like, I could see this being like what's gone on with Sean Payton. Like, Sean Payton, I don't recall the national media gnashing its collective teeth at the Broncos when they traded for Sean Payton. And Sean Payton's 62 years old. He goes to Denver. They have Russell Wilson. They suck. Then they draft Bo Nix. They go to the playoffs, lose in a playoff game. Following year in the AFC Championship. And I feel like had they had Bo Nix yesterday, they're probably playing for the Super Bowl right now. Or at least there's that possibility. So I think that Art is hoping, that Omar is hoping, that this would look something like what Sean Payton has done with Denver. And that is absolutely a possibility here. There's no question about it. That could happen. It could also wind up being Pete Carroll in Las Vegas. We'll see how it goes. 412-928-9370. To the phones?
Yes.
Anthony in Oakland, you can be first up today because you're one of our favorites. Hello, Anthony.
Thank you. Look, Mr. Rooney can try to put lipstick on this pig. It ain't working. I've been following football far too long. Yes, the coach McCarthy has an offensive background from the Holmgren era. You know, Cullen Moore did most of the work down there in Dallas, and that's why he got shipped out by McCarthy.
Okay, hold up, though, Anthony. Hiring good coordinators isn't something that Mike Tomlin did. And so I'm going to ask this question later, but I'll answer it a little bit right now. Are the Steelers better off now than they were with Tomlin? I think yes. It's not who I would have hired. I still think they're in a better position because he's an offensive-oriented guy who has a track record of hiring some pretty good assistants, Kellen Moore being one of them. Kellen Moore is now a head coach because he spent some time with Mike McCarthy. There's no question about that.
But he dumped Kellen Moore when he thought he was going to be replaced by Kellen Moore. Listen, I'm going to hold all judgment. I've already said how I feel about it, but I'll wait and see what his assistants look like. I mean, there's no question his offense didn't look like what we saw from Clint Kubiak yesterday. Just they're not the same. That was a offensive explosion. That's what the Steelers wanted to get to. But I'll reserve all the judgment. I'll wait until we see what his staff looks like.
Thank you,
Doran,
Anthony. Oh, go ahead.
Can I say one thing to Doran quickly? Yeah. Doran, remember I told you, was it a week ago? I said if this hiring cycle still looks the same, by the end of it, they're going to be activists going crazy. And you know what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Anthony.
And that's probably what's going to happen because I don't think Anthony Weaver's going to get a head coaching job, and I don't think Brian Flores is. So probably what the deal is.
It does, and I don't necessarily want to go down this path, but the Steelers interviewed two minority candidates face-to-face and then went with the other guy. Optically, I'm just saying, it looks like McCarthy was their guy the whole time, and then Flores and Weaver, you get interviews because you have to interview minority candidates for the Rooney Rule.
Well, you also have to hire the best guy for the job. Like, I think the Rooney Rule, I think there's a good process in that. Mm-hmm. But also, at the end of the day, you got to hire the best person for the job. And just because those minority candidates, they get in-person interviews, that doesn't mean that they have a good interview.
No, you're right about that.
But somebody could be better. And McCarthy has done this before. Like, I mean, he's going to go in there and he's going to interview very well. So, I mean, if he was the best guy, you got to hire the best guy for your franchise.
No, I totally understand that. What I'm saying is it's a funky look when your only other two interviews were minority candidates and then you don't even extend that net beyond that at all. Like, they literally hit the bare minimum of what they need to accomplish for the Rooney Rule. And then they were like, all right, we've interviewed two minority candidates. Now we've interviewed Mike McCarthy. There's no need to interview anybody else in person. And I just find that, and it had nothing to do necessarily with the Rooney Rule, but I just find it very strange that they didn't cast a wider net. That being said, Mike McCarthy has hired good assistants. Like, I'm going to have to try to thread a needle here today, Doran, because while he was not my first choice, and while I think their process was horrific, I still think Mike McCarthy is a good coach, and I do think there's a lot of like Mike McCarthy disrespect going on out there. Like, just because people did not like the hire doesn't mean you've got to crap all over a guy who's got tremendous credentials. And I'll say the same thing about this as I said regarding Sean Payton. I don't recall there being a lot of hand-wringing over John Harbaugh getting hired by the Giants. And if you take the resume of Mike McCarthy and John Harbaugh and you smush them next to each other, they're exactly the same. So, I don't dislike Mike McCarthy. The guy, the coach, the offensive mind, the hirer, I should say, of assistants. I just would have hired Shula instead. I just want to be very clear on that because the text line is exploding with people ripping on McCarthy. And even Anthony, who's one of our more measured, well-reasoned callers, he's talking about the Mike Holmgren era. My God, dude, 3 years ago, he had the number one offense in the NFL.
Right.
And in 2 of the 4 years in Dallas, after the first year, when they started to get stuff going, they had the top offense in the NFL. So to think this guy cannot coach ball, I think is misinformed, or people are just so overcome by emotion that they fail to see the nuance in any of this.
Right.
412-928-9370. We will take some more calls coming up next. Doran, you said you think that you think that Mike McCarthy might like Will Howard. Well, wait until you hear what Mike told Art II in the interview process. That's next. Your calls right now. It's a Nicholas Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Steelers have hired Mike McCarthy as their head coach. This news first came in on Saturday. McCarthy previously coached for the Dallas Cowboys, and before that, he won a Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers. Beat the Steelers back in 2011. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimaghairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's going to drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great, but I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I just want to clarify something I said in the last segment, because texters are texting and doing their thing. Optics? There's no optics. The same owner hired Tomlin with no experience in Flores. Come on. I'm not saying that they went with Mike McCarthy because he's white. I'm saying that they clearly looked at McCarthy as the option from the beginning and then had to, by rule, kowtow to the Rooney Rule. And so I don't think it's an accident that the 2 in-person interviews other than McCarthy just so happen to be minority candidates. Now, if they had blown their socks off, okay, maybe they'd have changed their mind. Like, if Anthony Weaver was unbelievably good on Friday, maybe they changed their mind. That has happened before. It happened with the Steelers before. I'm just saying it looks like, hey, we're feeling pretty good about McCarthy, but we do need to honor the Rooney Rule, and then we'll see how it goes after that round of 3 in-person interviews. That's all I was saying, folks. So everyone friggin' relax. 412-928-9370. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.com. I think we're in a weird spot today, Dickerson, as people who don't hate the Mike McCarthy hire, just would have hired somebody else before. I mean, we talked about our favorites. Like, I think it's possible to live in both camps, to think, oh, there's a chance this works. Oh, Mike McCarthy's a really good head coach, and still have liked them to at least have talked to Chris Shula after this weekend's batch of games.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many connections, in my opinion, to kind of, look the other way whenever McCarthy was on the table. I mean, him, Omar, Andy worked together with the Saints. I mean, obviously he's from Pittsburgh. He's convenient. Art even said, they weren't going to part ways with Mike Tomlin. They were going to give Mike Tomlin at least another year. So that screams to me that Art wants to try to win now, and the easiest process to structure in facilitating that is Mike McCarthy. So, I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm mostly speaking out of the lens of the Pittsburgh Steelers and why they made this hire. But, listen, who knows what Shula could bring to the table?
Sure.
I mean, you just don't know. Who knows what a Shieldhouse can bring to the table? You just don't know. Or Clint or Clay Kubiak. At least you know what you're getting yourselves into with Mike McCarthy, to the least. So
I totally agree with that, and I do think there's an element of Art the Second not just wanting to win while he's still the president, but being scared that he hires the wrong young coach. I do think that fear played a role in this. I don't want to swing and miss on an unknown commodity here, and that makes Mike McCarthy the safe hire. And I'm not saying that necessarily as a pejorative. I do think he's a fairly safe hire, but I think Art was kind of looking for safe.
Doesn't this feel like a kind of like a scramble hire, like the Penguins did whenever Rutherford stepped down and they hired Hextall?
Yes.
Doesn't that felt like it was like, oh my gosh, like what do we do? What do we do? It almost feels like you're backed into a corner. You're like, oh my gosh, this is unexpected. We didn't expect this to happen. We weren't planning for this. All right, where can we turn as quickly as possible and as safe as possible? That a name that people will know and will probably get on board initially because they know the name or just because they have a history of doing this. It kind of feels the same way.
Man, that's a great analogy.
But I hope it doesn't play out the same way.
Well, I also think that McCarthy was better at his job than Hextall was at his job in Philadelphia and even as an assistant with Los Angeles. So at least there's that. I drew this analogy in my emotional state in the aftermath, but you can either go with a retread, a guy with a high floor, a guy that's safe, or you can take a risk on a guy like Dan Muse, and the Penguins have benefited from that. They hired Dan Muse. Dan Muse has been outstanding. If they had hired John Tortorella or some retread NHL coach, maybe that would have worked too, but maybe not. So I do think Art made this decision from a place of I need to be safe. 412-928-9370. Here's what Art had to say on Steelers.com to Bob Labriola about Mike McCarthy's thoughts on the quarterback room, Doran. First of all, and I'm paraphrasing this part, they said Aaron Rodgers did not factor into this decision, though I guess they'll leave the door open for him. Here's a quote. He, Mike McCarthy, likes Will Howard, thinks Will has tremendous upside, and is looking forward to working with him, end quote. All right. I get on board with that. Let's go. We'll get more into the quarterback conversation a little bit later on in the show. Right now, 412-928-9370. Let's go to Brett on the south side, where I'm sure you're buried up to your eyeballs in snow. Hi, Brett.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah, it's actually a lot of snow out here.
Yeah.
So I didn't like the hire at first. I took a step back, and I'm starting to think about this. And we were in decline. We need a mechanic, right? We need a surgery. We don't know if the new shiny car that we would have hired would have came off the lot without any hiccups. But this guy, I'm gonna coin the phrase now, Mike and the mechanics. All we need is a miracle. And we need somebody to turn the ship around. It's not the iceberg that was the problem. It's the engine room. It's going to be a little bit of a rebuild, even though Mr. Rooney doesn't want to use that term. but this is a Pittsburgh guy. We're blue-collar people. If we can't get behind him, imagine him coming here. He's excited as can be, and we're throwing all kinds of water on him. Hey, you know what? It's better than Coach Tomlin. It's an upgrade. It's something proven, and he will work with Will Howard. And you know what? We got to get behind the guy.
Thank you, Brett.
We needed a change.
Appreciate the call, man. Be safe out there. I do think the iceberg was a problem with the Titanic. I mean, it was.
Yeah, it hit the Titanic.
I think that's well. Yeah, I think that's well documented. Like the engine room, if there's no iceberg, I think the engine room probably would have been
fine.
It probably would have been okay. I think everyone would have been okay. I will agree with his last part, and I will pound the table for this. I think it's a tie between you and me, and it should be a tie between everybody out there. We should all be rooting, of course, for this to be a rousing success story. I want nothing more than for Mike McCarthy to come in here and get the Steelers back to their glory days. That would be such a tremendous story. And I went on with Michael Bartley on KDKA AM on Saturday. Michael, who we have coffee with like every other morning, Doran, he grew up with McCarthy in Greenfield. He's great friends with his brother-in-law. Talked to McCarthy on the phone a couple of weeks ago, goes to church with McCarthy's family. Now, people ain't going to care about that, but I'm saying all this because Mike McCarthy is a super humble guy, a really good guy, a generous guy. He's one of us. So I don't think halfway through the season that guy deserves to hear it from Steelers fans, fire McCarthy. Like, you got to give this guy runway. He didn't hire himself. He didn't say, I, Mike McCarthy, and he storms the gates, armed to the teeth. I'm taking this job. No, they gave him the job. He earned the job. Give him respect to turn this thing around, to be the mechanic, and give the guy some support. That much I'll agree with big time with the caller.
Well, there's only one way to do that, and especially at this level, or in just anything in life, you win.
Yep.
If you want people to get on board, if you want people to, get behind Mike McCarthy, Mike, win. That's it. And then you won't hear anything. But if you don't win, you're probably going to hear it. That's how people are now. I mean, people have always been like that, but it's more nowadays. The instant gratification, we need to win now. This coach, fire this coach, fire that coach, fire this player, fire that player after one game. That's just the world we live in now. But you can get away from that by just winning. Bring in, he believes he can win clearly. So if they surround him with the talent that he needs, if they bring in the right coaching staff underneath him, if he brings in the right coaching staff, go out there and win. And it's that simple.
Yeah, if you start off 5-0 or something like that, or 4-2, and you're winning ball games early, people will jump on board pretty quick. Real quick. But yeah, I do think the iceberg was kind of a big deal. 412-928-9370. I want to pivot a little bit here. We'll take your calls all morning long. Open phones until Kabali jumps on with us at 9 o'clock. You can dislike the hire. It cannot be your favorite hire, like it's not what I would have done. Do you think the Steelers are better off now than they were with Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that? Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won yesterday over the Vancouver Canucks 3-2. Penguins, they have 63 points right now in the Metropolitan Division. They are 6 points behind the first place Carolina Hurricanes in the Metro. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Adam Crowley.
This will be the biggest understatement of all time. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and we've just dealt with all that snow. Now we're going to be dealing with horrendous cold for the next week and a half. If your heat's running nonstop, but you're still cold, might not be your furnace or your insulation. No, your old builder-grade windows could be to blame, and Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust Window Nation to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while, yes, lowering utility bills. And right now, Window Nation's got a great deal for you. You can save big with their buy 4, get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could also score Penguins tickets. Again, save big with the buy 4, get 4 free windows sale, plus 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. But don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Many area roadway speed limits reduced to 45 miles an hour, so please observe that speed limit for safety's sake. Couple of road closures, both in Harrison Township. One is Burtner Road between Freeport Road and Route 28. The other, Pleasantville Road between Carlisle Street and Burtner Road. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul Alexander here, and if you're 4 weeks into the new year and haven't lost 20 pounds like I did in my first 4 weeks, change it up with a solution for weight loss. Fast, simple, and sustainable, all without medication. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months, or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I can't believe the mother bleeping New England Patriots are going back to the Super Bowl. I'm happy it snowed in the second half so the folks in Denver, where they always brag about their weather, could experience a little bit of what we had to experience yesterday. The Patriots have won as many games since December 21st as the Titans have won since firing Mike Vrabel. I do think it is important to remind folks that Mike Vrabel was a retread hire, as was Sean Payton, and they were both playing in the AFC Championship game. So it can happen. There's also a stat that I'm now efforting to find, Doran, about the Patriots that is going to make Steelers fans want to throw themselves into a snow pile. The Patriots have won 2 Super Bowls, went through 7 different starting quarterbacks, 3 different head coaches, completed a rebuild, and returned to the Super Bowl all since the Steelers last won a playoff game. My God, Dickerson. My God.
What? How many coaches? 3 coaches.
3 coaches, 7 quarterbacks, won a Super Bowl,
quarterbacks?
gone through a rebuild, and now they're back in a Super Bowl. My God, it makes me sick. It makes me sick.
See, what? Cam Newton, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones,
Stidham.
Man, Stidham. Wasn't Hoyer there? I don't. Man, that's wild.
That's crazy to me. But to underscore my point once again, like just because McCarthy's a retread doesn't mean it can't work. And we talked about that last week too. And I feel like I'm going to have to say this 1,000 times. Shula was my preferred candidate. But Sean Payton, a retread. Mike Vrabel, a retread. Andy Reid was a retread. Bill Belichick, a retread. Tony Dungy, a retread. John Gruden, a retread. The list goes on and on and on. To the phones, Dickerson.
Yes.
Matt in Greensburg. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Matty.
Hey, I talked to Chris on Saturday, who's kind of freaking out. I just don't see the low ceiling with McCarthy. I don't even know what that means, really. Like you said, all you have to do is look at Denver, and Sean Payton is the exact same guy. Long drought between from Super Bowl to when he got outed in New Orleans. Took a year off, came back to a worse roster than McCarthy stepping into, and had the terrible Russ contract where they had to basically pay him to not play the last three games. I get it with Shula, but I don't know why everyone's just crowning Shula. They got flamed all postseason.
That is true, particularly in this last game. If
they're crowning Shula because of his last name.
And like I think we can all agree, take a step back, that he is not last year's Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, Kellen Moore. Well, he's not in that era.
Well, how do you know that? I mean, nobody knows that. You might be right. He did give up, his defense did give up 31 points, 396 yards, 24 first downs, and forced 0 turnovers yesterday. So he did not bathe himself in glory, nor did his defense. And Clint Kubiak took his lunch. Like, there's no question about that. For me, it's not necessarily all about Shula so much as what he represents. I think if it were me doing a hiring, I'm shooting for the next superstar head coach. I want the next Cowher. I want the next Tomlin. I want to get a guy that I think could be destined for the Hall of Fame because I want that guy to be here ideally for 10, 15, 20 years. And they decided to go with the guy that they knew about. So to me, Shula was just the personification of the archetype that I wanted them to hire. And it doesn't mean that this is not going to work out. And it doesn't mean that Shula is going to be a good coach. It also doesn't mean he's not going to be a great head coach. But I would have taken a risk, and it's clear to me, and I think to everyone with eyes and ears, that Art just wasn't into taking a risk.
I don't think the candidate pool was that great.
That too.
To begin with. Like, I think that had a lot to do with it. I'm not going to just force a hire and just hire somebody because, we need a coach. If it was different, if there's more candidates, okay, like I could probably get on board with kind of dissecting this all the way down to its core. But if I don't feel like the candidate pool is that strong, I'm going to go with somebody that I'm familiar with.
And we did talk about the candidate pool not being as good as last year's. I mean, Kellen Moore, he had just won a Super Bowl as a coordinator, did a great job as offensive coordinator in Dallas. Ben Johnson was everybody's wet dream. I mean, everybody freaking loved that guy. And then we see
Liam Cohen. I mean, what he did in Tampa.
Right. So I will absolutely agree with the caller on that point that the candidate pool was better last year. It's almost like Art should have picked up the phone and allowed for Tomlin to get traded to the Chicago Bears. 412-928-9370. The phone lines, Doran, to nobody's surprise, are stacked. So we will take calls coming back. This wasn't my favorite hire, but there's one thing that I will say that I think is hard to disagree with. I think the Steelers are better off today than they were with Mike Tomlin. We'll discuss the merits of that statement when we come back, and we'll take your phone calls, 412-928-9370. There's 8,000 angles to this thing. We will comb over all of them with you. Open phones until 9 o'clock. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Wonder what they're going to say in the weather. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Yesterday's single-day snow total of 11.2 inches was good for a daily snow record and was the most snow we've seen in Pittsburgh, spanning all the way back to 2010's Snowmageddon. More snow this time in the form of snow showers are expected for this afternoon, especially north of Pittsburgh. The other story is the frigid air in place all week long. Temperatures this morning are in single digits, wind chills near zero, afternoon temps in the upper teens. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kittico Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
At cheapofpittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit cheapofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Tap Brick Oven and Poorhouse Greensburg. Enjoy Sunday brunch, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of a disabled vehicle now blocking a portion of the ramp from the Fort Duquesne Bridge down to Fort Duquesne Boulevard. Things could be a little tight over there as you make your way through. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west remain mainly steady into their respective tunnels. That speed limit down to 45 miles an hour for at least the remainder of the morning rush. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
KDKA FM. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, I know that Art Rooney, Omar did that, and also Dan Jr. sat there, and they did a very diligent look at what was out there. They did a lot of interviews, sat back, but also looked at their football team, and I really like this hire for this reason. Number one, he's an offensive-minded guy, Mike McCarthy. Everywhere he's been, he grew up under Marty Schottenheimer, so he understands the value of running the football. He coached Joe Montana. He coached Brett Favre. He coached Aaron Rodgers. He coached Dak Prescott. Everywhere he's been, he's uplifted the offense, and if you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, if there's been inconsistencies in the last recent years, it's been the instability of having a reliable offense. They got defensive guys that can sack the quarterback, they can create turnovers. So I like where they're at. He also walks into that room with credibility. So I like what they did. He'll put together a good staff right here. Oh, yeah. He's from Pittsburgh, too. That doesn't make it bad. He knows the tradition. He knows what the expectation is. He knows what that fan base is all about. He's a Yinzer. I think is a very good hire for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's a Yinzer, baby. Mike McCarthy, immediately upon walking through the door, becomes the oldest head coach in Pittsburgh Steelers history. Not to say that he's old. If I'm 62, I'd like to think that I could still be out there shoveling snow. I'd like to think that I could still be out there having sex. Like, 62 doesn't mean you're dead. And they've signed him to, according to Jerry Dulac, a 5-year deal. If we know anything about the Steelers, he'll be here for 5 years then. Like, they do not let go of guys prior to their contracts expiring. So I think you should all settle in for the next 5 years of the Mike McCarthy era. And I know a lot of people don't like the hire. And we will take your calls on that at 412-928-9370. But I don't know how anybody could argue that the Steelers aren't in at least a better position today than they were with Mike Tomlin. One of the things that keeps getting bandied about on social media, Doran, is, well, you've hired the offensive-minded Mike Tomlin. Yeah. Isn't that kind of a big friggin' difference? Like, don't you want in 2025 to have either an offensive-minded head coach or an offensive coordinator that you believe in? Like, Art Rooney II did say something to Steelers.com that got me going a little bit, and that's that they hired Mike because of his track record with quarterbacks. I think if they were hiring him and the reasoning was, hey, we've been competitive and we just want to continue to be competitive, I'd want to punch everybody in the face. But that part of the reasoning was, if not the biggest reasoning was, we want this guy to develop a quarterback, then yeah, you're in a much better spot, because guess what Mike Tomlin did with Kenny Pickett? Nothing. And did anybody trust Mike Tomlin to get the next great Steelers quarterback? I sure as you know what didn't. I trust Mike McCarthy more to find a quarterback by leaps and bounds than Mike Tomlin, Doran. And for that reason, how could I argue that they're not at least in a better spot today than they were a month ago?
I mean, I think people should realize that they're in a better spot regardless of who they hired. So hiring Mike McCarthy is different than Mike Tomlin. Everything's going to be different. The offensive structure, the coaching staff is going to be different. Maybe you're going to elaborate the coaching staff. We got to look back and see how many coaches he had on his staff whenever he was in Dallas. I know there's a bunch of coaches on his staff whenever he was in Green Bay. So that process is going to be different. The thinking of, in the thought process of, the day-to-day is going to be different, and just how you're going to attack. Like, we're so used to, 3 and outs. We're so used to not scoring points in the first quarter. Like, everything is going to be different because it's going to be more offensively driven than it has been the last 19 years. Now, some of those years were good. We understand that. But going into a Steelers Sunday, you're going to know that they're going to attempt to score points. They're actually going to be aggressive on offense. They're not going to try to win the game on defense. They're going to try to score points and win on offense, regardless who the quarterback is, regardless of anything else. That is going to be the focus. It's going to be a totally different shift, which I think that they're in a better position than they have been in the last 10 years.
That's well said, buddy. When you enter a game and your thought is, we can't let our offense F this up, that's how you go 70-some-odd games without scoring more than 7 points in the freaking first quarter. And this guy's not going to approach the game like that. He's going to walk in for the first game that they play with whomever the quarterback is, and he's going to say, we're going to need to put up X number of points to win. That alone takes the Steelers somewhat kicking and screaming into the 21st century. That's not the way that it's been. So they're in a better spot than they've been. Again, and I got to keep throwing this out there. Am I thrilled with the hire? No. Was he my first choice? No. Was he my second choice? No. I think we listed our top 3 on Friday. He was my third choice. But I can still see why they did it, and I can still sit here and not be so outraged, not be so overcome by emotion, to not look at the current situation and go, oh, okay, it's better than what they had. And for all the people out there that are tweeting, oh, be careful what you wish for. This is what you asked for when you ran Tomlin out of town. Yeah, I'm still happier today that he's gone than I would be if we'd be talking about the drafts coming up in 87 days. What's Tomlin going to do to F it up? 412-928-9370. Open phones and to the phones, Dickerson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rich in Wilkes-Barre. Go Penguins.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What up?
I think a lot of the fans are mad just because of the fact that they're not getting a shiny new toy. A couple of days ago, they were all talking about, well, let's get Shula. You know, if we have a losing season, then we can get a quarterback and all this, that, and the other thing. But now, if McCarthy fails, they're going to be jumping all over it saying, oh, well, Rooney and Khan did this. And, you know, what's the difference between McCarthy having a losing season if that happens and Shula having a losing season if that happens?
Well, I'll say this to that point, Rich. I feel pretty good about the quarterback that McCarthy would draft if they have a losing season.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Like, I jumped on with Mulsey on Saturday, Doran, and he said, do you think because they hired McCarthy that a guy like Ty Simpson all of a sudden is a possibility in the first round? I do, but it doesn't scare me as much as it would have. Like, if Tomlin and company drafted Ty Simpson, I would go, oh, God, Kenny Pickett 2.0. If McCarthy does it, I think we wait and see, and I think
you have a better shot.
Yeah, we got a better shot of getting a franchise quarterback there. Like, if Malik Willis would have come on with the previous administration, I'd say they're not going to get the most out of this guy like LaFleur did. If the Steelers sign Willis now, I'd feel pretty good about that pairing with Mike McCarthy. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what he brings to the table, and that's why it was a safe hire, but at the same time, it was a structured safe hire. It was a foundation hire, and Art didn't have time to explore, oh, is Shula going to get the most out of our next quarterback? We knew that Mike Tomlin wasn't, and he gave us this window to try to find an offensive-minded coach, and we have one with a track record to not only be now and get the most out of the quarterbacks of like Will Howard or even Aaron Rodgers now, but be able to transition if we do draft this year, next year, for that young quarterback to be our guy for the future.
Doran, have you got
Makes too much sense?
Have you got a lot of this on social media? What, you can't give Mike McCarthy credit for Aaron Rodgers, because I've got that a lot, and
I don't understand that at all.
I don't either. And I thought you were quite eloquent on that subject last week. We watched the documentary, the Aaron Rodgers Enigma. Like,
yeah.
Rodgers was far from a sure thing. I mean, that's why he fell in the draft. And his delivery and mechanics at Cal, man, they were all kind of screwed up.
Right. So wait, what's people's argument of saying that you can't give the credit to McCarthy of Aaron Rodgers' development?
It's hard for me to articulate it because I think it's a ridiculous argument from them, but I think he was so talented, he's such a special player that anybody was going to get the most out of him.
No, it's not the case.
No, dude.
It's not the case.
He fell. It's not like he was the number one overall pick. Like, Alex Smith was the number one overall pick. Aaron Rodgers famously sitting in the green room, cranky and pissed off because every team he thought that came up next on the clock had a shot to draft him, and only when Green Bay came and knocking did he actually get to become an NFL quarterback. This guy was not a sure thing. Yes, he's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. But
he became that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, Jamarcus Russell had a lot of freaking talent. Like, you need to develop a guy. Josh Allen, obviously, a lot of freaking talent, but he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn coming out of college. And Dable and company, they helped that guy live up to his talents. You need a coach to develop you. And Mike McCarthy, without question, helped develop Aaron Rodgers into becoming the Hall of Fame player that he became. 412-928-9370. Doran, I have a stuffy nose, which is good because I'm sure I smell like a hobo. And you're telling me that you are blowing up your house with chili farts.
Yeah, tough. Yeah, I mean, anytime you have chili, like that's kind of what happens. But this is pretty bad. Like,
what kind of chili did you make?
I made steak chili.
Oh my god!
On the stove. Yeah, it was very, very, very good. I also made fried catfish yesterday too. Yeah. It was just a nice day. I had a great eating day yesterday. I was throwing it down.
Somebody tweeted out, and I've never wanted to relate to a tweet more. Somebody tweeted out that if you're snowed in, airport rules apply. Thus meaning you can eat whatever you want at whatever time, and you can drink whatever you want at whatever time. And I may or may not have had 4 or 5 Guinness between my shifts of shoveling the snow. 412-928-9370 is the number. Guys, great show. because you're keeping an open mind. It makes it interesting to listen compared to the doom and gloom. Well, if I were hosting the show on Saturday instead of Mulsey, I think I might have had a different tone. Like, there's a difference between the shows we'll do on the Monday after a Steelers loss and then by Wednesday. Because sometimes the emotion, it gets the best.
Let it marinate.
Yeah. I, for the 1,000th time, would have hired Chris Shula. But do I see a path for this to work? Abso-freaking-lutely I do. 412.
What if Chris Shula, hold on. What if Chris Shula, reached out to the Steelers, or his agent reached out and was like, we're not interested?
I've thought about that too. Let's chew on that a little bit when we come back, Doran, because I'm not sure what would be worse. A guy telling the Steelers that the job isn't all that enticing, or the Steelers just saying, F it, we don't need to talk to one of the hotter candidates in the class more than once. 412-928-9370. Like we said, the phone lines are open. Do you think the Steelers are at least better off now than they were with Mike Tomlin? You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mike McCarthy hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers to be their next head coach. The news first broke on Saturday. McCarthy previously coached for the Dallas Cowboys and also the Green Bay Packers, where he won a Super Bowl over the Steelers back in 2011. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
To any contractors or builders listening right now, are you genuinely happy with your building supply provider? Are they actually helping you save money and time? Are you sitting on site right now frustrated, waiting for your delivery? I've got a solution. It's a company owned by a longtime friend, one I've watched grow from the ground up, Reed Building Supply. Great projects start with great partners. Reed is here to get you the best materials delivered on time and backed by reliable, friendly service. Learn more online today at rebuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guy's Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlate. Start filing for free today at TaxSlate.com. New England, 10. Denver, 7. The Seattle Seahawks, 31. Los Angeles Rams, 27. And the Super Bowl.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When the deals drop at Kohl's, you feel it. You see up to 50% off end-of-season must-haves, plus up to 85% off clearance favorites. And suddenly, your whole world narrows to one thought. Must shop now. Your to-do list gone. Your dinner plans forgotten. It's just you and your cart gliding through the store. Yeah, Kohl's deals will do that to a person. Save in-store and online now. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over?
You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Speed limits down to 45 miles an hour on area interstates, so definitely be careful. They are for your safety. Also, we do have an accident on the outbound Parkway North approaching the McKnight and Evergreen Road off-ramps, and as well a disabled vehicle blocking a lane of the southbound crosstown just north of the 6th and 7th Avenue off-ramps. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 2026 has only just begun. Why not do the heavy lifting now and cruise through the rest of the year 20, 30, or 50 plus pounds lighter? The results with Awaken 180 come fast, and you'll keep the weight off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I threw out a Twitter poll question yesterday, @_Adam Crowley. It's got upwards of 2,000 votes now. Are the Steelers better off with Mike McCarthy than they were with Mike Tomlin? 54% of you say no. I think it's possible, believe me, folks, to have a little nuance in your brain and maybe not love the hire, but still be excited because you're in a better position with McCarthy than you are with Tomlin. 412-928-9370. We'll get to some phone calls on that, Paul in Washington and others, momentarily. Doran, you brought something up at the end of the last segment that I think is worth talking about. Is it possible Shula said, you know what, thanks, but no thanks? I think yes, that absolutely is possible. It doesn't make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, but it is possible that he did not want to interview again with the Steelers.
Well, how many jobs are still available? I mean, I know that there's two jobs that I would still keep my eye out on, and that's the Buffalo Bills, right? And I would honestly keep my eye out on the Raiders job. The Raiders job, people are not talking about the Raiders job. You're going to get the number one pick. Tom Brady seems to have things, in control. I'm not going to say heading in the right direction because we haven't seen it yet because of, what happened the past couple of years with Pete Carroll. But, I mean – you have Ashton Genty, who you drafted in the top 5 or top 6, whatever it was. You have Brock Bowers. You got Max Crosby. Like, if you could put something together, I mean, you have, Fernando Mendoza coming to be your quarterback. Nobody's talking about that job. What if Shula's like, you know what, I'd rather take my opportunities and my chances with the Raiders over the Steelers, who don't have a quarterback. I'd rather something tapped me on my leg, and it was my book bag, and I thought it was one of my kids, and I looked back and I didn't see one of my kids, and I thought it was a ghost.
A ghost?
I'm not gonna lie. Thought it was a ghost.
Well, people are texting in about your Jaws poster in the background that people love.
Oh yeah, Jaws. There's Jaws. There's Friday the 13th. There's you see all that?
Yeah, people.
There's Rocky 4.
Doran's house.
There's me.
Doran's basement looks exactly like you think Doran's basement would look. Like it's not a mystery. Like, hey, what do you think Doran's basement looks like? Oh, there's probably Jaws posters and horror movies posters. There's probably a bar down there. Probably some jerseys hanging around. Plenty of space to have some fun. Bet you there's a fireplace. Yeah, he's got it all. It's pretty good to be Doran. Yeah, I don't know.
But what about Buffalo too? I mean, what if Buffalo's holding out for Shula and he's like, oh, can get my quarterback at Josh Allen? It's just, you don't know what's ahead for a coach like Shula, who's probably the top candidate at least now, and the Steelers might not fit what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I hadn't seen that reported anywhere. If it is, we'll obviously let Yins out there know. I don't know what makes me feel worse. A guy turning down the Steelers job or an opportunity at the Steelers job to go to the Raiders, or the Steelers just saying, you know what, we don't need to talk to this guy face to face. I don't think either of those things make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. You know who always makes me feel warm and fuzzy? Paul in Washington. Hi, Paul. Good morning. How you doing?
How are you there, Mr. Crowley, Mr. Dickerson?
Good.
That's good. Glad to hear it. You know, when I heard that news Saturday, I thought to myself, well, this ain't all that bad. I mean, Mike Tomlin's gone, so that's the main thing. But after I watched yesterday's Denver-New England game, I started getting down to the root of the problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It pains me to say that New England went about their whole coaching apparatus the correct way. And Robert Kraft could teach Art II some lessons in how to run an organization. And I hate to say this, but the New England Patriots, this kills me. I can't believe I'm saying this. They went about their whole getting rid of Belichick thing and then replacing him with someone they believed in who wasn't the right fit. And then they went out, fired him, got Vrabel. They had their quarterback. They got an OC that knew how to work with quarterbacks. And I can't believe New England's going to another daggone freaking Super Bowl. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are sitting here with their hands up their behind.
Paul, there's a lot you said there that I do actually agree with. I think it's hard to argue that Robert Kraft isn't among the greatest owners in the history of North American sports. I mean, they have a chance to win another mother bleeping Super Bowl, and this one without Belichick, this one without Brady. But, Paul, if Bo Nix plays yesterday, do you think the Broncos win the game? Because I do.
I agree with you on that.
Okay, so I got to let you run because we're up against it here. And thank you so much for the call. Call back anytime, Paul. We love you.
But they made it there.
Well, here's the other thing. If you believe that Bo Nix would have won that game yesterday and the Broncos would be in the Super Bowl right now, that's a completely different path than the Patriots took. And that's the path that I believe, after reading Art Rooney II's comments yesterday, that they're trying to forge with McCarthy. You know, Sean Payton's a 60-plus-year-old coach. You get him, they stink for a year, you get your quarterback, you're good. Then year two quarterback, you're competing for a Super Bowl, and then he gets hurt. I think ideally, this is what I would do. I think they're going to try to run it back with Rodgers. Ideally, you go with Will Howard, and if he's great, you found your quarterback and you're off and running. If he's not, well, then you're in a position to draft your guy next year. Hopefully, then you make the playoffs, and then in year two, you take a big step forward, and it could be exactly the same thing. That's what they're trying to do. And there are so many different ways to skin a cat here. I mean, guys, you got the Seattle Seahawks now going to the Super Bowl. It's year two of their head coach, and they signed a free agent quarterback. Like, there's not one way to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not. And even with Chris Shula, you and I were saying, you don't need to tank. You could. You should be open to it, but you don't need to. That's not the only way to get your organization back to the promised land.
All I know is the way that they were doing it before wasn't working. And this is going to be different regardless. You know, it wasn't working before. And now you have a different mind. You have a different voice. You have a different vision of what the Pittsburgh Steelers can be this year. And, you know, there is multiple ways to do it. But I know it's just going to be different. And I think people should be at least a little bit not excited, but maybe happy about it's different. That's it.
Yeah, I think being excited and having an open mind are different things. I would put myself in the open mind category. Yeah. And I think that's okay. I don't think anybody needs to be panning Mike McCarthy himself. And I think if you can get through the emotion, you can sit in your house probably with a cup of hot cocoa today and think, you know what? Even if I don't like the hire, they're in a better position than they were with Mike Tomlin, who hadn't won a playoff game in 9 flipping years. And, hey, this isn't the most exciting thing in the world either, Doran, but, and this is not how I hope this goes, but even 10-7 with a top 5 offense is a hell of a lot more fun to watch because we've seen the other way for so long. Like, even if they get to the same place the next couple of years as they've been, I'd like to watch a team that can score some friggin' points. And Mike McCarthy's team scores some points.
That's a good point because people keep forgetting. Like, we keep talking quarterback, and I know quarterback's the number one position in all sports, and you need to get the most out of that. But let's think about what McCarthy has done for receivers. And you need to get the most out of DK Metcalf because you spent a hell of a lot of money to get him. Mike McCarthy has done very well by wide receivers. Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, CD. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You need to get the most out of DK Metcalf because you paid a pretty penny for him to come here and to do more than what he did last year.
And you know what, Doran? One of the things that Rodgers hated about Green Bay, one of the reasons why he ultimately wanted to leave was they went year after year after year without ever drafting skill position talent in round 1, and yet Rodgers and McCarthy continued to finish among the best teams in the NFL in offense. So it's not like they were devoid of talent, but they weren't drafting first-round guys, and it pissed Rodgers off, but McCarthy and Rodgers were getting the most out of it. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are stacked. Open phones until 9 o'clock when we talk to Mark Caboli. What do we want the Steelers to do at the quarterback position? We'll get into that. We'll let you hear what Art Rooney II had to say about Mike McCarthy's views on the position. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins, they won yesterday over the Vancouver Canucks 3-2. Penguins are on a 4-game winning streak. They are 6 points behind the first-place Carolina Hurricanes. Right now, the Penguins second in the Metropolitan Division with 63 points. They're off for a little bit. They play on Thursday at 7 o'clock against the Chicago Blackhawks. It's one of 3 games they're going to have left at home, and then after that 3-game home stretch, they will be off for the break for the Olympics. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no No contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. Their vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Coming to the Bayham Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds have never sounded more alive. You won't want to miss Ghost Hounds, February 7th with their special guest, former Eagle guitarist Don Felder and his band. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band Saturday, February 7th at Bayham Theater. Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's pittsburghgaragedoors.com.
Precision Door Service, the name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with with a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Art Rooney II sat down with Bob Labriola yesterday of Steelers.com talking about why he and the Steelers brass decided to move forward with Mike McCarthy. And he said, quote, he's been a winner everywhere he's been. Probably just as important for our purposes, the quarterbacks that he's worked with have all been very successful. So he has a proven track record of developing top-flight quarterbacks. Those are the things that stick out the most. I do think there's a difference between hiring a guy because you think he can just keep you at 10-7 and hiring a guy because you believe he can develop the next great Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. And my hope is that they don't put money where their mouth is. And what I mean by that is just go with Will. Go with Will Howard. See what he's got. And look, I'm not an anti-Rodgers guy. I know, Doran, you're not an anti-Rodgers guy. And you might even want them to bring Rodgers back. We'll get into that. But I just want the next quarterback that takes the field for the Pittsburgh Steelers to maybe be the quarterback of the future. Whether that's Will Howard or Malik Willis or Trinidad Chambliss or Ty Simpson. There are probably more names we could throw out there. I want the next guy that leads the Steelers out onto the field to maybe be their next franchise guy, because I do believe in McCarthy that much as a quarterback builder. This, to me, would be a wasted season if you do any veteran stopgap. Just go with a young guy and see what happens. Do I think they'll do that? But that's what I would do.
Why does it have to be now? I mean, he has a 5-year deal. Like, why do we have to force the issue now of having a young quarterback to potentially be the future and put yourself in a Kenny Pickett situation? Maybe. Like, why can't it be next year or the year after through Mike McCarthy's tenure to maybe transition slowly into that young quarterback? Like, what if none of these guys really jump off the screen at Mike McCarthy and you go out and draft him, and now he's tasked with having to develop? And then what if he doesn't develop him?
Well, then you hired the wrong guy.
It doesn't fit. Well, I don't know if you hire the wrong guy. I think you might have made the wrong pick at the wrong time. It doesn't have to be now, in my opinion, that you develop a quarterback.
I think for me it does, because what's running Rodgers back another year going to accomplish? I mean, you're not winning the Super Bowl. I don't think they're that team. Like, it'd be different if the roster was better. I don't think it's a bad roster, but I don't think it's Super Bowl caliber. And I don't think Rodgers is good enough to take a roster that at best would be good, depending on if they hit on the right offseason moves, and elevating them to that level. So why
wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be a better kind of vision to have Rodgers come back, but have Will Howard as the backup, so Will Howard could ease his way into maybe being a starting quarterback and not just thrown to the fire initially at this point?
I don't think so. I mean, I think reasonable people like yourself could disagree, but if you throw him to the fire and he's great, then good. If you throw him to the fire and he sucks, now you're in a position to draft a quarterback in the top 10 for the first time since 2003. I can't think of a downside of playing Will Howard. And I'm not even a Will Howard believer, but I just don't think you can continue to stopgap it. Like, to what end? Like, every time you play a quarterback that's not young, you're kicking that can further down the road. And I just don't want to kick the can anymore, man. I want them to figure it out. And if that means Howard's great, problem solved. If that means Howard sucks, it's not a bad season, because at least you know on Will Howard. And it does sound like McCarthy, according to Art, is a Will Howard believer. And I'm going to start taking Art at his word, man, because everything Art said in his press conference seemed to come to fruition with this hire, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely did. But if you like what Sean Payton has done, wouldn't it make sense to bring back Rodgers and have a year where it's like, all right, it's kind of like Russell Wilson. Like, if Rodgers does become really old and looks really old, it's not going to look great, and then you'll be able to draft him the following year.
I still think that Rodgers provides too much stability, Like, I do think if you have Rodgers, you're winning between 8 and 10 games. And I don't want that. If Howard wins 12, great. I don't think that would happen, but if he wins 12, great. If he wins 6, now you're in a better position to draft your quarterback. Like, I don't think it matters whether, well, in my case it does, but like if we're going off the Sean Payton thing, whether it's Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard or Mac Jones, if you're bad, that can help lead you to your quarterback. And I'd rather be bad with a guy that might be my quarterback, even though I think it's a slim chance of working out. 412-928-9370. I don't think this is a screaming debate, though. Like, I think there are multiple. I think if it's Rodgers, like, I'm not outraged but I don't want to kick the can down the road anymore. Should we go to the phones?
Mm-hmm.
Joe in McKeesport. Hi, Joe.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
All right. My take on this hire is the locker room. Tomlin left. Those guys were sobbing in the locker room. And Art Rooney's going to keep that locker room together because he does not think they're that far away. Hayward's not going anywhere. Queen's not going anywhere. Watt's not going anywhere. And I think this hire, they had to bring in somebody that those guys respected. And I don't think a young guy, and I think the locker room thinks they're not that far away from competing. And so I think what they did is they went the other way on offense by bringing in McCarthy. He's a Pittsburgh guy. He's a guy all those guys in the locker room are going to respect. And I think if they brought in a Shula or they brought in one of the other younger guys like Weaver, I think those guys in the locker room would have looked at it like it was a rebuild, and they don't want that.
Thank you, Joe. I think that's a good call. I think that's exactly how
I do too.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. That's a great call.
Yeah, when Mike McCarthy walks into a room, he's got bona fides. Of that, there is no doubt. I do also think the Steelers believe that they're closer than they are. And while we're on the subject of trying to get in their heads, Doran, I'm 55-45 that Rodgers will be the quarterback next year. And I think the 45 only applies because Rodgers himself hasn't made up his mind. I think if he wants to come back, he is coming back.
No doubt.
Yeah. Which,
no doubt.
That would not be my first choice, but let me tell you something. Buckle the frig up. Fascinating. It
is very fascinating.
Fascinating.
I wonder how much that was brought up in the interview. Like, I wonder if McCarthy was like, I wonder who brought it up. Like, obviously it was talked about, but I wonder what side was like, yeah, I want Rodgers back. Or you're going to have Rodgers back. This may get us Rodgers back. I wonder how that dynamic went. I wonder how much McCarthy wants Rodgers back.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think it's snowing again. Son of a bee!
Told you.
I think as Doran sips his coffee from his mug in his house where it's warm, I think the Steelers would push Rodgers on McCarthy more than McCarthy would push Rodgers on
I
him.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Because I think Art looks at it and goes, well, one more offseason to build around Rodgers, and now you bring in a McCarthy who's an offensive mind who's had a track record with Rodgers before. I think we can get back to 10-7 at the very least. I do believe he feels that way.
I believe that Art loved the way and loved the leadership of Rodgers and how he had controlled the locker room. Probably hasn't felt that in a long time, and he wants to keep that control. And what Aaron Rodgers brought to the table, I think, even, not even on the field. I don't even think that Art's looking on the field. I think he's looking more of off the field and how he had the full control, really, of his teammates, and he wants that back again.
I think that's well said, too. Open phones at 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Top of the hour, we'll get into potential staffing candidates for one Mike McCarthy. What does he need in an OC? What does he need in a DC? And what can we learn, I think, from the Denver Broncos? But your call's coming up next and until 9 o'clock when Kaboli joins us. 412-928-9370. Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mike McCarthy hired as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. This one piece of news first announced on Saturday. Mike McCarthy last coached for the Dallas Cowboys, producing a couple 12-win seasons with them, and he also won a Super Bowl in his previous job from them when he was the Green Bay Packers head coach. They beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl back in 2011. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Weather-related problems continue. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. We do have a disabled vehicle that's blocking a portion of the ramp from outbound Route 28 to Route 8 northbound. Traffic a little bit slow. There is another vehicle with him. Meanwhile, a disabled vehicle removed from the southbound crosstown just north of the 6th and 7th Avenue off-ramps, and also one removed from I-279, the Parkway North, approaching the McKnight Road off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Book us to manandajunkdruck.com.
Thinking about weight loss? Independence Health System Westmoreland area is hosting a seminar. Why wait? On Wednesday, January 28th at Ferrante's Lakeview in Greensburg. This free event includes discussions with bariatrics physicians on weight loss options and one-on-one time with clinical dietitians. You'll hear about the facts and support you deserve when thinking about weight loss. Registration is required. Please call 1-877-771-1234, option 3, or visit independence.health/register.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet?
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res, PGA.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Who are some options for Mike McCarthy to hire at the coordinator positions? We'll get to that coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. What are we looking for in those hires? 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Before we take calls on that, did you guys see that dude, Alex Honnold, who climbed that skyscraper?
No.
What? You didn't see this?
Mm-mm.
Oh, jeez. Harry, did you see that?
No.
Are you guys familiar with the Netflix special Free Solo? Where that guy climbed the face of some big mountain?
No.
There's with no harness. It's called free soloing. So you climb and you don't have a harness and there's nothing to catch you. You just do it with your bare hands. This guy, Alex Honnold, the same dude who was part of the Netflix special Free Solo that I would urge all of you to watch because you'll be sick the entire time. He climbed a 1,600-foot building in Taiwan in an hour and a half. He climbed the outside of a friggin' building. And it was broadcast live on Netflix. He's a freak. That's what it is. You couldn't pay me $1 billion to do that.
No, you're just asking. I mean, all that has to happen is if you slip one time.
It's over. You're done. Splat. And I'm wondering, because this thing got millions of viewers. I'm wondering if people were viewing it because they were hoping he'd get to the top, or if people were watching it curious if he would fall to his ultimate demise.
Yeah, but they wouldn't show that, right?
Well, they should. That's why I got your Netflix subscription.
I mean, they wouldn't show that if that happened.
Man.
So you know he's going to make it. You know he's going to make it.
You don't know he's going to make it?
What do you mean? You know he's going to make it if they're going to broadcast, like if they're going to show it on Netflix.
Oh man, you got to watch this. You got to see this. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life.
Yeah, no way.
Like, hey, dude, you know they got elevators up in there? Like, hey, that guy, can you imagine being his girlfriend?
I just imagine him as a kid, like probably how fearless he probably was. His parents were probably like, all right, what's his name?
Alex Hammond or something?
Alex, don't climb too high in that tree. And he's like, I'm fine, Mom.
And then he makes a career out of it.
Yeah.
It's just absurd. All right, when we come back at 412-928-9370, what do you want to see in a defensive coordinator hire for the Steelers? What do you want to see in an offensive coordinator hire? First, we'll go to Rob in Youngstown, Ohio. Hi, Rob.
How you doing?
Good.
It's Ralph.
Oh, sorry, Ralph. What's going on?
Well, I agree with you that they ought to just see what Will Howard got. So there's a fine line between drinking wine and squashing grapes. We've been squashing grapes for 10 years. And everything you said is 100%. See what Will Howard's got. You got Mason Rudolph as a backup. Forget Aaron Rodgers. And if we have a 4-and-something season, then so be it. But I think you're 100% right. We need to find a quarterback. If he works, he works. If he don't, he don't.
Thank you, Rob. Is it okay that, like, the only quarterback that I wouldn't factor into this at all is Mason Rudolph? Like, I don't need to see him start a game. Like, that To me, that's it. Like he's had his chances. When he played this year, it wasn't great. He's a backup quarterback. Like I would prefer Aaron Rodgers over Mason Rudolph. If it came down to those two, I would go with Rodgers 10 times out of 10.
No doubt.
Texter, this guy's married with a kid, and she's also a climber, and they met on a mountain.
It's ridiculous. What's the point? What's the point?
People are also writing in, Doran, to your point, they had a 10-second delay just in case our guy fell off the side of that building.
Man. People are wild, man.
I had never, until I saw the first Netflix special, I did not know that people ever went mountain or rock climbing with no harnesses. Like I didn't know that was even a thing. And this dude,
it should be illegal.
It should be. I can't. That's probably why he had to do it in Taiwan. I bet you they wouldn't let him do it on like the Empire State Building or something. Oh God, it makes me want to vomit just thinking about it. The Mike McCarthy hire makes some people want to vomit. Not us. We're open-minded. What say you at 412-928-9370? And what could we be looking at in terms of the coordinators? There's a name that will tickle Doran's fancy, that's for sure. We'll run it by Yins next. But first, fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's going to be bitterly cold today. Flurries for the next couple hours. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. The last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Lincoln Place section of the city, crews checking reports of an accident now, the intersection of Lebanon and Mifflin Road, so watch for delays around that. We also had an earlier accident cleared from outbound Route 28 at the Route 8 North off-ramp. Traffic moving just a little bit better there. Don't forget those speed limits. They're set to 45 miles an hour because of the weather conditions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Are the Steelers better off with Mike McCarthy than they were with Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. We'd love to talk to you. Open phones until 9 o'clock. Do you like the hire? We don't need to get all cute this morning. 412-928-9370. If you're on your way to work, be careful. It's still squirrely out there. If you're at home, you can watch on X, you can watch on YouTube, or worldwide on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. While we wait for Yins to call, because I'm sure you've all got opinions, and we'd love to hear from you on this hire. What do we want to see the Steelers do at OC and DC? I'll tell you, when I think about Sean Payton, and that's the analogy that I've been trying to use here because of when he was brought in for Denver in the quarterback situation when he got there, and his age and blah, blah, blah. He hired Vance Joseph, who's a hell of a defensive coordinator. Not a great head coach, but was a head coach, great defensive coordinator, and Sean Payton handles his side of the ball, and Vance Joseph handles that side of the ball. Ideally, Doran, that's what I'd like to see. Bring in a defensive coordinator with some gusto and a guy that you trust to really be the head coach on that side of the ball, and let McCarthy kind of be a CEO in that regard and then focus on the offense, which is his baby.
Yeah, I mean, Raheem Morris's name's still going to be brought up. He's still out there. I think what the Green Bay Packers, they hired Jonathan Gannon, I believe. So Raheem Morris is still going to have opportunities out there, whether it's Arizona, Raiders. I mean, there's so many opportunities, but if you go after Raheem Morris, you can get that with the scenario that you're talking about. I know Al Harris's name has been brought up a lot. He was, I believe, the D coordinator in Dallas. He did play for McCarthy in Green Bay. I think so. His name is probably a top candidate for McCarthy on defense. But I agree with you. I think that you keep it as separate as possible. And I think McCarthy will have a big opportunity at doing that and getting a quality defensive coordinator and a quality offensive coordinator just because of his resume and just because of who he is. He's going to bring in solid candidates or solid people to get that opportunity.
Al Harris, who is in Chicago right now, he's a defensive backs and passing game coordinator on the defensive side of things. He was in Dallas from 2020 to 2024, as you said, and he was known, it says on AI Overview, as developing elite defensive backs units with the Cowboys and the Chiefs from 2013 through 2018.
Was he a defensive backs coach in Dallas? Or was he? Okay. All right.
Assistant head coach as well.
Okay.
So I could definitely see that. And, hey, Chicago, they could have been playing in the NFC Championship game yesterday. I mean, that game was tight. They went to overtime with the Los Angeles Rams. And on the defensive side, did they give up yards? Yes. Did they give up some points? Sure they did. They also led the league in turnovers forced, which I think would kind of fit with the personnel that you have defensively here. He would be the perfect blend. Al Harris would be on the defensive side, Doran, of experience and also young with the idea that he could grow into the position here. I would not hate Al Harris here as DC at all.
Yeah, he's going to be a top candidate.
On the offensive side of things, you talked about this last week. Alex Van Pelt. Alex Van Pelt was the running backs coach under McCarthy from 2012 to 2018, and he became a quarterbacks coach in 2014 in Green Bay. I could absolutely see him being the OC, and the thing that would make me excited about that is that he's working under Sean McVay right now. So you might be able to blend some of the old concepts that they've worked on together that they had in Green Bay that McCarthy used in Dallas, but maybe you mix a little McVayness in there, Doran.
Yeah, I would like that. Obviously, he's a Pitt guy and he's a Pittsburgh guy, so that makes some sense, him being with the Rams right now as an offensive analyst, I think senior offensive analyst, assistant, whatever it is. But he was the offensive coordinator in New England last year, I believe.
Yes.
And didn't get the most out of Drake May. So it is what it is, but I could see that happening, but I don't know how thrilled Pittsburgh fans are going to be.
I think Pittsburgh fans would probably be mad because they'd go, oh, geez, you're just getting the whole Pittsburgh gang together here, right? McCarthy is Omar's friend, and Van Pelt is McCarthy's friend, so it's just a bunch of friends who are scratching each other's backs. I do think it would still be McCarthy's offense, and that would be, if I'm pushing back or just playing devil's advocate, the difference between here and in New England. Like in New England, he's going with first-time head coach Jared Mayo, and he's calling the plays, and he's running the offense, and that whole thing was a tire fire. I wonder if it'd be different under McCarthy. I wonder if there'd be the possibility of Shieldhouse coming here and being the OC.
Or he's going to follow Shula. It's probably his first pick. I mean, Shula might not even be a head coach, to be honest with you.
Yeah, who knows?
And it might be the scenario. I mean, you have no idea. I mean, I would take a look at Shieldhouse and see how, our concepts would mesh together. It's going to be somebody that knows his offense or runs a like type offense as McCarthy that he could work with. So I would interview Shieldhouse.
Do you agree with this, that the defensive coordinator hire is more important than the offensive coordinator hire? Because I feel pretty good about the offense being in the capable hands of McCarthy, but you're going nowhere if you hire a bum on the defensive side.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I was going to say maybe not because of, you could groom that offensive coordinator to be in waiting. But if they hit this year and they do very well, that offensive coordinator is going to be gone. So I think you need to hit on the defensive coordinator.
If you hire, let's just say Shieldhouse, right, as your offensive coordinator, and Will Howard is your starting quarterback, and Will Howard goes like 10-7, 11-6. Shieldhouse will be the next head coach of Enter Team here before the season freaking ends. He'll be their guy. 4-1-2.
Yeah, but see, that's a good thing about McCarthy though. So if Shieldhouse is the guy, and they have a great year, and Will Howard has a great year, you're not worried about the next offensive coordinator coming in.
Right.
If Shieldhouse leaves and takes a head coaching job, you're not worried about that. You were worried about that last year, and hoping to get the most out of the offensive coordinator. And then if you did, say it was Arthur Smith had a bang-up year last year, he left, you're like, all right, well, who's the next guy going to be underneath Tomlin? Is it going to be the same? Is it going to be different? Is it going to be worse? You're not worried about that with McCarthy if an offensive coordinator does leave underneath during his tenure, because it's his offense. He's going to get the right guy to replace that guy.
Last week, you and I had Shula at the top of our list, but one of the things that was a sticking point, the snake in our boot, if you will, was if he comes and if Shieldhouse would be the OC. It's great for a year. It's great for a couple of years, but then Shieldhouse is gone, like you're saying, and then you got to figure it all out anew on the offensive side. Should we go to the phones?
Sure.
I'm awkwardly asking you that a lot today. If people can't tell, Dorn and I are in different locations, so if it's clunky, that's why. But I don't think it's been all that clunky. Let's go to Dr. Missy in Aliquippa. Hello, Dr. Missy.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually in Delray Beach, Florida, and it's 73 degrees. Yeah.
Are you an MD, Missy, or are you a PhD, Missy? Okay, cool.
PhD.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, and I'm a Pitt grad. So here's my take on the McCarthy issue. I'm looking at it since they broke the mold. They're only doing this as a stopgap. They're going to keep him for 5 years till Art Rooney Sr. retires, and Dan Rooney, the third or whatever he is, takes over. And that's my take. So they're going to clean house. They're going to bring in all new people, and it's just going to be a short-term fix, and they're going to do it all over again. I'll let it go.
Thanks, Doctor.
I was under that. Thanks for the call. I was under that impression as well initially until I saw the 5-year deal. Like 5 years is not a stopgap, in my opinion.
And they ain't paying him not to be head coach.
Right. That's a long time.
Yes, it is. He is going to be the coach for the next 5 years. Like that's not a guess. And knock on wood, acts of God, stuff like that. But like, he's going to be the head coach for at least the next 5 years because they don't friggin' fire anybody. And he obviously still wants to be in the game. He'd still be coaching the Dallas Cowboys if Jerry Jones wasn't an nincompoop. Like Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy weren't seeing eye to eye, but they got more out of that roster under McCarthy than they did this year. They got more out of that roster with Mike McCarthy than they did out of Jason flippin' Garrett. Like people keep texting Indoor and being like, he got fired from Dallas. Yeah, because what? Jerry Jones knows what he's doing all of a sudden? They've been mired in playoff futility for a lot longer than even the Steelers have. 412-928-9370. Do you like the hire? Do you not like the hire? Do you think the Steelers are in a better position now than they were with Mike Tomlin? What do you want to see them do at coordinator? What do you want to see them do at quarterback? It's all on the table as we hear from you at 412-928-9370. Open phones until Mark Caboli joins us at 9 o'clock. We'll get more into Art Rooney II when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins winners yesterday, 3-2 over the Vancouver Canucks, making it 4 wins in a row for the Penguins. They've won a lot on the road. They're going to have a bit of time off. Their next game's on Thursday against the Chicago Blackhawks. That will start a 3-game home stretch for the Penguins. And then after February the 2nd, that game they play, they will be off for they play one more game against the New York Islanders and the Buffalo Sabres that following week before the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. With Gina Giampetro, you're not just hiring any real estate agent. You're getting an agent with over decades of experience, powerful marketing strategies, and an agent that will make sure that no detail is missed. With Gina's guaranteed sale program, you agree on a price and a deadline to sell your home, and if the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. It's a great option for you to buy a home while eliminating the stress of selling your current home. Gina offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Touch yourself, New England fans. It's happening. You're doing it again. You're going back to the Super Bowl. The Seahawks, the same thing. Super Bowl 60, Tom Brady's Patriots versus Pete Carroll's Seahawks. No.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news, that earlier disabled vehicle removed, reopening the ramp from the outbound side of Route 28 to northbound Route 8. Traffic moving there once again. Also removed that disabled vehicle, reopening the right lane on the southbound side of the crosstown just north of 6th and 7th Avenues. Meanwhile, we do have winter weather closing Burtner Road in Harrison Township. That's between Freeport Road and Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can give us a ring on the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. There is one way that this Mike McCarthy hire can be classified as a success, and we'll tell you about that coming up in 7 minutes. In the meantime, we've said we want to talk to you about this hire at 412-928-9370. So we go out to the phones to talk to Bobby the Legend in Pittsburgh. Hi, Bobby.
Gentlemen, how people forget. I've been listening to this all weekend about different candidates. The man that put McCarthy on the map with quarterbacks, Tommy Clements, won a Super Bowl with McCarthy, tutored Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, and a brief stint with Malik Willis. I know Tommy's retired right now, but I want to tell you something. He might have a little input and help Mike out. Maybe Mike will give him a call. We'll see what's going on with the best.
Well, thank you so much for the call, Bobby the Legend. I mean, he's 72 years old and retired, right? So, I mean, is he going to come back and be your offensive coordinator? No. Might he want to jump on in an analyst role? Potentially. But he was the Packers quarterbacks coach up until last year and then walked away.
Yeah, he's a Pittsburgh guy too, though.
Yeah. So maybe. I wouldn't hate that guy being part of the staff. I mean, a name that he forgot to mention there, Bobby the Legend, was Jordan Love, who...
He said it.
Oh, he did? Mm-hmm. I probably have snow in my ears. 412-928-9370. What's the best drink to warm you up after shoveling, and why is it whiskey?
Yep. You're right. Or bourbon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, Jameson has this cold brew coffee mix, and at about noon yesterday, after my second friggin' round of shoveling, had myself a little Irish coffee, warm me right up.
Nice.
And then I fell asleep.
Yeah, quick.
Yeah. I do love that. You're freezing cold, but at the same time sweating because you've been outside in the cold, and my abs hurt, my friggin' whatever these back muscles are called, they hurt. And you come in and you take a sip, and you feel it go through every one of your veins in your body. It's not a bad feeling.
I'm surprised that everything is hurting on you. You've been working out lately.
It's a different motion. Over.
Is it?
And over and over and over and over again.
Isn't that what workouts are, though?
Hey, Harry, shut up. Did you shovel yesterday, Harry?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
He actually did.
Oh, then why didn't... Oh, I guess you shoveled to get your car out. And that's why you've been here for... How long have you been here now?
14 hours.
13 hours. Yeah, damn. Buddy in Texas. Oh, Texas. Joining us now. Hi, buddy.
Thanks a lot. But, hey, as a Cowboys fan, I've been paying attention to this Mike McCarthy getting hired up there. And I just want to pitch in, actually a congratulations. Mike McCarthy was a godsend to the Cowboys at that time. Everybody down here poo-poos him, but he came in with a football program. And if there wasn't such a thing as Jerry Jones, the Cowboys would have had way more success because they finally had a football coach here, and he's going to do great in Pittsburgh.
Well, thank you so much, buddy. What's the temperature right now, or did you get plastered by the ice too?
I think we're feels like 2 degrees or something outside, which is crazy for us. But if you don't mind, I didn't like McCarthy when he got hired and with the Cowboys, so I dug into him a little bit, his history and so forth, and things that I didn't know at that time were, the Packers weren't happy with Rodgers before McCarthy showed up. He changed him from that crazy carrying the ball up around his temple that he learned at Cal, lowered it down, and the rest was history. Then I saw James Jones and Greg Jennings talking about all this crap that McCarthy catches for, his offense becoming stale. Greg Jennings and James Jones says, no, that wasn't McCarthy. That was Aaron Rodgers. Aaron wouldn't change anything, and he was the one going behind McCarthy's back and undermining him. So that latter part of his time in Green Bay, according to those guys in the locker room, that was Aaron Rodgers. So once the veterans, once Rodgers started being the veteran, he was sour in the locker room to McCarthy.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate the call and your perspective. Stay warm out there, all right?
All right, you guys be good.
Buddy. I feel weird calling an adult buddy. Like it sounds like it should be the name of a dog. With all due respect to that nice man who gave us a ring from Texas. He does make a point though about Jerry friggin' Jones. Right?
Yeah.
Only 1 year did Jason Garrett win more than 12 games. And Jason Garrett was there forever. Garrett was hired in 2011 and worked until 2019. Only had one season where he won more than 12 games. And McCarthy did that in 3 consecutive seasons. All the while, we know Mike McCarthy had no say in building that roster. None. Jerry Jones is the owner. He's the general manager. He is the judge, jury, and executioner. That's a fact. And that's why he's out. They let his contract expire because I'm guessing, and I've been told, that Mike McCarthy, he wanted some freaking say. And that's why Jerry Jones hired a patsy in Schottenheimer, a puppet, a guy that's going to do exactly what he wants him to do. So, like, people keep saying, well, he got fired twice. Yeah, I think Dallas Cowboys fans, like our good friend Buddy the dog, would say, you know what? We were better off with that guy than we are friggin' Schottenheimer.
How much say do you think McCarthy has this year in this draft?
I think he's got a ton. If you go back to Art Rooney II's comments, they didn't want to change their structure, and we know that Tomlin had a lot to say. I think a new coach, it would have taken some time. Like, I don't think Tomlin right away got all the power Bill Cowher did. He had some, and more than probably still most coaches around the NFL, but it wasn't until he had proven himself that he then was hiring coordinators, that he then was dictating to the general manager, hey, I have final say on draft picks. Well, McCarthy walks in with a resume, so I think he's going to have a big say, don't you?
Yeah, and he also worked with Whiteau and Kahn before.
Yep.
I think he's going to have a huge say. I think he's going to be a de facto GM. I think that was a part of the deal. I think he's going to be on every single. Now, I don't know if he's going to go in and change everything because things are kind of in place right now. Now, you got to go to Senior Bowls and combines, pro days, things of that nature. So things will change a little bit, but their structure will still be the same. I think his influence, though, will be heavy on who they draft, when they draft, what position they draft, things of that nature. And I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, too. I want a coach who's going to have a say. I want a coach who's going to name his own staff. I want a coach with power. And the Steelers have always been a coach-centric organization. I don't see any reason, based on what you said with the past relationships, that McCarthy doesn't walk right in here and have as much power as Tomlin did on day one.
Yep.
Now, maybe he doesn't get final stamp, so maybe it's not quite as much power, but I could see them all being pretty lockstep in the player acquisition process. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, go buy a snowblower. Well, my father-in-law came over Friday, Doran, and we took a snowblower apart, and we put it back together, and it worked about half the day yesterday, and then it's dead. It died.
Yep.
Yeah. Too much snow for the old
you
blower.
said you were going to do that. You said you were going to do that, but see that it didn't work.
It worked for...
At least you got out, though.
It worked for, like, I did my driveway, and then I did the sidewalk for one of the 5 times that I went out, and then it died on me, and it'll never work again, and I'm going to try to sell it to some poor, unassuming soul who thinks that it's going to work. 412-928-9370. That's the injury report. My snowblower's dead. Brought to you by Shederovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you could pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. You can also text us. Brought to you by somebody else we'll tell you about later. Coming up next, Art Rooney II's legacy is on the line. There's a clear-cut way this could be a success for him, and we'll tell you that next. Plus your calls at 412-928-9370. Stacked phone lines will effort to get to all of you before Kaboli comes on at 9 o'clock. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reports from the weekend say that Arthur Smith former Steelers offensive coordinator, has taken a job as the offensive coordinator of Ohio State. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. And if you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. All right, Super Bowl is set. Patriots, Seahawks. You guys watched the games yesterday. Drake May leading the Patriots to a Super Bowl. Wow, they just re-up. Vrabel, May, Kraft, they're back in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. Sam Darnold is the only person that could possibly be on the injury report as the weeks do go on. Sam Darnold, he was dealing with an oblique injury. He obviously played yesterday. He was wincing every once in a while whenever they would pan to him. But I think he's going to be fine, especially with an extra week to prepare for the Super Bowl. He's the only person on the injury report. Other than that, everything is clean. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half playoffs injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout. Wow, the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. It must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Pittsburgh, we are in a deep freeze, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. Brutal temperatures aren't only tough for us, they can take a toll on your home. That's right. This frigid weather means frozen pipes, overtaxed water heaters, heating systems that just can't keep up, or worse, stop working. No need to worry. The experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are just a phone call away and ready to help. McVeigh provides fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing and heating services. So call McVeigh today or visit callmcveigh.com.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Call and done live for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Whoop, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Lost to the Steelers, and we lost a couple of those games early. You know, it was easy to count us out and put us in that spot, and nobody believed in us. You know, let alone like us for any matter. I feel like our coach believed in us. He helped us build this identity that he speaks of. He held everybody to the same standard, and something I'm super thankful for. And I realized that it starts at the head. You know, when you hold everybody to the same standard, and you hold everybody to the same requirements each and every day, you hold your teammates accountable.
Stephon Diggs at the very beginning there, as the Patriots head to the Super Bowl, saying, we lost to the Steelers, then no one believed in us. Also talking about his head coach, Mike Vrabel, and what he means. See, the Steelers, they're not zigging, man. They're not. They're doing what everyone else is doing, hiring Mikes. Now, retread there and Vrabel. I mean, think about it. Yeah, you're getting Mix. You get the Irish guy. You got McDonald in Seattle. His name is Mike. You got Mike Vrabel. Steelers said, let's hire our own Mike. We just got rid of a Mike. It's all about Mike. So people have said on this app, on the Twitter app, well, the Patriots, they sucked, so then they got Drake May, and then that's why they're good. That's part of it. But they had Drake May for a year, and they were ass. They hired a retread coach. It is possible that you can get something out of a retread coach. Bill Belichick was a retread. Sean Payton, who was in the AFC Championship, retread. Tony Dungy, Gary Kubiak, all guys who won Super Bowls. John Gruden as retreads. So Mike McCarthy could do it. Anytime you hire a coach, you want to win a Super Bowl, right? But I will say that this hire is a success, Doran. And this is Art Rooney II's legacy on the line. It's a success if Mike McCarthy finds a franchise quarterback. If you find a franchise quarterback and you have success with the franchise quarterback, let's say he walks into the sunset in 5 years, does McCarthy, but that quarterback is here beyond him, that's a success to me. He was brought in, according to Art, on Steelers.com to find that QB. If he does not, if he spins his tires, obviously a cataclysmic failure. But if you get the next great Steelers quarterback in here, that's the win, and that's what they're looking for.
And it may not be now. I'm just warning everybody. Like, everybody wants to clamor to Will Howard being the guy. And, like, I don't see Will Howard getting many opportunities this coming season. I don't know if McCarthy is going to be willing to do that. I mean, the guy has never taken a snap in the NFL. He's a 6th-round pick. I would love to see Will Howard get opportunities, but that's not realistic, especially this year. So the quarterback situation may not go down for a couple years for the future of the quarterback position of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I would hold off right now on the whole Will Howard being the guy, because even if things look like he's going to be the guy, I don't know if a guy like McCarthy is just going to roll with that as his starter for the start of the season. I think that somebody else will be in here that will take that reign initially, and then maybe Will Howard will come through as being the starter at some point next season.
Yeah, I'm fascinated if Rodgers doesn't want to come back, what their plan is. Maybe they would roll with Mason at the start, and then you go with Will Howard. That would excite nobody. I'd love to take a shot at Malik Willis and see what that might look like, because Malik Willis has considerable talent. and in the chances that he got in Green Bay played really well under LaFleur. I happen to think the world of Mike McCarthy is an offensive coach too. So maybe you could try it out with him. But without I don't want Rodgers back, but without him, there's clearly no obvious choice to be the guy. For me, I'd go with Howard. But would he go with an unproven guy? Probably not. You're right. 412-928-9370. I think you're right, though, too. I say it's a success for McCarthy if you find the next franchise guy. You got 5 years.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
That guy probably isn't Howard. It might be someone you draft. It might be someone you draft in 2027. It might be the next version of Sam Darnold, right? Who knows? Right. But you have to, in 5 years, when we're doing this highly rated, award-winning radio show, Doran, we need to be saying, boy, what a time that was with Mike McCarthy. Can you believe he found quarterback X? And if we're not,
yes,
then it was just the continuation of Tomlin, and then it looks real bad on Art II. Let's go to Steve Areno in the car. What up, Steve Areno?
Hey, how we doing today?
You sound like a Steve Areno. I could tell just by the sound of your voice you sound like a Steve Areno.
I tell you what, I'm Chief J Strongbow because I'm ready to go on the warpath. You guys not you guys, but a lot of guys got me fired up about this McCarthy hire. Let me tell you something about Mike. He's the best thing Rooney did in this situation. No doubt about it. People don't know. People think McCarthy's offensive-minded. He was here in the 70s when we had the winning culture. We were family in the 70s. Let me tell you, he's not just offensive-minded. The defense is in his blood. He is going to turn your 5-year program. You got to aim higher than a quarterback. Let me tell you about McCarthy. He's not just going to get you a quarterback. He's going to bring back the Lombardi to the Berg, baby. There's no doubt about it. The kid was a winner when he was in frickin' T-shirt league playing baseball, basketball, safe to tell you. This dude is a legend before he retires as a Steeler head coach. Hands down. He's going to win one for his little brother, Joe. That's all I got to say. This dude is the best thing the Steelers could have done. He got a lot of holes to fill because Tomlin left him a lot of...
Hey, Steve Areno.
Yes,
you wouldn't by chance be from Greenfield, would you?
You better believe it,
Thank
brother.
you for the call, Steve Areno. Now, wait a second here. Dickerson, can they test to see if you got defense in your blood at Quest Diagnosis? Like, if I show up to Quest and I'm like, man, I got something brewing. What's up? Can you test for defense in the blood? I love that. That might be my favorite call of all time.
Your blood type is cover 3. Zone dog. Fire blitz.
412-928-9370. Bob in Detrona Heights. Let's see if you can top our guy Steve Areno.
No, I'm not going to be able to top him. But, hey, Mike McCarthy will bring honesty. And your quarterback situation, the best quarterback in camp will be the starter. And your starter will be Mason Rudolph.
Oh.
And you guys on 93.7 The Fan, what are you going to talk about when the Steelers are 10-2 around Thanksgiving next year?
We'd probably talk about the 10-2 Steelers, Bob.
That's exactly right. I tell you what, this has been
You're acting like we don't hope that that's the case, though. We hope that that's the case.
This has been a lie. This has been a lie for 5 years. 5 years. And thank God Mike McCarthy's here.
Thank you, Bob. 2 true black and gold Pittsburghers back to back there. You could hear it in Bob's voice. I should have asked him if he was.
We're just trying to be neutral. We're just trying to be neutral. Like, I mean, it's not like we don't want the Steelers to win. We hope so. I hope Mike McCarthy comes in here and revitalizes this franchise. This is, it's a fresh start. It's a guy that has a proven track record. Like, I hope. I mean, that'd be a great story. You think about Kurt Cignetti's story. Like, I mean, the guy from Pittsburgh comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, one of the fourth coach in the last 60-some years, revitalizes the franchise. Like, that's an unbelievable story. Hopefully it does happen. It's just that it's not a sexy hiring for a lot of Steelers fans that wanted to go a younger route, but I understand the hiring from the Steelers' perspective. I really do.
You and I are on the same page. I'd have hired Shula, despite the fact that, oh my God, did his defense get absolutely obliterated last night by Clint Kubiak, Sam Darnold in those Seahawks. But I can see the merits in this too. I can, and I'm sorry if that's going to offend some people. I know it's not offending Steve Areno. 412-928-9370. More of your calls coming up next. That was my favorite call of all time. I mean, I don't think there's a close second.
Great.
That was outstanding.
No.
We've got Mark Caboli from 9 o'clock until 10. He's snowed in. He'll be joining us on the video call. Wait till you hear where Arthur Smith's winding up to call some plays, maybe. I don't even know if he's going to call plays. That's next, but first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins winners yesterday 3-2 over the Vancouver Canucks. Ben Kendall had a couple goals in that game, and the Penguins maintained second place in the Metropolitan Divisional standings. They have 63 points, and they're 6 points behind the Carolina Hurricanes. Penguins are going to go on a 3-game home stretch this Thursday. It starts when they play the Chicago Blackhawks. They have 5 games in total left to play before the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikabwala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Got junk? junkdruck.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mark Caboli joining us in about 7 minutes. He, of course, Steelers insider from the Pat McAfee Show. Mike McCarthy spent some time on the Pat McAfee Show. Now that the cat's out of the bag, I can tell you Caboli texted me on Friday and said, it's either McCarthy or Shula. And then on Saturday, it was Mike McCarthy without ever getting a second look at Shula. Now, that being said, last night, as the Rams defense was getting roasted, Dan Orlovsky tweeted
sure
the Rams really
go
miss
to an
Raheem
established
Morris.
coach. So
Perhaps the
I'm getting some
Steelers
feedback here.
could get Raheem Morris as their defensive coordinator, as you've been saying,
Scouts.
Mr. Dickerson. And I would love that. I think Raheem Morris is a very good defensive coordinator.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure he wants to. We're good now to go to an established coach. So I'm getting some feedback here. So
he's getting some feedback there, Harry.
Is that good or bad?
Probably not good. 412-928-9370. We'll have Harry figure that one out.
We're good now.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I tell the people, if you were sleeping under a rock or perhaps 15 inches of snow yesterday, Arthur Smith becomes the offensive coordinator of the Ohio State Buckeyes, a move that I did not see coming. Now, we know Ryan Day calls plays. I wouldn't imagine that Arthur Smith would go to college and not call plays, so I'm guessing he will. What did you make of that, Doran?
I made of it that this is a brilliant hire on Ohio State's behalf because Arthur Smith and his family, they have founded FedEx, and that is a great NIL kind of pull. So you hire Arthur Smith. I'm sure that he will call plays or have input, but I think the NIL part of it, maybe invest in giving some money to Ohio State. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, that would be pretty smart.
I also think a team that has a program that has developed wide receivers at the rate that they've developed them, that's going to keep being great. They got talent. They got Jeremiah Smith, one of the best players, if not the best player in all of college football. They need to pound the rock a little bit too. You look at how Indiana won that game. You think about how Indiana played. Think about Michigan won the national championship a couple of years ago. I think Arthur Smith's going to add some bang to their already great passing attack. I just am a little bit surprised that he went to college. But here's the thing. If he goes and they have success, he'll be back in the NFL sooner than later if he wants to be.
See, like this is the same discussion I've had with people with Charlie Partridge, who was, obviously coached at Pitt and was the defensive line coach for the Indianapolis Colts this past year. He took a job at Notre Dame. Taking a job at Notre Dame from the NFL, taking a job at Ohio State from the NFL, it's the same thing.
It's a pro job.
You're not really recruiting. Like, it's a pro job. Like, you're not taking a job at Pitt where you have to recruit and you have to, find ways to get money. Like, they have money. Like, you're going to get the top recruits and you just have to coach them. It's the same thing as an NFL job, except for probably a bigger title. Like, so I feel like those top tier schools in college, they're kind of safe whenever, you're getting coaches from the NFL or wanting, if a coach from the NFL wants to go back to college, it's going to be a job like that where it's like, all right, well, I just plug and play.
And I do wonder if he might want to be a college head coach at some point. It was rumored that North Carolina was interested in him for that job before Belichick took it. And I'm wondering if he wanted to at least dip his toe in the water of college ball before taking that kind of leap. All right, Mark Caboli is going to join us next. He's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. How did the Steelers land on Mike McCarthy? We'll start there with the big kaboom. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. snow out there, flurries for the next hour or so, and then just bitter, bitter cold with real field temperatures around zero. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and
Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
it's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mark Cavoli with us here on the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Doran snowed in. Cavoli snowed in, but both are on the video line. Harry came in yesterday at about 6 o'clock, slept here overnight. I slept in by accident this morning. My phone died in the middle of the night.
Yes, you did.
So it's been a day. It's been a series of days. Cavoli, how we doing this morning, big guy?
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me? That's the key.
Yes.
I can hear you, yes.
This is unbelievable. Harry Callis should get an A+ for his effort today.
Marconi.
It's under the wire, fixing out the technical difficulties. Wow.
Yeah, Harry was very excited about it. In fact, so much so that Harry was like, Crowley, I wish you didn't come in today because I wanted to see if we could get 3 guys on the video
and
call.
I could have done it. I've proved it. Look at these 2.
It would have been like Hollywood Squares. All right.
It would have been exactly the same. You'd have still been on the left.
Yeah, I probably should have stayed home. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Before we dive right in to this Mike McCarthy hiring, Cavoli, yesterday you and I got into it on the Twitter. You said, I just shovel all at once. And I said, buddy, you got to do it in shifts. And then 7 hours later, you tweet, I shoveled for 45 minutes, couldn't make a dent. You know how you could have made a dent? Is if you shoveled in shifts. Point Crowley.
I gave up too. I did it for a while, then turned around and it was covered again. And I was like, that's enough. I'm done. I'm waiting until it totally ends. But it's going to be a painful couple of hours coming up, I have a feeling.
Yeah, it's going to suck. All right, Mark. So the Steelers hire Mike McCarthy. Breaking news, by the way, the Browns are in the process of interviewing Nate Scheelhaus in Los Angeles. The Steelers did not have a second interview with those guys. The 3 people they interviewed face-to-face, Brian Flores, Mike McCarthy, Anthony Weaver. Do you think it was McCarthy from the outset, Mark?
No, I don't think it was from the outset. I think they got the 3 of the people that they wanted to talk to first out of the way. And I truly believe what Art did say is after they sat down and said, you know what, why even we waste our time, so to speak, with a Chris Schuler and Nate Scheelhaus when we got the guy that we want right here. I mean, you might not like that decision, and that's fine, but they come to the conclusion that's exactly what they were looking for. So why drag it on? I mean, you would probably like to get a guy in place as soon as possible so he can then move forward with the assistant coaches. So if you're just going to drag it out and come back to Mike McCarthy and potentially lose, a defensive coordinator to the Commanders, then that's probably why that they announced it on Saturday.
Mark, why do you think that the reason why, or why do you think that they were looking for somebody like McCarthy? And like why he was the guy? Like what were they looking at and looking for, in your opinion, for McCarthy to be the guy?
Twofold. I mean, number one is he's gives them that chance to win right now, and people might just, if they were on the sideline, if they were driving in their car, might be crashing right now hearing that. But he gives them the best chance to win. He has the resume that's, up there with some of the top ones ever in the league to do it, in the top 15 or 20 coaches, if you just look at that. And of course, I think the big part of it was the quarterback situation. They've come to the realization, or they've or at least want to move forward here, of knowing that they can't continuously use this stopgap mentality at this position. They got to find somebody that has experience of being able to grab maybe not the best quarterback in the, not a 1-1 type of situation and make him into a player. I mean, whether it's Will Howard, somebody not on the roster, somebody they identify on the outside to bring in. But it's hard to look back at Mike McCarthy's resume and not notice all the quarterbacks he's worked with, and every time he's worked with, them, they've gotten better. I mean, when Dak Prescott was healthy 3 straight years, they won 12 games, and their offense was ranked like 1, 2, or 3, I think. I mean, he has that huge resume, so I think that's huge there. I mean, they're trying to, honestly, if you look at it, they're trying to get best of both worlds. They're trying to find the quarterback. They're trying to find continues to win too.
Mark Cavoli joining us here on the Fan Morning Show on the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. by that logic, turning over every stone to try to find a quarterback for McCarthy to develop, it doesn't sound like you think it's a sure thing Rodgers is back.
No, I mean, I think it gives it a puncher's chance now. He had no chance before, right? At least McCarthy can talk to him. I think they're going to have to some of the players might have to try to go help him out a little bit, not motivate him, but say, hey, we need you back one more run. I think if he comes back and says he wants to play, he's going to come back. I don't think they're going to shoo him away. But we know Aaron Rodgers. We don't know quite sure what he's thinking right now. But if guys like Cam Hayward and Watt and Metcalf start pounding on it, or his buddy Skoranek start pounding on his door, say, we need you back, maybe he wants to come back. Either way, I don't think it's a bad thing. If he does come back, man, Will Howard, if McCarthy likes Will Howard as much as they're saying right now, which is, I'm not quite sure how he can determine that quite yet, but to have a guy like Aaron Rodgers show him the ropes even one more year probably wouldn't be the baddest thing to do.
Mark, what's your thoughts on the coaching staff that he's going to put together? Will we see some familiar names, the Luke Getsy's of the world and Van Pelt's of the world, of those guys probably shoe-ins to be on at least his offensive staff?
Yeah, I think we'll see some familiar names. Maybe the Ben McAdoo's at tight ends coach, or maybe Tommy Clements coming over as maybe an assistant somehow, something like that. But obviously there's going to be some newer blood rather than just Pittsburgh ties. I mean, you have to throw a guy like Luke Getsy's name out there because, first of all, Aaron Rodgers loves him. McCarthy, he worked with McCarthy forever. He has that offensive coordinator background as well. There's just a couple of names. But there's other guys, too. The two names I heard right away with defensive coordinator was Al Harris, which makes a ton of sense. And the other one is, surprisingly enough, I heard something about Anthony Weaver. I don't know if he'd be willing to come over here somehow. I don't know if his contract's up. I'm not quite sure how that works in Miami. But I heard that name being thrown around, too.
Okay, I like that little info there from Mark. He's here, maybe Anthony Weaver. I'm guessing he did impress them in the interview because his press conference is impressive.
Wouldn't Weaver be able to go explore other options now that there's a new head coach?
Yeah, you're right. There is a new head coach, so he's just free. He can probably go wherever he wants. And you would assume that the new head coach wants to bring his own defensive coordinator in down in Miami. Was it Hafley?
Yeah.
So you don't think that Aaron Rodgers had anything to do with the decision? That's what Art said. Art said no Rodgers being factored in.
That would be a really, really short-sighted decision. Let's have our coach for the next 10 years because our quarterback of last year may or may not come back, who's going to be 43 years old. I don't even think they would go down that route. But I'm telling you, it's just a little bit of a benefit because, who knows? You have a different coach, a different offensive mindset. Maybe they only need to plug and play. Maybe they only just need a couple spots to fill, and they'll be fine. That's the way they look at it. I don't have any problem with that. A lot of people do. The thought of them trying to win almost at all costs every year is something that I do not have a problem with, even if it does, make your draft 20th every single year. I want to have a chance to go and win every single year. So I kind of agree with Art on that philosophy.
How much say do you think McCarthy will have in the draft?
That's tough because you get a late start to it all. Those names, I think he'll have some say in it. Obviously, they'll probably approach it the same way they say they approached with Tomlin there, with a team decision. But you would have to think that they would lean, at least on the first year, more on what Omar or Andy Weidel has to say in that scouting department. And if McCarthy's able to add something to it, then sure, they will take they'll listen to what he has to say. But I think it's just a little bit too late in the process for him to come in a whole year away from it. Who knows if he's probably not scouting college players last year, so I would imagine. So I think they'll leave it up to the scouting part for the most part.
This might be a stupid question, but How much did the friendship of Omar Khan, Andy Weidel have to do with Mike McCarthy being the guy? And how would you characterize their friendships based on what you've heard through your reporting?
Yeah, I really don't even know. I mean, I just know they've coached together, or were on the same, not even on the same staff, the same team, 25 years ago or something? I don't know if they kept up the speed and sent each other Christmas cards or anything like that. I don't even know if you have what was Omar's role back then? Was he just like a intern or something like that? I don't think he's rubbing shoulders or rubbing elbows with the old offensive coordinator back then that much. I'm sure they know each other and have talked before, but I don't think that's the case. I think you look at the guy's resume and you see that he has 70, 80 wins and 12 playoff wins, a Super Bowl, quarterback stuff. And I think part of it had to do with Omar wanting to move forward with finding a quarterback, developing, and Art wanting to continue to have a chance to win right now. You merge those together, and who's better than Mike McCarthy?
Mark, do you think the Rams guys said no to a second interview, or they just weren't interested in having those second interviews?
No, I don't think they would say no. I mean, I don't think they were that much interested in Shieldhouse, to be honest with you. I think it was just he might not even get a job anywhere, right? He might go to Cleveland, but why would he do that? I think he's just a little bit too raw to go from passing game coordinator to head coach. And that's why people are probably just a little bit balking on the idea. As for Shula, I mean, if he's going to go get a job, why would he turn down the Pittsburgh Steelers and say no to them when your only other options are like Arizona and Vegas and Cleveland? So I would think not. They didn't turn him down. Who's that?
Buffalo?
You would think Buffalo would be wanting an offensive minded, right? Isn't Phillip Rivers going to get that job, Doran?
He just pulled out.
He just backed out.
Oh, he must not be getting it then.
That's the first time Phillip Rivers has pulled out in his entire life, just so you know.
I have a better chance of getting a Steelers job being a Pittsburgh guy.
That's true.
Tight ends. Yeah.
There you go. Call McCarthy up. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
I'll say it right here. I've heard a rumor that Doran Dickerson might be front runner for the tight end job at the Steelers. I should probably just not say that because it'll be aggregated, but
turn him down, Doran.
Put your hat in the ring, Doran.
Turn them down. It is 9:15. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Much more from Kaboli until 10 o'clock, including, let's say it's not Rodgers. Who are the most likely guys to be taking the first snaps at quarterback for the Steelers next year? First, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won 3-2 over the Vancouver Canucks yesterday. Ben Kindle had 2 goals for the Penguins in that one. The Penguins are now at 63 points in the standings. They're 6 points behind the first-place Carolina Hurricanes. Penguins will have 3 home games coming up. Their next game is on Thursday when they play the Chicago Blackhawks. And they've got 5 games in total left in this portion of the season before the Olympic break. Their last game before that is going to be on Thursday, February the 5th. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Adam Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, the obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551. With Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes? Call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Super Bowl 60 is set. The New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. And if you don't like it, because there's not a legacy head coach.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10 grand off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Somewhat encouraging news from PennDOT. This report brought to you by your local Cohen site. Stop in today and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. Well, we've had reports that they have restored the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit on some of the area roadways in the surrounding counties. We're talking about Washington and Westmoreland County. However, in Allegheny, Beaver, and Butler counties, you're still dealing with that 45-mile-an-hour limit, so just be aware of that. Also, an earlier accident being cleared on the north side, still tying up the intersection of East Ohio and East Streets, and as well, an earlier disabled vehicle still off to the side on the outbound Parkway East at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mark Caboli joining us until the end of the show. All right, Caboli, who would you put money on to be the starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers Week 1 if it's not Aaron Rodgers?
Probably Mason Rudolph right now. I just don't know if Will Howard, and we just don't know what he can do quite yet because we've seen so little from him since his college days.
Isn't that kind of the point? Like, haven't I seen enough out of friggin' Mason Rudolph? Like, of all the potential options, that's the guy I'd like to see least.
I mean, there's no guarantee that they even have him back, right?
Right.
I mean, but you would assume he's a cheap backup quarterback that would interest a team that needs a quarterback. But I think this will be determined in the preseason and in the offseason. If they got the feeling that Will Howard is at that point where he can give it a whirl, yeah, you let him have it because he's obviously the youngest guy there. But if Aaron doesn't come back, obviously they're going to go find somebody else. I don't think it's going to be Skylar Thompson. Now, can you go identify somebody outside to take that position? I mean, I hate to say Mac Jones, but maybe he's a guy that Mike McCarthy likes and says, hey, I can make this guy into a Sam Darnold, right? I can make this guy into an Aaron Brooks, what I saw 25 years ago. So it's really hard to say right now. But if they don't go that route, I would say that you have to make that determination if Will Howard's ready or not by what we see from him in the spring. Now, if he's close, yes, you give him the whirl, you give him the shot. But if not, they're still – the bottom line here, guys, is they still want to win games. And we realize that by what the owner said and who they hired. So that is still the bottom line.
You want my opinion? Who's the quarterback's going to be, Crowley?
Uh-oh. You're going to be the coach, so you should tell us.
Yeah, let us know who you're bringing in as the quarterback, Doran.
Well, first is the offensive coordinator is going to be Alex Van Pelt. Alex Van Pelt's with the Los Angeles Rams, and Jimmy Garoppolo is on an expiring contract. It's going to be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Ooh, wow.
It'll be Jimmy Garoppolo. Luke Getsy will be the quarterback coach. But I mean, if you're an senior offensive assistant or analyst, whatever Van Pelt is, your day-to-day duty is probably working with Jimmy Garoppolo and putting game plans together and making sure that both you understand what Matt Stafford needs. So I would assume that Garoppolo works hand-to-hand a lot with Van Pelt. They probably have the same mindset, and they could take the offense and what they've learned from L.A., bring it to Pittsburgh, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo will be the starting quarterback of the Steelers to start the season, and at a cheap price.
I mean, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world because I don't think he's very good. And then, halfway.
But he could be Sam Darnold. He could definitely be a Sam Darnold.
He's too old to be Sam Darnold, isn't he?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Yeah, I think he's going into his 10th year.
Yes.
He hasn't played too many of those 10 years.
He's 34. Can you believe he's 34? Probably not.
Well, I don't know. Doran with the pick connections, man. This is more than just something off the top of his head, right?
I agree with that, which is why I'm not saying it won't happen. It's just Garoppolo's not the next great Steelers quarterback. He could be their next stopgap. I do like,
and he could come in and help Will Howard too.
Correct.
Like we talked about how old he is. I mean, guy's been around. Guys won 2 Super Bowls or been on a team with two Super Bowl teams. So if you want that veteran to kind of pass the torch and just to bring along the young rookie or the young second-year quarterback, I mean, I don't hate that. I don't hate that situation.
I also think all of a sudden, even though, Mark, you say that you don't think McCarthy's going to have a huge hand in the draft this year because of when he's jumping on board, I think the chances of them drafting a quarterback just went up significantly. Don't you?
I mean, Ty Simpson, Trinidad Chambliss, not obviously Mendoza. He'll be long gone, but I could see them taking a quarterback in round 2. Couldn't you? I would like more. Try to do it next year. Right now you have a bigger pool probably to choose from next year, and you can put more effort into it. I don't know if you'll have the picks. Maybe dump some of those picks you have this year to try to get something back for next year.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Something like that. So
I think
they're not going to use all their picks this year. That's for sure. So
the most likely to me of all the quarterbacks that are available to be a Sam Darnold would be Malik Willis. And he's young, he's talented. Do you think they'd have any interest in signing him to a multi-year deal? Because that's probably what it's going to take.
Yeah, it depends on the money. I mean, we're talking Justin Fields money?
Probably.
Yeah.
Like 2 for what? What did
40?
Justin get? 2 for
40?
Yep.
That's rough, man. Because Malik Willis does not have a pretty stacked resume right now. I mean, he's played a couple of games, but this is what the dilemma you're avoiding now, though, is if Mike McCarthy sees something in him, you have to say, okay, then.
That's what I'm saying.
He's done it before, so there must be something he sees in this guy.
Yeah, my point on asking you about the draft, if I may, like if Mike Tomlin and his staff drafted Ty Simpson, I would be apoplectic. If they drafted Trinidad Chambliss, I'd say, oh, my God, this kid's never going to get a chance to really grow, spread his wings, and develop. If Mike McCarthy drafted either of those guys or insert quarterback here he brings in, a Mac Jones, a Malik Willis, I feel like it's got a much better chance of hitting than if the previous administration were drafting those guys. Don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm telling you, though, go back and watch McCarthy on McAfee's show maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he talks about what he sees, what he wants in a quarterback. He goes, the guy needs to be able to sit in the pocket and throw the ball, drop back and throw the ball. Everything else is just like secondary. So is Malik Willis that type of guy yet? I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo might be. I mean, Mac Jones might be. I don't know. But that's what he looks for. It was a fascinating interview, and he went into detail of exactly what he looks for. And I would imagine you just apply that to who's out there in the draft, who's out there in free agency.
Okay, but wait, and I'm sorry to keep I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but it's going to be a little clunky because we're the Brady Bunch over here. But if you think about Dak Prescott, he could move. I mean, he could stand back there, pick you apart in the pocket. That's his biggest strength, but he could move. Rodgers was mobile as hell back in the day. Aaron Brooks was like that. Brett Favre for a year, even he could move around. So,
but
you need them.
Throw.
Throwing's the most important thing, and I until I die, that would be what I'd look for in a quarterback too. Throw the football first, everything else is secondary. That being said, every quarterback that he's worked with and had success with has had a level of mobility that was massive to their successes.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about a guy who's, I mean, look at Roethlisberger. It's not like he couldn't move during his younger days too. A guy like that, but not a guy that's just 100%. I'm going to run the ball. I mean, say like Kyler Murray. I don't think that would be a guy that would interest him. But maybe a guy like Mac Jones. I mean, a Drake May type who can make every throw, but man, he can run too as well. I mean, Lamar Jackson, I don't think is turned into the MVP until he started throwing the ball the last couple of years more accurately. So that's probably one of his shortcomings to date too, is his consistency with his throwing. You need to throw the ball consistently, and that's what they look at, number one. If you can't do that, you're not going to play quarterback.
All right, Mark, I just saw on triblive.com that shoveling snow can be potentially deadly, and that they would suggest to start gradually and pace yourself instead of lifting or throwing the snow, push or sweep the snow to the sidewalks. I'm worried about you. I know you don't have a blower, and I know you're going to be shoveling the vast majority of that snow today. Can you just be careful? Do you want me to come over? I can come over.
I just need one of the neighbors' snowblower. I've been looking up snowblowers for the past couple of days. I mean, the past couple hours or yesterday, and so every single one's like sold out.
Yeah, I'm
not available. Not available.
Wonder why. All right, much more from Mark Caboli when we come back.
I can handle it.
Doran, does this not scare the hell out of you?
Come on, man.
I just no, you can't handle it.
He can't.
Oh yeah, I can handle it. I'm a young man.
You are younger than Mike McCarthy. You have that going for you.
It's true.
Barely.
Much more with the young, a buoyant Mark Caboli coming up next, but first a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Now, former offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Arthur Smith, he is taking the offensive coordinator job with Ohio State. That first reported on Saturday after the Mike McCarthy news broke. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. It was a wacky year on the gridiron in college football. Why can't the same story be written on the hard court? The Huskers may just be the football Hoosiers of hoops. Undefeated on the season, Fred Hoiberg's balanced bunch sport a spectacular profile. In a tight Big Ten race, give me Nebraska to win the Big Ten at plus 350. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met?
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Thousands and thousands of you watching us on X, thousands on the YouTube. Thanks for finding us today. Even if you couldn't get out on the roadways for your typical commute to work, which brings us to Joe Starkey, who was picked up by one young Austin City Limits Bechtold. Bechty picked him up on the way to work. I would trust just about anybody on this planet to drive me through the snow before I trusted Austin Bechtold.
Even me?
Yes, even you, Harry.
Why wouldn't you trust Austin?
Does he seem like a guy that would be great in a crisis if they would be in one? Like, if the car gets buried, I just don't think that Austin would do anything except for run around kicking and screaming like a chicken with its head cut off.
That's true. He's had problems with the printers, the phone ringer. You know, you can imagine if a car gets stuck in the snow. Good point.
Mark Caboli with us here on the Fan Morning Show. Do you happen to know when this introductory press conference is going to go down, Mark? Has that been announced yet?
No, it's not going to be today. We know that.
Thanks.
I think we'll find out later today, honestly, when it will be. I mean, it could be as early as tomorrow. It could be later in the week, but not quite sure yet. I think that's being discussed as we speak right now.
Mark, agree or disagree with this statement? Mike McCarthy needs to find the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and if he doesn't, that will be the legacy of Art Rooney II.
What, the hiring of a coach that failed? Is that what you're asking me?
I would say waiting around for as long as he did with Tomlin and then still never firing Tomlin and then replacing him with a guy who couldn't find a franchise quarterback. I think that'd be a pretty damn bad legacy that he would leave behind. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite sure that that's not an ideal legacy to have at all. And I'm sure that's motivated him to do what he's done, or at least sign off with what they were able to do with hiring McCarthy. Because like I said, I think he really, really wants, obviously, to win. I mean, he wants to win a Super Bowl now. And I think that has partly to do with being able to lift that Lombardi by himself on that stage and maybe then slowly walk into the sunset after that. So But this could be right now. I mean, if it ends right now, I think people would look at Art Rooney as, definitely the worst of the Rooney owners, right? But I think he has an opportunity to turn it around here with what McCarthy is able to do. And if they're able to somehow sneak out another Super Bowl appearance and get a quarterback in the process, I still think that there's still hope there. But he has a long way to go to catch Dan and the Chief, though.
Mark, were you surprised at the term of McCarthy's contract being 5 years?
I think that's pretty much typical. I think the first year, the initial contract when they sign is 5 years. Then after that, then they, if it's 2 or 3 years after that. So I don't think you read much into that because I think that's pretty standard. It might be even standard around the league a lot as well. So I would be curious to see how much he's making, though. Let me tell you that much.
That is a great question. And do you think that if it's less than Tomlin, and I would imagine it's less than Tomlin, that they would spread the money around and give him a bigger staff if he wants one?
I would hope so, right? You would have to, because, it's not like people were knocking down Mike McCarthy's door, right? It's not like he was like, no, I don't want this unless you give me this. You're coming back to your hometown with a decent roster, and you have no other options at age 62. You would imagine that drives the price down rather than up. I'm not a big fan of just having people on the roster just to have them, on the coaching staff, just to have them on the coaching staff. I think you need good people on the coaching staff, people that been there, done that. Maybe that costs more money than, say, the assistant special teams coach. That's where I would focus on. If you're bringing in offensive assistants and, or defensive consultants, that's where the route I would like to go, rather than they tend to do a lot of, entry-level guys at those positions where they don't have to pay them too much. So let's get some people in here that have been there and done that in high levels. And McCarthy has a Rolodex probably huge, right? I mean, how many coaches? And that's the one thing. If we want to sit there and complain about Tomlin's coaching tree, Mike McCarthy got a pretty doggone good coaching tree. So at least that goes by the wayside.
Mark, how do you think the players are feeling about this? TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, DK Metcalf. How do you think they're? Do you think they're excited? Do you think they have a lot of respect for McCarthy?
Yeah, I think they do. Offensively, you have to love it if you're Metcalf, right? You're looking at some of the receivers that McCarthy's worked with CeeDee Lamb to anybody in Green Bay, the Jordy Nelsons and the James Jones, all those guys. He's turned into pretty solid superstar. Devontae Adams. You just go on and on with that. So he has to love it. I think the defense is just worried about not just ripping it apart. And this tells me that they're not ripping it apart at all. You're going to see a lot of these people back. Of course, he's going to put his twist on the defense and on roster in general. But I'm sure if you're coming in here and saying this, the guy's won the Super Bowl, the guy's been 18 years in the league, you can't just dismiss him as, an entry-level guy that we're just starting over. So I think probably everybody would be thrilled to have this as they're hired as a player. Fans are differently, and us media people might be different, but I think the players would really welcome him and really like this hire.
Mark, there's a popular narrative out there that I want to run by you to see if you agree, or you may have heard something that makes you think it's factual. And also, I'll ask you the very question we started with today that we haven't asked you yet. That's next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
News reported on Saturday, Mike McCarthy to be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, just the fourth in the franchise's history in the Super Bowl era. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, crews have cleared the earlier accidents, reopening the intersection of East and East Ohio Streets on the north side. We also had another one that was off to the side on the inbound Parkway North, approaching the Veterans Bridge. Traffic is moving along on both those roadways right now. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the pickle today.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
One final segment with Mark Kaboly. Kaboom. There's this narrative out there that maybe some of these coaching candidates wanted bigger staffs, better facilities, yada, yada, yada. And because Mike McCarthy didn't really have any other options, they went with the cheap hire. Do you think that's what went down?
No. I mean, are any of those guys in position to go up to Art Rooney and say, yeah, I want this job, but only if X, Y, and Z is met? You think Nate Schillhouse would say that? You think Chris Schuler would say that? Absolutely not.
All right, so just wanted to get that out of the way. Okay, so here's this then. Are they in a better position today with Mike McCarthy than they were with Mike Tomlin?
Yeah, I guess I would probably say yeah, just because it's a different – people like to say it's Mike Tomlin 2.0. It's not. You just can't have two more opposite people. I think personality-wise, scheme-wise, everything-wise. I mean, he's a 62-year-old man that's been in the league for 18 years who has an offensive mindset that's totally different than what Tomlin brings. I understand the record. You look at it and only the one Super Bowl. But if you needed a change, just a voice, which is still debatable, yeah, I mean, this is like, I think you have a better chance to be successful right now and into the future with McCarthy, say, than one of those younger guys. Could one of those younger guys be great? Yeah, I mean, they could turn out to be the next Sean McVay, but they could also turn out to be the next Jonathan Gannon too. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this was a safe bet for the Steelers. That might be the way you have to look at it, but I don't think you can deny what he's been able to do over his career here, and saying that this team is in a decent shape right now with him at the helm. I think people will eventually come around him. I know everybody probably listening right now just absolutely hates this hire, but I think eventually, as it sets in more and as you see some of the moves he makes, I think you're probably going to change their mind a little bit.
I wonder who he's going to hire for offensive line. I do believe his offensive lines have been pretty good underneath him, from Green Bay to Dallas. So I think that's a crucial position hire because of how young the offensive line is.
Yeah, and you saw what Art Rooney told the Labs yesterday, that he mentioned offensive line coach right up there with offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. So that pretty much told me Pat Meyer's not coming back, right? I don't know. I don't know who he has ties with.
Joe Philbin's a guy who he has worked with multiple times as an offensive line coach, who might be a guy. I
just hope it's not. Honestly, I would like to have people he's familiar with, but I just don't want the whole staff being former retreads, so to speak. I want some new blood in there as well, and I'm sure he'll do that. I don't know. I mean, offensive line coach is offensive line coach. I mean, I'm sure everybody wants Munchak to come back, right? I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, it's a huge hire, because not only is you got the young guys on the right side, you got some a little shakeup coming on the left side potentially, if say Malu probably maybe doesn't come back, and who knows the Dylan Cook, Broderick Jones situation. So that is a significant hire, and he wouldn't have mentioned it if he didn't think it was too.
Mark, this was wonderful. Please be careful shoveling yourself out later. Doran, I will see you tomorrow. I'm happy we were able to do this. What?
Why don't you tell Doran to be careful shoveling out today?
Doran is 6'2" and built like a brick you-know-what house, and can finish his driveway in 37 minutes. It's going to take you 6 years to get out of there, Kaboli.
You know what? I'm really contemplating letting Mother Nature take care of it next week.
Well, Mark,
that's what I'm doing.
Oh, great. All right. Well, I'll see you guys next Monday then, I guess. All right. Starkey is in here because young Austin Bechtold picked him up. We'll talk to Yins tomorrow at 5:40. Callis, great job keeping everything together today with all of us in different locations. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. I think the snow is done. Feels like temperatures around 0 degrees. Look at that. Look at that. Kaboli signs off. Probably just walking on over to the commode. Doran's done. Probably going to crack himself a morning beer.
You said Doran's built like a brick house. What am I built like?
You know that skyscraper that dude climbed?
No.
That's what you're built like. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and 0% financing for 60 months, $1,000 off, plus a bonus vacation voucher. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
Oh! This never
been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems around the area. In fact, a couple of disabled vehicles. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Looking at another disabled vehicle, this one on the inbound side of the parkway east of Wilkinsburg. It has been cleared away, but you could find some leftover delays. We also have a disabled vehicle on the outbound side. It's blocking a lane at the Churchill interchange. And watch for crews doing some road work on the inbound side of the Parkway West. This is right around the Route 51 ramps. If you're traveling the parkways east and west, you're mainly steady, though, into their respective tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Malsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, in the midst of the snowiest weekend in about 15 years, right beforehand, the Steelers made a decision that might make people feel 15 years older. Mike McCarthy is the new Steelers head coach, as the Steelers announced that they verbally agreed to a deal with McCarthy on Saturday. They further confirmed it, putting out some stats and numbers about McCarthy on Sunday. And Art Rooney speaking on how he thinks the fan base will love Coach Mike. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. We're all here for you. It's a snow day, and it's a Monday Pomp and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, I was thrown off by the music here. I didn't know it was the start of the show.
Neither did I. We were talking in here and we forgot what time it was. What time is it? It's game time.
We were talking about the weather and all its permutations and effects. I don't know how I got here today. Yes, I do. Limits and his wonderful father drove me. They picked me up. I didn't know if I was going to get here.
Austin. Call him now. He'll be there.
How did you get here? How'd you get out of your driveway?
It's just plowing. I don't even know. And now I got to go back and somehow get back in, change, and go in to do TV tonight. So I got to figure out how to do it.
My whole body
I am
hurts.
not, I have heart stuff going on. I'm not going to be a hero out there.
Yeah. Heart stuff you have going on. I know you do.
So.
And you got to be careful about that. I did all my shoveling last night. And then the plow came, and he's just doing his job, right? But then the plow came, and then the whole front of the driveway was covered with what amounted to a 10-foot wall, Bob.
I know.
You know what I did at that point? I threw away the shovel, and I just started crashing into this wall of snow to break it down. Like I was Bob Spillane against Derrick Henry at the goal line. It was actually fun.
So I understand those guys. There's not, where are you going to put it? You got to put it somewhere, right? But it's always in front of your driveway.
Yeah.
And it is a big amount of snow.
So. Now my daughter's car is stuck in the driveway because I tried to pull it out, and the ice grooves, even though I wanted to pull back straight, kept kicking me over to the hedges where the snow is. Do you know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah.
And so then I couldn't get it out. Then I was swearing. My wife said the whole neighborhood heard me swearing. And then when I got here, I offered these guys who are doing the steps out here cold cash to go back to my house and dig out her car. And the guy said, I'm not allowed to do that. I said, what about after work? I can't just hire you as a freelancer. I'll give you $100, whatever.
They said no to that.
He said no. Yeah, I'll give you $100 if you want to do it, Bob.
No.
Limits?
You can ask, you give me any money. I won't do it. He'll do it. Austin,
I'll do it.
1-800-AUSTIN. He's got a pickup thing. He's got a snow removal.
My car would not have made it here today. I'm pretty
Your
confident
driveway
in
is
saying
bigger
that.
than Mulsey's cranium. How'd you get out of your driveway?
Well, our neighbor is awesome. Mark has a plow.
Oh,
so
I'll pay him $100 to get my daughter's car out.
He plows ours, he plows his, and he plows a couple other people in the block where his family lives. And he probably plowed it 3 times, including once this morning, like right before we were about to leave, which was great. And it took a lot of digging out, but thankfully my dad has a huge, car, a 4-wheel drive car. Mine is not. I probably wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, your dad's
Here's my little
nice.
advice for people who do have 4-wheel drive, and I understand it's important to have, but that does not mean you have to speed. Coming over here today, there are a couple people who I think had that thought, well, I'm on a 4-wheel drive, I can do what I want. It will not help you stop. When you put on brakes, that 4-wheel drive does not matter, and there's still roads out there you got to watch out for.
Is that a fact, Limits? Was Bob factual in that observation?
4-wheel drive doesn't make you stop.
You're going to get a lot of 4-wheel drivers texting you right now at 412-928-9373.
I'm just saying, if you go at a higher rate of speed, when you slam on the brakes,
right. Yeah.
I don't think it makes a difference. I don't think 4-wheel drive helps you get up things and helps you, do what you got to do that way. But
it definitely helps with traction.
It does, but it won't help you stop if you slam on. That's what I think. Now,
do you have 4-wheel drive?
I do, but I don't go fast anyway. Even if I didn't or did, I won't go fast.
How do you kick it in, Bob? Does it come on automatically, or you have to press a button?
There's a little button. Switch it over.
Huh. You know what I'm worried about now is all the snow on my roof. Both in back and now I'm thinking the house is going to cave in because it's going to freeze now.
Now it's going to
be a block of ice.
It's going to be heavy.
How do you get it off the roof?
You don't. And you won't for how many more days?
Roof.
I ain't going on the roof.
You got to go on the roof and have a broom.
Did you do that?
No, we did with our gazebo. And now the gazebo is full of snow again.
I know. It's a nightmare, Bob.
Yeah, and the temperature really bothers me how this is going because it's supposed to be -11 by the weekend. And then, that you're right. It turns into a heavier block of ice.
It's a block of ice. All right.
All right, we better stop.
Let's get to the show. I'm glad that we made it today. Look at Harry Callis getting into his car back there, Bob. He's in a T-shirt. All he has on is a yellow T-shirt and a pair of pants. Look at him. What a sight. What a sight in the parking lot. Did you see that,
Limits? Is it true that he slept here last night?
He slept in the back, yeah.
Wow.
Probably on one of the couches.
Bob, he didn't even brush off. That's his white. Does he have a white
That's
Bronco?
his car. No, it's not a white Bronco.
It's an OJ Bronco? Look at this. He didn't even wipe off his windows, and he's pulling out. Like a polar bear, Harry looks like out there.
If he has one of those OJ Broncos, he'll go very slow.
Unbelievable. What a legend he's become, huh, Bob?
Well, that's good for him. He slept here. Probably a smart move. You didn't have to wake up and worry about coming in. You're already here.
Where do you sleep if you're here, Limits, by the way?
There's a couch back in the bullpen that he might have went to.
Barely. Doesn't
barely.
Christine Fallon has a couch in her office, I think.
Yeah. I think if you've been employed here, you've probably slept there at least once.
Yeah. Tell you what, Ron would have walked here today, uphill both ways. He would have been here at 5 o'clock playing solitaire on his computer.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
Bob, we begin with a fact today. Are you ready for the fact of the century? And I think we have a little bit of news to talk about, don't we, over the weekend? I hope everybody's sitting down for this one. I don't know if Crowley said it or not. The New England Patriots have as many playoff wins in the past 3 weeks as the Steelers have in the past 15 years. May I repeat that, Limits? May I repeat that, please? Am I right about that, first of all?
Well,
I kept
15
checking
years.
it.
I'm trying to go back 15 years now.
Limits,
for sure,
am I right about
for sure,
that?
for 10 years, I think. I don't know about 15.
No, I kept checking it, Bob. Here's the Steelers' playoff history. Am I right about that fact, Limits? Fact check me. Limits?
So that will be dating back to 2011 or 2010?
2011. All I see on their playoff history is 2016 they had 2, and 2015 they had 1. So count them up, Bob. 11 through 25 is 15 years.
You're right.
You're right.
So let me repeat the fact, because it's so unbelievable that I keep thinking I'm wrong.
Especially since they had to go through back-to-back bad seasons, and then they're right back to where they were when Brady was here.
The New England Patriots have as many playoff wins in the past 3 weeks as the Steelers have in the past 15 years. The Patriots went from great, like dynastically great, to good, to bad, to horrible, and now to great again. They're going to the Super Bowl. They've won, I don't know, what 16 of 18, 19?
9-0 on the road
I don't know
here
what
this
they
year.
are.
Never before has that occurred.
And during that whole time, the Steelers stayed the same. And that brings us to an Art Rooney quote from right after Mike Tomlin resigned about the idea of a reset, a rebuild, something instead of staying the same while a team like the Patriots goes from great to good to bad to horrible to great again in the time that the Steelers keep going 10-8 with wild card blowout losses. And now look, the Patriots are on the verge of perhaps a 7th Super Bowl title, which would vault them past the Steelers into first place all time. What does Art think of the idea of even a quick rebuild?
I mean, I'm not sure why you waste a year of your life not trying to contend. Obviously, your roster is what it is every year. It changes every year. And so you deal with, what you have every year and try to put yourself in position to compete every year. And sometimes you have the horses, sometimes you don't. But I think you try every year.
I know why, Bob. You waste a year of your life to get a quarterback.
It's all about the quarterback.
To get a quarterback.
Even more so than a coach, it's about the quarterback. You got to get a quarterback.
That's why you do it. Now, did the Patriots intentionally go 3-14? I don't remember the mechanics of that. Maybe they got there organically. Great. Good for them. They got Drake May from a 3-14 season. If you're unable to get there organically and you have 3 playoff wins in the past 15 years and none in the last 9, and you go 10-8 every year and get blown out of the wild card round, if you can't get to that place organically, then you need to make it happen. And he never made it happen. And they're still running in place. And here comes Mike McCarthy, another Mike who can't win playoff games. And that brings us to our reaction. A reaction Monday. The Steelers have a new coach. Bob, the floor is yours. Do you like the hire?
Well, first let me say I have a lot of respect for Mike McCarthy and what he's done. And he is an offensive guy. But I thought they were going to go through the process, which to me meant meeting with Chris Shula, with Nate Scheelhaus, with anyone else who they've had on their list.
You should say Scheelhaas.
Scheelhaas or Steelhaas if he comes here as an OC. Who knows? But I would have thought they did that for the simple reason that back when Mike Tomlin was hired, he was the guy who could have been Nate Shieldhouse. They could have waited all the way and interviewed him, and then they said they were blown away. Well, you're reducing any chance of having a blown away conversation with Shula or Shieldhouse, right? So I would have thought they'd go through that process. If at the end they make this decision, okay, they went through the process. But they didn't even go through the process. That was my one disappointment thought. As far as Mike McCarthy is concerned, I do note that a lot of us were talking about offensive needs. They have to get better offensively, think better, do things differently. Well, he does do that. I mean, he went to Dallas, and they still had two of the top scoring seasons in the NFL, number one in each of those years when it came to scoring points. He knows what he's doing offensively, and he does have the reputation of developing quarterbacks. So from that point of view, that's fine. But also, you have to consider the postseason. What he's not been able to do is the same hurdle that Mike Tomlin has gone through. So at this point, I'm going to say it's okay. I would have preferred them waiting for the other guys, but I also know that some of these guys might be here anyway as part of his coaching staff.
Yeah,
I think as important as him and getting the job, it's what he brings in. And if they're really good, coordinators specifically who can elevate themselves to getting head jobs themselves down the road. So, you could still end up, and I know it's unlikely, but Shieldhouse could still come here as a guy who is going to learn under Mike McCarthy and then leave at some point to be a head coach. You still can get the guy from Miami, Anthony Weaver, who apparently they were impressed with as a defensive coordinator. There still is the thought you can get Jim Schwartz, maybe a guy who was in Cleveland and regarded as one of the best defensive guys. It's important not so much to get 30 coaches. It's important to get the best ones you could find. That's where I think the next step has to be in whatever they decide to do. But as far as McCarthy, he is what he is. He's a proven winner, especially early in his career, not so much recently, but he is an offensive mind. And I think a lot of people wanted an offensive mind. They also thought the only one out there was maybe Shieldhouse. I would have included Clint Kubiak in this, by the way. And
how is he not the hottest prospect on the market?
And I was surprised they had the other Kubiak on the list, not him. So
they got the wrong Kubiak, Bob. It's like getting Derek Watt.
So that was the one thing I really thought would happen. They go through the entire process because there was no one knocking on McCarthy's door anyway, other than the Tennessee Titans, and he pulled off.
It's like when the Pirates got the wrong Smith and Jigba. They got the wrong Kubiak.
How about Jackson Smith and Jigba? Man, what a
good
talent that guy is. What about Sam Darnold? Whew. You talk about quarterbacks.
Under Clint Kubiak.
He was available for everyone to take it. You think Minnesota's really kicking themselves now?
How do you not interview that guy? You said a lot there, Bob, and it was very compelling. Give a letter grade to this hire.
I would say C, but
so would I.
I mean, potential to go higher.
So would I. I was hoping the Steelers would get their next great young coach. And Mike Tomlin was great for about 5 years, and then he was never great again. But I was hoping they would identify that guy. And it's interesting, you talk about McCarthy as an offensive guy. That's true. But I can't help but notice that two defensive guys are squaring off in the Super Bowl here. McDonald and Vrabel. I also can't help but notice that this idea, because Mike McCarthy developed or brought the most out of a young Aaron Rodgers, does that mean he's going to bring the most out of a young, Will Howard? Aaron Rodgers might be the most talented, physically gifted quarterback who has ever walked this planet. Give him another guy like that to work with. That would be great. Where do you get that guy? And as far as Dak Prescott goes, he threw 30 touchdowns the year before McCarthy got there. So I don't know.
I'm not saying he developed.
No. I know you didn't.
I'm saying that he took him and turned it into the number one scoring offense in the league in Dallas twice. And I think that's important because that's what they want to do here. They want to get better.
Well, let's get Dak Prescott then is my point. Let's get a young Aaron Rodgers is my point. I'm going to give this a C as well. There are certain things I like. Mike McCarthy's hired a lot of good people over the years. He unlike Tomlin, has shown an ability to identify quality assistant coaches for the most part.
Yes.
When I look back at his history, I do like that. And he does absolutely no offense. But to me, and by this point, 3 days later, It just seems like Mike Tomlin 2.0. It really does. It's a guy who has a very similar resume. Started out incredibly well, won a Super Bowl within 5 years, did not maximize a Hall of Fame quarterback, and then forgot how to win in the playoffs. And he has one playoff win in his last 7 seasons. Tomlin famously had none in his last 9. It just seems like an extension of what we were doing. I don't really care about the age so much, although I would have liked them to identify the up-and-coming riser. But people win in their 60s in the NFL. Sean Payton was just in the AFC Championship at age 62. Belichick, Reed, both won well into their 60s. It could work. I just didn't like the process, and I have a really bad feeling that they're going to wind up in the same place as ever. And I listened to that Art quote, and I think to myself, man, would it not have been great 1 or 2 of these years to reset, rebuild, whatever you want to call it? They just keep running in place, and I don't see this as a hire that gets them out of that trend. I give it a C as well. Limits, give it a letter grade.
I give it an F. It's an F for me. I said before the process that it would have been a D for McCarthy if he was ultimately hired, because I thought they were going to go young, up and coming. I do like the McCarthy as an offensive mind, and I do like the Pittsburgh ties. But the process was absolutely ridiculous. That they did not even interview Shieldhouse or Shula in person, I think it's flat out ridiculous to me. Plus,
especially when you consider this, Limits. If Jerry Dulac's reporting was accurate, Shieldhouse absolutely blew them away with a, quote, Tomlin-like interview. So why wouldn't you want a second one?
Jerry also said, and I'm not going to, he used the word retreads.
He said absolutely no retreads.
No retreads.
So when I saw that, I thought, okay, good. They're going to go back and do what they typically do when they're faced with this situation. They're going to go after, and that's why I wanted to see them go through the process with all these guys. And if Mike McCarthy were a hot commodity, okay, maybe that changes your mind, but he wasn't. And, you know, there weren't people knocking on his door other than Tennessee, and he withdrew from Tennessee. They went in a different direction. So I would have taken my time. I know there are, you know, senior bowls and all these bowls coming up that people want to get to, but you have a staff to do that. So I think they kind of rushed this one. I would have waited. And
so C, and F. What's your reaction out there? I think I know, but I'd like to hear it anyway at 412-928-9370. Bob Labriola wrote an interesting piece at Steelers.com, and he doesn't follow me on Twitter, Bob. Should I be offended by that? Does he follow you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to tell him to follow you?
I don't think he will. He probably thinks I'm negative. Of course, the team that he works for has now gone 9 straight years without even coming close to a playoff win. Not even coming close. Hey, when we compared the Raiders and the Steelers' job openings, by the way, the Raiders have the number 1 pick in the draft, incredible facilities, tons of cap space, and they have come close to winning a playoff game in the last 9 years. They went right down to the wire, and I think in 2022 with the Bengals, had the ball at the Bengals 9 with a chance to tie or win. The Raiders have come closer to winning a playoff game than the Steelers in the last 9 years. Let's not forget about that. Anyway, Labriola made some interesting points, including that Chuck Noll himself was greeted to negative reviews when he was hired. So,
and if I recall, so was Mike Tomlin. Just because it was well known, at least many people thought Grimm was going to get that job.
Right. I don't think people were doing backflips, as he termed it. However, I think you've probably found this on your shows, Limits, I'm sure, in your circle of friends and people and fans out there, Steeler fans. You've experienced this. I know I did yesterday on the air and just in general. You should see the comments under Labriola's story. It's unbelievable. 135,000 views. I'll just read them in order. Not all 135,000, Bob, but it's not like
we only have 4 hours.
It's not like I'm cherry picking the bad ones. Labriola says, because what he brought to the table was attractive and what he wasn't were not deal breakers, the Steelers ended their coaching search Saturday by hiring Mike McCarthy. Bobson Dugnut starts out.
Dugnut?
That's got to be one of the
Dugnut's sister or
that's
brother.
That's got to be one of the least inspiring and bland explanations I've seen. Nico, we are officially a joke franchise. Art II has tarnished the Rooney name. Next, it can be argued that they really didn't start the interview process. Horrible hire. What a joke. Steelers, a ridiculously stagnant organization. I promise you I'm reading these in order. That one's too long, but it's negative. He's washed up. I can't wait for fans to chant fire McCarthy at the draft. Boo. This is an embarrassing hire for Rooney. Did you start laughing in his face during the interview, this guy says to Labs, who interviewed Rooney? We're going to go over those quotes in a minute. In other words, he's from Pittsburgh, so how long until the fan base turns on him? The Steelers will now be a doormat for several. It's unbelievable, the reaction around town to this, and it's a Pittsburgh guy. But you know what? It sounds like we're in the same boat. Are you out there at 412-928-9370, 928-9370? It feels like an incredibly uninspiring hire. Could it work? It could. It could. If Mike McCarthy finds a way to win a playoff game or two, then we can look back and say it worked. And he's been on the verge. He's come closer than Tomlin, I'll say. He actually won one a few years back with Dallas. They actually won a playoff game. So it could. He may hire some interesting coordinators. We'll talk about that again in a while. But in the meantime, Bob, this has started with absolutely almost zero excitement. None. This feels like what the stadium looked like in the second half of the playoff game with the Texans. However, and I wonder if you agree with this, I think, and I'm taking my glasses off for this.
I saw.
I think things change on a dime if Mike McCarthy says one thing at his news conference. When is the news conference? Do we know?
I would imagine it's going to be sometime this week, but I don't think they're going to do it in the next few days just because of the travel conditions.
If he says something to the effect of, I love Will Howard, loved watching his tape, and he's going to have every chance to play here, something to that effect, you will go from all this criticism to practically a ticker tape parade in a matter of seconds. He can completely change people's opinions because you know as well as I do, Will Howard is the fan favorite here. He's the guy. So I think things could change rapidly based on the news conference. And you know he's going to win the news conference anyway because he speaks Pittsburghese. He's a Pittsburgh guy, which is actually cool. It's just not a prerequisite for a job, I don't think. But he's going to win that news conference, and he may win it big if he accentuates the Will Howard factor. Do you agree?
Yes, because I think in the minds of people that will indicate a change in the direction of where they're going in terms of we're not going to bring in another veteran who we're going to bring in here and start just because we feel the need to do it. I think, as I've told you, I think last week before this hire ever happened, I want to see the kid get a chance anyway. They have to figure out the quarterback position. So, yes, that's big, but I also think when he announces his coaching staff, that's going to be the real indication. You may find some names on there that are really worth talking about. And if his coaching staff is strong, then I think that whole situation turns differently than it is right now. I think anytime you hire a new coach, you're going to get pluses and negatives. But if this were a young Shieldhouse, people would have loved it. It would have been universally, okay, good. But that doesn't guarantee anything either. I think you have to wait and see what he does with his staff and how he proceeds with the offensive people that he has. I will say this. Again, I'm going to go back to Dallas days because I know he did a really good job. And what I liked about his offense in Green Bay was that he utilized a lot of three receiver sets.
In Green Bay?
Yes, in Green Bay. But he was good about, targeting a lot of different people. Eventually, Jordy Nelson became, when he sees talent, he'll utilize it. He's also not just going to put it on there because you're on the roster. You got to earn it. I'm talking about offensively. He has his moments where he, when it comes to, clock management, like every coach, he butchers some of those or whatever. But in Dallas, he took over a team that was minus 78, I think it was, in point differential. And the very next year, they were plus 172. The next year after that, they were plus 125. And they were, a team that scored a lot of points. If you can find a quarterback in his system who can execute what he wants, you can see a big difference in their offense. And I think more than anything else, that's what people want to see around here. They want to see more defense. Sure, you got to have defense. But if you outscore people and you score a lot of points, people will be engaged with this team, I think.
Can you imagine, and it's not out of the realm, there's lots of names we can throw around, if the Steelers, if he has a staff where it's Scheelhaus and
Weaver.
Schwartz.
Or Schwartz.
Can you imagine that, Bob?
Two guys just pulled out of the Brown search again, that Udinsky or whatever his name.
Yeah.
What are they doing in Cleveland?
They're going to hire Ron Cook eventually. They're not going to have anybody. Nobody wants the job.
Questionnaire they're making you go through, a profile of your personality.
Andrew Berry is regarded the way Tomlin regarded him. It would seem as a complete joke. And I'm wondering how people regard the Bills hierarchy right now as well.
So Rivers is still alive for that?
No, he pulled himself out
Why was
today.
he even a candidate?
It's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. However, they have Josh Allen.
Right.
So that's a great job.
Absolutely, it's a great job. You have a quarterback. That's the first one. I said that's more important than your head coach.
So here's the worst case scenario. What would Mike McCarthy be like without a quarterback? Ponder that one for a minute, because we've never really seen it. He had Aaron Rodgers, and credit to him, something tells me that a lot of coaches would have developed Aaron Rodgers, but he did. He's the one who did. And he had a built-in Dak Prescott, already a 30-touchdown guy. What would Mike McCarthy be like with no quarterback? Are we about to find out?
You might. And I think that's the true of a lot of coaches. As I said, the quarterback position is the most important.
Yes.
You get that right, it doesn't matter who your coach is. You still should be good. You may not be great, but you still should be good. Coaching does matter, as we've seen over the weekend.
Sure.
But quarterback matters more. We saw Bo Nix go down. Your guy, Bo Nix, and what happened?
They win that game with Bo Nix.
I agree. But they may still would have won the game had they kicked the field goal in the first half, knowing you have a quarterback who hasn't played all year. Got to take points when you can get them. But they didn't.
Art tells Bob Labriola, and I quote, "I think Mike was very comfortable with the quarterback room and the possibilities with the quarterback room." The quarterback room is Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. Who on earth is comfortable with that?
Unless he's going to say, full stop, we're gonna go with a young quarterback, and we're gonna see what happens. And we're gonna commit to that young quarterback. And if we're not good enough, it may lead you to what you want next year drafting.
And that's fine. But nobody in their right mind would be, quote, comfortable right now with the Steelers quarterback room. There's no comfort to be had there.
The comfort may come from knowing that he has time to do this. And it may not be just a one-year thing. I think people think when you hear comfort, he's not comfortable with the situation. He's comfortable knowing he has time to make that situation right, potentially.
Does he? Because if you have a losing record now, then according to Art, you just wasted a year of his life.
As you say, if it's organic, that's different. You can't control that. Rosters change, as he said. So if he comes in here and decides, like the last thing I want to see is some veteran guy, and I don't want Aaron Rodgers back. I don't know how you feel. I don't care what the relationship was or wasn't. I don't want to go down that path again. And I certainly don't want to wait 3 months before we have an answer from him. I think he owes it to them to answer quickly.
I think he will this year. Yeah.
But I don't want to start that. I'd rather figure out a way to just see what I have, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then you can reload that position next draft.
Where were you, Bob, when the news came down? I was driving home from a Duquesne women's basketball game.
Where was I? I think, what time did it happen again?
Maybe 2 o'clock or so, Limits. Was that it on Saturday?
Yeah, I think it was right around
I was at home.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Relaxing by the fire?
No. I was in the garage rearranging some things. And I saw it, and I yelled up to my wife, they have a new coach. She goes, Scheelhaus. I said, no.
That would have been so great.
She just loves that name, too.
Everybody does. Bob, have you used your nutcracker at the house this holiday season or no?
Not yet. It's
getting
in storage.
late.
I know. We many nuts were cracked, but we didn't use the nutcracker.
All right, Limits. Let's open the lines and get reactions to Mike McCarthy.
All right, let's start with Vincent in Columbus.
Hello, Vincent.
Morning,
and by the way, say hello to Artie Smith if you run into him in Columbus.
Yeah, how about that?
Word is that he's going to invigorate that Jonnu Smith still has eligibility, and he's going to invigorate the Buckeyes tight end run game.
The one thing he has is NIL money potentially with the FedEx tie. I don't know how much that goes into play.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Saturday was a really tough day for me. It was just rough. It's a very I give it an F grade because it basically feels like a C grade because it's more the same: average, mediocre, mid. And it frustrates me too, knowing, like, watching the games yesterday, seeing the Patriots back in the Super Bowl, and I'm like actually wondering, are the Patriots going to have more Super Bowls by the 8 more Super Bowls by the next time the Steelers win a playoff game?
Oh, they may have another dynasty, tear it down, rebuild, and win another Super Bowl while the Steelers are going 10-8, and Art's telling everybody we're in contention, and that's what you want every year. Even though reasonable people know the Steelers really haven't been in contention for a Super Bowl in a long, long time.
They're just a parody of themselves now. Like, that's what it feels like, a complete parody. And I almost want to call them the Midberg Steelers now, because it's like just the middle. That's all that matters, and keeping the standard. So,
Bob, mid is the word that the kids are using these days, I think. Is that right, Limits? Mid for something that's average or mediocre?
What, 6'7", 6'7", 6'7"? What is that?
Huh? What? What did Bob say?
I'm not even going to address what Bob said.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, no.
I see people
Did Bob
saying
say something bad.
No, it's
Don't
just a
say it again,
viral
Bob.
meme.
What?
It's just a viral meme.
We're moving on before we get fired. Thank you, sir.
No,
Tell
you won't
Alex
get
Smith,
fired for
or
that.
Alex Smith, Artie Smith, that we said hello. Alex Smith likes the hire. He worked with
Bill
Mike
Cowher
McCarthy.
loves the hire.
Does it worry you at all that Mike McCarthy, the quarterback guru, thought Alex Smith was a better prospect than Aaron Rodgers, Bob?
Did he feel that way?
Rodgers felt that McCarthy felt that way.
Well, I think it was probably a young Aaron Rodgers. He hadn't seen enough yet, maybe. Or I don't know. All I know is he was there for 3 years before he got a shot, and when he got a shot, he took off. And so McCarthy was the guy calling the plays. That's another thing I like about him. He has, I think, a pretty good vision of what an offense is supposed to look like. So
that is a plus. There's no doubt. Next.
Here is Justin. He's in Robinson.
But I would argue it's easier to make that offense work with Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott than what he's comfortable in the quarterback room.
No matter
with
who
here.
would have been the head coach here, if it would have been one of those young guys we're talking about, they still had the same problems coming in with this roster.
For sure.
So,
but what apparently gave him the advantage is his experience in such situations. And my only point is, if you give him a young Aaron Rodgers or an already accomplished Dak Prescott, that would be wonderful. I don't know where that guy's coming from.
But I think that would be true no matter who is the head coach here, whether it's Shula, Shiehouse, anyone else. They got to deal with this situation, which is the most important situation.
It's all about the quarterback, Bob.
Yep.
Chuck Knowles post Terry Bradshaw years. How did they go?
Yeah, no matter what. I mean, you can look at some of the years that Bill Cowher had, where he was, going back and forth with different quarterbacks.
Mike Tomlin and Bill Cowher are 30. What was it? 15 and 19. If they lasted that long, would be a combined 34 years without a Super Bowl if it weren't for Ben. He won them both Super Bowls. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Justin.
How you doing, fellas?
Good.
All right, so I got 3 points I want to bring up. My first point is I'm just convinced that there's no way that Mike McCarthy would have even gotten an interview if he wasn't a Pittsburgh guy. And I know some people are happy about that, but my thoughts are like, is that really something I want to weigh in on and have it be a factor whenever I'm hiring a coach? And it's just like something that sours it for me and just feels unimaginative for that reason.
Let me ask these guys this question because that's a great point. It's a yes or no question. If Mike McCarthy was from Sioux Falls, Idaho, would he have gotten an interview?
I don't think the Pittsburgh thing should be considered. I don't. I never did with any of them.
Well, I think it was at least a little bit.
It's a nice story, but
I don't think he would have gotten an interview. Limits, do you?
No, but I think his connection, Omar Khan and Andy Weidel from New Orleans, is probably what trumped that even more than his connection to Pittsburgh.
Do you agree with that, Bob?
Yes. I think there is something in the coaching connection chain. Whenever you are with someone, see that person, dealt with that person, you feel something about the person that maybe others don't. So, yes, I think that was more of a factor than being from Pittsburgh.
And I meant to ask you this, Bob. And I'm sorry, sir, because your first point was so good that it sparked all this conversation. Do you think this was an Omar Khan hire? I realize that Art obviously has the hammer to say yes or no at the end. But was this an Omar Khan hire? I think yes.
I think yes also. I think he had the most to say about Mike McCarthy. So therefore, yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the two more things I want to bring up is, given that no one else was courting McCarthy for the job, I don't understand why we couldn't have at least had him waiting in the wings until, like you mentioned earlier, that we could have interviewed somebody from the Rams staff, and then, he would be the backup plan if it didn't work out with those people. So
yeah,
that was my second point.
Plus, you may have been blown away, as reportedly they were with Shieldhouse in the first place. If you're blown away, that opened the door for Mike Tomlin back in the day. And they waited, did more interviews, and he got the opportunity to make his case. And who knows? One of those guys could have made that case too.
Man, it just feels like they settled on McCarthy real early, that Omar did. And the second they were done complying with NFL rules and regulations, the Rooney Rule, the second they were done with it, McCarthy was hired. Your first 2 points were absolutely incrinculant. What's your third?
I heard my third measures up. My third point, and it's a comment and a question, but basically, we saw it in the last few years. We tried to go with the star-studded quarterback that had the Super Bowl victory in, Wilson and Rodgers. It didn't work out. Then we tried to go for the free agent that maybe didn't have the chance that they could have otherwise had and made the most of it, like Trubbs and Fields. That didn't work out. So I know McCarthy is known to be a guy that can develop quarterbacks, but I'm at the point where I don't want to go for the free agency signing. I don't want Willis. I don't want Rodgers back. And I just want to see them try and develop somebody young. So I want to get your thoughts on that one. And that's all I had. So you guys stay safe.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Too.
That was the call of the century limits. What was his name?
That was elite from Justin and Robinson.
There's something about Robinson, guys,
So, there's many ways to get him, Bob. Sam Darnold's playing in the Super Bowl. You get a talented guy who's been damaged in his career, physically, psychologically, and you put him with a great offensive mind. And I think that Darnold started to turn around in San Fran with Shanahan.
Yes.
And Kubiak, I might add. And now he's back with Kubiak in Seattle. And look what he did yesterday. He went full playoff Joe Flacco from 2012. So you can get him that way. You can identify a guy. You can draft a guy. You can trade for a guy, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff, all of that. The question for me is, do you have the right sort of quarterback minds in place on your staff? And really, ultimately, do you give yourself at least one shot over the years at that top 10, top 5 pick? 11 in Ben's case, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the
best
best
way.
But
That's the best way to do it.
there are others.
There are others. But, yeah, you have to be in a position to draft these guys, and you can't necessarily reach because you'll be wasting your time in most cases, and you have to start that process all over. So even Sam Darnold, even though he's on 5 different teams, he was a 3rd overall draft pick of the Jets.
That's right.
So he still had that blue blood kind of quality, but it just didn't work because he didn't have the right people around him. It took a long time. He went from seeing ghosts to being Ghostbusters where he is right now. He's unbelievable. And do you think Minnesota's kicking themselves? They thought they had the right guy with J.J. McCarthy, and now they seem to be going in a different direction already.
Carolina, Minnesota, the Jets all had him. They couldn't get out of him what Seattle is right now. 412-928-9370 off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Man, let's get to all of this coming up. Who we think the coordinators are going to be, your letter grades on the hire. We got all kinds of things happening. Also, a little Andrew McCutcheon flap we'll get to in a little while. First, Bob, you have a message for the populace.
I do. And if you didn't know any better, it's winter. Just look outside. Just go through what we went through, trying to get out of our driveways today. But you know what? Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects. Why? Because where are you going? You need it done. Get it done before summer and spring comes. West Shore Home is making it easier than ever for their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling simple, easy, and very, very well done. From the first consultation you get to the final installation you get, their team handles everything. So you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket, and the job is complete. That's how long it goes. Winter savings event, that's what they call it. You can get free installation on your next project. You can get started with no money down. And this includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing rates that make it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of the highly trained employees they have. They're installers. They've been trained by them. There are no subcontractors. So schedule your free, no obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for more details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
In a very ugly game that became a snow game that became Denver turning the ball over and basically giving the game to New England, the Patriots are going back to the Super Bowl 10-7 as they win in Denver and clinch as they were able to hit a field goal from Borregales in the third quarter. It's a score 10 unanswered points after a Drake May touchdown in the second quarter. Broncos went right down on their opening drive and scored a touchdown. So it puts New England representing the AFC again in the Super Bowl. Seattle and the Rams, it came down to Sam Darnold, 31-27. Strong performance by Seattle altogether as they hold off the Rams and go to the Super Bowl. So it's a rematch of the infamous Marshawn Lynch not getting the ball at the 2-yard line game. Seattle and New England in the Super Bowl in San Francisco in 2 weeks. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the fan text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The AFC Championship game with New England beating Denver 10-7 is one of the worst conference championship games I've ever watched, and it had nothing to do with the weather at the end of the game. This was a poorly played football game while the...
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. The last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in Present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Freaks on Parade presents Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson. Together again with special guests, The Who and Orgy, The Pavilion at Star Lake, Saturday, August 29th. The biggest tour of the summer. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob made it in. Limits and his dad gave me a ride in, so the whole crew is here. Glad you could join us. Check us out at YouTube. Go through our website, 937thefan.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't cost nothing. And the numbers truly are skyrocketing right now. People love to watch the show because they like to see Bob.
No, they like to see you, Joe.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe.
Golden State Warrior hat. People love the Golden State Warriors.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Well, we only do this once every, I don't know, couple decades or so, so it's kind of a big story. So let's just open the phones and get your reaction. Old school sports talk. Who's next, oh Limitless Wonder?
Here is Buddy. He is a Cowboys fan trying to give the Mike McCarthy perspective.
Hello, sir.
What's going on, gentlemen? Sorry, I actually called to the first show today, too. Nice hat, Bob. Like it. But
thank you. It's a PGA Tour, baby. Tri-State.
I'm just going to tell y'all from the perspective of somebody that I wasn't a big fan of him getting hired in Dallas. I'm a huge sports fan. I watched every press conference he had during the 5 years he was here. And I remember in 2020, Cowboys fans reacting the same way, saying, hey, we should have got a difference maker like Urban Meyer or Matt Rule and all these kinds of things. And that didn't work out too good. I would like to point out that based on everything that I've seen and watched, the coordinators y'all should watch out for is Aiden Dirty, defensive line coach for the Seahawks, and, of course, Al Harris, defensive backs coach from the Bears.
So wait a second.
Then,
do you like this hire or no? Did you like what?
I think it's great. I think Mike McCarthy is about the most unjustly maligned coach I've ever seen.
And you're a Cowboys fan, correct?
I am. And I think he would have done great here if there wasn't somebody named Jerry Jones kind of in his way. But
so the last image I have of him from Dallas is them getting as a touchdown favorite, them getting destroyed in a home playoff game by the Packers, and that basically precipitated his demise.
That was the year before he left.
I know that.
He had
yes,
another
right.
year.
That basically precipitated his demise.
But if you
he
go
was
up and down
fired
those
the
two
next
rosters,
season. Yeah,
go up and down those two rosters, and man for man, the Packers were a better roster and the team playing better at that time. The Cowboys roster is not always good. You know how they do. They hype up the Cowboys. I mean, but to be more than they are a lot of times. But defensive coordinators, you got offensive coordinators. Watch out for Shimko, and then watch out for Lunda Wells, tight end coach with the Cowboys.
Okay, we will.
And quarterbacks. You want to talk about Mike McCarthy and quarterbacks? Look what he did with Aaron Brooks. Look what he did with every game. Look throughout his history. When he has a backup quarterback in the game, they win. So it's not just Aaron Rodgers, although he transformed Aaron Rodgers. You know, that was hands-on work. And watch his defenses. They're notorious for having huge takeaways.
My God, you make it sound like this guy is Vince Lombardi. He won a Super Bowl in his fifth year.
He's one of the best coaches in the history of the NFL.
Is he? Yeah, he underachieved with a Hall of Fame quarterback. He has one playoff win in his last 7 seasons. One playoff win in his last 7 seasons. You kind of intimated that he is. My God. I haven't heard this glowing report like this on anybody since it was me on Limits when he tried to get the job here, Bob.
Well, I would say this. I think it's important for everybody to keep an open mind about what happens with his staff and how he puts it together and what they do with the quarterback situation. I think nobody can disagree that he is an established coach. He's a good coach. Whether or not he turns that into something beyond that here is another thing that we have to wait and see. But I'm anxious to see how he handles this with the coaching staff and specifically with his offensive philosophy and who is the guy under center and how much influence he'll have on that guy over the next year, 2 years, whatever it is. So they made their choice. This is it. Again, my thing is I would have waited to talk to everyone involved, but at the end of the day, they felt comfortable with him. Can he be the guy to turn around this franchise in terms of winning playoff games? That's undetermined. Who knows? His history suggests that it hasn't happened recently with those guys. But he is a good offensive mind. No one can ever say that he isn't, and I think they need that in this system one way or the other. If you had hired Shieldhouse, that's what the takeaway would have been. Well, he's in a good offensive mind. We think we can. Fine. We don't know that. They did accomplish what I thought were looking for in this, which is an offensive kind of vision on head coach. So we'll see where he takes it. But I think it's very important that he gets the right staff. And he better make sure it's the staff that can bring out the best in everybody they have on this roster.
He can get the greatest staff in NFL history. He needs a quarterback, and the quarterback's more important than the coach.
I totally agree, and I said that earlier. He is. But you also have to deal with what you have at this point. Will they make a run at somebody via trade or whatever? You know, I mean, some of the names I hear, you know, they're kind of lukewarm on my plate right now in terms of free agent guys, it's going to be the most important thing of this season. Whoever is on his staff, whoever is on his roster, at the end of this coming season in 2026, the big question that needs to be answered, who's your quarterback? What's your vision? Where are they going at quarterback?
Next.
All right, here is Kyle. Kyle is in Derry.
Kyle?
Hello, Kyle.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I've been listening to this station since I was a teenager. How about instead of a grade, how about a letter? A for asinine. What an absolute ridiculous and short-sighted hire. This thinks like cynicism or cronyism to me. This has to be like a severe case of mass psychosis going down on Water Street if they think they're that close to being a serious contender. This is like a house that needs some major gutting, and you start with by painting the walls. Just keep slapping that tire patch on your wheels. Drop off the cliff while you're at it. You know what? Thanks for your time, and I love the show.
Quick and to the point.
That's a great call.
I don't even know what he said, but the parts I heard were hilarious. Limits. Can you clip that call?
Yeah, I can. I'll pull it back
Was
up.
part of it driving off a cliff?
Yes.
And a flat tire. And the flat tire came after you drove off the cliff.
Incredible. All right, let's take one more this hour. You know what? Let's finish on that one this hour because nobody's going to top that. It is 10:58. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance. 724-443-5610. Snow with a high of Colby Armstrong, 20. A low of Big Ben, 7. Feels like -2. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Let's dive more into these coordinator possibilities, Bob, if you would, with me. We'll do that, and we'll simply open the lines. That's what this is. It's a reaction Monday to one of the most significant coach hirings in the history of Pittsburgh sports. Because anytime the Steelers do it, that's what it is. First time since 2007. Bob, where were you in 2007 when Tomlin was hired, when Cowher resigned?
I was in that. We did live in that room. You mean I don't remember when we got the word. I just remember being there in that.
What was going on in your life at the time? Good things, I think. Yes?
2007?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Career still on the rise?
I was 18 years younger.
Yeah.
I like that part of it. Yeah. All I remember is being in that room.
Limits, what were you, 6?
Yes, I was.
But
when he was hired, I was 5. I didn't turn 6 until March.
Bob, I interrupted you, and I apologize.
I don't remember where I was when I heard. I have no recollection of that. But I was surprised.
Well, everybody was because they hired Russ Grimm and then unhired him. So it was rather surprising.
There was a lot of people who didn't like that at all. You're going to get that. That's how it works. People are never going to, no matter who it is. If you had hired Chris Shula, there were some faction would have said, well, look what his team did in the NFC Championship game. They got carved up. Whatever. There's different visions. There's different people. I just thought they were going to continue their history of bringing in a young up-and-coming coach who they identified. And that doesn't mean Mike McCarthy can't get a job done here. I'm going to wait and see before I make that determination. It could be a couple of years. I don't think this is a one-year project, Joe. I don't. I think they have to go through some hard times still before they find their way to the right area.
That might be best, but that ain't what Art's signing up for. He's signing up. He's signing up because he thinks he has a really good roster, and he heard what he wanted to hear, I'm sure, from McCarthy, which was, I can take an already good team and get you over the top. I don't think the conversation went Mike McCarthy saying, and Art, yeah, we probably need to take a couple steps back with T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward.
No, I think if you're going to interview for that job, you're not going to say that.
Of course, and I don't think Art wants that.
No, you're going to talk about the things you know you can do because you've done them. And I think he was impressed by those things.
Yeah, Art wants to win right now. This was a right now hire for sure.
But I think they have to also understand that right now means you got to figure out your quarterback. You can't have it right now with a quarterback situation as it is. It has to develop one way or the other. They got to figure out an answer there because if you're an offensive mind, you can only do so much with the talent that you have around you unless your quarterback is above average into elite status. Then you can do some really big things.
I have a question for you coming up next amid all this, Bob, about how a certain person out there is not, how is he not the hottest name on the market? 412-928-9370. It's Pomp and Joe on a post-Blizzard Monday.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, the Penguins continue to have success. 3-2 they win in Vancouver as their West Coast and Canada trip has gone well. They've won 4 in a row. They're still second in the Metro standings. They will return home to Pittsburgh to play the Blackhawks at 7 o'clock on Thursday. 3 goals posted last night. Stuart Skinner saves 30 shots. He faced 32 total. Malkin is 13th of the year, and Ben Kindle, in front of family and friends, scores 2 goals. He now has 10 on the year. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? The Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work? Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore. Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make around $200. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. The hottest tickets in town are at Rivers Casino. Don't miss DJ Pauly D live at the Event Center on Saturday, January 31st. The reality TV icon and internationally known DJ is bringing his set back again to Rivers Casino. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Alexander here, and if you're 4 weeks into the new year and haven't lost 20 pounds like I did in my first 4 weeks, change it up with a solution for weight loss. Fast, simple, and sustainable, all without medication. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers announced it on Saturday. Mike McCarthy and the Steelers have verbally agreed to a deal for McCarthy to become the Steelers' 4th head coach in 57 years, replacing Mike Tomlin after 19 years after he stepped down just a few weeks ago. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's what I don't understand, Bob. How is Clint Kubiak not only the hottest name right now, but one of the hottest names right up there with Ben Johnson from last year? How is this not happening? They were 3rd in scoring this year at 28 points a game. Sam Darnold is thriving. He's now suddenly on a Flacco-like playoff run. They were the number 1 seed. They put 41 points on the Niners and then 30-plus on the Rams.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Maybe everybody knows Tom Brady's going in on this big time. Did you hear him talk about Kubiak yesterday? Right from he's like, I love this opening script by Clint Kubiak. Maybe everybody's staying away because they know he's going to go to the Raiders. Could that be it?
And that's the problem with having that dual position that Brady has. He could be talking about exactly what he plans on doing without really knowing that he's doing it, but he's doing it. I thought the same thing. I thought, okay, didn't Kubiak withdraw from a couple of jobs too? Cleveland may have been one of them.
Yeah, he just may be going to Brady.
Yeah, so I don't know. But I love what he's been able to do. Their offense, the way they design it, the way they do it, it's still heavy on run. You know, they rely a lot on Kenneth Walker, and they did Charbonnet before he got injured. Those 2 guys set the stage, and then the passing game takes advantage of it after that. So they utilize a lot of different people. Darnold is just
was he on fire yesterday? That's the best I ever saw him play. This guy over here is a big Darnold fan. The Limitless Wonder.
I'm so happy for Sammy. I might buy a Sam Darnold Super Bowl shirt before this Super Bowl Sunday so that I could wear it to my Super Bowl party. I always believed in him, and it finally came to fruition.
Except you didn't want him with the Steelers.
No, because I feel like the Steelers would have ruined him.
He was already ruined.
I remember, and Mina Kimes had this text after last year when the Seahawks decided to get rid of Geno Smith. She said it was the most ridiculous move they could have made. They're setting their franchise back And what do? They go out and pick up Sam Darnold, give him 3 years, $100 million, which is cheap. It's like a Baker Mayfield contract, right?
Yeah.
In quarterback terminology. You never know how these things are going to work out. In the case, they identified him pretty quickly, and they were willing to go at a number. They didn't hesitate. And I believe if they had someone else bidding against him, they would have gone higher. They identified him as a guy, based on what he did mostly in Minnesota, that he could come here and be our guy. Yeah, he's still young enough, and maybe after his 5th visit with different teams, this is going to be the place that he lands and is successful.
Man, was he
for
great.
many years.
And they had a shot over various years. The Steelers could have had him or Baker, right? For sure. Now, I think they made a pretty good choice with Rodgers. Don't get me wrong, but you're only going so far there if you don't have the team around him. We know that. But Kubiak also, in 2019 and 20, Kirk Cousins put up monster numbers with him as the QB coach in Minnesota. 2023, he was the 49ers pass game coordinator. They go to the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy throwing 31 touchdowns.
He said multiple quarterbacks.
Now, he's also a case study in you can't make chicken salad out of you-know-what, Bob. He was in New Orleans for 1 year as the offensive coordinator just a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And was it last year? It was just a disaster because it went from Derek Carr to Spencer Rattler. You ain't going to look good with Spencer Rattler. And then he was in Denver for 1 year, and it was the Nate Hackett disaster with Mr. Unlimited. So that pertains to me to a guy like Anthony Weaver, who may very well be a really good defensive coordinator, but he's in Miami without the pieces right now.
And the numbers reflect that. His defenses were right in the middle of the pack, if not lower than that. But he is regarded as somebody, and I think they like probably interviewing him, what they saw from him. So he could be one of those guys who may move here in the same role until he decides that he wants to get a head coaching job someplace else.
I'll tell you what, the Bills, Cardinals, Browns, and Raiders are the 4 teams left. The Bills could do a lot worse than Clint Kubiak to match him with Josh Allen. I'll tell you that.
I would be. I just like the whole Kubiak tree. That family tree is pretty impressive, too. And you're right.
Did you see Phil Rivers dropped out of the bidding there?
I don't even know why he was in the bidding.
Nobody does, but he dropped out.
Is he friends with Josh Allen, maybe?
He must be. I thought the Bills might go after Frank Reich, who led the miracle comeback for the Bills all those years ago, Bob.
Yeah. He was out at Stanford. Is that where he was? I don't know about that. But, a guy who's still, I don't know if he's going to get a job. Sean McDermott is still lurking around, whether or not he wants to get a job someplace or not.
Wouldn't he look good in Cleveland?
Yeah, I thought Schwartz would actually get that job. Just move
Maybe
him
he
up.
will. Of course, you still need a quarterback there, too.
Yeah, you need a quarterback in a lot of places.
Let's go to the phone lines, Bob. Let's keep them wide open today for our loyal listeners who make this whole thing go. And I hope you're watching us on YouTube. Bob has a wonderful PGA. What is that, Bob? Beach Foundation?
No, it's a Reach, it's called. It's a young program that the Tri-State PGA does specifically, that they reach out to kids who want to get started in golf and try to help them along the way.
Is that where Josh Roundtree works?
No, that's the Western Pennsylvania
Golf Association. Yeah.
2 different things. Both good.
What a nice man he is, huh, Bob?
Yes, he is. And
he was
he's
on
doing
the radio.
a really good job. He's doing a really good job with them, too. But he still comes on here and does a good job when he has an opportunity.
He came on yesterday with me, and we talked
you were
about
on yesterday? I didn't know that.
I walked here, Bob.
Wow.
2 miles almost.
Good exercise.
Great exercise. I lost 2 pounds yesterday.
Despite eating everything in your way.
Including homemade brownies. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's time to check out the 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Norway. Norway, that would be a long way.
That would be a long way.
Yeah. The Block Northway in Ross Township. Although it's probably warmer in Norway right now, and Alaska and Austria and everywhere else, Bob. Anchorage, wherever.
I just don't.
Antarctica, I meant, because Anchorage is in Alaska.
The snow is, I don't mind cold weather so much. It's the snow when it builds up and turns into ice. That's what really gets you going.
Well, your friend told us that we weren't right when we said we're worried about snow caving in our roofs.
Yes. It's more of an insulation.
Is that what he said?
Yes. Neil Parker, he knows all about it at West Shore Homes. And he said it's an insulation kind of thing more than anything else.
Well, then we're very well insulated at the moment.
We like it.
Limits, who's next?
Here is Damien. He's in Monroeville.
Hello, Damien.
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up?
Okay, with two quick points. First of all, I like Mike McCarthy. Mr. Rooney's already come out and said he doesn't believe in taking a year off. So why not bring in a veteran who's known for developing quarterbacks? That's what we need right now. I don't think we should bring Aaron back. Let's get ready to start fresh with somebody. I kind of like the kid Malik Willis. Raw talent coming out of college, but LaFleur has already developed a kid. And then and just some brief games where we've seen splashes this year. I think the kid looks good. Somebody like that, I kind of wanted to see what you guys thought about it. And also, what is it with this kind of ageism thing where they're saying he's too old? I think people forget about the Harbaughs. They're in their 60s. Sean Payton's in his 60s. I just believe a guy that age can still get it done.
And Joe went through the list. There were so many guys who fit that. But here's the other thing. It's funny how it works with fan reaction. The people in New York, and it's just because the Giants have been so horrid, were championing this John Harbaugh hire. Oh, my God, you're going to get John Harbaugh. But, the resumes of Harbaugh, Tomlin, Payton, who else am I missing? They're all similar in nature, even
but
McCarthy.
You said it. It's a function of what situation you're going to. He's going to save somebody. This guy here has the same resume as Tomlin. He doesn't win in the playoffs anymore.
So does Harbaugh.
Harbaugh does win in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, he's never won the big thing, and he hasn't gotten to a big thing with a two-time NFL MVP. My point is, it's funny how it's received in different places based on what you have.
That's it. It's based on what you have.
Right.
I think that's a very good call, and your points on Willis were good.
How much would it cost to bring him in?
That might be a very good match. How much would it cost, Limits? Do they have projections?
Is it going to be like a Justin Fields contract? I mean, I don't know what it would be. 2 years. It can't be more than that if you're going to bring a guy like that in.
I know you have to look. What's wrong with Limits today, Bob? He seems to be very irritated every time I make a suggestion.
He had to pick you up today, number one.
I know. Every time I ask for something, he seems irritated. I think
This is the first time you ask for something.
It's the second time.
What's the first time?
I think he's outgrown it, Bob. I think he's outgrown the producer role. He wants to be on the air.
He does.
He no longer wants to do the menial tasks like look things up. He doesn't. He was irritated when I went back today and asked for a clip. I irritate him. Well, I irritate everybody.
That is very incorrect that I was irritated when you came back to ask
All right,
for a
I'll
clip.
look it up.
I already had the clip.
Malik Willis projection. It can't be that hard. I just went to Google.
$10
Malik
million.
Willis contract projection.
1 year, $10 million.
From Spot Track, $10 million is the market
220,
value.
2 for 20. It's something you could do. Certainly, you have some money to spend if they wanted to do that.
I have 14.2 million, but who cares? It's somewhere in there. I like him. It's a very tiny sample size, and I think you and I talked about this last week. There have been some horrible decisions made on that.
Based on short sample sizes.
Rob Johnson was one for the Bills way back when. Matt Flynn was one. But for that kind of money, to bring him into a competition with Will Howard, if you open the season with Mason Rudolph, you might as well shut down the shop. Do you agree with that?
Yes and no. I still think he has something there, but I wouldn't be the way I would be going. But if you brought in and made it truly a competition, the problem with normally when you do that and go out and sign some guys to that kind of money, they're going to be the guy who they look to. I would want to see a pure competition, and whoever wins it, wins it.
But you can only have a two-man competition.
Right, two-man. I don't want three-man.
Mason's the backup here, period.
Right. And I would make those guys battle it out. That would
Will
be
Howard and Willis, right?
If that's what you're going to do, yes.
What would you do?
I would if they believe, most importantly, it's whatever McCarthy believes.
What do you believe? Who would you? I would have a competition with Howard and Willis with Mason as the backup.
But I would have Howard as given every opportunity to win that job, regardless of what I pay Willis.
But you would bring in Willis? I would.
I'm not so sure of that yet. I'll get back to the 1 year wonder, 1 game wonder. What is he really? He left Tennessee it was a mess.
Nothing's going to change between now and free agency. So would you or wouldn't you, Bob? I'm having a very difficult time getting answers out of you.
I would do it as long as it was an open competition.
Fair enough. Limits, would you bring in Malik Willis?
No, not a chance. I have no interest in Malik Willis whatsoever. I think he is Matt Flynn 2.0. And if they do win some games with him, it'll probably put them back in the purgatory of 9-8 or 8-9.
So when you're watching him carve up the Ravens, what's going through your mind? This is a fluke?
Yes. and that the Ravens did not make the playoffs this year, and their defense was poor for a lot of the year, and their coordinator is probably going to not be back, especially because they hired a new coach. But no, I think that's also a big reason was because the Ravens were just poor this year.
Okay, fair enough. I liked what I saw. I certainly wouldn't put Rob Johnson and Matt Flynn money. Like, I wouldn't make Malik Willis my guy. So I guess I agree with both of you that he would be in a competition here for sure, and Will Howard would get plenty of reps. But for $11 million, what's that? That's nothing. I have seen enough where I'd certainly take a chance on his talent. He can run and he can throw. In back-to-back games against Chicago and Baltimore, he didn't play. I don't think he played the whole Chicago game.
No, he didn't.
But in back-to-back games, he was 27 of 32 for over 400 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he ran for over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And that's the one thing about his game that I really like.
I'll tell you this much. He interests me a hell of a lot more than Will Howard right now.
But if you're going to do it, I still want to make it a wide-open competition. 2 guys
That's
fighting it
fine.
out.
That's perfectly fine. But this guy's actually done something in game. I just said it. Back-to-back against Chicago and the Ravens. He was really, really good.
Right, but you haven't seen Will Howard in the game, so we don't know the answer to that yet.
I agree. I'd like to see it.
And then the best man wins. Move on.
With Mason as the backup. Or
I
third.
mean, they're going to have 3
the
quarterbacks.
veteran guy.
Right.
Around to help the younger guys. Do you like that idea? Oh, no, you hate
so
that
if
idea.
Rodgers comes back, though, this is what I don't want to see because I think it'll be replaying the same kind of stuff. He may be, and he was better than I thought he would be, and he was much better in the, with the players, and they all loved him, and that's great. He can be a big help to a young quarterback, but if he comes back, he ain't going to be that. He's not going to be a backup. He's going to start, and if he starts, I just think they can go down the same road.
They would go down the same road, and the ceiling on that is maybe a wild card win, probably something either slightly worse or far worse than that, I think, if you bring back Rodgers. You agree with that, Wonder Twin?
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't bring Rodgers back either, even though I enjoyed Aaron Rodgers this year and an all-time great playing for the Steelers. I'd rather see Will Howard because I feel like it would cause a 4 or 5 win season and actually get them the quarterback that they need.
But if you think Malik Willis really stinks, why not bring him in and go 2-15?
That's why you're the savvy old news hound. Maybe they should because I don't think Malik Willis is any good and that they could go 2-15.
I think there might be something there.
Yeah,
it's just
guys,
too hard to tell
again,
off that
I'll
sample.
use the Sam Darnold example of how long it takes some guys. It's not that easy to step into one of these jobs and just immediately take off with it. So you have to be willing to go through these process with everyone. I'm willing to wait on that. I am. I think they're in a situation now, unless they can somehow come up with some name that no one's talking about who is a legitimate quarterback right now and who would fit that. Not many. You got to go through this process and try to develop.
I mean, we're rearranging deck chairs until they get a quarterback. They could bring in Vince Lombardi in his prime and the greatest coordinators who ever lived. He could have Bill Walsh and Buddy Ryan as his coordinators and everything else. If you don't have a quarterback, you're not winning.
Correct. Especially with a team that has some aging people on it at key positions.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I hope you're watching on YouTube. It's so easy to get to. If you're like me or you're like my dad was and you have a little bit of trouble navigating the computer technology world, this couldn't be easier. You got a phone, you got a laptop, go to youtube.com and look us up and watch the show. No different than TV, Bob, right?
Exactly. All you have to do is get it on, you see it. The one difference is that we can dress more casually here than you would have to be on TV, I think.
I think that's accurate. Are we ever going to get a camera on limits back there? I think we should.
Doesn't he have one?
Has there been talk of that?
There's some rumblings that might be in the cards in the future. I don't know how true it is, but there are some rumblings.
So when we talk about your fledgling mustache, people would have a photo or a visual, I should say, to go with it, right?
They would, yes.
I think that would be important.
Fledgling, Bob.
Fledgling. Next.
Here is Rich. I'm sorry. He's in Meadville.
Hey, Rich. I got a speeding ticket there once. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I got a couple of things I just wanted to throw out there to hear your guys' opinion. So, you look at the Browns organization and you look at the Cowboys organizations, and they're two at different ends of the spectrum. One's a circus, and the other one, when I look at the Browns or the Cowboys, I sit back and wonder, how much does Jerry Jones impact what the head coach gets to do and players he gets? And my next thought is, where did money come into this at all? Do you think they jumped on McCarthy because he was the best deal for the dollar?
That's an interesting thought.
That is, but I think, I don't know. I mean, he's been around for a long time. I think he has a price that most of those guys have, whatever it may be.
I bet it's half as much as Tomlin.
You could be right. If he's, and that's the other thing. If he's out there knowing that he doesn't have a job and this would be it, he may be willing to take less. That could very well have happened. I don't know. What do you think?
About the
His
salary? Yeah, I think half as much as Tomlin.
10?
I don't have any hard and fast information.
Yeah, I don't
think
either.
probably less than that. And I think that guy may have a very good point. The first thing he said, I don't remember. Oh, that the Cowboys are a circus, and he compared it to the Steelers?
Yeah, but I don't, you know.
Just
they're
know
a circus,
that
they're a circus in a different way. Jerry Jones is too meddling, and he needs to relinquish his.
Jerry Jones is a joke. However, the Cowboys are one of many organizations that have actually won a playoff game more recently than the Steelers. They were also able to extract the absolute most out of George Pickens, where the Steelers weren't.
And that's what I thought could happen here if they had just utilized him the right way. And he had, well, I'll go down that road again.
As Tomlin once said, Bob, if my aunt, she'd be my uncle.
I understand that, but they should have known. At least I did. I thought he was going to have a big year regardless, just because he has to. If he's going to get the kind of money he wants, he had to have had that year, and he did. And it's easy to do it when you're opposite C.D. Lamb, but he would have been opposite DK Metcalf here.
Is that the good news or the bad news?
No, what would you, if you were out there and George Pickens was somebody you liked, what would you give him? Because they would have to be somewhat a condition to me. I'd have to make
I still think George Pickens is going to blow up, especially once he gets his money. But we'll see. He's unbelievably talented. There's no doubt about that. And he had a good year in Dallas. He wasn't going to have that year here no matter what, not under R.D. Smith. He would have gotten half as many targets as Jonnu Smith, Bob.
That's another question. We can talk about the roster here. If you're Mike McCarthy, you're not necessarily a multiple tight end guy like Arthur Smith was. And he didn't even utilize them, I don't think, the right way for what they were paying them.
You think Arthur Smith brings Cordero Patterson to Ohio State?
He might. Is he still eligible? I saw the other day where there's one guy who is entering his 8th season in college.
What if Ohio State comes in next year with, what's his name, Sayin at quarterback, and then his two top weapons are Cordero Patterson and Jonnu Smith?
And with Jeremiah Smith, the third receiver, because those guys have previous experience.
What do you think he'll do with the tight ends? I think McCarthy is good enough.
I think he'll discover Freiermuth.
Right.
Rediscover him.
I think he'll be the number one guy that they target when it comes to tight ends. And, you know, it's not going to be this, okay, we have a heavy package for Darnell Washington. I like him, but he shouldn't be featured more than Freiermuth.
No. I think the good news here is that you do start with something indispensable, and that's a good to maybe soon very good offensive line, and maybe a really good backfield if they bring back Gainwell.
What does that say for Caleb Johnson then? He's just going to be, what is he? He's going to be Roman Wilson of the running backs.
It sure looks like it. I mean, when your yards per carry is below that of the 43-year-old quarterback, that's problematic, Bob.
Yes, totally.
Next.
Here's our guy Paul in Washington to chime in.
Paulie Pavilion. Oh, here we go. This guy's been waiting to get me here, Bob. Go ahead, Paulie Pavilion.
No, Giuseppe and Roberto, how are you? Hope you guys are doing well. I'd come shovel your snow, Joe, for nothing. I mean, me and you could stand out there and just shoot the crap there about how we would cure all the sports problems in the city of Pittsburgh.
Sounds good.
But I think that a week ago, I believe Donnie hosted in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I said back then that I thought McCarthy was the guy in the clubhouse. And there was a reason for that, only because he's a quarterback whisperer to a degree with Rodgers and with Prescott. And I think that the players we have on the roster right now, Rudolph would probably thrive in a McCarthy system. Will Howard will get his opportunity. But I think you're going to see them go after a third, fourth-round pick that nobody's ever heard of, like we used to do with the Donnie Shells and the L.C. Greenwoods and the John Stallworths from one of these small colleges somewhere, and he's going to light it up. Because remember, nobody knew of Jerry Rice either, if I'm not mistaken. He went to a small college. So that being said, I'd like to see if he's going to staff his roster or with his coaching staff with Yinzers. I think he ought to look at the Slowick kid, whose family's from Baldwin.
He just got Bobby Slowick just got promoted to offensive coordinator.
Okay,
Wait, but before you go on,
Ronnie's still out there, Hazlitt's out there, Marvin Lewis is out there. There's a bunch of Pittsburgh guys out there. I mean, let's get them all in the saddle and let's ride.
Do you like this hire? It sounds like you like the hire, Paulie.
Well, I mean, you know what you're getting with McCarthy. You don't know what you're going to get with these guys that are basically virgin head coaches. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know who their staff's going to be. I mean, they might decide to hire me as their OC. I mean, I couldn't do any worse than Artie Smith did. But good luck to Ohio State with that one. I can't wait to hear from that guy out there that calls Tony all the time, OHIO. That guy's a wackadoodle. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Paulie Pavilion. We just got handed a sheet here, Bob. Mike McCarthy will be introduced at 2 p.m. 2 p.m., that's not even during our show. They had to hand this one to Pony and Muller. 2 p.m. tomorrow at Acrisure Stadium. How about that, oh limitless wonder? He's on the phone with Paulie Pavilion, Bob.
Paulie.
That was a good call, wasn't it?
I mean, I think there's some credence to that about what you have with
Depending
Mike
on
McCarthy.
your definition of good. I like Paul.
I do, too.
He was right about the playoff game. He picked the Steelers to get killed.
Yes, he was.
Does he call your other shows?
Yeah, he does. He's as real as it gets, right? But this time he put on a positive spin on it. He thinks Mike McCarthy is a good choice for this franchise at this moment. We'll see. I'll be anxious to see the press conference tomorrow and just how much he talks up certain people.
He's going to win the press conference. I can promise you that. And as I've said, especially if he accentuates the Will Howard thing, you're going to have people dancing in the streets. More calls next. Get into the coordinators next. What lessons are there for the Steelers to glean from the two Super Bowl combatants here? What if we talk about that for a little while, Bob? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, there are a lot of different names. And you know, he's the one thing about him, he's so well connected. He has people that from his past, from his current situation, from people in Dallas.
Yeah.
The other thing they're going to have to do, and if they do this, they're going to have to be quick about it and also ask for permission. He may have guys that he has on other staffs that he knows may want a new opportunity, and you have to ask for permission to interview those guys. So that could be part of this as well.
All right. If you're ready to make a move, you want to make sure that you're working with an experienced agent that can get you the best results. David recently worked with my friend Gina to sell his home in Edgewood. In his 5-star review, he said Gina knows how to make deals happen, was great to work with, wouldn't hesitate to recommend her and her team to anyone thinking about selling a home or buying one. With Gina's expertise, David was able to sell his home for over $300,000. When you want to work with the best, be sure to call my friend Gina. You can't lose because she'll sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Home doesn't sell by the deadline. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. If you're in Pittsburgh, you're ready to sell or buy, call Gina at RE/MAX Select Realty, 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google GM Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 is set in San Francisco in 2 weeks as the Patriots beat the Broncos 10-7 in the AFC Championship game. The much more exciting game was the NFC Championship game as Seattle beats the Rams 31-27. So it'll be Drake May versus Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl, and it's a rematch of when Seattle and the Patriots played, and New England won on a game-winning interception from Malcolm Butler in Arizona when Seattle opted not to give Marshawn Lynch the ball at about the 1.5-yard line. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The AFC Championship game with New England beating Denver 10-7 is one of the worst conference championship games I've ever watched, and it had nothing to do with the weather at the end of the game. This was a poorly played football game while the...
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months, or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Book us to manandajunkdruck.com.
Freaks on Parade presents Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson. Together again with special guests, The Who and Orgy, the Pavilion at Star Lake, Saturday, August 29th. The biggest tour of the summer. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cloudy with snow this afternoon, the high 21.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Mike McCarthy will be introduced tomorrow at 2 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Should be very interesting. Bob, are you going to be there? Are you going to throw the mic to him?
One of us will be there, me or Rich or Cassidy. I'm not sure who at this point, but yeah, somebody will be there. It'll be very interesting to hear from him and his vision for what he has, not just this year, but beyond this year.
Yeah, man. Particularly interested, of course, in the quarterback, but also the coordinators, Bob. The Batconian Mongoose dove into that a little bit today, and I thought had an interesting piece. And there's a lot of names being thrown out there on both sides of the ball. One for the offensive coordinator is Ben McAdoo. No relation to Bob McAdoo. What do you think of that call?
I've seen him as a head coach. Not sure. I don't know. I want a young up and coming guy, somebody who can be molded into a head coach. You know, if that's the case, there are people out there. I just don't know how many he knows and.
You think Shieldhouse is still a possibility?
I'm hoping. That's probably just hope, because he's interviewing for the Browns job. But if he doesn't get it, he may want an upgrade in his position. He spent a lot of time with Sean McVay. The Steelers seem to be very impressed by him. Maybe that's still a possibility.
How about Tom King Arthur, the
Arthur was a quarterbacks
coach. Yeah,
really solid guy.
Worked with McCarthy in 2006.
He's also a legitimate possibility. He could be there on that roster in some capacity, maybe the same role.
How about Scott Tolzien? He worked with McCarthy in Dallas, and he's viewed as a pretty sharp, young, 38-year-old offensive mind. Do you like that call, Bob?
I don't know enough about him, but yes. I mean, we'll find out in time. We can mention all these names, Joe. Tolzien's a guy who, seen him play. I don't know how much conclusion you can make on watching a guy play versus how he is as a coach, because most of the guys who end up in coaching are not major stars. They're people who have experience in football. It's, offensive line, defensive line. In baseball, you got, catchers who may not be the biggest names or the biggest people in terms of what they've accomplished, but they know the game. So you got to know what these guys know. And he would know that because he's been around. So I wonder how quickly he'll put this staff together.
I think it's going to be pretty fast. And you have to say this about McCarthy. He has hired good people in the past. Look at how many of his guys have risen in the ranks and have really good reputations. There's no doubt about it. How about good old Luke Getsy? As the Mongoose says, this would be a yin-splosion. He is a Steel Valley High School graduate, and he was on the Packers staff with McCarthy for a bit there.
I know Luke. He won one of my awards back in the day, and I've watched him in his career. Yeah, I mean, the connection is there.
He's 41. Things didn't go well in Chicago or Vegas for him as a play caller. But that, again, we've talked about this. Look at Clint Kubiak. Things didn't go well for him in New Orleans or Denver. You have to have the people.
If you have the people, you can do some things. If you don't, then it won't work. But he's a name you'll be hearing a lot about, I'm sure. Whether or not he gets it here, who knows?
And honestly, the defensive side to me is more important right now because McCarthy's going to call the plays. He's the Tomlin version of an offensive coordinator. It's his offense.
Right. And he said once a long time ago that he would never relinquish those duties again. He wants to call plays. I kind of like that in a head coach, to be honest. I think you watch McVay go after. You watch the guys who are doing it. They're in charge. And they're going to take the blame. They're going to get the praise. Whatever the case, he's decided he's going to be that guy. Now, you can have coordinators that do stuff throughout the course of the week. But that's the one thing that will stop Shieldhouse probably from being here. If McCarthy's going to call the plays, then he has no opportunity to call plays as an offensive coordinator. And I think if you're going to bring him in, you need to give him that opportunity.
Snow, high of 20. By trainer. Is there going to be more snow today? Is that right, Lemon?
No, I just put snow because we got a foot.
There's snow already here, yes. Cold, for sure. Really cold. A low of Pie Trainer. No, a low of Ben. 7. Feels like...
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Pie Trainer. Remember that, Bob? Will Brian Reynolds break the hit record for the Pirates?
I remember.
Feels like -2. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. So, defensive coordinator, as the Mongoose suggests, this is going to be your baby as a defensive coordinator. This is Andy Reid. This is here, Steve Spagnuolo. I don't even pay attention to defense. You take it. It's yours.
Okay. That's how it should be.
I agree with it. Get back to me later with your game plan each week, maybe. It's yours. So this is an opportunity for somebody. And there are some pieces. Let's not deny that. I mean, T.J. Watt isn't what he used to be. He's still a really good player. Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig,
you got the edge rushers,
Benton,
young guys.
Hayward, Harmon,
Porter.
Black, Porter. There's some pieces here. Still need some pieces, but there are some pieces.
And you could put them in better positions to do things. I wonder, the Steelers have traditionally gone for 3-4 defenses. I wonder if that's going to change because McCarthy has proven he could do it both ways. On his teams, there have been 3-4 defenses. There have been 4-3. But then again, you're in all sorts of different formations. So I don't know if the base defense really even matters these days.
Yeah, I think it's way overstated. You're in sub-package football, I don't know, 70% of the time. Who cares? Anthony Weaver. We mentioned him, maybe a victim of his circumstances. Pretty impressive guy. Jim Schwartz would be an incredible hire. What if things don't work out for him as a head coach and he doesn't want to go back to Cleveland? What if?
What if? The guy has a long list of successful places he's been as a defensive guy. I would have no problem with that. And he might like the role. He may say, you know what? I don't want to get back into the head coaching part of it. I like what I'm doing.
How about Raheem Morris? That would be very interesting.
Another name. Yep. He'll be with somebody at some point.
I mean, he's been a very good coordinator. Al Harris is a name that gets mentioned a lot. He played for McCarthy.
And he's done good jobs with Chicago Bears.
Yeah. I mean, they got riddled a little bit in the past, but they also got a ton of turnovers. He was their defensive backs coach and their pass game coordinator on defense. He'd be a first-time defensive play caller, as the Mongoose suggests. And then the Mongoose throws in a little name for us, Bob. Dr. Lawrence Foote. Would you be interested in Larry Foote?
He's had a lot of experience now. I don't know enough about what the numbers are, in what he does, but yeah, I mean, but I don't want just because you have Pittsburgh ties, you have to end up in Pittsburgh. I don't think that's the way to go. You got to get people who you think can make a difference. He may be one of them. I like Larry a lot, but I also don't know enough about him as a coach.
Then there's the name Patrick Graham, who worked for McCarthy 1 year, I believe it was 2018, really highly regarded. And again, is he a victim of circumstances? He was very highly regarded when Vegas brought him in as a defensive coordinator under Josh McDaniels, which is interesting to me because for all you want to say about Josh McDaniels, I think he's a brilliant offensive coordinator, and he does great with quarterbacks. And I would think that he, when he was a head coach, went out there and said, well, maybe whose defenses have given me problems? If I bring a guy in for an interview, who really impresses me as somebody who would be, on par with me IQ-wise when I'm calling offenses. So it tells me something that McDaniels brought him in as the defensive coordinator in Vegas.
I agree.
It didn't go well. They have no talent aside from Max Crosby basically on that side of the ball, maybe one or two other guys. So just because this guy's failing in Vegas doesn't mean he's not a good coordinator. Look at Clint Kubiak in Denver and New Orleans.
That's why I think some of these candidates that we're talking about, we don't know enough of. They do, because they've been in situations with them and know the person, know how they deal with maybe a lack of talent. That doesn't mean your scheme's bad. It just means you don't have the people to execute the scheme. So, yeah, I think there are a lot of guys in that category. But I do think they're going to try to get this done fairly soon. I mean, they have a lot of work to do in the next 2 months.
His other horrific stop was Miami, when Patrick Graham went there under Brian Flores in the tank for 2 a year, Bob. I think it was that year. Was it? They finished last in the NFL in points against and went 5-11, I believe. Yeah. It was one of those years under him. Just horrifying.
I think you're right to your point. They're going to have to find someone that you know of and you can talk to, has the IQ and the football knowledge.
I wouldn't mind.
Make a system work as long as you get the right players.
Well, why not get a proven guy? Because they're out there. Yep. This is one spot where you can make, I think, a great hire.
Totally agree.
And just go out there. And the guy, like we said, has talent to work with. Coming up, let's get back to your phone calls with your reaction to the Mike McCarthy hire. It's been overwhelmingly negative, but we've had some positive calls who like the hire. I give it a C. Bob gives it a C. Limits gives it an F. Let's hear some national reaction from various people as we dive further into the Mike McCarthy era. He'll be introduced tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thank you, Limits.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Joe. The Penguins, in their Canadian and West Coast trip, put together a show, Bob, because they've now won 4 in a row. They defeat Vancouver 3-2. They're second place in the Metropolitan Division standings. 2 goals for Ben Kindle and a goal for Evgeny Malkin, his 13th. Kindle, 9th and 10th of the year. Stuart Skinner with the victory, 30 saves on 32 shots. So the Penguins will have a couple of days off before they will play against the Chicago Blackhawks at 7 o'clock back at PPG Paints Arena as we near the Olympic break coming up in just a few weeks. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of compassion. JP Roofing and Siding. Man, after all this is done, people might need some new roofing or siding, and this is the place to go. They've been to my house a number of times. Great people. They do a great job. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred. Not an easy designation to get. You got to earn it. 1% of the companies in the area have it. JP does. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to trade the cold for some sunshine and baseball? Join AAA Travel for the ultimate spring training getaway in sunny Florida, March 19th through the 23rd. Round-trip air transportation, airport transfers, and a welcome drink at the beautiful Rumfish Beach Resort on St. Pete Beach. 4 amazing nights in paradise, and catch the Bucks in Toronto from reserved party deck seating at Lecom Park. All of this and more, all for just $1,995 per person, double occupancy. Spaces are limited. 1-800-354-8761 or contact your local AAA office today.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownmitsubishipa.com. See below for details on all offers.
Enjoy Lamont Winter Dinner for 2 special, just $99. Reserve a table on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays through March 26th for a complete prefix dinner for 2. Visit lamontpittsburgh.com to view the menu and make your reservations today.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Mike McCarthy will be introduced as the Steelers' new head coach tomorrow at 2 o'clock. As the Steelers make McCarthy their fourth head coach in 57 years, replacing Mike Tomlin after he stepped down just a few weeks ago. After 19 seasons coaching the Steelers and currently a drought of 9 years in a row without a playoff win. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, it's been a winning era. We're always in contention. So I think when you start with that, you have the opportunity to take the next step. You know, I can't explain kind of the more recent history there. It's hard to explain given the overall track record. Frustrating for all of us, mostly for Mike. But all in all, you know, I'll take being in contention every year and having a shot at it.
You're not in contention every year, and you don't have a shot at it. That's Art Rooney's major mistake. I've gone too light here today, Bob. I'm starting to get swayed over to the McCarthy thing. I'm being brainwashed, so I'm going to sway back to my actual opinion. You're not in contention, Art. That's delusional. Just getting in, being one of the 40% of teams that get in, is not by definition in contention. In fact, you're closer to the Browns and the Giants of the world if you get blown out in the wild card round than you are to the teams you saw yesterday. Oh, and the Browns and Giants have won a playoff game more recently than you. The Raiders have come closer to winning a playoff game more recently than you. You haven't come close to winning a playoff game in 9 years. And what you did here, because you're under the delusion that you're close, that you're in contention, is just further that by hiring a guy who is basically Mike Tomlin. Look at the resume. One playoff win in the last 7 years. Pretty good regular seasons. You could fool yourself into thinking you're in contention if you were the Dallas Cowboys or late-stage Packers, I guess. And you probably were with Aaron Rodgers in his prime. But this is not in contention. And I'll just repeat again, Bob. A stat that's so unbelievable that even though we all looked it up again at the top of the show, I had to go back and check it when I said it to Donnie Football again. The New England Patriots have won more playoff games in the or as many. The New England Patriots have won as many playoff games in the last 3 weeks as the Steelers have in the last 15 years.
Yeah, that's pretty stunning.
They fired Bill Belichick. They moved out Bill Belichick, who has 6 Super Bowl titles. And they went through different coaches and different quarterbacks, and they sunk to the bottom of the league, and good for them because now they have Drake May. They weren't under any illusion or delusion. They're not in this for 9-8. They're in it to have the most Super Bowl wins in the history of the sport, which if they beat Seattle, they'll have. The Steelers just stay the same, and the Mike McCarthy hiring fits that theme. Stay the same, because it ain't that bad. We're in contention. I'm sorry, Bob. I had to say that.
No, you've been saying that before, and I get it. But I also know that they regardless who's the head coach, you got to figure out the quarterback situation. It still comes down to that. You're in contention if you have a legit quarterback opportunity.
Yeah.
And Rodgers, a lot of people thought at that time last year going into the postseason, maybe he could. That's why he was brought here. So did I. I thought in that game they could figure it out. But then we saw more what a good pass rush can do to him, which is why I don't want to go back in that direction again this year. They got to figure out the quarterback. To be a legitimate contender, those who have those quarterbacks are normally at the top of the list. If you're not, you're going to be kind of just circling the same old wagon over and over.
Well, that's the problem. And if you look across the AFC, you still see Josh Allen, Drake May, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, a rejuvenated Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, and Patrick Mahomes. And, in the world we live in where everybody's attention span is the size of a beer nut, the idea now is that Patrick Mahomes is done? Really? Because he had an injury?
No, he's not done.
Patrick Mahomes is going to be back. You best believe that. How old is he? How old is he?
He's got to be near 30.
He's 30. He's 30. He's going to be back. And yet Art sits there and tells Bob Labriola yesterday that Mike McCarthy is, quote, very comfortable with our quarterback room. The quarterback room has Mason Howard. Well, that's it. It was a slip there, Bob.
Put them together.
Mason Howard and Will Rudolph in it. Who would be comfortable with that? So I still say, can somebody please wake up Art? Just bang on the door. You know how on New Year's limits people go running in the streets banging on pots and pans?
Yes.
Somebody needs to do that. And this is not it, Art. It's not it. I'm going to say it again. The New England Patriots, who are about to pass you maybe in all-time Super Bowl wins, just won as many playoff games in 3 weeks as your franchise has won in 15 years. That's the most incredible stat I've ever heard. Anyway, Bob, can we listen to some reaction from around the football world on Mike McCarthy? Because there are some people who like the hire.
Yeah, a lot of positives, a lot of negatives.
Let's hear some limits.
Well, I'm sure a lot of the negatives will come down from some of the shows going on in the moment right now, but over the weekend from the people that talked, a lot of positivity, including Bill Cowher on CBS.
Well, I know that Art Rooney, Omar did that, and also Dan Jr. sat there, and they did a very diligent look at what was out there. They did a lot of interviews, sat back, but also looked at their football team, and I really like this hire for this reason. Number one, he's an offensive-minded guy, Mike McCarthy. Everywhere he's been, he grew up under Marty Schottenheimer, so he understands the value of running the football. He coached Joe Montana. He coached Brett Favre. He coached Aaron Rodgers. He coached Dak Prescott. Everywhere he's been, he's uplifted the offense. And if you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, if there's been inconsistencies in the last recent years, it's been the instability of having a reliable offense. They got defensive guys that can sack the quarterback, they can create turnovers. So I like where they're at. He also walks into that room with credibility. So I like what they did. He'll put together a good staff right here. Oh, yeah. He's from Pittsburgh, too. That doesn't make it bad. He knows the tradition. He knows what the expectation is. He knows what that fan base is all about. He's a Yinzer. I think is a very good hire for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Bob?
I like, as I said, the stuff about the offense I agree with. I think he has the ability, because he's shown it, that he can get a team to produce points. This team has not produced enough points offensively. But he's also had, as Bill described there, a lot of guys who are bigger names on his quarterback rosters. So they don't have that here. They're going to have to figure out who that is, how they get whoever it is up to that level if they can, and make decisions accordingly before you can ever have the kind of true offense that is going to be considered a Super Bowl contending offense. So that's the mission. But listen, Mike McCarthy's a guy who has been there, done that. He hasn't won enough for me in the postseason, just like Mike Tomlin. But he has the ability, and it's different than what we've seen in the past 3 hires dating back to Noel. It's an offensive mind, which is the Steelers saying we have lagged behind on offensive strategies over the last several years. We need.
Oh, no, it's not.
You know.
Oh, no, it's not. Because I was just going to ask you guys. We all agree that the Steelers have been deficient offensively, and it needs to get better,
Yes.
right? then how come Art said he was willing to run it back with Mike? And if he was willing to run it back with Mike, you better believe Artie would have been part of that package too. So we can sit here and say that. But I don't think Art thinks his offense was deficient.
He may think that, but he would be wrong. I think it's about this offense taking steps forward.
So do I.
And becoming a team that can average 28 to 30 points a game. That's what it takes in today's NFL. Again, you saw it yesterday. Chris Shula's defense gave up a lot. Okay, fine. But their offense took care of that because they or vice versa. What was that? Kubiak's team, their defense got shredded. Both defensive coordinators. They gave up big plays at big times, but their offenses were good enough to overcome that. So you have to have an offense that can come back from things that don't go your way defensively. Yeah. And in the Steelers' case over the last couple of years, if they fall behind and if it's, it's almost impossible for them to come back and win games.
Yeah.
You have to have that. Even if your defense is okay, you can overcome it.
I agree. I just don't agree that the Steelers think they're deficient. Certainly, maybe Omar, but not Art. Let's play that quote again at the top. This is coming from a guy who is the head of an organization that has, and I say this a million times because I feel like it needs to be repeated that often in order to crack the delusion, the veneer around this franchise for some, including the guy who runs it. They haven't come close to winning a playoff game in 9 years. The closest they came, I guess, was they were down a touchdown to the Bills with 7 minutes left in Buffalo with Mason Rudolph, and then the Bills immediately went down the field without even a third down and scored a touchdown, then tacked on a field goal and wound up winning by 2 touchdowns. Is that a close game to you? Not to me. So 9 years without ever even really threatening to win a playoff game. And this is how the owner of the team president anyway, views it.
It's been a winning era. We're always in contention. So I think when you start with that, you have the opportunity to take the next step. I can't explain kind of the more recent history there. It's hard to explain given the overall track record. Frustrating for all of us, mostly for Mike. But all in all, I'll take being in contention every year and having a shot at it.
Again, you're not in contention just because you make the playoffs. That's a fallacy, I think.
You're in contention if you have an offense that could deliver when you need it to deliver. That's simply put. I mean, they only scored 6 points in their playoff loss most recently to Houston.
Yeah.
You knew that you might be in a game if you can score some points because their offense had its challenges as well. And their defense scored 14 out of the 30 points.
But it's also worth noting that there were games where they put up 42 and 38 points, but their defense set an all-time record in the NFL by giving up 40 points in 3 straight playoff games.
But generally speaking, I think we all agree that the offense has a long way to go.
Yeah.
And that's how you become, I think, a legitimate contender in this day and age anyway. You can still win with defense as long as the defense is dynamic and has to be like top 5. And then you can have an offense that maybe is not as good as some others. But if your defense isn't top 5, then you're going to have problems. You better score a lot.
At some point, you're going to have to throw the ball against good defenses. That's the bottom line. And that's what they haven't been able to do when it matters. I forgot what I was going to say, Bob, about all these playoff games and all these playoff losses. Just that again. It's like that's not contending, because the implication there when you say in contention is in contention for a championship. And the last Steeler team I saw that I thought could win one was probably 16, maybe 17, and they wound up giving up 45 points to Blake Bortles at home. 38 technically, but who's counting, Bob?
It's been a lot of playoff disasters, really. I mean, that's been the case, which shows you that they need to be better as they head into the postseason. You can get there, sure, and listen, you got to get there, but you better be prepared when you get there to deal with what you're dealing with in the postseason.
Also interesting that 2 defensive coaches are in the Super Bowl, isn't it? They have great offensive coordinators, but they're 2 defensive coaches.
Right. So you can still do that, which is why I thought Shula was a legit opportunity here. But we'll see. I mean, I'm going to keep an open mind about what they're going to do. I want to see their coaching staff. I want to see what their plan is for quarterbacks. And once we know that, then we'll see what happens in the season. But there's still a lot of work to be done. And heading into this draft, I think they're going to solve their quarterback situation, at least with a roster, before it comes to that.
The other interesting thing to me is, yes, the Steelers bucked tradition in one way by not going for the young, untested, rising coach. But in another way, this was Mike Sando of The Athletic today, and he went back to when Tomlin was hired. And Sando wrote this: as the Rooney family has said for decades, they're looking for leaders and motivators who understand their city and its values. You want a personality who, number one, is somebody who can deal with players, get the players' attention. Late Steelers owner Dan Rooney said before hiring, this was before he hired Cowher, the relatively unknown Bill Cowher in '92. He has to have the values of the community, a commitment to his team and community. He has to understand us in Pittsburgh. I think that was part of this. That part of the franchise philosophy was upheld here. Would you agree?
Yes. If he says that, then he means that. And, yeah, that's exactly what happened. So.
I think that went into it. But again, that he's a Pittsburgh guy.
Maybe so. But to me, I would have looked at the best possible candidate and make him a Pittsburgh guy. There are a lot of guys who don't have to be from Pittsburgh who then become Pittsburghers because of.
Like Tomlin, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not, that wouldn't have been a number one thing for me. I'm looking at a lot of things, resume included, but what they had in mind was an offensive upgrade, and that's what they're hoping for with this hire.
And really for me, and I've seen it with the teams that I've rooted for in my life, we can talk about culture and team culture. And look at that great shot. Is that Ben Kindle's grandma there, Bob? Or who was that? Yeah,
he had 130-some people there for the Kindle.
God, is that great from last night?
Yeah.
What a great shot of the crowd there.
And speaking of him, I give Muse a lot of credit because he went 19 games without scoring a goal. And normally when you're 18 and you're struggling, coaches will shy away from your ice time. His ice time has been the same. They keep putting him out there, and they believe in him, and it showed.
That was great last night. But listen, we can talk about culture. We can talk about values. We can talk about defense. We can talk about weapons and your offensive line. It comes down to the quarterback in this sport. I rooted for the Buffalo Bills my whole early adult life. Guess when things changed? When Jim Kelly came. It's really just as simple as that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. You could have a good quarterback and have nothing around him and still fail. I get it. But isn't all this talk of this other stuff so overstated? We can talk about the 70s Steelers. Without Terry Bradshaw, I still think they win one, maximum two. They had Terry Bradshaw. And after he left, they weren't the Steelers anymore. Bill Cowher had all kinds of things going for him for 13 years. Nice run. He didn't win anything until a guy named Ben came along. Tomlin walked into a guy named Ben and won right away. Had a lot of other things going for him, but until then, it just didn't work.
And
that's the bottom line.
And the thing about having one of those guys, too, you can do so much other business when you know you don't have to worry about your quarterback. You go into a season saying, okay, we have a guy here now. We don't have to worry about him.
Right.
He's the best. We'll build around him. Now you have freedom to do that when you continually look for that guy and then you don't have answers for him. Number one, you bring in others.
Yeah.
And you're not sure if they're going to be the right call or not. Number two, you have to keep looking in the draft to try to find somebody potentially who could make that happen. But if you're unsuccessful, then you're in the same boat.
It's just so obvious in football. It's just so obvious. So this other crap that we talk about, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't. And then the Bills went into another quarter-century drought practically until a guy named Josh Allen came along, and now they're a threat every year. They are in contention. And it's up and down the line. Wherever you want to go, the Cincinnati Bengals were a joke. And then Joe Burrow came along. Oh, my gosh, they're playing in the Super Bowl. I wonder why. Wonder why they're in the Super Bowl. It's just the way it is, Bob. That's the way it is.
Well, I don't think they're going to solve that this year, which is why I think they need to just go in with, who they have, add a player to it and say, let's go. Open competition. I'm going to try to bring out the best of you, and you might find some answers there. If not, then you still need to go back next year and do it again.
And I wish Cowher had said that. Like, it helps if you know the tradition, the values. They got themselves a Yinzer. This is great. But you know what? whoever he was talking to, I had a lot of good things happen until I got Ben. And then I went into Indianapolis against Peyton Manning at the height of his powers, and Ben outplayed him in the first half, and we held on and won. I didn't win until Ben came along, so they got to get a quarterback. That's what I would have preferred to hear from him. Who's next?
All right, let's go to what Willie Colon had to say this morning on Good Morning Football. Joe, I think this might blow your mind.
Yeah, first off, I was shocked by the hire. I thought it was going to be Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator for the Rams. Being young, defensive minded, has experience on both sides of the ball. He acted as a pass game coordinator for the Rams. I was shocked. Now, getting Mike McCarthy, I know some people are like, what are we doing here? This feels awkward and clunky. But at the end of the day, the man's a proven winner. You talk about winning a Super Bowl, multiple double-digit win seasons, getting the best out of Dak Prescott. And so this is about stability and strategy. You got to understand the Steelers have a young quarterback in Will Howard that they want to see develop. And you also have a head coach in Mike McCarthy who has deep ties in the front office. You know, Omar Khan, who's the GM of the Steelers currently right now, was with Mike McCarthy when he was in New Orleans. So there's some synergy and alignment there. The Steelers want to be competitive. Right now, in my eyes, they have the best coach in the division. And so the Steelers are going to roll out with Mike McCarthy. The fans will be okay because once he wins games and the Steelers get back to playing their brand of football and playing hard-nosed defense, scoring points, they'll forget about Mike McCarthy and they'll be celebrating him.
Well, there's only one other coach in the division, or two now, I guess, with Jesse Minter, right?
Yes.
Jesse Minter and Zach Taylor. He might be right that they have the most proven coach, although Zach Taylor has won more recently. Gee, I wonder why. Joe Burrow. Give Zach Taylor Joe Burrow, and he becomes the best coach, Bob. This whole Will Howard thing. He mentions he got the best out of Dak Prescott, and now he's got a young guy in Will Howard to work with. That would be like saying the Steelers have a young guy named Omar Jacobs to work with. Remember when he was here from Bowling Green in the 6th round? The Steelers have Chris Oladukin to work with, their 7th round pick. What are we doing? What are we doing with Will Howard here?
They're going to give him a chance.
Can somebody clarify? Why is he constantly being mentioned? He was a 6th round pick. It's no different than Willie Colon going on there and saying, they drafted this Chris Oladukin guy. I think
right.
he might be a guy to build around. Maybe Will Howard surprises us. His resume is great from college, won a national title. So did Troy Smith. Nobody in Baltimore was saying, man, they got this Troy Smith guy to build around after they took him late in the draft. What is going on here?
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy won a national championship. How's that faring for them in Minnesota? Just because your resume in college is good doesn't mean you're going to be a good NFL quarterback.
He was picked high.
He was the 10th overall.
And that even amplifies my point. McCarthy won a national championship, had that success, had a lot of tools that people liked, was a higher pick.
Yeah, but you can understand why somebody would go on and say they have this kid they drafted in the first, or when did they take him? 2nd round, 1st round?
Right. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
10th overall.
Yeah, so obviously people would say it there. It's not justified to say it here.
Correct.
It's not really even mentionable here that they have a 6th round pick in waiting. Who else have they drafted? Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs was taken in the 4th round. This would be like Willie Colon going on and saying, you know what? He's got Josh Dobbs, this young kid Josh Dobbs to work with. Bob, what are we doing here?
They have what they have, and they have to work with what they have.
This Landry Jones guy that the Steelers have, man, I can't wait to see McCarthy work with him.
This is not a one-year thing here. You can hear Art talk about it, but it has to be viewed as something that is going to take some time.
Don't be surprised if McCarthy works with this Dennis Dixon guy they got in the 5th round. This could turn out great.
I used to like Dennis Dixon. He was a nice guy to talk to. Point being, it's going to take some time. Whether the answers are this year or next year at quarterback or whenever, they have to solve it first and foremost. That's got to be their approach. However they do it, they do it. If they bring in Willis, if they bring in a trade candidate, I don't know what they have in plan there, but all I know is that they have guys here who Mike McCarthy will be able to work with. What he gets out of them will determine what they do after that.
But my point is, why are we accentuating, and I guess I have at times too, the Will Howard factor? Again, Brian St. Pierre was taken a round higher. This would be Art telling Bob Labriola yesterday, well, Mike's really comfortable with the quarterback room, Mason Rudolph and Brian St. Pierre. I think he thinks we can get a lot out of St. Pierre. He thinks we can get a lot out of T. Martin, who was also taken around higher. I don't know.
Wasn't T. Martin in the Brady draft?
Yes, he was.
He played for Tennessee, and didn't he? What did he win at Tennessee, T. Martin?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
He was in that documentary, The Brady Six,
Yeah,
the six
Brady
quarterbacks
Six,
that were
that's
taken
right,
ahead of Tom Brady.
No, the answers may not be on this roster, but they only have what they have at this point. You have to figure it out. I'm going to be anxious to watch.
I know, but we're getting headlines, Bob, left and right about Will Howard. Again, McCarthy's high on Will Howard.
He could be high, and again, I like the fact that he won a national championship on a blue chip program, and he had to play. He played some of his best football in those games. That tells me something about him. So we'll see if that means he can be an NFL quarterback or not. Just because you're in the 6th round doesn't mean you can't surface as somebody.
True. That's true. But it's hard for me to believe, and I just named a list of examples that we'd be talking this much about Brian St. Pierre or T. Martin. There's been a hell of a lot of quarterbacks who have won national championships who were not. That really doesn't mean a whole ton.
To some, it does. I saw what I saw in those games, and he made some big throws when he had to make big throws to
Tim
win.
Tebow won a couple, right?
Well, okay.
Troy Smith, I mentioned him.
Prescott was
Matt
a
Leinart,
4th round pick.
Jason White.
There are exceptions to every rule. You can.
They're not exceptions. They are the rule usually.
Okay.
Guys who win the national championship.
I'm just saying.
Marcus Mariota,
he did enough
Johnny
at Ohio State that perked my interest in what he might be able to become. That's all. And the only way you know is to try. You can't sit here and say, well, he's a 6th round pick. We're not going to give him an opportunity.
I
drafted
hear you.
him.
I hear
so
you. And I want him to get an opportunity
no roadblocks,
too.
And for you looking for the next guy, why not?
Give him a shot.
And to your grand plan, if it doesn't work, then you'll be in a position to get it.
I'm with you.
So you should be encouraged.
But that's not what people aren't saying. Yeah, try him, and then if he sucks, you'll get a great pick, and that's great. We're talking about this kid like he was a 1st round pick. And there's nothing
I'm
really.
talking about him as someone who deserves a chance to play. That's all. And I want to see what I get from
were we saying the same? Well, I guess they had different quarterbacks then. He deserves a chance to play in the context of them not having a quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with that. I just had to go on a little rant, and I apologize, Bob. Next.
All right. What I also have is Randy Moss suggesting that the Steelers bring who back to work with McCarthy?
Mike McCarthy has been the offensive production has always skyrocketed. When you go back to when he was with Dallas, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, their best season was with Mike McCarthy as the play caller. But back to this Aaron Rodgers thing. I don't know the future if Aaron Rodgers is coming back or not. But Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy. Aaron Rodgers was 2-time MVP with Mike McCarthy as his head coach and play caller. So one more year, I don't know what Aaron Rodgers has left in the tank, but one more try to go with Mike McCarthy. Because one thing about Pittsburgh, their offense stinks and it needs a lot of help.
I actually like that a lot.
But he's suggesting go back to Rodgers.
I know.
Which is a road I don't want to go down.
Who wants to go back to Aaron Rodgers when you have Will Howard, Bob?
Well, all I'm saying, if you do that, it may leave you in the same exact position as you were last year, and then you lose another year trying to figure out what's next because he's going to be 43. How long do you expect him to play?
I know. And I wouldn't go back to him because I know where that's going to end.
Right. You're blocking what could be helpful to you in the future. That's all.
That was pretty good, though, actually, from Randy Moss. I like that. All right, Limits, what do you have coming up on the Limitless Express? First, let me tell people that it's 12:28. Time to make the smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What do you got? And then it goes to Bob.
Well, Bob, trouble seems to be brewing between a star face of the franchise player for one team in this city and management. We're going to dive into that a little bit.
I think I know where you're going. We are going to dive into that. And the Penguins, too. We can dive into them because they've been the best team going right now in the NHL.
The Penguins?
Yes.
And we'll talk a little bit about my guy, Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold. Could be an MVP of the Super Bowl. Who would have said? No, we don't know. Hey, listen, winter is here. You know it. Look out. In fact, you don't have to do that. You're probably sore right now, sitting at home, shoveling time after time. Most people did 4 or 5 trips in one day. So you're worn out. And that means you need help, especially when it comes to knocking out some of those home projects. Winter is a perfect time to do it, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling very simple for you, the person who wants that change. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home and you don't have to go through the stress of it all. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With a winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window, door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it even easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of the teams of highly trained employee installers. They don't have subcontractors, they have their own. Schedule your free no-obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Again, an entire year. Lock it down. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for a winter savings event from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball lost at home to NC State Saturday, 81-72. Another double-double for Cialepa, 15 points. 13 rebounds, but not enough for the Panthers, who have lost 3 in a row. They will host Wake Forest on Tuesday at the Peterson Event Center at 6 o'clock. 5:30 is when pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. It's AUD, ACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold has a chance to be the modern-day Jim Plunkett. A quarterback drafted very early who doesn't live up to promise with the team that drafted him, bounces around a bit before finding Super Bowl glory. Jim Plunkett did it with the Raiders in Super Bowl 15, and Sam Darnold has a chance to do it in Super Bowl 60 after 346 passing yards and 3 touchdowns against the Rams. What a story for Sam Darnold. I'm Nick Hostos.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Call in Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Whoop, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant. You know what this means, Bob? It's time for the Limitless Express. Let's go on a little ride with our friend.
Limitless amount of things to talk about.
Man, do we ever. Limits? What do you got?
Including Pirate Fest this past weekend. Unfortunately, a lot of players were not able to attend in person just because of the weather and travel plans and stuff like that, canceled flights. But during the ever so popular Ask Pirates Management section of Pirates Fest, Ben Cherington was asked about Andrew McCutchen. And basically what Cherington said, this was the quote, "So much respect for Andrew. That relationship is really important to us, and we'll continue to communicate with him directly as the team comes together. We have more work to do." Cherington basically made it sound like, yeah, Andrew McCutchen is not coming back, but he left the door open to it. So a lot of people are complaining, hey, did the Pirates approach this properly? Should they have just told McCutchen, we just don't want to bring you back? It kind of seems like he is on shaky ground right now of he's in limbo if he could come back. So Andrew McCutchen went at our guy Josh Roundtree on Twitter. Roundtree said Pirates fans got a 3-year reunion tour with McCutchen, and they never won more than 76 games. I respect what he's meant to the city, but he's 39, and at some point you have to just consider moving on. So McCutchen responded, quote, "I wonder, did the Cardinals do this with Wainwright, Pujols, and Yachty? Dodgers to Kershaw, Tigers to Miggy. The list goes on and on. If this is my last year, it would have been nice to meet the fans one last time as a player."
Yeah, I mean, he was going at the Pirates there, not Roundtree. He was going at the Pirates. And, Bob, I think the bottom line for me here is the problem, the core problem in this situation is what a lot of us have faced, whether someone's breaking up with us or we're breaking up with them. The best way to do it is to rip off the Band-Aid. Say, this isn't working anymore. I'm sorry. I'm leaving, whatever. Or have them do it to you. It's actually the kind thing to do instead of just never approaching it, trying to avoid it, having it linger. That's worse, and this is a perfect example of that. They should have told Andrew McCutchen 3 months ago, we're done. Love you. Want to have you be part of the franchise in the future.
We're going to have a night for you.
You can come to Pirate Fest and say goodbye to the fans. That would be great. Instead, this, and it's the Pirates' fault, but also McCutchen needs to know that there are better options at DH. You know what I mean? The Pirates should have just told him, months ago, you're done, invited him to this, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, this is what they created.
Well, I think also he doesn't, he goes at the end of the year, leaves doors open for himself. He doesn't say if he's done, if he wants to be done, if he's going to retire. I think you're right. There has to be better communication on both sides there. But I think they made their point very clear. They went out and brought in some bats, one of whom is going to be a designated hitter, to try to upgrade the designated hitter spot. Now, he claims he still plays defense, but nobody wants to really play defense with him. He hasn't been in there too often. I just think it's time to upgrade the roster.
Don't you owe it to him to tell him if he's not coming back?
Yes.
He's Andrew McCutchen. You need to tell him.
Yes. But they should have had this conversation at the end of last year. It should have been well done.
They should have precipitated that conversation.
Yeah, fine. They have to. They both needed to talk about it and got it underway. And they had to say to him clearly, Andrew, you've had a wonderful career. We'll do everything to make sure that legacy is protected for all time, but we have to move in another direction. And if he had a problem with that, then that's on him.
I agree 100%. But as it stands, it's their problem. Plus, Cherington's leaving the door open still.
So what do you think you'll get from a 39-year-old Andrew McCutchen? How often will he play, and how often will he DH? I guess that's the question you need to ask.
The question I'm asking is, are there better options at DH? And I would say yes. Virtually every National League designated hitter last year was better than McCutchen. Virtually every one of them. If you look across and you see the guys that were their team's primary DH, everybody, I mean, I'm not going to, it would be unfair to pick Schwarber or Ohtani or people like that. Christian Yelich. So I'll just go with Ivan Herrera for the Cardinals. 19 homers, 837 OPS. Josh Bell, 22 home runs, 747 OPS. Gavin Sheets. The list goes on and on. McCutchen slipped. And he's 39. He went down to a 700 OPS. He hit 239. His numbers slipped. It's time. Just tell him it's time.
Yeah. It's as simple as that. You say, look, all due respect, like I said, we're going to protect your legacy. We're going to enhance it. We're going to make things. But as far as playing another year, they have to make decisions that are best for their franchise. You can argue they haven't been the best at doing that over the years, too.
No, they've been the worst at doing that.
So it's, to me, they brought in O'Hearn to be that guy. He's not going to be. Now if you have him back, it's going to be how many times will he actually play in a game over the course of a week? If you're going to play him only against left-handed pitchers, that's going to be very infrequently, I would think. They're not going to play him in a position.
You don't know how you can't reserve a roster spot for that. Although I think our friend Limit still wants McCutchen on the team. Would you like to make that case, Limitless Wonder?
Yeah, so I want him on the team as the 26th man, and here's why. So I still think that he is valuable against left-handed pitching as their DH because you have a left-handed bat in Ryan O'Hearn. So you could also move O'Hearn to right field whenever necessary. I would be okay with McCutchen in right for a game or two. Nothing too substantial whenever you need him in a pinch. But to be able to have a veteran bat like that can come off the bench in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, something like that, to be able to pinch hit, or also bat against left-handers when they are a very significantly left-handed heavy lineup, I think he is valuable in that regard. Not as a consistent starter 5 or 6 days a week, but as somebody that can play in a pinch. And I don't think that extra roster spot that you're giving to McCutchen weighs all that much when you have a lot of versatility in terms of Garcia, the outfielder they got, Mangum, and Jared Trillo. They can play every infield position.
So in other words, a guy who almost never plays is worth a roster spot? Not for me.
Instead of a guy like, Alexander Canario or another depth infielder that doesn't need to be out there.
Well, why would you think those guys would be on the team this year?
Yeah,
They've improved their team.
Plus,
just to throw in here, McCutchen had 10 home runs against righties last year and only 3 against lefties.
Well, yeah, you face right-handed pitching significantly more than you do face left-handed pitching.
Well,
what's his split?
He still had 131.
Why did you bring in Ryan O'Hearn then? If you're
to be the starter against right-handers, you face right-handed pitching what,
but if
80% of the time?
All right. If McCutchen hits more home runs against righties than lefties, then
his slugging percentage against righties was .359, against lefties .389. That's not that dramatic of a shift. I don't know.
I do agree with what you said, Joe. They needed to make it clear to him in advance of any of this. By not communicating or not having an answer or not satisfying his need to know, you're just making this worse now because it's coming out in a way you don't want it to come out.
Right.
Where he's barking back.
It's never pretty. It's never pretty. When the Pirates or the Steelers said goodbye to Troy Polamalu, Hines Ward, Ben, they were all pissed. They all thought they could still play.
Rod Woodson, too. He was another guy who,
they all thought they could still play. It's like any breakup. In life and in sports, you're going to hurt people's feelings. There's going to be resentments. Just do it and then move on. Because you know what? Those things are going to happen either way, and they're going to be worse if you lead somebody on to believe that you still want to be with them.
And that's where we're headed right now because there hasn't been any communication about it.
Do you agree with that part of it, Limits?
Well, yeah, they've not handled it well, which, probably isn't the most surprising thing. But I think that, look,
That's a good line, Bob, isn't it, by Limits?
It is.
They need to be transparent with them. And I think you're entirely
it's too
right,
late
Joe.
for that.
Well, yeah. I mean, this needed to happen in October, in November.
The other part of this is he's not even on the team.
Right.
So
they've had Pirates alumni that have come back to Pirate Fest. I would have given him the invitation regardless. Maybe that would have made it a little bit more messy to say, hey, you're Andrew McCutchen. Yeah, you could come to Pirate Fest. You could sign some autographs. You can meet people, especially with a lot of players not in attendance because of the weather. That could have helped further smooth some things over.
Yeah, but he wants to know if he's going to be on a roster before any of this happens.
It needed to, the invitation needed to be on a pink slip. Like, it's all right, we're done, and you're invited. Maybe he doesn't show up, like you said, Bob, then that's on him. Listen, this has been an enjoyable, fun, unexpected, and from his numbers, pretty fruitful.
Of what he wanted to do.
Pretty fruitful 3-year reunion. Right. It was great, and now it's time, and that's okay. So tell him.
So what are the odds, do you think? Do you think he'll be back? Do you think that'll cave a little bit?
No, I don't. I still think there's maybe a 15% chance. What would you put it at?
Yeah, that. Probably a little less than that.
City dweller?
At some point, you have to move on with this. As great as he's been, and no one will ever lose sight of what he meant to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'm at about 25% because I feel like if they would truly did want him back, that would have happened by now. Maybe they are waiting for another chip to fall with a third baseman and who they might acquire in a trade or free agency for a roster spot.
Quickly, too. Here we are heading into spring training almost, and there's nothing on that.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
And your point was valid, Limits, in retrospect, that he had way more at-bats against righties. But still,
the production
it's
wasn't
not like
that
he
good.
Absolutely smashed left-handed
No, but I mean, still hitting 270 against lefties when batting average is so significantly down throughout baseball, and a 389 slug is pretty good against left-handed pitching. Yeah, I'd take that.
It's okay. I can find better, but thanks.
You're going to find a journeyman bench bat or a young player that takes limited at-bats and hit better than that?
No, but I'll find somebody in a roster spot, which are very valuable, who can play defense and also hit.
Right. I want someone who can be on the field, who can hit a lot of home runs, and there's no movement on this Suarez. I'm just very curious about what's happening here. Why is no one – maybe, I looked, there are only like 3 teams that really could use a third baseman. Now, maybe some people view him as a bat only, but what is taking so long to figure out?
He makes it sound like the last spot on the roster is just something you can just toy with, like it doesn't mean anything. To me, it does. Yeah. Every bit of your roster, you better have guys who can do a lot. Now, it would be worth it
and that's
if I had a guy who absolutely
he can do a lot.
Yeah,
but he doesn't have to be your starter.
No,
and that's why I want a starting third.
Well, again, I'm not saying that McCutchen has to be their starter every single day in the lineup, just against left-handed pitching. And you bring him off the bench as an extra bench bat. Like, how often with the DH anyway does that 26 guy on the roster even play? I mean, I know I brought up Canario. They went stretches where he did not play within a 2-week span. So how much are you really gaining
because
with an additional guy?
Because he stunk.
Okay, so if you have an additional bat or a better bat than that, or whoever else example that you want to use, why isn't that even just a little bit valuable?
Maybe it's a little bit valuable. I'd rather have something be more valuable.
I would understand that point if this was 5 or 6 years ago when there was no National League DH, because you use guys off your bench so much more in whether it was a double switch or pinch hitting for the pitcher.
I don't know, man. A platoon DH who never plays the field is a hell of a way to use a roster spot, unless he's absolutely annihilating left-handed pitching, which he did not do.
Okay, they go out there and sign Eugenio Suarez and have him at third base, and they want to use that roster spot for somewhere else. I'm fine with it. Like, if you add somebody else, if that's what they're waiting for, try to add a significant bat that takes away that spot from McCutchen, I get it. But right now, with the way their roster is constructed, I think there is one spot for him.
I just looked at these splits with Ryan O'Hearn because I'm interested now to find out what he's doing. And last year, 281 average, 17 home runs, 63 runs batted in. Against lefties, he only had 97 at-bats, 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in, and a 278 average against lefties. Against righties, 14 home runs, 48 at-bats, and a 281 average. The OPS, 832. I mean, I see that he can get the job done against lefties, if I'm looking at this correctly. 97 at-bats, 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in, 278 batting average, 832 OPS against lefties. That's pretty good.
He had a better batting average, better OPS, better slugging percentage, and better on base than McCutchen against lefties. What do you say to that, oh Limitless Wonder?
Well, and that's why I have him as my starter, as the guy that goes up against right-handers. And I think that
no. He did that against lefties.
Then I would play him in right field, and I would move my
Ryan
outfield
O'Hearn
around.
had a better OPS against lefties than righties, even though he's a left-handed hitter.
I just think that the discussion about the 26 roster spot, which might end up going to a guy like Jack Sawinski or a Jared Triolo mold type of player, is just one that I don't think is worth having if you're comparing it to what McCutchen can still do against lefties. That's just my take.
Well, if you're asking me who would I rather have, Sawinski or McCutchen as a final piece, I'll probably be siding with you on that.
Well, that's what it could be, that last roster spot.
I don't think that's going to be the case at all for either of them. I think they have enough people here now that they don't need to do that.
Maybe they'll have G1 Bay have that last roster spot, even though they already cut him.
Let's hope they improve, because if you do reserve a roster spot for McCutchen, you're still not where you need to be, in my opinion, as a team. Bob?
I'm with you there. And again, all due respect to what he's been able, but I think the Pirates should have addressed this long before January 26th. This should have been right at the end of the season. Let's talk. What are we doing? This is how we feel. You've had a great 3 years here. We appreciate it, but we're moving forward. And if you didn't like it, you didn't like it. What are you going to do?
Next.
Ben Kindle scores 2 goals last night, Bob, as the Penguins, don't look now, they just dominated their Canadian and West Coast trip. Second place in the Metro. Is this team for real? Buyers at the deadline?
I've said from the beginning I thought they would be a playoff team. So, yeah, I think they're for real. And I think the difference is their goaltending, number one. They're also making life easier for their goaltenders by not giving ridiculous shot totals and scoring chances. They still give up a little bit too many scoring chances to my liking, but they've reduced the shot total, which makes life a little interesting for these goaltenders and better. And they've also stuck to 4 lines, and Dan Muse is a guy who says, I'm doing it this way. This is how it's going to go. I'm relying on all these guys to make everyone better. And he's done that. And that 4th line is as good as any in the NHL. So all those things put together make them a tough team to play against right now. And I think we saw that. Edmonton, that game in particular, they won all those games, but the Edmonton game, they walked into that place and really did a good job on Connor McDavid, and they turned it into a rout, which I didn't expect. But
they made Tristan Jarry look like Tristan Jarry, Bob.
Yeah, he gave up shots early.
That was the Tristan Jarry that we had seen for so many years in Pittsburgh. 3 goals on 4 shots.
I mean, I think they have the fifth best total of points of any team in hockey. They're right up there at the beginning. They're only how many points out of first place in there. So I don't know if I'm going to expect them to win a division and go. Not that. They're going to be a playoff team, and I think they'll be tough to play against in the playoffs.
They're only 6 points behind the Hurricanes with a game in hand. They've won 4 in a row. Dan Muse is just a great story, and so is this team. And I think they need to add. I've gone all the way. I've gone all the way to that side. Why wouldn't you? You only get so many kicks at the can where things go great for you in a given season. They're going great for the Penguins. They have some star power. They appear at the moment to have goaltending. I don't know how long this lasts with Skinner, but he did get Edmonton. He was great last year in the playoffs until the final. I mean, sometimes things happen where you have to change your mind, right?
Yeah. And if, again, Robertson's the guy that's on the market apparently right now, and he's only 26. That's a guy who's already established himself as one of the best players in the game, I think. At his age, you'd have to give up something here, more maybe than you probably want. But if you're going to make a move, and if you think you have a chance, especially with Crosby, Malkin, Letang still here, and Carlson playing maybe his best hockey since he's been a Pittsburgh Penguin, then I would certainly be on moves at the deadline.
Can I give you one more quick one, Joe?
Especially for a 26-year-old. Yeah. Yes, of course, so Limitless Wonder.
There was a lot of discourse and discussion last night during the second half of the Broncos-Patriots game about the weather. And a lot of people on social media saying snow games are great, but the other half saying this is why games are moving to domes. And this is why games should be played at either neutral sites or in domes. So, Joe, I ask you, what were your thoughts at the end of that Patriots-Broncos game where it kind of seemed unplayable at times with the amount of snow?
Please don't get me started on this, Limits. Football was meant to be played in the snow. It was totally dramatic. It was a television spectacle. It was memorable and incredible, like the Fog game, like the Urlacher Bettis snow game, like so many great games we've seen in freezing weather and rainy weather and snowy, muddy. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be played on a carpet with the thermostat set at 72. It's supposed to be played outdoor in cities like this, cities like Buffalo, cities like Denver, Cleveland, Cincinnati, New York. That's how football's supposed to be played, not indoors on somebody's carpeting, Bob.
I largely agree with that, but I will say this, it diminished the quality of play. And with regard to that game, too, I thought Jarrett Stidham was in a tough position. He was not very good. Sean Payton was worse. He was terrible as a game caller and also as a situation seeker in those moments. But I think as far as the game, yeah, you want that. It makes it sloppy at times, but I think people get into just the event happening that way. Just the fact that snow came in, it's part of the experience that we have experienced as consumers of football for all these years. And I still like it. I do. I think the other component about these dome stadiums is this is a money-making thing more than anything else. These franchises want to utilize their stadiums for a lot of other stuff, and you cannot do that if you have an outdoor stadium. It's very difficult to do.
Indoor football sucks, Bob.
I agreed. I said that, but you understand the motivation. It's about money.
Yes.
It always is.
The answer to all your questions is money.
Do you
I
think
get
Sean Payton was pretty bad yesterday? Because I did.
He should have kicked a field goal, that's for sure, but he was in an unwinnable situation with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback. If Bo Nix plays that game, they win.
I totally agree. But he didn't, and they had a chance to win, or at least go up 10-zip and make life a little bit more difficult on the Patriots. And I also thought that play call was the wrong play call if you're going to do it.
I mean, yeah, okay, the quality of play, you said, went down. I guess the quality of play was down, too, in 1978, I think it was.
Well, you'd have to admit that, right? It became a punting contest at the end. It wasn't
It
like
was,
nobody
it
could
was
move the ball.
completely dramatic to see who could overcome the
I
conditions.
agree. What I'm saying is...
I love the Sports Illustrated cover that has Terry Bradshaw sliding through an ice puddle where it says splash down to the Super Bowl. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, Bob, but what they did to Earl Campbell that day at Three Rivers Stadium, I think it was 78, was a spectacle that I'll remember for the rest of my life, and I wasn't even living here. And part of the spectacle was running through ice puddles the whole time. It was a thing of beauty, an absolute thing of beauty.
I agree. I want to see it. I'm not saying I don't. What I'm saying is I thought the quality of play in the fourth quarter was not very good because of it, though. That's the only thing. And it is, I mean, we're living in a time where, ratings and entertainment factor becomes...
if you're watching that game, you're drawn in more than you're repelled by it.
But there are a lot of people that didn't like it that way. I get that point of view, but I do like it. I
don't get that point of view, and I hate their point of view. They're wrong. The drama compels you to watch more than the alleged, decline in quality of play turns you away. Nobody turned away from that game. It's unbelievably riveting when you can't even see the yard markers. Jim Nantz was like, I don't know where the ball is.
Right.
It was tremendous, Bob. Tremendous.
I liked it myself, but I understand those who don't.
I don't. They're wrong. Limits?
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Joe. I think that the outdoor games are really fun, entertaining. I did wonder.
That's because you're the Wonder Twin.
I did wonder if that game was played at like a neutral site dome or somewhere where it wasn't snowing.
Yeah.
Would the Broncos have had a better chance to win it than in that moment? But I also thought, well, New England could easily fumble as much as the Broncos.
Well, that's the thing New England didn't do.
Of course.
They fumbled a lot in their first two playoff games.
Yeah.
And they were lucky to recover a lot of those. Yesterday, they did not do that at all. They were as airtight as can be, and that's one of the reasons why they won.
Those conditions favored Denver, or they favored New England in the fourth quarter because they had a 3-point lead, and basically no one else could score. If that was a tie game, then I think it could have been a toss-up. But as soon as the snow became so overwhelming for Denver's offense, I think you just knew the Patriots were going to win.
I'm glad Chris Fuamatu-Ma'afala scored that touchdown against Cleveland with snow falling like ticker tape, Bob. It made it even more memorable. I'm glad Sidney Crosby scored that goal on NBC in the Outdoor Classic with snow falling like ticker tape. It made it unbelievably more memorable. And I'm glad Bennis ran over Urlacher in the mud and snow. That was all part of it. I'm glad we had the Jeff Reed game.
I used to love when they went to Minneapolis and played in that stadium there.
Yes.
When it was like minus
And then they
30
went
degrees.
soft and got a dome. They used to have Bud Grant standing out there in sleeveless shirts. That's the way football was meant to be played.
But money always talks.
Yeah, it does.
And I think that's where we're headed with a lot of this.
You seen the new Neil Diamond movie, Bob?
No.
Where it's about two Neil Diamond impersonators who fall in love, and they become completely obsessed with this idea of impersonating him.
Wow. I've seen a lot of Neil Diamond impersonators along the way.
One of the all-time most talented performers. Would you agree?
Yeah, I saw him recently. He's not in very good shape. I don't know. He's dealing with something. And
he's 85, I think.
Yeah, but there's like a Parkinson's or something. I don't know.
I didn't know that. I don't know, Bob. It's just, I remember sitting in Rich Stadium so many times. Marino and Kelly in the snow. The snow is part of it. It's part of your city. Now, now it's a little bit much. But the weather is part of the personality of your city. If you're here, if you're in Pittsburgh, who the hell wants a dome stadium here?
I know the Rooneys don't. They like it the way it is. And I like that. I do like outdoor. On another note, just because I wanted to ask you this too. What did you think of that unsportsmanlike taunting call against?
I'll tell you next, and we'll talk about the two Super Bowl teams.
Interesting.
So do I. Snow with a high, or snow on the ground anyway. It's going to be cold, a high of 20. Patrick Peterson, low of Ben, 7. Feels like -2. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What lessons do these two Super Bowl teams teach the rest of the league, if any? Should they be looked at as examples? Limits?
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Winners of 4 in a row. The Penguins are second place in the Metro as they beat Vancouver 3-2 on Sunday. Evgeny Malkin with a goal, 2 goals for Ben Kindle, in front of a ton of family and friends for Kindle as they take the entire 4-game winning streak with victories. 6-3 over Seattle, 4-1 over the Calgary Flames, 6-2 in Edmonton, 3-2 against the Canucks. So the Penguins will make the journey back to Pittsburgh and play the Blackhawks Thursday at 7 o'clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Make this new year the time for a new home upgrade with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. Plus, there's 0% interest financing for 60 months. And you'll also get $1,000 off your entire project. Now is the time to take advantage of this great deal. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco is now set as the New England Patriots win the AFC against the Denver Broncos 10-7 in snowy Denver, at least in the fourth quarter. And the Seattle Seahawks win at home against the Rams 31-27. It'll be Patriots and Seahawks in a couple of weeks in a game that you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have all the coverage with the NFL on Westwood One. Super Bowl Sunday, February 8th. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, it's the most unlikely Super Bowl there has ever been. Do you know that?
Meaning what? Unlikely from the beginning of the season?
Meaning it's the first time where teams that were 60-1 or worse to make the Super Bowl at the beginning of the season have made it. Both of them were, I think the Seahawks were 60-1, the Patriots were 80-1. First time ever. So, yes, if you look back at the beginning of the season, it's the most unlikely Super Bowl there ever was. Think about it. Zero people predicted either of these teams to be in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
It was all about the Ravens
The
and
Lions.
Chiefs and Bills
all of
and
them.
Lions and, yes, Eagles. Unbelievable what transpired this
I think
season.
that's why the NFL is as popular as it is. Because
But it never happens this way. That's the whole point. It usually
but
is very predictable.
Normally, you do get different teams that go from worst to first and become, they don't necessarily end up in the Super Bowl, but they change their fortunes around pretty quickly. So, and Seattle certainly was one of those teams. And, given the fact that they had Geno Smith a year ago, got rid of him, and many people thought that was a terrible move. They brought in Sam Darnold. They have Clint Kubiak. They have a very good run game, which they've had for a couple of years now. And they almost lost it because of a taunting call, which...
That was ridiculous. The whole the whole taunting thing is so stupid. Guys get up after every play and are jawing at each other's faces, making comments to the other bench. It happens all the time.
When you go to the sidelines, though, in those situations, you have to be smarter, don't you? Don't even give the referee an opportunity.
I guess you have to be smarter, but I see it happen all the time. Guys look over at the opposing bench. Did he stay a second too long? Probably. Is that how you want to decide? And I'm not saying this decided it because it obviously didn't. They still won. Is that how you want to decide which team goes to the Super Bowl? I thought it was ridiculous.
No, but I think his teammates on that side of the field were getting after him a little bit for how could you be this stupid?
Yeah.
When you're in that situation and you know what a rule is, you may not agree with the rule, but you can't push it to the point where you are the guy, and then the very next play they go right after him, and Puka Nacua scores a touchdown. So he got double whammied right there, and I'm sure the people
just like
in
Press Your
Seattle
Luck. You ever watch that show, Bob?
I remember that
The
show.
double whammy?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, you're right about that. Seattle, third in scoring, first in defense. New England, second in scoring, fourth in defense. They're really good all-around teams, both of them.
Yes, both sides of it.
Both top five in offense and defense. But the Steelers were in contention, even though they weren't in the top 25 in either, were they?
Certainly not offensively. I don't know what the final statistics were on that.
Maybe they were 23rd. I don't know, but I guess according to Art, they were in contention. You have two defensive coaches, Mike McDonald and Mike Vrabel, in the Super Bowl.
But two good offensive coordinators for those defensive coaches.
Two great offensive coordinators, Clint Kubiak, Josh McDaniels, and two top three picks who have taken different journeys here, but they were top three picks, Sam Darnold and Drake May. That's what you have in this year's Super Bowl, Bob.
Yeah, and it goes to show you that you have to get there. We're going to end up right where we started, talking about why it's so important to have a franchise quarterback in place. And you have to get it figured out. It's very hard to do if you're not in a position to draft them. And they have not been in that position, so now they have to figure it out with what they have and what they're going to add on, because they're going to bring somebody else in. It's just a matter of who that is. If it's Malik Willis, if they're going to do that, then fine, except I would make sure that it was a two-man battle for that job.
Well, why don't we finish where we began today, Wonder Twin? And that is just opening the lines on one of the biggest decisions in Pittsburgh sports history. Hiring a Steelers coach. It happens once pretty much every one of your lifetimes. You've only been alive for 25 years.
Yeah, well, I will in March. Should we have a jubilee for me turning 25? Is that like a big birthday?
I don't know. What is a jubilee, Bob?
Once
Will
you
you
turn,
MC it?
Yeah, like once you turn 21, after that, I feel like there's no big birthday again until like 30, and I don't even want to look even close to that.
Well, they become less interesting if you're the person going through it.
Yeah.
You like when you're younger. You start getting older, and then they start using terms you don't like oh, you're going to turn 30, turning. Then you're going to become 40, and then you arrive at 60. I heard that all the time. Oh, you've arrived at 60.
I lost track. It doesn't matter anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
To me.
I don't even, birthdays are birthdays. They come and go. Can't look at it that way. Just
I love my birthday, but now I don't think I'm going to like my birthday as much anymore.
What's the date on that, Limits?
My birthday?
Yeah.
March 21st.
We'll definitely have a party for you.
Thank you. Are you happy that I told you my birthday, unlike Ron, who never told anybody his birthday?
Did you find that odd, Bob, that he never told anyone his birthday or how old he was?
I did. I remember asking him about that.
And yet he acknowledges everybody else's birthday with a text.
Because he knows everyone's birthday.
It's very nice of him. He checks in on my wife's birthday, everything.
I think, if anything, based on what I think his age is, he should be happy with how he operates, how he looks, everything about him.
He just has a low opinion, it seems, of himself, and that's a shame. Like, why wouldn't you want others to celebrate your birthday, Bob?
Is he dating someone down there? Do you know?
I don't. I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I think that's his element.
Good.
back hair and all.
Did you know that I once looked up how old Ron was and found it?
What did you find?
I found his Beaver County Sports Hall of Fame profile. It said what year he graduated high school. So I just did the math because you're 18 typically when you graduate high school. So I subtracted the year that it was, I think at that time, 2024, subtracting it by the year that Ron graduated and got his age.
Which is
working
what?
some
It's gotta be
numbers together.
68?
I'd say around
I think
there,
he was
yeah.
68 when he retired, yeah.
Okay. Looks good.
I would love to have celebrated some of Ron's birthdays with him. And if he's turned 70 in the meantime, I would love to have celebrated that. I might have gone to Florida. Man, am I jealous of him now.
We got given all this weather. Matt Zigarelli, he had us on Twitter and says, shout out to you guys. We've been shoveling the driveway all day. Your entire show has been on. Thanks for keeping us sane.
Awesome. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Bob, you and I should be with Alex Urea in Naples right now playing golf. Can you imagine if
Alex
we were?
would open up the door and make it all possible.
Can you imagine if we were there right now? Palm trees, watching that little white ball fly right in the air, Bob.
Instead of all this white snow.
Oh, my God. You know what? I had a story for you before we get back to Mike McCarthy. I gave this hiring a C. Bob gave it a C. Limits gave it an F. This is your chance to weigh in on Mike McCarthy. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. The overall reaction, I started the day by telling you that Bob Labriola interviewed Art and wrote a little story. And if you look at it on Twitter, it's one negative comment after another on this hire. It is overwhelmingly negative. Weigh in. 928-9370. Quick story, Bob, before we get to the lines. John Brody, the old Niners quarterback, legend, right? I never knew, right? You know of him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He passed away.
And he passed away. And listen to this. This is unbelievable. At age 56 in 1991, John Brody, who played in the NFL and was a star, I think a Hall of Famer, although I can't verify that. I think he was. Joined the Senior PGA Tour.
I remember this.
And won an event.
I remember this.
When the field featured every top 10 money leader to that point in the season. Chichi Rodriguez, Arnold Palmer was in the field, Lee Trevino. This dude walked into that environment. Chichi Rodriguez, 8 wins on the PGA Tour. George Archer, 13 wins on the PGA Tour. And won. He won an event against those guys, stuck a 9-iron within 4 inches on the first playoff hole. He beat Chichi Rodriguez. That's one of the most unbelievable sports feats that I've ever seen in my life. You?
Yes, and I remember, I totally forgot until you brought it up, but I remember when that happened. And, you know, back then, a lot of those guys who got on the, quote, senior tour when they were playing still had a lot of game left. And many of them still do. And their whole careers are golf. This is a guy who just dabbled in it, took it seriously enough that he could actually try to win and did win. Rick Rhoden tried the same thing. Do you remember him?
Of course, from the Mario thing, he was a great golfer,
but
former Pirate pitcher.
Can't get to that next level. That's hard to win those kind of events.
The next level is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, but he did it, yeah. Crazy.
I put that up there with the greatest sports feats that have ever been done. That a football player, and I know he played some college golf at Stanford and things like that, walked into that environment against legends and beat them. Wow. At age 56, Bob.
And as you said, it wasn't just anyone. It's guys who were established on a tour, and they still were in good enough shape where they were still competing on that tour and winning. And so he came out of nowhere and won, which is crazy. It is.
Love the story. That was courtesy of, again, Mike Sando, who did a really good piece in The Athletic today on a bunch of different things, just a football
and there was
extravaganza.
Almost a similar in reverse story yesterday. That 18-year-old Blades Brown was playing in the PGA Tour event. He was paired with Scotty Scheffler at the end. He almost shot 59
Almost
on Friday.
59.
He's 18. He said, I'm bypassing all these other stuff. I want to be a tour player.
It's insane. What's he going to do next, Bob? A hole-in-one on shoot an 18?
I don't know, but he was
59?
He ended up being, I think, 21 under par. He got a sponsor's exemption to be there. But so what? You shoot 21 under par and almost challenge Scheffler at age 18. That's
crazy. Here's another little treat for you, Bob. You ready for this?
I'm ready for more treats.
I'm just going to read the whole Sando column here, if you don't mind. According to him, Mike McDonald has a chance to become the first ever coach to win a Super Bowl as his team's primary defensive play caller. Belichick delegated those duties, as did Chuck Noll, Tom Landry, Don Shula, Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells, George Seifert, any of the defensive guys from history. They were not calling plays in the Super Bowl. This guy will be. He could become the first defensive play caller. So is some of our thinking twisted, oh, Limitless Wonder? When we think you got to have an offensive guy, well, what if you have a defensive guy who calls games against the offensive guys? And I know it didn't go great for him against Sean McVay yesterday, but what if our thinking's a little bit twisted on that, Bob?
I don't know if it's twisted so much. I mean, there have been a lot of good defensive schemers who are head coaches, but you're right. They let the defensive guy call the play, whoever that may be. I'm sure in many of those cases, though, that defensive head coach would interrupt and say, no, we're going to do this. Here's how we're doing it. So I don't think I
give him a lot of credit, though.
I do, too. He strikes me as a very confident guy at what he does. He is. And I'll tell you what, their GM has been there for a long time, and he makes some shrewd calls. And you want to talk about response? There were a lot of people who did not like the fact they wanted to let Geno Smith go, and they eventually did. They thought that, and he was a guy who gave him $100+ million too, but he just got to the point where he said, we're going to make a move there, and we're changing directions.
You think people in Baltimore are sick over the fact they let McDonald out of the building?
Maybe, but I mean, he was just one of those guys who needed an opportunity to get a head coach, and they weren't at that point going to get rid of Harbaugh. So
here's the last little treat I have for you, Bob. Are you ready for yet another treat?
Keep feeding him, baby.
You like treats, don't you? You're
especially
like
salty.
My little dog Bailey. He'll eat a treat from anywhere. He'll eat anything, Bob. I've never seen him not eat something. Does your dog? Have your dogs done the same?
Yeah, same thing. It didn't matter what they.
You could offer him a sardine. He's eating it.
Or
deer
at least
poo.
Try it.
He eats deer poo.
Oh, try it.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten a milk bone?
Is that a real question?
That is, because I once did.
Yeah, that's a real question.
I tried it.
Was it good?
I was trying to convince my dog to eat it. I figured the
so
best
you
way
demonstrated?
to demonstrated.
Did he eat it? Was it good?
No, he didn't eat it. He tried, didn't like it. I thought it was okay. I didn't eat all of it.
Here's my last treat for you, Bob. Robert Kraft is trying to go into the Hall of Fame, and he's going to be competing with the senior player candidates, Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and L.C. Greenwood, for a maximum of 2 additional slots. So if you were voting, Bob, and you had Bob Kraft, and others probably, but let's just say Bob Kraft, Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, and L.C. Greenwood, who would your 2 be?
That's a good question.
It's a great question.
I've been heavily looking at L.C. Greenwood. I think his time has come long past. He should have been in already, so he's going to be one of them. But
some would say the same about Roger Craig and Ken Anderson.
Maybe, and 2 of them are going to be left out. That doesn't mean they
Doesn't Bob
worthy.
Kraft have to be in the Hall of
If
Fame?
you're going to have Jerry Jones in the Hall of Fame, you have to have Bob Kraft in the Hall of Fame. Is Jerry Jones in the Hall of Fame?
If you're going to have any owner who ever lived in the Hall of Fame, you have to have Bob Kraft. He's got 6 Super Bowls.
Absolutely, and I would make that case for sure. So, yeah, he'd be one of them, and then I'd have to decide on the other 3, and I would go, just because I've been on L.C. Greenwood's case for a long time, I think he should be in. Those other guys are certainly on the precipice of being in as well. That's a tough choice to make, but you'd have to give Kraft his due.
For me, I guess I'd go Kraft and Roger Craig, although I would need to see more numbers on L.C. Greenwood. Defensive players from that era are hard to quantify,
Yeah, they didn't keep as many records in as many different categories as they do now.
Notably sacks,
right.
But he had 4 sacks in a Super Bowl. Isn't that a record?
Yes.
He sacked Staubach 4 times in the first Cowboys-Steelers Super Bowl.
So
maybe it would be
had 3,
Greenwood.
but not 4. Yeah, I mean,
Roger Craig was a hell of a player. Was he the first guy to have 1,000 yards rushing and receiving in a season, Bob?
if he wasn't, he soon followed. He was very good at that. One of the best all-purpose running backs you're going to find.
Ever. Let me try to look that up if you don't mind, Bob. If I may.
I like,
Yes, he was. In 1985, Roger Craig in 16 games had 1,050 yards rushing and 1,016 yards receiving. 92 receptions.
And if you're Le'Veon Bell and you had those numbers, you say, I'm
Holy
two
bird
people. I want
follicles.
double the salary because I'm two people. I'm a receiver
Right.
and I'm a runner both.
That's exactly right. Now let me look up L.C. Greenwood if you don't mind, Bob. Do you?
Go right ahead. You can do it. But again, I thought he was, he's also the victim of so many people from that era on that team getting into the Hall of Fame. And I think people just said, okay, that's enough.
I mean, he's a two-time first-team All-Pro, not Pro Bowl. That's pretty good. He had other guys, notably Joe Green, overshadowing him on that defense. 2 seasons, I guess they did go back on Pro Football Reference and comb through the sacks with double-digit sacks, 78 in his career, and 4 in a Super Bowl. Did they keep playoff sacks then, Bob? 12 and a half sacks.
Yeah,
12 and a half sacks in 17 playoff games.
Now compare that.
He should be in.
Yeah, compare that to others who play the game now and talking about sacks in postseason games.
TJ Watt has 1.
I know. So that goes to show you.
Cam has 1.
Was a disturber. He made things happen.
He had 5 sacks on the road to the Super Bowl in 1975, including 4 in the Super Bowl. Maybe it would be him.
I think
Bob
Lamar
Kraft.
Woodley since then, had those 3 straight games of double
Lamar
sacks.
Woodley is the greatest sacks per game pass rusher in the history of pro football. Right. I've looked it up many times, and we had him on the show to talk about it.
Yeah, he got a lot of pressure on quarterbacks back then. But L.C. Greenwood did the same. But you're right. When you're overshadowed by Jack Lambert, Jack Ham, you have Joe Green playing alongside of you, he doesn't get the attention that he probably
Do you know what
deserved.
L.C. Greenwood's middle name was, Bob? Wrong. Henderson. What did the L.C. stand for?
Don't have any clue.
Limits?
Leroy Curtis.
I don't know. It doesn't say here, Bob. Let's go to the phone lines. A grade on McCarthy. What's the vibe around Mike McCarthy? We have breaking news, Bob.
Uh-oh, the bell. It's time.
Is this Buffalo's head coach?
No.
Mike McDaniel staying in? No?
Better. The NFL has announced a new addition to the Pro Bowl roster. Quarterback, Shadur Sanders.
No, that's a joke. That's AI. You're not reading it. You're not reading it right. That's got to be
According to Jordan Schultz of Fox, Shadur Sanders has been added into the Pro Bowl roster.
All the more reason to get rid of it altogether.
This should be the last time that ever happens, even in the farcical form that it is.
It's ridiculous.
Shadur had 7 touchdowns and 10 picks this year.
He's the only guy who said yes when they asked him.
Apparently.
Who was the Cleveland Brown who got in that 1 year? He had a pretty good year, though. He was back in the mid-2000s.
Derek Anderson, 2008.
Huntley got in.
Snoop Huntley did.
Tyler Huntley got in 1 year.
Been it. I mean, come on.
Shadur Sanders
he
with
probably
more
gets a
picks
little bit
than
of
touchdowns.
roster bonus or gets some sort of bonus because of that, too, which is stupid.
This is incredible.
He should be the starter, Bob.
All right, to the phone lines, Limits.
All right, here is Robert to talk to Robert. He is in Cranberry.
Hello, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Good. Well, first of all, start with the grade of a C. With one important caveat, though, that there's some hope going forward for important change in philosophy in terms of how they approach the quarterback position.
Yes.
You guys, you've been talking about it all morning. The Steelers have to figure this out. And this organization has been an F grade in terms of quarterback evaluation, drafting, and, of course, succession planning. Forget about it. They've been terrible. So if you look at the quarterbacks that were on the draft board that they passed on, and I know you guys have been through this before, but passing on Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, even Jackson Dart. I mean, these are guys that probably or could have been drafted. I mean, the year that Jalen Hurts was on the board, they drafted Chase Claypool.
Right.
So there could have been a nice pick there. So anyway, McCarthy comes in, and he could represent a new approach to quarterback. This is my hope, that they look at the model for quarterback succession planning, which is the Packers, the way they do it. He inherits Favre, then they move to Rodgers, and that was on his watch. So the Packers have done a really admirable job of never really having to go into the tank for a quarterback. And maybe that's something that McCarthy can instill into the Steelers draft.
How do you instill that? You're going to have to find one of the most talented prospects ever and hope he drops in the draft.
Yeah, I think where we're headed, and I know, Joe, you're not excited about Will Howard maybe being the guy next year, but if they decide, look, what better option do we have at this point? Maybe they bring somebody in, but let's just assume Will Howard kind of wins the competition. And they have a 5 or 6 win season next year. Now, supposedly, they will be drafting in the top third of the draft, and maybe they'll have their chance to get their guy, just like when they won 6 games and they had a chance at best.
Do you like Ty Simpson? Some people do. Would you draft him?
I'm of the mindset now that says take the guy, see what you get. And if he doesn't work, then, man, you go back to the drawing board. And that was my feeling about Jackson Dart last year. There were questions about Jackson Dart, but he comes out and he looks like he could be the real deal. Emphasis on could be, because we really won't know for him until he gets a chance to really kind of spread his wings and get some good coaching up there, which looks like it's on its way.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you,
call.
sir.
I think you're right on with the analysis there. But, until they do that, they have to make a commitment to somebody here and play that somebody, whether it's Will Allen or somebody else they bring in or whatever the case may be.
Next.
Joe, we have to go.
We'll be back in a moment with more of your calls.
I have to go shuffle
Bob.
or at least
Thank
try
you,
to
Bob.
dig myself out of something at home.
Thank you for coming in today.
Great to see you, Bob.
You wondered about me, didn't you?
I did.
I worried and
I
wondered,
was scared.
yes. See
I
you
wondered
tomorrow.
about me, too.
Will I see you tomorrow?
No, Wednesday.
You're off Tuesdays.
See you guys. Have a
Even though
wonderful
there's
rest of your...
Oh, we do have a news conference tomorrow.
We do have a news conference
Can we talk to you by phone tomorrow, Bob, as you're getting ready for the news conference?
How about after it?
The news conference is at 2
Who?
o'clock.
Oh,
Our show
that's
is
right.
10
Well,
to 2.
never mind. I forgot about that. Yes, you can do that.
Thanks.
Thanks,
I'm
Bob.
sorry, I forgot what time it was.
What time are you coming on then?
I don't
Bob?
know. Let
We'll
me
figure it
my
out
life
tomorrow.
out.
Be safe on your way home,
Austin.
Bob.
Okay.
Be safe,
See you
Bob.
guys. Bye-bye.
Love you, Bob. Bye.
Love you, Bob.
Fan Twitter. Wait, where? What?
Yeah.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll wrap it up with your calls next. It's 1:30. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. And social media's biggest loser. Who is it, Limits? Whoever voted or asked Shador Sanders to the Pro Bowl?
Yes.
Is brought
Has
to you
to be.
by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Steelers will formally introduce Mike McCarthy as their head coach tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It was first reported on Saturday and confirmed by the Steelers on Saturday as well that they had verbally agreed to terms with McCarthy. So that is now 3 out of the 4 head coaching positions that have been filled in the AFC North. Jesse Minter, the new head coach in Baltimore. And the Browns are flying out reportedly to meet with Nate Scheelhaus, the pass game coordinator of the Rams today, which is something that the Steelers opted not to do by hiring McCarthy when they did. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. Yeah, I think some roofs, if that's the plural of roof, and siding situations are going to be in peril after all this. Well, you know who to call. JP Roofing and Siding. Joe Potocznik, been doing this for 40 years. His mustache has been doing it for longer. 412-829-7711. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. Not an easy designation to get, but they got it through years and decades of customer satisfaction. $500 off your first roofing or siding project. That's 829-7711.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Harry, you like hammocks? You a big hammock fan?
No.
Why not? I did not intend for that.
You're a jerk.
I did
He's
not.
crossed the line.
No.
You've literally, it's like the schoolyard bully thing, right? The bully,
he's trying to impress me.
right. Why do you always include me in conversations that eventually lead to awkward moments? Like, why can't you just ask, what do you think about the coaching opening?
Who do you want them to hire, Harry?
I don't know.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New England Patriots will meet the Seattle Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Like Vrabel in year one with the Patriots completes the turnaround with a team that only won 4 games last year. It's the 11th trip to the Super Bowl since Robert Kraft has owned the franchise, most in NFL history. New coach, new quarterback, same excellence from the best franchise in the NFL. I'm Cluck.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
What's Cooking, brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Snow with a high. No, not. See, you really threw
I know.
me off
I
with
really
that
confused
snow.
you with that.
You really did. The snow has already fallen. There is snow on the ground. Limits and his dad did drive me to work. They came to pick me up. Can I have a ride home? It would be awkward if you said no right now.
No. Yeah, I probably could drive you home.
Or your dad
My
could.
dad would drive me. You home.
What a nice man he is, huh?
Very. Maybe we'll shovel out your driveway there, Joe. Maybe we'll make another $100.
I will pay you money.
I'd do it.
That one part, I can't get my daughter's car out of the driveway. It's unbelievable.
So is it because the car is like right by your wall on the
by
side?
the hedge on the right where all the snow is piled up. I tried to go straight back, and whatever groove is in the ice kept drifting me toward the snowbank. It's basically in a snowbank right now, Limits.
What, do you keep your house inside the hedges like your Georgia football?
Yeah, that's exactly it. A high of 20, Colby Armstrong, a low of 7, Big Ben. Feels like -2. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Mike McCarthy will be introduced at 2 p.m. tomorrow at Acroshore. What a time to be alive. Where do you think Pony goes with this? Does he go counter to popular opinion, or does he rip the hiring? I'm curious.
I think Pony is going to go counter to popular opinion. He's going to maybe not agree with the signing, but understand it, bringing in McCarthy, and the reasons why they're doing it. Well, I think Malsey will absolutely rip the Steelers to shreds, like he partly did when he did his emergency show on Saturday, and I expect the same from Donnie.
It was a good emergency show. I appeared on Malsey's emergency show. It was very enjoyable.
Yes. Malsey gave me the Belfont snorkel on the show. I was not invited.
What?
Malsey said on the air, he said, we want to hear from all kind of fan personalities. So I texted Malsey and I said, Malsey, I don't know if you would want me on or not, but I am around. Great show. And he said, thank you. And Malsey,
that's actually a great line.
I honestly didn't expect Malsey to ask me to, but he had you, he had Pony, he had Donnie, he had Jeff, he had Crowley. He basically had everybody not named Doran Dickerson on the air.
I think that thank you is one of the great lines in fan history, even though it wasn't on the air.
Well, he also included something else additionally, like it's easy doing shows like this when the news writes itself. He said something else like that, but
I had Roundtree on yesterday. If I'd known you were interested in doing this, I would have had you on. Roundtree was great, and he's the one that McCutcheon subtweeted.
Yes.
After the Pirate Fest flap.
I appreciate the thought. But I thought, you know what? If there's one person that would probably not have me on, it would probably be Malsey.
I'll tell you what's going to be really interesting for us.
I love Malsey.
Wonder Twin. I'll tell you what's going to be really interesting. It's inarguable right now that people are angry, disappointed, and those might be light words with the Mike McCarthy hiring. I think the tenor changes by Wednesday morning because I think he's going to win this news conference.
It won't with me.
He is. He might not win playoff games much anymore, but he's going to win this news conference. It's going to be all about his Pittsburgh roots, which is great, which is cool. It is cool that that's part of this. And it's going to be about Will Howard. It's going to be when he talks about how much he loves Will Howard.
Right.
We're going
to further fuel this.
He's going to, yes.
We're just going to further fuel this delusion that Will Howard is the answer.
I wish I had a great Yinzer accent. I'm sure Malsey will do one today of people changing their minds when they hear Mike McCarthy say something like, I'm pretty high on Will Howard. He's going to have an opportunity to start. If he says that, there's going to be a citywide celebration. Forget about the snow. They may shut down schools for that. If this dude says that Will Howard will be given an opportunity to start, you're going to have a citywide shutdown for a celebration. And we're going to get on the air on Wednesday, and the entire vibe of this whole thing is going to feel different. Would you agree that that's a possibility?
Oh, I think it's a real possibility, yes. I mean, they might throw an 0-16 parade like they did for the Cleveland Browns all those years ago. That might be the type of celebration that goes on in the city because there is just such a belief. And I honestly think it's because, look, there's no quarterback here, and people want to grasp onto something.
There's no quarterback here.
They want to grasp onto some hope. And so Will Howard being the most recent quarterback draft pick, plus there's a lot of Ohio State fans in the area, is the hope. You know, and I'm sure if Drew Aller got picked in the 4th round, that that would probably be the case for a lot of Steeler fans who are Penn State fans, grabbing onto that hope. Or we've seen the guy play locally. Stuff like that.
Art actually told Bob Labriola that McCarthy is, quote, very comfortable with the quarterback room. He would be the only person in history, the only person on this planet, in this universe, who's comfortable with a quarterback room that currently consists of Will Howard and Mason Rudolph.
You know what's my response to that?
What are we doing here?
You know what my response is to that? This.
Mike, you mentioned the year off, and you spent a lot of time with a bunch of other coaches that you hired or worked with, and you said you analyzed every play or watched every play of the entire 2019 season. What is it that you learned from that experience that you think will benefit you most here?
Well, I mean, I need to confess. I mean, I told Jerry I watched every play of the 2019 season, but I wanted the job. So
that's what everybody does in interview limits, and you might be onto something.
He probably lied to Art.
He probably said, what's one thing I can do here in this interview to really get these guys on my side? I can tell them what a great pick Will Howard was, and I'll work my quarterback magic on him. You might be exactly right about that.
I honestly believe that's the case. I do.
Are we out at 50 or 52?
We got about 30 seconds.
All you had to say was 50.
But yeah, I feel like that has to be at least a consideration, right, Joe? That maybe we know that he was telling Jerry Jones stuff to be able to get the job. He's probably doing the same thing with Art.
You guys you've built a really good roster here, Omar. Love what you've done. I can push it over the top. And I might even push it over the top with Will Howard. What a great pick he was by you. That's what everybody does in a job interview. You tell them what they want to hear.
And I have a block of ice to sell you in this snowstorm of, 14 inches that we got in the area?
Good night, Limits.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, that was a fun show. Penguins, it was a fun show, I thought.
I'm still trying to get over Malsey's line where you say, Chris, I heard you want to have a bunch of fan personalities on today. I'm available.
I'll tell you exactly what I texted him. I said, if you need anyone else to jump on, I'm around. Great show. He said, thanks, Austin. Easy show to do. No response. So I texted Charlie Borges, who was producing, and said, you know what? Malsey ghosted me, and he just decided he didn't want to have me on.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Penguins, they've been fun. They won in Vancouver. And I'm sure this will not be brought up on the PM team at all. 3-2 was the final score. They're on a 4-game winning streak. They're back at home against Chicago on Thursday. More headlines. That's at 7 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Here comes Malsey. Headlines, they were powered by Bowser Genesis. They were powered by Bowser Chevrolet and the said PM team. With Pony in New York and Malsey in studio is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Lakers and the Bulls square off tonight in Chicago, and I think defense will be optional. These are two of the worst defenses in the NBA, and as of Monday afternoon, there's no star players on the injury report. The Bulls have been one of the best-rated offenses in the league in the last 2 weeks, and even though the Lakers have sputtered a bit in the last 5 games, they still grade out as a top 10 offense this year. And I think Luka and Josh Giddey will provide plenty of fireworks. Give me the over in this game. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free.
No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
24 hours from now, the Pittsburgh Steelers will formally introduce Mike McCarthy as their next head coach. And you can listen to it right here, live on 93.7 The Fan, 93.7thefan.com, and the Odyssey app. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com right now. It's a black and gold new coach Monday on the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're from the 45. The Green Bay Packers have won the Super Bowl. The Lombardi Trophy is coming home. And Mike McCarthy from the Greenfield neighborhood of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, gets the Gatorade bath along the sideline. Tears in the eyes of Donald Driver.
All right, here we go. In 24 hours, we will hear Mike McCarthy tell Steelers Nation what he has up his sleeve. As the next Steelers head coach, we'll hear Art Rooney and Omar Khan tell us why they hired a man in his 60s to replace Mike Tomlin. Right now, just to let people know, I am in New York City. You can still see me on the YouTube page and our X stream. I got stuck here because of the snow that was dumped on the Midwest, the Northeast, and I guess the South too. Pretty much the whole country after watching that Broncos game. Denver got pounded too. But I'm here. Malsey is in our Green Tree Studios. He made it to work today for this epic day. Donnie is there, and we obviously want you too at 412-928-9370. In the statement that Art Rooney 2 made to Steelers.com about his decision to hire Mike McCarthy, he said that he's really excited about it. I think he might be the only person who feels that way. And I want to see if we get any listeners who want to call in here and agree with him. I know I'm working with two people who feel the exact opposite, unless those opinions have changed since we talked about this last week, this possibility, and I saw the initial reactions you guys had on social media and what Malsey did with his emergency show on Saturday. Are you guys still firmly in the this is a F- hire, disaster hire, worst thing the Steelers could have done headspace right now? Boys, 24 hours from now, he's going to coach and sell us on this thing. Is that still how you both feel right now?
I mean, I'm going to stand on business and say it was an F-, whatever you want to call it, when I was asked about it the first time. And now that they've actually done it, I think it's an F- hire. I think it's the worst thing they could have possibly done. Quite a kerfuffle here among Steelers fans now, because I've seen the usual thing happen where a lot of people were dead set against it and still are. But now I've seen some people, I think, starting to try and talk themselves into this. And I'm not saying Donnie has. I'm saying among fans, I think I've seen more of like let me try to figure out how this might work. You said Art's the only person who maybe is excited. I think Omar Khan's very excited because I think this was just as much of an Omar Khan, if not more an Omar Khan thing than it was an Art Rooney thing.
You're right.
I do think there's something telling that I'll start by just saying this about that Labriola piece. Usually Bob Labriola's tone in most of what he writes is of a school teacher lecturing students on why they need to, or like a parent saying, eat your vegetables and like them. This is why you need to. For him to acknowledge at the end of this piece, which is majority of quotes just from Art Rooney, getting like Art's thoughts on paper, the chatter throughout Steelers Nation in the immediate aftermath of this hire has been largely negative. That is a sentence he wrote. They know exactly. They know exactly how this is being perceived. There's a quote right after that from Art Rooney about not worrying about social media or winning the press conference. They know that they did something enormously unpopular with the majority of the fan base.
I agree. I think that's why they didn't wait for the press conference. They wanted to get out in front of this.
I think that's why they did this at 1:40 on a Saturday, because frankly, they didn't think anybody was going to go on the air and do a show. And I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. I am saying that when you do some news dump that's unpopular, you try to hide it in a time and place when it won't really get talked about.
I think this came out on Saturday because they felt like it was the quickest they could announce how much they loved Mike McCarthy without making Anthony Weaver and Brian Flores feel bad. I think if they could have, they would have announced it like after Anthony Weaver left their facility on Friday. Like, I think they were completely sold on McCarthy from the very beginning of this. Like, obviously we've got a whole show and we're going to have tons of time to talk about this. I think they loved Mike McCarthy and had their minds made up on him.
I think they did a sham interview. I think they did a sham interview process. They interviewed 2 minority candidates in person, which satisfied the Rooney Rule, and then they hired Mike McCarthy. I think the process. I said on Saturday, Pony, that I thought maybe they had been turned down by Scheelhaus and Shula, and that was how I was going to cope. Maybe these guys just didn't like the job. I came to realize that was stupid on my part. They ran a sham hiring process here.
But can you explain more in depth to me and the people that love hearing your opinions on things why you think
singular?
Why you think it's the worst thing they could have done?
Just uninspired, and it's scared. I think it's a scared decision. It's Omar wanting to work with a coach that he feels like he'll have more agency maybe over in the decision-making process, where Mike is more of a type B guy who's not going to be as domineering about personnel as Mike Tomlin might have been. I think it's Art deciding I can play the hits. There's going to be a lot of people that like this guy because he's an offensive coach, because he beat our team in the Super Bowl, and because he's from Greenfield. And that's going to run a little bit of cover.
Well, he misread the room on that because they had to put out an article the next day explaining why they made a hire that most people don't like.
I also think that the owner also believes, and maybe Omar does too, and I would be much more disappointed in Omar because he's supposed to, I think, have a bloodless, dispassionate view of what their roster is. I really believe they hired Mike McCarthy in part because they really think with Mike McCarthy in tow, they can win right now with this roster. And I think Mike McCarthy's chops as a quarterback whisperer are greatly overstated because Dak Prescott's a very good football player and was a good football player before Mike ever got there. And Aaron Rodgers, I think it's pretty obvious, just like you could have said about Roethlisberger, was so talented you'd have had to be a complete idiot to mess that up.
I don't think it's safe, though, in this way. Safe would have been just following the blueprint of the coaches that they had hired since Noel. Safe is my dad hired defensive coordinators in their 30s or younger defensive coaches. I'm just going to do that because it worked for them. I think this is absolutely going out on a limb. Like, we can argue the reasons why he did it, but he's breaking from his family's tradition and legacy to hire a guy in his 60s who had like no other real looks to be a head coach. If the Steelers do not hire Mike McCarthy Saturday, I don't think his head coaching career, his coaching career period, is probably over. That's a huge risk. Think about this, Chris. If he had just said, I'm going to give the job to Chris Shula, if it doesn't work, yeah, he's going to, of course, catch hell and get criticism. But I think he's going to catch even more if this blows up in his face. I don't think he's going to get the benefit of he's from Greenfield, give the old Pittsburgh guy a chance. No, I think finding what looked like the closest facsimile to what Tomlin was, Cowher was, and Noel was would have been the safest thing to do. He went out on a huge limb with this hire.
Well, he also, in saying that, probably a fair point. I'm not going to argue it because I think it is right, given like the overall outcry. He inherently went out on a limb. He did hire a guy, though, that you just said had one other head coaching interview, did not make it really close to the finals. He pulled his name out of that because he knew somebody else was getting the job. By the way, so that somebody else is a defensive-minded head coach for a team that just picked number 1 overall to draft a quarterback last year. If they thought he was such a quarterback whisperer in Tennessee, wouldn't they have hired him and said, you can max out Cam Ward, who's a talented player?
Same with the Giants. I mean, these aren't well-run franchises.
How about the Buffalo Bills? Yeah. Hey, we have a quarterback. Why don't you interview Mike McCarthy? They interviewed a guy they were very comfortable with and that they were very happy with and that it seems like they had targeted from the start. And I just don't really see a player on this roster at the position that he supposedly whispers to that is talented enough for him to make the impact they think he's going to make.
Donnie, how about you? Do you still hate it? Do you still think it's a brutal hire, one of the worst ever?
It's not a brutal hire because of Mike McCarthy himself. Like, I think Mike McCarthy himself is a pretty solid coach. And I think that's kind of my annoyance and my disappointment about all of this, because it is just going to be the same exact thing all over again. They wanted somebody that would keep them in the middle, that would have them right around 8 to 9 to 10 wins for however long he's here. And not that they are ever going to be an organization that wants to punt on a season, but I just don't see this being the change that gets them over the top. Like, it feels like it will be, hey, the Steelers went 10-7. Hey, the Steelers went 9-8. They backed themselves into the postseason, or they won a bad division, and then they get boat raced in the first round of the playoffs. That's why I'm so disappointed about it. It's not as if it was a major step back from what Mike Tomlin provided. It's just the same exact thing. It's nothing new.
But I think they're in a better position now than they were when Mike was still their coach. So that would have been 2 weeks ago now when we were getting ready for the Texans game. I think they're in a better spot now than they were then. I think they're better off with Mike McCarthy than they are Mike Tomlin because of the thing that we would always discuss and all, like, whenever we had conversations about, who's going to be their next quarterback, we would all have the same cynical opinion of, well, why should we trust Mike Tomlin to do anything with this guy, to find the right quarterback, to groom the right quarterback? His quarterback evaluation skills were not good. Were horrible, actually. Mike McCarthy's much better at that, both in terms of, I think, finding talent and then getting the most out of it. That's what I like about this hire, and I don't love it, but what I like about it, Chris, is they've shifted the identity of the franchise from a defensive culture to an offensive culture. That's good, right? I know it's 2 defensive head coaches in the Super Bowl, but shouldn't you guys feel better about that?
I wanted them to do that, but with Shieldhouse. They have a quarterback guy as their head coach. Yeah, I wanted them to do that with a guy that was admittedly a risk. I mean, I would have come in here if they had hired Nate Shieldhouse and said A+ hire and put myself out on the limb because he might just not have what it takes if and when he gets a head coaching job. But they did it with a guy who, again, I think it's fair to question just how much of a quarterback savant he is and how much he just coached 2 very talented players for the position.
I agree.
And he's also, like, yes, they are now an offensively minded franchise. Like that, I have pined for different, and in that way they've given me different. His offensive mindedness, his last 7 seasons or parts of seasons as a head coach, has yielded exactly 1 more playoff win than Mike Tomlin's last 9 seasons did.
I know, so that's why I don't love the hire, because I don't think that he's the quarterback that gets them to the next level, which is competing for Super Bowls again. But the first step you have to take before even that is getting a quarterback. And so if he's the guy that brings Will Howard along somewhat, or a young quarterback, and they're still banging their head or ceiling against the wall, however you want to put it, all right, well, now you got the quarterback, go hire the coach who allows for you to win with that quarterback. Like, that's what I'm hoping for here. I think their odds of getting a good quarterback who allows for the Steelers to have a competitive run went up with this hire. And Shieldhouse is the only other name where I would have said, okay, this guy might have a better handle on that than Mike McCarthy. I don't think Brian Flores would have. I don't know if Chris Shula would have. Chris Shula's argument would have been, well, I'll just hire an offensive assistant on Sean McVay's staff, and this guy with more responsibility will prove to be good at that job outside of the Sean McVay bubble. Maybe.
I mean, they didn't even I guess my other problem, though, with that line of thinking is, like, that was the only other name was Shieldhouse, and that was the guy I wanted them to hire internally. Because a lot of this is about what does it say about what Art and Omar think about the direction of the franchise and, like, are they going to cast a wide net, do X, Y, or Z? They didn't even wait around to see if Nate Shieldhouse, who they said did a Tomlin-esque interview.
According
that was
to
what
one
Jerry
big insider. Yep.
He's the guy that talks to Art Rooney.
But he also talks to Art Rooney and wrote an article that said zero chance of a retread hire. Zero. I'm holding up on YouTube, putting my two hands in a circle. No chance whatsoever. So
no, I know. So clearly, they lie to him routinely. Like, clearly, Art lies to Jerry or whatever. I'm stunned that they would look at this guy from the Rams, where they said the Rams people, McVay people, are intriguing to them, and they think you have to at least consider swimming in that pond if you need to make a hire. And they didn't even let him come in and do a second interview. They didn't wait. They didn't wait till this part of this week. Mike McCarthy was going nowhere. They could have knocked on the door at Archie's and found him on Wednesday if they needed to come back and decide whether or not they wanted him to be the man. They were just so unbelievably hot to trot for this guy to be the head coach. I find it to just be an unimaginative, uninspiring hire, and that's why I will continue to give it an F.
412-928-9370. Art Rooney, too, is going to introduce Mike McCarthy as Steelers head coach at this time on these airwaves tomorrow. Now that you've had 2 days to think about it, are you really excited about the Mike McCarthy hire? 412-928-9370. Malsey, who's first?
Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Matt, what's going on?
Hi, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show. Listen to it every day. Just had a chance to kind of collect my thoughts here at the time I've got. First off, when I got that news of hiring McCarthy, I wanted to kick my dog. This, to me, I know, right? This is life as a Steelers fan. You guys know this. And my first, what confirmed everything I suspected for years, and that our problems extended beyond Tomlin, I believe they've been systemic, was confirmed with this hire. And let's be real. How long is he going to coach? Even if it goes well.
Well, at least 5 years, unless he retires of his own volition because they don't pay guys
which he
not to
very
work.
well could. Look, I get it. And some guys' passion for whatever it is they do never dies. I'm 58. I worked 40 years, retired 5 years ago. Could I still do the work? Yes. Do I want to do the – thank you.
You started working when you were 13 years old?
Yeah.
Wow.
Long
Impressive.
story, but yes.
Anyway.
Well, 40 years is enough for me, okay? And so could I do the work today? Yes. Do I want to? Absolutely not. I mean, it's just passed me by. And the funny thing is when I retired, I said, so I was in a pretty fast-paced position. One of my excuses, I had to give like a speech and stuff. This company I was with for 20 years was, it's a young person's game. And I've done all I could, and I can't give any more to this, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I don't.
Matt, I want to jump in, though, before we let you run and get to more people. Can you just explain to me, because I've heard other people say this, why is it important to Steelers fans that the guy they were going to hire be their coach for 10-plus years?
Because it's always known. I mean, I've only recalled, we 3 coaches since I came into the world, and 2 that I can recall. So I think that's just part of the fabric. Like, we expect whoever we have as head coach to be here a while. And with him, he's at the end of it. We had a golden opportunity to really make changes here that I think a lot of the fan base has wanted for years, and he blew it.
I don't agree with that, and thanks for the call. Like, I do like that they are telling you, because of McCarthy's age, that this guy is not Steelers coach for life. And he might actually be, not that they'll fire him, but he might not be someone that just gets to do it for as long as he wants. I think that in and of itself is progress.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that his tenure is probably going to be the length of this contract, and he's going to serve as a bridge to when Art probably steps aside as the principal person in the franchise and
Which
hands
is
it
what
off
I
to
told
his
you
son.
last week.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and maybe they'll hire a really good offensive mind. I have tried to game out the scenarios by which I don't completely despise this hire, and they all involve the Steelers and McCarthy doing several things that I have not seen them do in my lifetime, really.
I mean, fans wanted, and I will speak for myself on this and not paint with a broad brush. I didn't want Mike Tomlin to go 19 years. I wanted Mike Tomlin to go more like 13, which is still a ton. You know, so why are now people to fit their argument saying things like, well, they needed to hire a guy that stayed on forever? No, like that's to me, like that used to be, I think, like what they held up as the reason why the franchise was successful. I don't look at it that way. Like the Eagles have broken that motif with the way they've won and fired guys.
I didn't need them to do that. I didn't need the next coach to be here for an eternity and be emperor for life. In fact, I think that's overall in balance now a negative for them and has been. But I do think that in Shieldhouse's specific case, I'll try to keep this a narrow focus. He got a lot of the credit, I think, over there for helping Sean McVay modernize and like kind of keep them a step ahead of everybody else for the most part with their passing game. I like somebody who's bringing new ideas. What is Mike McCarthy known for offensively? Having good players and then saying, all right, do what good players do. Sounds suspiciously like Mike Tomlin's approach to defense.
Well, our Omar Khan would tell you he did not have that situation in New Orleans, and they won.
That's awesome. They had Aaron Brooks there. That's so cool. That happened 20-plus years ago. Hey, Mike Tomlin was an unbelievable assistant coach at Cincinnati, the University of. That's so cool.
Actually, I thought Tomlin was a pretty good head coach early in his career, and by the end, I didn't think he was that good, which backs up what
Is
you're
Mike
saying.
McCarthy a good head coach now? He bookended his time in Dallas. He went 6-10 and then 7-10 and was done after that. And in between, won 36 games in all of one playoff game. In Pittsburgh, we would have been still crucifying Tomlin for that.
I agree. Yeah, that's why you said that, and my direct, I did not jump in and say yes or absolutely. All right, give me one more.
All right, let's go to our buddy Jordan right now in the Fan.
Hey, Jordan.
Hey guys. So with the 2 days of thinking about it, definitely was like going off the edge, but now calmed down a little. I'm more so just upset in like the process of everything, and I'm sure the interview was great. McCarthy, I'm sure there's a dry joke by Art about how Mike beat him in the Super Bowl. And then McCarthy was probably talking about like the 3 permane sandwiches he had in one sitting one time in Pittsburgh. But like, for this, the process was just so out of touch and really just scary because you're going to have to do this again in 5 years. He's not making, I think it's just a 5-year deal. I don't think it's going to be more than that. And the way they went about this just seems completely backwards, almost like franchises that we make fun of, kind of like the Giants when Bill Belichick texted the wrong Brian congratulating him on the job before Flores even walked into the building. It kind of seems like that's what happened. And I wish it was just a wider net casted like the Ravens did for a job that, should have been marketed as this.
So
is
you're
like a
convinced that
once-in-a-lifetime
bad
job.
process is going to yield bad results. That's what you're thinking here. That's your take on it.
Yes, and I mean, the Will Howard thing, are we going to really take credit to that? He lied in his Cowboys interview. You think he was watching any Kansas State, Ohio State Will Howard tape? I don't know.
That's a good point, actually. He said, I watched every play in 2019. No, I didn't. I just wanted the job.
So we're he's going to build Will Howard up. I don't think he's watched a snap of his.
Also, Will Howard is a 6th-round pick. People are acting like, well, he loves Will Howard. Why is that an asset for a new coach? Thanks for the call, Jordan. He's a 6th-round pick. This whole thing also scared up why is there an obsession with Will Howard? Why should that be having a strong opinion as an incoming head coach on Will Howard might have been grounds for losing out on the interview.
At this time tomorrow, you're going to hear Mike McCarthy. It became a reality on Saturday. A lot of Steelers fans said, oh, this is just a courtesy, a nice thing to do to a Pittsburgh guy. No, he was named the Steelers coach. He will do his best impression of what he loves about Pittsburgh and his memories of being a Steelers fan tomorrow, and you'll hear it here. In the meantime, we are getting still your reaction to this decision by the Steelers to bring in a retread coach who has a very similar resume to Mike Tomlin. Art Rooney, too, says he's really excited about it. How about you? 412-928-9370. Edgar and Associates fan text line. You can text us there, too. We'll be right back, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 is set. New England beat Denver 10-7 in the AFC Championship game. The Seahawks beat the Rams 31-27 in the NFC Championship game. So it is Seattle and New England Sunday, February 8th at 6:30. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. This CBS Sports Minute coming up is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. We got a ton of snow dumped on us, 1.5 feet in some places, maybe more depending on where you're listening. And once you finally shoveled things out, maybe you looked at the forecast again and saw a bunch of low temperatures for the next week plus, well below zero. Bad news if you've got bad windows in your house, because the windows are a huge factor as to whether or not your house is comfortable and your heater is going to work in an energy efficient manner. If the windows aren't good, nothing else is going to be good. So if yours are in that kind of shape, fix them now with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free plus 0% interest financing for 60 months, and you'll get $1,000 off your entire project. Their exclusive Super Spacer technology keeps the warm air in during cold weather, keeps the drafts out, and keeps those energy bills lower. Don't wait on this one. Give them a call right now, 412-545-6003, or check out universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Seattle Seahawks will meet the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Turnover-prone quarterback Sam Darnold has taken care of the football in the playoffs and had the game of his life in the NFC Championship game. After seeing ghosts in New York with the Jets and being pushed out by J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, Darnold has found a home in Seattle. I'm Chris Fleck.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-719-5877 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-719-5877. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
Offers are typically below market value in exchange for speed and convenience. Call for details.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here, too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It had been more than 50 years since the Steelers hired a retread coach. That was Buddy Parker back in 1957. Did not go great for Buddy Boy. They never won a playoff game. And then he was replaced by Bill Austin, and that didn't work, and eventually they got to Chuck Noll. Mike McCarthy will probably bring up Chuck Noll at his press conference tomorrow. I think Art Rooney, too, and the Steelers family thought being able to say, hey, we hired a guy from here who's won a Super Bowl, and he beat us in the Super Bowl, which proves doubly how good of a coach he is. I think they assumed this was going to go over better than it has. Twitter poll reactions to us, over 75% of our listeners do not like this hire. Art went as far as to say he's really excited. Malsey and Dottie flat out hate it. I do see some positives to it, the biggest one being Mike McCarthy, I think, is more equipped to find the Steelers' next quarterback than Mike Tomlin was. So I think they've upgraded in what for them is the most important thing they have to do as a franchise.
Tony, I'll offer one olive branch. I'm not changing my grade, but I think there's one other thing he's better at than Mike Tomlin. Some of his assistant coaches have gone on to bigger and better things.
Yes.
So he has developed a bit of a coaching staff where guys have at least gotten better jobs. There's been some upward mobility. That was my other huge problem with Mike Tomlin, was that at no point was any coach ever developed on this staff. So maybe McCarthy's got like a Rolodex, I would say, of like some younger coaches, or they don't even have to be super young, just people who might be better regarded throughout the league than Mike Tomlin's choices tend to be.
And I think you'll be the lone holdout after he talks tomorrow.
Sure, I'm digging the heels in already, man. I've been wearing these damn boots for like 3 straight days over here.
I think Crowley, I think Donnie to a lesser extent, I think Pomp for sure are going to hear him talk about his Pittsburgh background, what he can bring to the table, his folksy down home kind of I'm a Pittsburgh guy stuff, and that's going to win over people.
I want to make it clear though. I don't dislike, because I don't know anything about him. I don't dislike Mike McCarthy personally. I have no reason to feel one way or the other about him in that way.
Of course.
I think he's like a B- head coach for his career. He and Tomlin are very similar. I just think it's a bad hire. I did finally, Pony, get an email before today's show about somebody so disgusted with my McCarthy take on Saturday that he took the time to actually send me an email. He made sure I knew he was a senior citizen, that I couldn't hold Cope or Saverin's jock back in the 70s, and that I am an anti-seniors, and I believe anyone over the age of 60 is an irrelevant person. I will say this man, he sent it from an iPad, so I am impressed that he was using an iPad to compose an email.
412-928-9370. Let's get more Steelers fans' reactions to this huge move. Big Mike coming back to Pittsburgh.
We're going to go with our buddy Donald in South Carolina.
Hello, Don.
Hey, fellas. Hope you're staying warm up there. Hey, just real quick, a quick story about how the news came across my phone. So, ironically, my dad's he goes down to Florida every year for 3 months to fish, and he stops here on the way down, makes a weekend of it to see myself and my sister. We were having a couple beers on Saturday afternoon, and it came across my phone, and I just looked at him, and I said, Steelers hired McCarthy. And he just goes, you got to be kidding me. And I said, nope. And then we kind of just went about our business. The reason why I bring that up is, we hung out that afternoon, that whole evening, and we barely brought it up once. And this is, the guy that raised me to love the Steelers, watching the Steelers with him every, football weekend. We have a group text with me, him, and my sister that we talk about the Steelers nonstop. And this just is so uninspiring. It never came up in conversation in the evening. It's like the news came and passed, and we were like, well, we're not even going to talk about the Steelers. It's going to be the same thing here in the next few years.
Cool. I think the big mistake, and thanks, that Art and the Steelers have made here is the way that they have tried. They should have gotten the message out from the very beginning that they were going to hire a coach who they thought was the best at grooming quarterbacks. Instead, Art at his press conference pretty much gave an endorsement of Tomlin's last few years and made it seem like they wanted to keep that going. And hiring a guy who's a similar age to Tomlin and has about the same exact resume as Tomlin made everybody feel, when they saw that news on Saturday, like that's all they were doing. Hey, Art likes 10-7. Who's the coach out there that gives them the best chance to go 10-7? It's Mike McCarthy. If he had packaged it from the beginning as, we got to get this quarterback thing right, and that is going to be at the heart and root of all my interviews, I'm not saying it would have won everybody over, but I think more people would be excited about this, Chris.
I would agree with that. I would also say even in the Labriola piece, which was clearly designed to try to get some word out that maybe would make people less, take the temperature down towards this hire, he basically, Bob tees it up and says, the reality is the Steelers need to identify and develop a young quarterback. And the quote from Art Rooney is, I hesitate to say that's number one, meaning develop a quarterback. I think number one is we want a coach who's going to lead the team to win a championship. Mike McCarthy has won one of them, and it was in 2010. How can you possibly, why can't he just say something like this, Pony, quickly, and then we'll get back to the lines. Why couldn't he say, obviously, we want a guy who will lead us to a championship, but we also realize that hand in hand with that generally in the NFL means developing a good quarterback and getting the most out of that, of the most important position and highest paid position in the sport. But they always have to say, no, it's about titles. Just say it from the start, like you're saying here.
And the other problem is he's Aaron Rodgers' former coach. And he admitted it, and we'll get into it throughout the show. He admitted that it opened the door for Rodgers to come back. Art didn't come out and say, we want Aaron Rodgers back, or we're hoping for Aaron Rodgers to come back. It wasn't worded or expressed the same way as, say, last offseason when it looked like they were begging for him to come here. Mm-hmm. But the narrative and opinions on Rodgers have shifted so much from the way that Texans playoff game went that's the other thing that a lot of Steelers fans, me included, don't want to see. I don't want another season of Aaron Rodgers playing quarterback, and this move makes it seem like that's a possibility. If they had hired another coach with a offensive resume who was in his 50s, who was a retread coach, Aaron Rodgers wouldn't come back here, I don't think. But it's because of that pre-existing relationship.
He still might not. I don't think it didn't. I don't think it ended that well between Rodgers and McCarthy. And also, I don't
know. There's mixed opinions on that now.
Either way,
I don't know what to believe.
Forget about then. Fine. McCarthy coached the version of Rodgers that was a great athlete, a very mobile guy. Aaron Rodgers basically runs the offense Aaron Rodgers thinks he's capable of and comfortable running anymore, and that isn't the offense Mike McCarthy grew to great fame and accomplishment running. It just isn't.
Next.
Let's go to our buddy Noah in Duquesne.
Hey, Noah.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Two of us are at wit's end because they think Mike McCarthy is the worst thing to ever happen to the Steelers franchise.
Okay, well, I've got hold on. It's going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, but just hear me out.
And Pony loves it when I Pony loves it when I preface one of my takes by saying, now you're going to think this makes no sense, but.
Yeah. I haven't talked to you guys in a while. I hope you had a good holidays. Just wanted to throw that out there. Listen, the hire's not good. I mean, you've got two young guys out there with the Rams about to go. Well, we're on their way to go win a Super Bowl, where you're going to get modernized. You're going to get the big coaching staffs. Like that would have been your hire. That would have been your good hire. So no, I'm not happy with this hire. However, the coaching change with Mike Tomlin. Did I want Mike Tomlin gone? Yes. But the thing that I really wanted gone was setting the goal for myself every year to just win a playoff game. Whoop-de-doo, I go out there, maybe I'll win a playoff game. I'm not winning the Super Bowl. I don't know what everybody else's goals are, but with this Mike McCarthy hire, I give myself this goal. What is it, a 5-year or 3-year contract?
5 years.
5 years is my timeline for Mike McCarthy, to which Art said, though it might not be true, though it may be true, this guy is who he thinks is going to come here, develop a quarterback. That's what I want. You have 5 years to do it. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you win playoff games in between. I don't care if you go 0-17 for 5 years. When that contract's done, I want to see a quarterback develop.
No, the dream, thanks, Noah, should be pretty straightforward in my opinion. Like, you should be hoping that Mike McCarthy somehow is able to, like, speed run a Drake May situation, that they just might not be good this year because they don't have a quarterback on the roster. He doesn't have the Mike Tomlin voodoo that renders him incapable of having a losing season. They actually have access to draft a player next year at the position in the first round who looks like a legit first-round talent with first-round tools. And then Mike McCarthy gets that guy up to speed in the NFL. That to me, as a guy who thinks this is an F hire, Pony, that is the platonic ideal of how it would go.
I mean, the real dream is he is right about Will Howard, and you have a 6th-round quarterback on that salary who's a good quarterback for the next 3 years. If you have that, you absolutely turn into a Super Bowl contender. If he's right.
So then that's Brock Purdy, but Mike McCarthy has never run a system that, like, is a plug-and-play quarterback system the way the Shanahan one often gets talked about as.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. More of your reaction on Mike McCarthy being named Steelers head coach. Art is really excited about it. Are you at 412-928-9370? And our reactions to the conference championship games and how they make us feel about the Steelers' moves. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins beat the Canucks 3-2 yesterday in Vancouver. A perfect 4-0 Western road trip for Pittsburgh. Ben Kindle in front of his hometown fans, 2 goals. Stuart Skinner, 30 saves in the win. Penguins back home on Thursday night. They welcome the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Andrew Filipponi back to talk about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And I know, bittersweet. The Super Bowl is here. The last call for football on FanDuel. One more Sunday, one last kickoff. The final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab, and it's Super Bowl 60. FanDuel making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, you better make it count with FanDuel, because after the Super Bowl, the season's over and football is officially done. The Patriots, an underdog. This line opened initially at Seahawks -3.5. It has since moved up to 4.5, and it has even gone as high as 5. So after watching yesterday, the odds makers think that Seattle is going to prevent New England from winning a 7th Super Bowl title. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
May in the shotgun. He's got the snap. He's back. He's going to run it along the right hash and into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. Drake May on a quarterback draw runs along the right hash, had nothing but green grass in front of him, and scores from 6 yards out.
Darnold in the gun, gets the snap, four-man rush, moves up, backpedals, throws end zone, caught, touchdown. Far side, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. And Seattle has grabbed the lead on a 14-yard touchdown reception by one of the great young receivers in pro football, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba.
Listen to the PM team on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Watch us, too, on our Twitter stream and YouTube. Two places that are doing big numbers today because we're back together reacting to Mike McCarthy being named the Steelers' next head coach. I think all of us, when we left each other last week, thought that, hey, this is going to take some time because the Steelers need to talk to guys who are coaching conference championship game weekend. One of them being Clint Kubiak, the Seahawks offensive coordinator who made Sam Darnold into a guy that beat Matthew Stafford in a shootout last night. Beat maybe the second or third best quarterback in the entire league in a shootout game with one great receiver. And the Steelers didn't even talk to Clint Kubiak. They talked to his brother, for crying out loud, which is pretty crazy. I also am worried about, not worried because I know this is how they feel, Chris. I think that we're going to hear at some point, either from McCarthy or Omar Khan or Art Rooney tomorrow when they talk at 2, and we're going to have it here on the Fan live, that they are going to reference the fact that they beat the Patriots. And if not for one of the all-time blunders by a player, they would have beaten Seattle too. And that's proof that they're not that far away. So when you're that close, why would you want to tear any of it down? You bring in a coach who has won a Super Bowl, who has gotten a team across the finish line.
Now, I could, if I were in that press conference and wanted to be argumentative and just blow off our show, say, yeah, you also lost to Shadur Sanders and the Browns. Now, would Omar have the gumption to fire back? That's Pro Bowler Shadur Sanders to you?
He'd say,
And the Raiders beat the Patriots. Chris, it's not like all these teams have great.
Is this Omar Khan or John Russell I'm speaking to?
I don't know. I can't do any impressions really, but no, that's probably what they would say. Okay,
I just think that
are any of these teams 17-0?
It's an asinine way of thinking. I just can't. I know you're the messenger here. I'm not shooting the messenger. And I know that you're right when you say this is how they approach this. It's just an asinine way of thinking.
I know the one thing they would be correct about, though, in feeling that way, and they obviously do because their actions have spoken even louder than their words with this hire, which is a guy who they're trying to use to keep them competitive and not go through growing pains. What is accurate, though, is we have come on the air during this playoff win drought, and we've said things like, man, they're not close to these two teams playing in the Super Bowl. Other than, and this guy hasn't even played well in the playoffs, I don't see a huge difference between them and the Patriots. I don't. They beat them in New England, first of all. And, I mean, what about New England's? They got a really good offensive coordinator, and they hired the right head coach.
I mean, I think the quarterback's a great player.
Does their roster blow you away?
No, the reason why I already put a bet in on Seattle to cover and win the Super Bowl is because New England's roster is the kind of roster that you would expect to see for the most part on a team that lost a lot of games, not in the not too distant past, but they have a quarterback. And I know the guy hasn't played all that well in the playoffs, but like that player's existence just shows you what happens when you find that guy. He has them in the Super Bowl. Would they have been there had Bo Nix been healthy? Not necessarily, but they're there. They got the dude. Like that matters. And so for them to just say like, well, we're pretty close. This roster's pretty good. Okay, find me the quarterback. Who are you putting in a quarterback on this team that's going to put them over the top? Will Howard hasn't thrown an NFL pass outside of a practice yet.
Well, how would you feel about Mike Tomlin / Mike McCarthy if they had signed Sam Darnold instead? Is Tomlin still their head coach? And even if Tomlin wanted to step away because he's burnt out or whatever, would you trust Mike McCarthy with Sam Darnold?
I'd trust him. I would trust him more than I would trust Mike Tomlin. No question.
So in hindsight, that was a pretty big mistake by them. He was available. They could have signed him. The money wasn't out of control. It was doable.
I think
they could have done that.
I mean, it was a mistake in the sense that it looks like Darnold can play, although he's been up and down. He happened to just play the greatest game of his NFL career, I think, by a considerable margin last night, and bully to him for it. It was an awesome game to watch.
But he's been good to great 2 straight years in 2 different places.
But Pony, here's why they never in a million years would have done it. Even when he's been good to great, he turns the ball over constantly.
Well, that's why
probably
Mike
would have
Tomlin
given Mike Tomlin hives to watch. And I don't know that Mike Tomlin, because he's still the guy that would have been setting the tone, would have allowed Sam Darnold to be Sam Darnold. I also happen to think the Seahawks have a very good head coach who doesn't seem to get to sweat much of that stuff. So,
what is letting Sam Darnold be Sam Darnold? What's that mean, though? Just don't be the Jets?
I think it's more, get him out of that setting, but I think it's probably having a defense that helps bail him out of his mistakes and just having him play with confidence even if he turns the ball over. I mean, they beat the Rams in a game this year where he was not good, and then when he absolutely had to be good at the end, he figured it out. And then they reaped all the benefits yesterday when he played the game of his life when they actually needed him to play the game of his life.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason why I did not want Sam Darnold as the next Steelers quarterback last winter was because of how he played in big games. He was awful down the stretch. Well, now he's gotten that monkey off his back. So, and I'm giving them, this is Monday morning quarterback crucifixion. Like, I did not crush them for failing to bring in Sam Darnold last offseason, but as it turned out, that was a pretty big mistake. All right, who's next, Mulsey?
I know you want to hear from this gentleman. I've talked to him a lot in the last couple of days. You haven't because you've been in the Big Apple. He calls as he's from one of the 5 boroughs, Pony, but we know he's sitting on a beach somewhere in Florida in the 80-degree heat.
Oh, here we go.
But Pony, I'll tell you this, Lou, I'm going to tell your story for you. He called me on Friday, Pony, and he said, Mulsey, I don't want you to sweat it because the big topic question was, do you trust Art Rooney II to make the right hire? And he said, Mulsey, don't worry about Mike McCarthy. It's 10 degrees up there. You've got a better chance of getting a sunburn in Pittsburgh right now than they do of hiring Mike McCarthy. And poor Lou called crestfallen as I have ever heard him on Saturday when the news broke. Lou, I see.
Do you feel better about it now, Lou? Any better?
You know what? No, I feel worse, and hear me out why. I've been trying my best to stay optimistic with this. By the way, thanks for the lead-in, Chris. That was pretty funny, man, but accurate. What Chris just said is totally accurate. I haven't been more wrong in my life, but I just didn't think that, when you think about this for a second, he's been telling us, this owner, he was going to do this, and we all missed it. And what I mean by that is
it was telegraphed. I agree with you on that, Lou.
Yeah, right. and he's been talking about how, he, in his mind, that we've been in it and that we've had a chance, which we all know is complete garbage. He's been good with 10 years of mediocrity with Tomlin and not firing him, right? And he feels that this guy, okay, which we don't know, to be determined, but this guy is going to keep us in it, where it's a coward, gutless, and it's a conservative hire at the same time, where if you go and hire somebody young, you really don't know what you're getting. And at the end of the day, and this is true, guys, all right, and this is what I've come up with, and I told Chris, too, over the weekend, I'm so tired of being negative, Andrew. I'm tired of complaining about this team, but they forced me into this position, all right? I was excited. I was going to come up to the draft. I was figuring out ways to get there. And in this hire, it's gone. For what? It's going to be the same crap for the next 5 years. And the author of this, in my opinion, the City of Champions, as of that hire, it took this man 10 days to take the optimism and out of my body by hiring this man. The City of Champions has now become the City of 500, authored by Art Rooney.
Thank you, Lou. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 2 degrees, still snow on the ground. That's why I'm still stuck in New York City. Coming up next, I have breaking news on why the Steelers didn't hire those Rams assistants that we all thought the Steelers would at least interview today after the NFC Championship games. Your thoughts on Mike McCarthy. We have not taken a positive phone call yet. I started by telling you that Art Rooney, too, is really excited about Mike McCarthy. Is there anybody in Steelers Nation who feels that way? 412-928-9370. We'll be back in a flash as the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
23 hours from now, Art Rooney 2 and Omar Khan will introduce Mike McCarthy as the Steelers' next head coach. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a black and gold McCarthy Monday on the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Number one, really, I think in my mind is leadership, and really trusting that this person can stand up in front of your team day in and day out and hold their attention and have them motivated to do what they do. That's the most important.
Art Rooney, too, on what he was looking for in a head coach. Got to be able to stand up in front of people and command their attention. Mike McCarthy did that well enough to win a Super Bowl in Green Bay and have those 3 straight 12-win seasons in Dallas, even though they didn't translate at all to playoff success. Rooney followed up on what he said pre-McCarthy hire to the Steelers website and added this quote: "He's someone who has a longer track record than many of our other candidates. A winning track record. He's been a winner everywhere he's been." So for the first time since the 1960s, an owner valued experience over everything else. He's citing a track record. He's saying that that's actually a plus for the job and not the young, up-and-coming, big potential of going with someone in their 30s and letting them learn on the job and grow into the job and develop into a great coach. You know, he's saying the great coach was already out there. Why not just bring him in, is what he's saying with this. And I got some feedback as to why we're not sitting here right now, Chris, reacting instead to the Steelers flew out to Los Angeles today and are doing in-person interviews with Chris Shula and Nate Scheelhaus. So I would say, and tell me if you and Donnie are both firmly in this camp, your biggest gripe or one of your biggest gripes is that they shut down this coach search too soon, made up their minds too fast, and didn't do their due diligence on the Rams guys. Is that right? Is that wrong?
It's accurate for me. I mean, they barely gave serious interviews to a real pool of candidates.
Donnie, do you agree with that?
Yeah, it feels like the entire process was a complete farce.
Okay. So here is the rationale I'm getting for why they didn't pursue in-person interviews with Shula and Scheelhaus. And I will preface it by saying you can take these comments with a grain of salt. If you want the grain of salt to be, you don't trust me, well, that's your own prerogative. I was the person that was saying last week we need to take Mike McCarthy seriously as a candidate, but that's whatever. The other grain of salt you can take it with is, this is from the person I'm getting it from, the Steelers' perspective on why they didn't go further down the road with Shieldhouse and Shula. All right? So, I mean, you could say they're wrong in their opinions or information on these coaches if you want. The reason I was given for why Chris Shula did not get a second interview, not in person, is because he bombed the first one. They did not like his first interview. Something about that interview, I don't know what, did not impress Art Rooney and or Omar Khan. Not sure what it is, but it was not good enough for them to want to do it again with him. That's their take. The take on Shieldhouse I got was they don't think he's ready. And the follow-up to that was they're not sure based on their conversation with him if they ever think he's going to be ready, which I will admit right now, that tidbit on him is in direct conflict and stark contrast with what Dulac said. But what's interesting to me about what Dulac said is he's the only person who has said that. And I'm a little bit surprised that like one of Shieldhouse's people wouldn't have gone to a bigger insider and said, hey, my guy didn't get the Steelers job, but my goodness, did he have Art Rooney and Omar Khan in awe of his presentation and delivery when he sat down with them. I get the impression, Chris, that if for some reason Mike McCarthy didn't want the job, I think they might have hired Anthony Weaver.
I mean, I guess I have a couple questions. Shula, I could believe it. It's funny that they would say he bombed the first interview. They telegraphed it out there to Albert Breer that they liked him in November. In that bizarre, if they're ever looking for a head coach, he's the kind of guy to keep an eye on. So apparently he let them down after they observed him more closely. The Shieldhouse one, I'll continue to say this. We all assume Jerry Dulac talks somewhat regularly, has a decent line into Art Rooney. Does Art just lie to him now? Does he just pick and choose? Does he throw a dart at the wall and say, I'm going to tell Jerry the truth today, or I'm going to lie to Jerry?
Was Art quiet because this was such a big decision, and Jerry had to get that from a Rooney minion who did? I don't know.
I mean, Jerry's reporting made me think, as a guy who wanted them to hire Shieldhouse, knowing it would be a risk, that he was suddenly the top candidate. Yeah. When you invoke the coach that you just publicly said you wanted to bring back this year and say that was how you felt about his interview, not only does that tell me that you think he's got head coaching material and chops, you think he's ready to do that
Chris,
now.
I'll take it a step further. And I think, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to say it, which is never a great thing to say when you're on live radio. But I'm pretty sure Kabali either talk to the same person as me or someone adjacent to me, because we both got, and I think he said this on the morning show, like Mark started saying things like, I'm not really sure how much Shieldhouse does there and what his actual role there and how much credit should be given whatsoever to him as the pass game coordinator. And suddenly late last week, even after that Shieldhouse Tomlin vibe thing came out, I was getting fed some of that information too. Like, what is this? What does this guy really do? Is he more of like an errand boy or a coffee boy for Sean McVay? Not literally, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he really doesn't have any input into their offense. What a shot in the dark this would be. What a risk this would be to go from having that position to now suddenly being the head man of one of the most historic franchises in all of sports. So I don't know, but there's got to be, I think, twofold reasons why they didn't even want to explore the interviews with the Rams guys more. They loved McCarthy that much, and there were things about those two candidates that left them wanting more. And I've got it on great authority that the Shula interview was just not good. And it's Art and Omar. I mean, it's not like they've hired coaches before. Dan did it last time, and Art was in on Tomlin, but it wasn't really his decision to make. So you could say, what do these guys know?
I mean, I think
but no one else has hired Chris Shula. So what does that tell you?
I was going to say, I mean, that one's plausible. It also just makes me wonder if they felt it was bad. No offense to Omar, who we've had on the air, and I like talking to Omar. We got into his history of playing Monopoly and all that. But when Omar's actually in a press conference setting where he's in front of the mic,
he's not great.
He does not appear. He does not ever appear comfortable. He does not cut a commanding presence. And Art, if you are struggling to sleep at night, put on tapes of his old press conferences when he does a season-ending Meet the Media.
Yeah.
And you'll saw logs after 5 minutes. So if Shula went in there, he might have been terrible. The Shieldhouse thing feels like something you would leak out, and maybe Shieldhouse's people decided not to fire back publicly because they thought he was going to get another, they wanted to just get him a job, and he might well get that from the Browns, it looks like, which could be its own commentary. Maybe they just wanted that out there because they had just decided McCarthy's our guy all along, and we are going to try to get some of this out there to kneecap these other people thought we would talk to.
Yeah.
And explain why we're not even going to bother with them.
I just had multiple people tell me that Shula's interview was not good.
Well, I was never nearly as high on him as some other people were because I just thought you're hiring the defensive guy. You'd have to keep cycling offensive coordinators if he was doing a good job.
Now, the interesting thing I heard, I've got no knowledge. I do think they liked Flores' interview from what I've heard. No one has said anything to me about how the lawsuit factored into it. The thing I heard about Weaver, which is intriguing to me, the name he apparently brought up that he wanted to hire as his offensive coordinator, provided this guy didn't get another head coaching opportunity, was Kingsbury. And he did great with Jaden Daniels in his rookie year. They went all the way to the NFC Championship game.
Jaden Daniels, I am going to take a shot, I guess, at Kingsbury. Jaden Daniels has the kind of skill set, as long as you keep him upright and healthy, he can make a lot of plays look good, even if they're not good plays, because he'll keep them alive and turn them into a glorified scramble. I think Kingsbury's a solid offensive mind. I don't think if Anthony Weaver had gotten this job and said, by the way, I'm hiring Cliff Kingsbury, I would not have been over the moon about it.
412-928-9370. Art Rooney, too, hiring Mike McCarthy and citing his winning track record as a reason to bring him in. Is that a good enough reason for you to like Mike McCarthy and this hire? 412-928-9370. Ballsy, let's hear from the people.
Let's hear from the people, Pony. Let's go right back out to the lines, 412-928-9370, and go to, let's try our buddy Daryl in Houston.
Daryl, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
It's 32 degrees there, right? It's barely hitting freezing in Houston. You got to have people in full parkas and suits.
Oh, man, you got to drip your water. You got to put stuff on your pipes. It's a pain. I just shut my water off because people drip your water all night. I'm not trying to do all that. You got to cut your water off because the pipes are exposed. It's not, they're so close to sea level. That's why we don't have basements here. So the pipes are, really get exposed real quickly. It doesn't take a whole lot to have them freeze up, and then they'll just burst and your whole house is underwater. So it's you got to get wraps for your pipes.
Well, some people think the Steelers' house is underwater right now. Are you one of those guys?
Man, underwater, man. It's Noah's Ark. It's floating out in the middle of nowhere. I'll say this, and I'm going to talk to this quarterback whisperer thing.
Yep.
I'm so tired of hearing people say he's a quarterback whisperer. This is the most difficult job in the NFL is developing a quarterback. If you're such a whisperer, why are you not always employed? You should always have employment, either as a head coach, a coordinator, an advisor, a senior instructor, or anything of that nature. Secondly, there's only one NFL coach I would even consider, maybe two, to be considered for whisperers. That's Kyle Shanahan and that's Sean Payton. And Kyle Shanahan couldn't develop Trey Lance. So let's kill that quarterback whisper nonsense. Let's just put that to the side. And the Will Howard thing, man, are we living in a parallel universe? What do you think he's going to say when he goes into the Steelers to get that job? Of course he's going to say, I like Will Howard. That's like going to Heinz ketchup, and you sit there and you say, I love ketchup. I put it on everything. I put it on potatoes. I put it on eggs. I even put it on steak. And you know what? You find out you hired a guy, he's allergic to tomatoes. He's going to say whatever he needs to say to get that gig. That's just how it works. And this 9-8 and 10-7 and all that, I'm not putting any emotional equity, and more importantly, I'm not putting any monetary equity into the Steelers at all. And the last thing I'll say, Art told you how he feels about you in that statement. I don't listen to the noise in terms of social media, but it'll be okay when we start playing games and you minions are in the stadium spending money and buying merch. That's what he's telling you. He doesn't care. He just wants you to spend your money. And unfortunately for me, I'm not going to any games this year. I'm not putting any money toward Art and Fredo and the con artists.
Man.
Keep those pipes wrapped, all right?
Thanks, Daryl.
That was similar. Again, some of these are like repeat hits for me because the people mobilized themselves quickly on Saturday, Pony, to call in. And Daryl said basically the same thing. I'm not spending a dime on this team now that they made this hire. And that's a dude who lives over 1,000 miles away, who I would say is one of our most eloquent and diehard Steelers fans that calls in.
So just so we're clear on this, like the right opinion in your mind and the minds of Daryl is that Mike McCarthy didn't do anything for these quarterbacks. Like he was just right place, right time.
What would you say is more impressive? What would you say is more impressive, to have turned a guy like Brock Purdy into a very productive NFL quarterback, or to have turned Aaron Rodgers into one?
Right. I mean, I would say Purdy for sure because he was the last pick in the draft. But to me, it's not black and white. I mean, would I prefer Kyle Shanahan to Mike McCarthy? Yes, but Kyle Shanahan was not a candidate for this job. Chris Shula was. Chris Shula's defense gave up 27-plus points in their last 9 games. That was the average. His strategy for much of last night seemed to be on the touchdown. He scored the second touchdown. Jackson Smith and Jigba had nobody on him. No one within 5 yards of him. Like, if that would have been their game, that was the last memory of Shula before he gets hired by the Steelers, I would not have had warm and fuzzy feelings about that move just because he fit their demographic age-wise, defensive coordinator, and his grandfather was a great coach. That would not have made me – I would have been upset at that. I would have been – I'm saying it right now. I would have been more upset because I'm not upset about McCarthy. I'm just not thrilled about it. I would have been more upset with Chris Shula than Mike McCarthy.
I would have wanted to see who Shula was going to hire to run his offense, which is like all that really matters to me. The only thing I can say about this hire right now, to try to not just be the guy who's continually saying F, this sucks, and try to have like some nuance or some thoughtful opinions, is what is Mike McCarthy going to bring in as far as a defensive coordinator, and who does he have that's going to start learning under him to maybe be their next offensive coordinator? And how are they going to have that like job share divided up? Because Mike's going to call the plays. He has that humongous menu that looks like a diner menu that he's going to bring with him, no doubt, that laminated sheet. And then just what does the transition away from Mike McCarthy in a couple of years look like? Like in terms of just when they hire another head coach, when it's Danny Rooney's turn, Pony, does Mike McCarthy manage to have enough success that it changes their paradigm for what they're looking for from this job and from candidates? That's what I can give you here.
412-928-9370. Who else is out there lurking?
Dave.
With very negative Mike McCarthy opinions.
Dave in West by God, Virginia.
Hey, it's been a black and gold day so far, but there's no gold. I'm here to bring you some gold. Honestly, your last caller is dead wrong. Nobody in Denver was bitching and moaning when Sean Payton got hired. Go look at their career stats. They're almost mirror images of one another. Is Dallas a better team since McCarthy left there? No. And you can make the argument that Green Bay has not been better since McCarthy left there. He knows offense.
Well, wait a minute. Make the argument. It's inarguable. They won a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy, and they did it with Matt LaFleur.
Exactly. And in Dallas, they've gone completely down the tubes since they've cut him loose.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I don't agree with that. I mean, I think their record this year was better than McCarthy's last year, wasn't it, Chris?
It was better by a tie.
Well, McCarthy had 11-5 3 years in a row.
He had 12-5.
12-5, I'm sorry. And Dak Prescott arguably had his best years under McCarthy.
Yeah. And they won one playoff game. In the one playoff game they played against the Packers, who went downhill. They got humiliated at home by the Green Bay Packers.
Here's what I'm trying to tell you. Sean Payton was regaled when he came in there, and a much older gentleman was just hired by the Giants.
Harbaugh's 1 year older than
McCarthy. Dave, here's what I'm gonna jump in and say back to that. Whoever hires Mike Tomlin, if he works again, is gonna regale him.
Okay. But let me get this in here. It's not about young guys versus old guys. What do you want, McCarthy to come out tomorrow with a pair of clam diggers, no-sew socks on, and a Cupid doll haircut? Will that make you feel better? Seriously.
Were you waiting to get that exact sequence of lines out there?
Dave, I agree with you on that.
No.
I agree with you on that. The age thing does not bother me like it does other people at all.
And the quarterback thing, I hope they do not bring anybody but Will Howard back this year.
Why?
Draft another guy like Trinidad in the middle, and then go out and get Malik and have a true competition and let the best guy win. And if Malik Willis never takes a snap, that's okay. Russell Wilson made sure that the guy that they brought in as a free agent never took a snap. But let's have a real competition without Mason Rudolph. And let's see what the quarterback whisperer can do. He's not even built a staff yet, and everybody wants to run him out of here. I cannot believe the level of darkness on here today. I will tell you, I was shocked when I heard that he got hired. But when I thought about it, I thought it makes sense. And you know what? The fact that he is from Pittsburgh, he knows how maniacal the fan base is here. And he's not going to take it personal. He knows what he's walking into with a very high expectation.
I think it's less about that and more about the fact that he worked for the Cowboys. Like, the Cowboys that's a job that's even more high pressured than this one. Not only because of like the fan interaction is. I
actually disagree with what you're about to say here. For McCarthy's sake, I think that's a lower pressure job as far as having to constantly answer and be the face of everything the team does, because the owner goes on the radio once a week down there and wants to be the center of attention. Art Rooney wants to speak once a year here. He walks out of the ivory tower, raises his hands above the people, gives them the state of the Steelers, and then retreats back. Jerry Jones wants to be the main story with the Dallas Cowboys every waking second of his life.
Yes, I agree with that.
So I think it's lower pressure there, because if you're Mike McCarthy, it's sort of like, well, just win. Your owner's going to put pressure on you, but you're not going to have to constantly sit and answer questions from the hoi polloi from the media. Not the way you will here. Mike Tomlin was public enemy number one here because the owner never makes himself available to take the slings and arrows.
Yes, but the owner there thinks that like all news is good news as long as they're talking about you, and like the access to people that work for like they were on Hard Knocks every time they could be. He had to do weekly radio shows. Like I think you have to answer for yourself as Cowboys coach way more than you do Steelers coach or coach of any other team, because the owner demands it of you. Like, you always have to give explanations for the job you're doing.
My point is the owner there, though, always wants to be the primary figure within the franchise. And here, the head coach is always that.
And so that makes his job easier, is what you're saying. Here,
I think it makes it easier in Dallas. Like, as far as, like, the fans and everything else, he's going to have a built-in bump with fans because there are a lot of people that probably know him personally that are rooting hard for him. And
man, I'm not noticing that bump at all. We have not taken a call from Greenfield. Maybe if they could get through, we'd hear that. Dave in West Virginia gave the first like bump pro McCarthy speech we've heard all day. And you didn't hear many on Saturday either. So all these people that must have these nice things to say about Mike McCarthy are just like, not listening. I don't know what they're doing. Still celebrating, evidently. Maybe they're snowed in. But they're not vocal. The people that say this is a great move, Mike's the man, that last call is like one of the first I've heard on the station in 3 days. That sounds that way. 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More of your calls next on Mike McCarthy being hired over these other guys. People are killing the process. Are you one of those folks? 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Another loss for Pitt Hoops over the weekend. NC State beat the Panthers 81-72 on Saturday. Pitt hosting Wake Forest tomorrow night, 6 p.m. tip. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Yes, when you are ready to get out of your hibernation state from all the winter weather that you've endured, get over to Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer from all around the world. And all the great local beer that's made right here in Pittsburgh from the microbreweries in town. All the great winter lagers still going. You want to take beers home with you, you can mix and max 6-packs. Great food options, too. Steak on a stone, wings, wraps. They got it all at Mike's. So meet me at Mike's today. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Every team looking for a new head coach this hiring cycle is looking for an offensive play caller. This year's Super Bowl matchup, the Patriots and the Seahawks, will feature two defensive-minded head coaches, in Mike Vrabel and Mike McDonald. In a league focused on scoring and offense, the old saying is defense wins championships, and that's true, at least for this year. I'm Chris Black.
Shriners Hospitals for Children has been creating wonderful opportunities for children in need. This life-changing medical care helps them do the things they've always dreamed of. Go to loveshriners.org.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
No accidents to report at this time. Remember to observe the PA traffic laws by cleaning off your vehicle, removing the snow. If you don't, that could cost you. Expect slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel at this time in both directions. Fort Pitt Tunnel and Squirrel Hill Tunnel look okay considering the conditions. Route 28 also moving okay, and Route 279 as well. Be cautious and be courteous. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Reacting to Art Rooney 2, saying that Mike McCarthy is going to be introduced on these airwaves tomorrow at 2 o'clock. You can watch it live. You can stream it live. YouTube, X, 937thefan.com, Odyssey app, etc. Because of Mike McCarthy's winning track record. He broke from his dad's tradition. Instead of going with potential, he went with past prior production. He wanted the sure thing. He wanted the safe thing, as some people have said. Like, give me the guy that's actually produced results, not someone that is a project. Now, the one thing, actually two parts of that, Chris. In his defense, there was not a Ben Johnson out there. So there was no hotshot assistant coach. There was not a guy that I think everybody in the NFL wanted to hire who was the head coach in the on-deck circle. And when 10 openings became available, everybody was rushing to hire this person. So hiring a bridge coach in this year's cycle, I think makes sense. The other thing I'll say is, like, you should know in life, like, what you're good at, what you're bad at, what your strengths and weaknesses are. And maybe this is a tacit admission by Art of, like, I don't know what to look for. So I'm just going to go with the guy that's won a Super Bowl who's available. I'm not my dad.
Are you saying this as a positive for Art? At least he knows what he doesn't know, and therefore he went with this hire? I mean, that's the least inspiring thing I could possibly come up with.
Do you think it's wrong?
It might be right, but that's part of the, if it's right, that's like a huge problem. You're the owner of the effing team.
Yes.
And you're this clueless?
And there's a lot of, Chris, professional sports are littered with people like that.
But we're led to believe that this team is not like that.
No, we're not led to believe that, I don't think. We don't lead our listeners to believe that. We don't make it sound like Art is some football savant. We make it sound like he's a businessman.
The real truth of the Steelers is Dan Rooney, Bill Nunn, Chuck Noll, among others, Dick Haley, if you want to throw him in there, are probably the 4 Mount Rushmore figures in the franchise's front office and coaching ranks. Because Art Sr. was no great owner.
No.
Art,
he was really bad.
He was very bad, which I had to lecture people on Twitter today or yesterday about. Art, too, has not been good. And really, there's one golden age, and it was precipitated by Dan taking over the reins and by Bill Nunn being an incredible scout for HBCU players and everything else that came with that. It just, I guess I don't want to admit that I know you're probably right about that Art doesn't know what he wants. And so if he deferred to Omar, following in the trend of GMs lately who want to consolidate power in a more GM-centric league, said, give me that guy I know from New Orleans. Pittsburgh guy, he'll let me pick the players I want to pick and manipulate the roster the way I want to manipulate it. We'll all get along swimmingly.
412-928-9370. The people have spoken since this decision came down Saturday afternoon while I was sitting at Stranger Things, the play.
Any
with
good?
Greg Giannotti. Yes. But I like Stranger Things, the show. I'm not a diehard into it. The new season's out, and I can't watch.
I only watched the first season.
I can't watch shows during football season.
Of course not.
Last night I'm in Nick Wright's podcast room right now. The 2 games end, and he's like, you want to watch a show? And I said, I don't really do shows right now. So we ended up watching the guy climb the skyscraper.
That's a show in and of itself.
Well, but that's kind of a sporting event, right? In a way,
is a guy balancing on a beam across when the Twin Towers are up and a guy walked across it on with a tightrope walker.
Yes.
Is that a sporting event when that happened?
Well, it's more sport than watching an episode of It's All Your Fault.
What if the show you were watching was an overtly sports themed television show?
I've never got into sports.
Did you like the show Playmakers?
Yes, I did.
Would you consider that a football show or more like a show about all the drama and everything else?
And that too. I have not watched. I never watched that HBO show where John C. Reilly was the Lakers owner.
Showtime.
Yeah, never did that. There's not really a lot of sports shows. Wait, you know what? I liked Friday Night Lights. There's a sports show I liked. But anyways, what was I even?
You were saying that you were after the games. Nick Wright asked you if you wanted to watch a show, and you watched the guy climbing the skyscraper.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I needed to get on any of those topics. No, I think what I was trying to segue into is since this decision got made,
yes,
we have just dealt with an avalanche of Steelers fans who have said that the guy from Pittsburgh who has won a Super Bowl is not the right person for the job.
Yep.
And I was going to allow for you now to give more of those people a chance.
Like this guy.
Express that opinion or go against the grain.
Like this guy who lives where training camp happens, Nick in Latrobe. Hello, Nick.
Hey, what's going on, boys?
Nick, what do you have for us?
Nick, I get the sense you don't mind this hire. I think I'm going to get some positivity here.
I'm not super excited about it, but,
give it a letter grade, Nick.
I'll go C.
Just average hire.
Average hire. But what they need to do is bring in a good offensive coordinator, maybe a she'll have.
Well, hold on. McCarthy's going to call the plays. McCarthy will call the offense. He's going to have the play sheet on game day, and it's his offense.
Thanks for the call. I'm actually not 100% sure of that.
You don't think he's going to call plays?
I would think you're right, but...
How many times in his career as a head coach has he not been the play caller for his team?
He wasn't in Dallas the whole time. He took play calling duties away, and I remember there was people... Wait a minute. Actually, it was flipped. He wasn't calling plays, and then he started calling plays, and he said, I have to be conscious of a head coach that we can't just throw the ball in every play and play hurry-up offense, because I'm thinking of not just the offense's productivity. I have to be aware of
Would that have been with Kellen Moore or Brian Schottenheimer?
Yes, Moore. That's why Moore left. Because he's like, we need to run the ball more. We need to rest our defense more. These are things that I'm responsible of as the head coach, and I want to integrate that into the play calling.
When would he have done that in that time frame?
So the year before they became the number one scoring offense.
2020 season, they were 17th in the league in scoring, and Kellen Moore was their OC.
Okay, and then the next year,
number one with a bullet.
Okay.
And it was still Kellen Moore, and then it was Kellen Moore for 2022, but then in 2023, Schottenheimer took over as the OC.
But I don't think Schottenheimer called the plays in 2023. I think McCarthy did.
Well, they were the number one offense that year, too.
There it is. Yep, that's when it happened.
They went first, fourth, first, and then randomly 21st in offense, but that was Cooper Rush year, I believe.
But and you brought this up earlier, and that's why I still think when you say F-, it's just, crazy harsh. He hired Kellen Moore, good coach, who went on to help the Eagles win a Super Bowl. He leaves. Eagles offense stinks again. Saints head coach, look at Tyler Shuck this season. Dan Quinn, I don't care if it was Jerry Jones's idea or not, he allowed for somebody, or either on his own, found a defensive coordinator that was not really from his top. It's not like he's from Homer City or something like that. They picked a defensive coordinator because he was a really good defensive coach. That guy does great things, goes on to coach the Commanders to the NFC Championship game. He has an eye for coaching talent, Chris.
Certainly more so than Mike Tomlin did.
Yes.
Or Mike Tomlin was willing to have. I think Mike's big problem was that he was never willing to actually look for coaching talent.
And so to bring it back full circle to what the caller said and what you said, I think it's possible. He's like, I'm in my 60s now. I think it might be better for me to give some of this responsibility to my assistant coaches, and I'll be more CEO coach, and those guys can call the plays.
So he knows. So I think it's going to be tough for him to do that, though. He knows this is his last run as a head coach. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course.
And
yes.
he knows that this very final act of his career is going to maybe, say he goes and has a really good 5-year run, just for argument's sake, and they get to at least one AFC title game or something like that. It probably puts him in the Hall of Fame, don't you think?
Yeah,
because he would, at that point, he'd probably have well over 200 wins. He'd be in pretty rarefied air.
He'd be in the conversation. His win percentage is over 600. Yeah.
Okay, so my point would be, is he really going to want to cede control of that which has been his bread and butter calling card as a head coach, that he calls the offense, in what is his last act? Is he really going to say, actually, I want to set this franchise up for the future and groom somebody else to be the offensive play caller?
I don't know if it's from that lens of it's what's good long term. I think we might be talking about a guy in his 60s who doesn't want to have to do all of the work that comes with both creating the game plan, creating the playbook, and then having to on the spot in the game make the calls. I don't know if he wants to do that. So I'm guessing that question will get asked tomorrow, and I do think there's a chance he gives an answer different from the one you expect. He might call. If I had a gun to my head, I'd say he calls plays here next year. But I think it's closer to 50.
I think he also would, because if it was actually Will Howard's job next year, let's say Will Howard, he's not kidding about that and he really believes in them. Don't you think he'd say, hey, I'm Mike McCarthy. I've done this for 20 years, almost as long as Will Howard's been alive, basically, as the head coach somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm the guy to bring him in and shepherd him along and make this easy on him.
Maybe, but let's say they hire Ben McAdoo, who's been a head coach and has been an offensive coordinator with him and has called plays.
Mm-hmm.
He might trust him to do that.
I would really look forward to an entire coaching staff comprised only of people who have lived or worked predominantly in a 75-mile radius from here.
Coming up next in the Donnie McCarthy Minute, he has a clip of what one Steelers legend had to say about this hire, and more of your calls coming up too. Mike McCarthy tomorrow at this time will have just spoken as Steelers head coach. We'll carry the press conference live right now. A headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 is set. The Patriots beat the Broncos 10-7 in the AFC Championship game. The Seahawks outlast the Rams 31-27 in the NFC Championship game. So Super Bowl 60 will be Patriots and Seahawks Sunday, February 8th, 6:30 kickoff. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, all courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkDrunk.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Well, I know that Art Rooney, Omar did that, and also Dan Jr. was out there, and they did a very diligent look at what was out there. They did a lot of interviews, sat back, but also looked at their football team, and I really like this hire for this reason. Number one, he's an offensive-minded guy, and Mike McCarthy, everywhere he's been. He grew up under Marty Schottenheimer, so he understands the value of running the football. He coached Joe Montana. He coached Brett Favre. He coached Aaron Rodgers. He coached Dak Prescott. Everywhere he's been, he's uplifted the offense, and if you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, if there's been inconsistencies in the last recent years, it's been the instability of having a reliable offense. They got defensive guys that can sack the quarterback, they can create turnovers. So I like where they're at. He also walks into that room with credibility. So I like what they did. He'll put together a good staff right here. Oh, yeah. He's from Pittsburgh, too. That doesn't make it bad. He knows the tradition. He knows what the expectation is. He knows what that fan base is all about. He's a Yinzer. I think is a very good hire for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, this is Donnie's McCarthy Minute with Donnie Iris in the background. Will there be a Donnie Iris reference tomorrow during Mike McCarthy's introductory press conference? I'll tell you what, it's on the bingo card. I'm making one. Chipped ham also on there.
What's the free space in the middle? Is it just the word Greenfield?
Huff's.
Again, R.I.P. Huff's hasn't been around for a while. Archie's, Big Jim's.
Yeah.
Things of that nature.
Pennsylvania Turnpike toll
St.
taker
Rosalia
on there. St. Rosalia. All of these places are on my Mike McCarthy bingo card for tomorrow's
I would like to point out two things about that Bill Cowher bit. I love that Bill is so hardwired. Before he even talks about him being from Pittsburgh, he knows the value of running the ball. Thank you, Bill.
And that was his halftime analysis of the game yesterday, which has been his halftime analysis for every game
it's impressive.
He's ever worked for CBS, which is why when Kabali says things like Tomlin won't be good at TV, my rebuttal is, with all due respect to Bill Cowher, what has he said on TV that's been really all that groundbreaking or, cuts him, like separates him from the other coaches that have done it?
He loves to run the ball. Also, I'm gonna say something here too. He lumped in as quarterbacks Mike has worked with, Don, Joe Montana with the Chiefs in 1993. He was an offensive quality control guy for that Chiefs team.
Well, wait a minute. Do you know the story there? There's more. There's a reason why he brought that up. Do you know the story?
Regale me.
That's how he started his presentation in the interview with Steelers.
I did. You know what? That was banished to the back of my mind, but yes.
Ed Werder reported that because Ed is close with Mike from their days in Dallas together. And the presentation that Mike used to convince Jerry Jones to hire him is the same presentation that he gave the Steelers.
So he's not even updating the PowerPoint that much.
Well, I think some elements of it probably are. But just like a resume, you don't delete the whole thing when you become unemployed. You keep parts of it from the last time. And that's the thing he always starts with, is that he got Joe Montana to have a big second act in Kansas City when they went to the AFC Championship game.
He was a quality control guy.
But he was the greatest quality control
Who was their
coach.
offensive coordinator, Pony, for that Chiefs team? I'm asking for a reason.
Who was the offensive coordinator?
Yeah, the guy who presumably would have actually been given the flowers for that.
You're asking that because I should know the answer to it.
I'm asking.
What's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, not that you should know the answer, but I can't really give you a hint because I think you'll get it. The
Who
guy,
is it?
Paul Hackett.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that.
Did or didn't?
No, I did because that's how he got the job because the Pitt connection between
Correct.
Hackett and
did his
McCarthy.
3 years as Pitt head coach and then ended up with the Chiefs as their OC for 5 years.
And McCarthy, I think, worked for him at Pitt.
Yes, Mike was at Fort Hays State as a graduate assistant, and then he got all the way up to wide receivers coach and then jumped right in on that quality. Man, the quality was so controlled on that Chiefs team, Donnie. You would not believe how controlled their offensive quality was.
Donnie, did Cowher's seal of approval do anything for you?
I was pretty. How do I want to put this? I expected that from Bill Cowher. He was going to say something about the guy knows how to run the football. He did. Because, yes, you are right, Pony. For the 20 years he has been on TV, that has been his answer to every single problem for every single team.
Every halftime adjustment is get back to running.
Donnie, if he had been on the call, like on the desk for Oilers' 35-3 lead over the Bills, would he have said,
guys,
Buffalo's
I think Frank Reich and the boys just have to start running the football and rush the quarterback.
Yes.
Rush the quarterback.
Yes. While grabbing one of his mates on the desk.
Yeah. Well, we know that Ben Roethlisberger's a Mike McCarthy fan, too, because of what he said on his podcast.
Finally, Ben and I splitting off and differing on opinions on somebody. Been a little too matched up in our viewpoints for my liking, and probably is, too.
That was a Donnie McCarthy minute. All right, Mulsey, who else we got out there?
Well, we've got a treasure trove of people trying to get to people in some semblance of order that they have called. Let's go to Chris. He's in Arkansas. We're getting people calling in from Arkansas right now who want to chime in on McCarthy.
Where he has talked to John Calipari, who is another Pittsburgher who approves of this Mike McCarthy hire. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Sorry if I'm breathing hard. I'm working out while I'm talking to you. But I just don't really know how to feel. Listening to you guys, I've had a different opinion on Shula and Shieldhouse, but I do want to say we got to give him a chance. He's from Pittsburgh. Maybe he knows what the team means to us and just how to feel about it. But will we get anywhere in the next 5 years, man? I was 8 years old when we won a Super Bowl. I don't know if I will ever see that anytime soon, but I do want to know, who do you guys think would have been a better hire than Mike McCarthy over Shieldhouse and Shula?
I wanted them to take Shieldhouse even though I understood it was a massive risk to do so because he didn't even have coordinator as a job title. I'll hand up. No, I'm not dodging this at all. I gave this hire an F, even though I think McCarthy is in balance a good coach. His track record suggests that he is. I wanted them to hire the unproven guy who would have been a big home run swing if it connected and a big, swing and a miss, obviously, the golden sombrero, 0 for 4 strikeouts, if it hadn't. That was my pick. Pony?
Well, I thought Donnie was going to jump in here. So go ahead, Don.
Oh, well, I just had a question for you, Pony, since you had scuttlebutt on the two other, on the big Rams guys. Why didn't they ever talk to Clint Kubiak or show any interest there?
So this is what I heard about Kubiak, but I will have to admit this. This is not from somebody who was inside like the Steelers brain trust. This is from somebody who played for Kubiak. So you can maybe look up who are some people I might be in touch with who have crossed paths with him. But the take I got on him was, this is a guy that is a great coordinator, but really does not have the presence of a head coach. So maybe think like Mike McDaniel a little bit on that, where like we'd hear this guy talk and it would be like, oh no, how is this guy going to get 53 people to buy in unless he hires, Dick LeBeau and Bruce Arians to be his coordinators, something like that. But the way Tom Brady called that game last night also made me feel like everyone knows that Clint Kubiak is just going to be the Raiders coach, and that's why not many teams have bothered with him.
He is an overwhelming betting favorite. He's like minus 300 to be their coach. Shieldhouse is minus 300 to be the Browns coach. Somebody made me laugh, Pony, on Twitter, how it started and how it's going. It's the split screen of me and you reacting to Tomlin announcing his resignation or the news coming down, and your hands are up in the air like you're celebrating. I'm going like this. And then it's got me and you today, and we just look somber, buddy. We look like two very, very somber individuals.
But I'm not like I feel better about this.
No, you clearly
than both of you guys do.
Well, I think there's a clear stratification of the opinion on this show. You are clearly the most optimistic. I think Donnie is trying to find more optimism, even as I've heard the man speak many times about, subjects. I can tell when Donnie is trying to grab some solid footholds and everything else.
Like the guy that climbed the building in Taipei?
That was an easy climb for him, right? Like, technically speaking, that was very easy for him. That person...
Even with the dragons and stuff that he had.
That was the only hard part, but the rest of it was, very monotonous for him, yeah, apparently. That's what I was told. I'm just going to kind of stand on business, as I feel like the kids now say, and just not budge off my position here. Can I probably envision somehow things ending up turning out better than I anticipate? Sure, always can. I hate their process. I don't like what it says about how Art and Omar view the immediate future of the franchise, and I think there's a lot more that could go wrong than could go right.
That I agree with. That I think is right. That I'm not going to come on the air and say... I'm not going to change my mind from last week when I was not bullish on Mike McCarthy, but I was more open-minded on it than both of you guys were for a lot of the reasons I've cited. What to me is undeniable in this is that they did not run a comprehensive search for a coach. They did these interviews, this first wave of interviews, and then after that followed up with only 3 people, 2 of which they didn't even bother to give initial interviews to. Literally only one person got 2 interviews, and that's Anthony Weaver. And we know that they have to be compliant on things and interview at least 2, I believe, minority candidates in person.
Correct. That's
so
the rule.
It just creates the appearance that Mike McCarthy was going to be their hire before this process even started.
That's why I called it, in retrospect, I called it a sham process to start the show, because I think it was. They had their guy, and they checked every box that they knew they had to check by edict of the Rooney Rule to get to the point where they could just hire Mike McCarthy.
Fan weather brought to you by our friends at Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We got pounded with snow and a low of 2 degrees. That's why I'm still in New York City. All right, coming up next, we have the breaking story of what Mike McCarthy thinks and what he said about Will Howard and the Steelers quarterbacks. That's coming up, plus more of your calls on the McCarthy hire. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This afternoon, expect cloudy skies and light snow showers to continue. Temperatures steadily falling into the single digits this evening with west winds around 15 to 20 miles per hour. Overnight, partly cloudy and a low near zero. Wind chills as low as minus 20 with southwest winds around 15 to 25 miles per hour. And on Tuesday, partly to mostly cloudy with a chance of afternoon and evening snow showers. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costello here to review these books with Westwood One Sports. The opening side and total are out for the big game. Seattle, a 5-point favorite, total sitting 46.5. And the initial move was on Seattle. We saw some openers of 3.5 and 4, and people betting Seattle, liking Seattle at the early action, moving Seattle up to -5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
No accidents to report at this time. Remember to observe the PA traffic laws by cleaning off your vehicle, removing the snow. If you don't, that could cost you. Expect slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel at this time in both directions. Fort Pitt Tunnel and Squirrel Hill Tunnel look okay considering the conditions. Route 28 also moving okay, and Route 279 as well. Be cautious and be courteous. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevor.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 2026 has only just begun. Why not do the heavy lifting now and cruise through the rest of the year 20, 30, or 50 plus pounds lighter? The results with Awaken 180 come fast, and you'll keep the weight off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
In 22 hours, you are going to hear Mike McCarthy on these airwaves as he is introduced as Steelers head coach. A press conference at Acrisure Stadium with Art Rooney II and Omar Khan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a black and gold McCarthy Monday on the PM team.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Think this impacts Aaron Rodgers at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, Aaron came here to play for Mike, so I think it will most likely affect his decision.
And will he come back to Pittsburgh to play for Mike again? This time, Big Mike. A man that he once reportedly had low IQ play calls, but that was just a report. And we know about Rodgers' complete and utter disdain for the media.
Why? Because they often tell the truth about the things he says?
So he will deny that. I will see if he denies the sobbing that occurred when Mike Tomlin was telling the team that he was not going to be back. We are breaking down this Mike McCarthy hire, the first time the three of us have been able to do it together. Malsey did an emergency show on Saturday in which Austin Bechtold texted him and said, "Oh, I heard it's all hands on deck. I'd love to come on." And you said back to him, "Thanks, Austin."
No,
that was it?
No, the exchange was so he texted me while I was already
offered up his services, and you were like, just said thanks and never
He texted me at 4:27 p.m. I started at 3:20. I was literally in the middle of a segment about to put Starkey on. Austin, if you need anyone else to jump on, I'm around. Great show. I waited 20 minutes till I was in a break and said, thanks, Austin. Easy shows to do. Charlie Borges producing that day, and Charlie did a whale of a job. Said, hey, Austin wants to know if you need him on the air. And I said, no, I'm good. I've got like a bunch more people booked up, but tell him thanks. So he was looking for ABs, Pony. He was looking to dig in the batter's box and get his hacks in.
But you could understand how when a text goes out from either you or our boss that says, hey, everybody from the station, please chime in on this huge story. And one of these full-time people says, I'd love to do so. And you say, thanks, but no thanks. That is a gigantic hit to his ego as a talk show talent and personality when you say, no, I think I'm good here.
So I know. The people that I booked, with two exceptions, I booked Kabali because Kabali was the one telling us from the start, don't laugh at this. He's very much a candidate to get the job.
That's actually not true.
What part?
On Monday, he said this was a courtesy interview, but then he got good information and changed his mind the next day, which I
said, no. He went from,
I'm fine with.
He went from he is a serious candidate to then he got walked down into no, it was a courtesy interview to then he got better information. He flipped, I believe.
Okay.
I think he started out saying it was a serious, remember? Because we confronted him on it.
Oh, yeah, he went yes, no, yes.
Right. Like he always likes to say dry, wet, dry when he's wiping. So I booked him because he technically had been the first person to take it seriously. I booked Crowley, who leads our fan morning show. He's the first person people hear on that show.
Mm-hmm.
I booked you eventually when I could get a hold of you because you are my co-host and a stalwart with a large Twitter following. I booked Starkey because he leads the Pomp and Joe show.
Mm-hmm.
And I booked Donnie because he is our producer and he is also part of the show.
Yeah.
So I booked my own show. I booked the two people who lead the other two shows. They drive them in our parlance. And I booked the insider we put on for an hour a week on our show, who first suggested this could happen. I don't think Austin should take any offense.
But I would take it personally if I were him, and I do think it is in some maybe small way an indication that you don't think he's a very talented host. But that's neither here nor there.
Actually, I'm going to have to push back even in a joking way.
Oh, my God.
Because I am the person who has said numerous times on and off the record that I think Austin's solo work is actually quite good. I've said that to you and to other people.
Yes, good, but not good enough to be a part of the show. Anyways, here is Art Rooney relaying what Mike McCarthy said to him about the Steelers quarterbacks. Quote, he likes Will Howard, thinks Will has tremendous upside, and is looking forward to working with him. All right. It's going to be pot calling kettle black here if I get on Mike McCarthy for saying these things, because I have also said some version of, yes, I know it's a long shot for a 6th-round pick to be a franchise quarterback, but I am intrigued by Will Howard, which I believe is the exact way NFL Network reported what Mike McCarthy said. I do think there's some intrigue there. And yes, I get it. This is what Art Rooney wants to hear and what Omar Khan wants to hear. They want to believe that they have a diamond in the rough and they have found this guy late in the draft and they have their next Tom Brady 6th-round pick, blah, 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 blah. But I do think that there's some potential there. And I don't think that it's just, I don't think Mike McCarthy I don't think this is just a lip service thing necessarily. And I think it matters that he said it because, yes, he has a good track record with quarterbacks. Inherited quarterbacks, yes, but it is good. It's a very solid resume. What he says about Will Howard would go further with me than what Brian Flores had to say about him or Anthony Weaver.
Well, yes, because he works that side of the ball. Obvious.
Yes.
That's obvious.
Right.
I also don't agree with him, though, because if there was something to Will Howard, he wouldn't have lasted to the 6th round. But I've frankly said that so many times in the last 12 months or whatever it's been, 10 months, that I'm sick of actually saying it. Because if I haven't gotten through to people yet that there's probably a reason a national championship winning quarterback with prototype size, above average athleticism, and a good enough arm lasted till the 6th round, if I have not driven that point home with a sledgehammer, I'm never going to. So I am very much, I don't care if I'm on an island on this one because I'm quite certain I'm right. I would be dumbfounded if Will Howard became their steady long-term starter.
But to me, it's a no-lose situation because I and Mike McCarthy can say this guy, there might be something to him. And if he's wrong and I'm wrong, it's not the end of the world. You know, like Mike McCarthy's reputation as a guy that works well with quarterbacks is not going to hinge on what happens with Will Howard because of what you said. It's almost like a free roll. It's a free bet. If it works, awesome. You made all this money. If you don't, okay, what did you really lose?
I think that's but that's a different point. I agree with that. It is a free roll, but I feel like the way that it's being spun to some extent, especially by the people out there that are pro McCarthy, is that like, oh, don't even worry about taking a quarterback in the 1st round. He's already on the roster, and Mike McCarthy's going to bring that out of him. I think that is getting yourself way too high on hopium.
No, but hopium's a great tactic here.
To get the job? Sure.
No, not just to get the job, because if he really believes this, I think either scenario works out well for the Steelers, does it not? If he actually is convinced, Art Rooney and Omar Khan, that Will Howard is a good guy to take a shot on, they play Will Howard, talk through the scenarios. If he's good, you've got your quarterback. If he's bad, this isn't Mike Tomlin running the Steelers anymore. Maybe there's a chance they don't go 9-8 or 10-7, and you're in a better position to draft a quarterback in 2027. Mike McCarthy telling Art Rooney too and Omar Khan that he thinks he's comfortable with their quarterback room and there might be something there with Will Howard is much better than finding out that he wants to either go with Aaron Rodgers or he feels strongly about some other veteran quarterback that's available in free agency or a trade.
Do you think he does want to bring Aaron Rodgers back, though? That he just said that about Howard, but his preference would be to roll it back with Aaron Rodgers?
His preference might be to run it back with Aaron Rodgers because he's won with Aaron before and he thinks he can do it again. And coaches will, I think, always side with what's good for them and what's better long term because they don't figure they're going to be around long term. Now, I know this is an exception as an organization, and that's why it never made sense to me that Tomlin always was so short-sighted because of the longevity you get as Steelers coach. But I think that if Mike McCarthy doesn't hate Aaron Rodgers, doesn't despise working with him, and has looked at him and still thinks that's a good quarterback, then yeah, I do think Aaron Rodgers will be probably back here unless he's going to retire from football or maybe he has a lower opinion of Mike McCarthy that we're going to find out about.
That'd be a pretty easy way for me to be mentally like 2/3 checked out on their season before it ever starts, is if I find out that the ancient Aaron Rodgers comes back to do the same thing he did last year.
Why would you mentally check out for Will Howard?
No, I'm saying for Aaron Rodgers. If they brought Rodgers back. No, Will Howard. I don't think Will Howard is going to ever be anything more than maybe an okay backup. Their season will be much more interesting to me if they, for whatever reason, go against what I think is like their quiet preference, which is to never, ever, ever, ever do anything that would put them behind the 8 ball for contending. And starting Will Howard almost certainly would. I would love to see him start. Because guess what? All the pro Will Howard people get to find out if they've been right, and so do I. And then, like you just said, if he stinks, you're going to be drafting near the top of what is, on paper, a much better quarterback class than this one ended up being.
And, dude, you don't think that Mike McCarthy is going to say, because I think this is absolutely going to come out of his mouth tomorrow, unless Art and Omar beat him to the punch. He's going to say that Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. And there's in 4th round and 6th round, what is it?
There's only 2 rounds in between them.
Yeah, he's going to do that. I think they're going to do that.
Which is funny, which is laughable because anyone would ask any NFL fan at any other position, they'd say, hey, if you pick the guy in the 4th round versus the 6th round, do you think there should be a significant difference in how that player is perceived, like what they're capable of? And every NFL fan you'd ask would say, obviously, that's 60, 70 picks between players. But they'll try to spin it like, well, I mean, I took a mid-round quarterback that had already established himself as pretty good, and I got some really good years out of him.
I mean, the only thing that you could, I think the one way you could look at what McCarthy said here and twist it into a negative for the anti-McCarthy people like you is, oh my God, what does this guy really know or think about quarterbacks if he believes Will Howard is any good? Which, your starting point is that Will Howard's bad.
Dak Prescott,
mine.
when he took over the job, when McCarthy took over, was well established as an objectively good NFL quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, it turns out, did Mike McCarthy even want to be part of the drafting him? Was he even bullish about him being their pick?
McCarthy?
Yeah.
I think he'll probably take credit for it.
He'll take credit for it, but we don't even know if he wanted Aaron Rodgers at that point. Who knows? Either way. My point is, Aaron Rodgers, it turns out, is one of the most gifted people ever to play the position physically. Dak was established as a good player by the time Mike got there. This would be taking the ultimate lump of clay, a man who has never thrown a pass with an NFL jersey on outside of a practice setting, and trying to make him into something.
I don't fully agree with that on Dak. I think the first few years of Dak were a lot of, he's only really good because Zeke Elliott's a star running back, and they've got the best offensive line in football. And he's more a creation, almost like Brock Purdy at the beginning, of the people that are around him. And I think needed to eventually grow to a point where now he gets thrown around as a really good quarterback, even though he hasn't won anything. And I do think that McCarthy's influence there had some factored in somewhat to him becoming a better quarterback, because he was his rookie year when they had the number 1 seed and lost to McCarthy in Green Bay. He was not looked at as a star quarterback.
He was looked at as early
game manager.
Well, he was elite at managing the game. I don't know. The last season he played before McCarthy got there, the guy threw 30 touchdowns and averaged 306 yards passing per game. He was hardly along for the ride.
By that point, you're right. Yeah, he did not inherit a guy that. But there were plenty of people saying, why give that guy a big contract? Off his rookie deal, 100%.
Also, I have to point this out about Dak. In his third year playing under Mike, but second full year where he played the majority of the games, the guy led the league in interceptions in only 12 starts while Mike McCarthy was his head coach and presumably had a humongous hand in the offense.
What year was that?
2022.
Okay.
Dak had 23 touchdowns and 15 picks in only 12 games, man.
I know.
It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows there.
So you push back big time on the idea that he knows quarterbacks.
I push back big time on the idea that he is a whisperer, because that implies that he can take almost any old Tom, Dick, or Harry that has a quarterback number on their jersey and turn him into somebody very good. I think one guy actually deserves that crown, and it's Shanahan.
I don't think that the Cooper Rush thing is completely ridiculous either. And I know the Steelers liked that point, that the guy... He went in, they went 4-1 with him as the quarterback. The numbers weren't impressive, but they had a guy that was a no-name jabroni quarterback, and the offense was still efficient enough to win games. That guy then, because of the work he did with McCarthy, the Ravens give him a decent backup quarterback contract, and 2 games into it, they have to abort the mission because he's so bad and bring Tyler Huntley back for the 19th time. And they credit McCarthy.
Doesn't that feel like a little bit, though, of the overall arc of Cooper Rush's career with the Cowboys? Doesn't the first run of it feel like the Mason Rudolph 3-game stretch to end the 2023 season for the Steelers? I'm serious. And then doesn't the 2024 run feel more like if you gave Mason an extended look and there would be a mixed bag of some really good games and some really bad games? That's kind of how I view it.
412-928-9370. Mike McCarthy has been hired as Steelers head coach. Let's hear what you have to say about it. Who's next?
Pony, we're going to go with Frank on 93.7.
Hi, Frank.
Fan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to say I was devastated, as were most of my friends, when the announcement was made.
Devastated?
But I got to tell you, but I got to tell you, time and as the hours have passed, I'm increasingly much more comfortable with him. Part of that is because nobody can really make a compelling argument that there's a more credentialed person available. I would have to think that Mr. Rooney is making this decision. He's a transitional coach. The key for us to watch is to see the offensive and defensive coordinators. If they get young guys, you can get that youthful upcoming talent by doing that. And in the process, maybe you're grooming the successor for McCarthy. So I just think nobody has been able to say, hey, this guy, here's the guy who they should have had. And by the way, with a franchise as valuable as the Steelers, you would never get an untested person just for the sake of, I'm going to take a flyer on them. And by the way, guys, interviews matter.
That's how the last three coaches they've hired have been flyers.
They have 6 Super Bowls because they took flyers on guys that had never had a head coaching job in the NFL before, Frank.
I get that too. I get that too. But once
you
again,
just
right
said
now,
they never take a flyer, and we just said that the reason why everyone expected them to take a flyer is because that became their MO. It produced 3 Hall of Fame coaches.
Yeah, I got
arguably.
you. They did take flyers. I take that.
So wait,
back.
Frank, if you felt like there was a more we'll call it Ben Johnson level candidate out there. I want to game this out and make sure I understand you. If there was a guy who was a more slam dunk candidate that could have been available to them and they had still picked McCarthy, you would be much more upset than you are at this moment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Frank. I think that's the one thing that's going to save them for some people, Pony.
That's me.
I know, but it's going to be the only thing that saves them is that, but all that really is like with draft picks. You know how you never know how a guy's going to turn out a first-round pick?
Right.
There could be 2 or 3 very good coaches that come out of this quote-unquote underwhelming class, the new guys who do get jobs.
Yep.
And so I feel like you're making, not you personally, but anybody that's leaning on that is leaning on the whole idea of, well, the unknown is usually bad. Not necessarily.
I know, but sometimes you trade unknown commodities like draft picks for established players because they fill a need and you're more certain about what that person is going to do, what that player is going to do for you. McCarthy has, and I know...
Don't you do that usually for a team that's built to win now, though? Are the Steelers really built to win now?
Right. Like, the two reasons for hiring Mike McCarthy, like, we like what we've been doing with Mike Tomlin. Here is the coach whose resume says he can continue to do that. I hate that argument. The argument I like is we don't have a quarterback. We need to find one. We either need to get someone else's veteran and make him better, or we need to draft a young guy or use one of our young guys and transform him into a quarterback. You can say whatever you want about how much of a hand he had in Dak, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Brooks back in the day, Joe Montana in 93, you name it. I trust Mike McCarthy with that position more than any of the other coaches they could have hired, including Shieldhouse. And I was not opposed to Shieldhouse. But I trust him more. And that's the issue with the Steelers franchise right now. Is that we're going to continue to be kicking our tires on this and running in circles if we don't get that position figured out. And I have some level of trust in him to do that. That's why I'm more open-minded to this decision than you and Donnie
I have a lot more trust that he'll be able to do it No, you know what? The most important person I still think for finding that next quarterback is either Andy Weidl or whoever's in Andy Weidl's role in the future for next year's draft if Andy Weidl's not here. Because it's just, you still have to find the right player. Mike McCarthy can maybe take like a B-plus prospect and get perhaps A-minus performance. You can't ask him to make chicken salad out of chicken bleep if you pick the wrong guy again. Like, I just don't think he's a good enough quarterback whisperer.
Well, you'll change your mind if Will Howard plays well, right? I mean, that would be...
If Will Howard
would be the greatest thing he ever... short of winning a Super Bowl, that would be the next biggest achievement or accomplishment of his coaching career,
If Will
right?
Howard plays like a top 16 in the league starter this year, if he wins the job and he is an upper half, even if it's the 15th best quarterback in the league, I'll have to eat my words. Because he'll have taken a guy from a round where quarterbacks very rarely are anything other than career backups.
And you give him no shot of doing that?
Under 5% chance.
Wow.
Well under 5%. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe the NFL scouting team scouting departments and GMs are collectively so stupid that they missed out on Will Howard. And everyone's going to tell me about Tom Brady. He is the exception that proves the rule.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike McCarthy is pumped for Will Howard. He's intrigued by him. Art Rooney said that Mike McCarthy, the quote here is that Howard has tremendous upside. That's what Mike McCarthy said about him. Does that get you fired up and excited for Mike McCarthy? 412-928-9370. More of your calls next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A 4-0 road trip for the Penguins. They beat the Canucks yesterday 3-2. Ben Kindle, a pair of goals. Stuart Skinner, 30 saves. Pens welcome the Blackhawks on Thursday night, 7 p.m. puck drop at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. So I think in any sort of task you undertake in life, it is generally helpful to have a lot more options, features, kind of things you can use to help you complete the task at your disposal, right? If you're trying to build something, you wouldn't just want to have a hammer and have somebody tell you, well, go for it. It's all we got is a hammer, no screwdrivers, no nothing else. So, too, it goes with weight loss, especially if you've been trying to do it on your own for a while and have not run into any success. I mean, I can tell that story about myself. I tried all the time to lose weight on my own. It did not work. It did work, however, when I discovered Awaken 180 weight loss, and that's been almost 3.5 years now since I entered the program with Awaken 180. I lost my 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I actually wanted to put a little bit of weight back on because I had lost more than I actually felt I needed to. I only wanted to lose 25 to 30. It just worked so well because you've got the scale you get, which tells you a lot of different information beyond just your weight. You've got the app, which has all sorts of recipes and other help for you, like with just certain foods, what's good, what's not good. And then you've got the coaching with Awaken 180. It's a multi-pronged approach, and it just works. That's why it's the long-term solution for weight loss. You can really do this right now. Find out for yourself more information online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Drake May showed up when he needed to, rushing for the only Patriots touchdown in yesterday's AFC Championship game. The second-year quarterback and MVP candidate delivered once again, and just like that, New England is heading back to the Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel is the 8th head coach to lead his team to the Super Bowl in just his first year as the team's head coach. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free and 0% financing for 60 months, $1,000 off, plus a bonus vacation voucher. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Southside Jake here. Have you seen the upcoming weather report? There's a deep freeze heading to the area. It's imperative to keep your family safe and warm. If you encounter no heat, frozen water lines, or even worse, broken water lines, Southside Plumbing Heating is here for you. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call today, 412-431-7455, or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Cloudy, windy, and frigid tonight. The low -3.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
No accidents to report at this time. Expect slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Fort Pitt Tunnel and Squirrel Hill Tunnel moving pretty good at this time. If you're in the city, it looks like Penn Avenue is very slow between 16th and 17th Street. And the same can be said for Liberty Avenue between 16th and 17th. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free. Plus, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Art Rooney, too, is going to introduce Mike McCarthy as head coach tomorrow afternoon on our station at 2 o'clock. Right when our show starts, we'll have it live for you. In these quotes he gave the Steelers website, he said that Mike McCarthy has a proven record of developing top-flight quarterbacks, and Malsey has been pushing back on that. He did not develop Brett Favre. He was in his late 30s. I guess he did develop. No one else could have developed Aaron Rodgers because he got there when Aaron Rodgers was starting his career off as a quarterback. Then it becomes a matter of if anybody would have developed Aaron Rodgers, right? Like if Aaron Rodgers had...
No, it becomes a matter of could you have had anybody in there as OC, and because Rodgers was so...
That's what I'm talking about.
Ethereally gifted, you would have had
if Bruce Coslet was the coach in Green Bay, Would he have gotten credit?
Like, would Todd Haley have done an appreciably worse job with Aaron Rodgers, for example? Maybe with combustible personalities he might have. But, like, as far as knowledge of X's and O's and how to get the most on the field out of Rodgers, like, independent of Rodgers' personality, which I don't think back then was maybe the way people perceive it to be now, would anybody have done a worse job? Would Bruce Arians have had any less success with Aaron Rodgers?
No, I think he would have had more, actually.
So, I mean, that's just kind of my point here. I don't know. Like, I feel a little disoriented about this whole thing because I don't think Mike McCarthy is a bad coach when I give it an F as the hiring grade.
But you don't think Mike Tomlin was a bad coach and you didn't want him to be around
No, I think they're basically the same thing. I've seen people doing the meme of the guy getting the red plaid shirt at Christmas as far as the new Steelers head coach. I've loved that. And I hate the process of the hire. I hate the way it seems that Art and Omar feel about the very current state of the Steelers and what they're capable of and what this hire says about that. And that is why I am so frustrated, disappointed, whatever, angry with the hire. That's it.
But when I say, and others have said, he's the offensive version of Mike Tomlin, and I admit that when I first said it, I said it in more of a divisive way, like it was not meant as a compliment. It was more meant as a shot at the Steelers for hiring someone that was really the same thing as the guy that I was sick and tired of and wanted gone. But the offensive thing is big for me. Like Cowher said that in his argument for McCarthy too. Yeah, like this past year, the Steelers' offense actually was better than its defense, which makes no sense because the amount of money they put into their defense and is another reason why I'm not crying crocodile tears over Tomlin resigning. But like overall, they've been a really below average to worse offense, even going back to the last couple of years have been. So get me someone that I think can do a better job than the other pool of candidates to make the quarterback position a viable one moving forward. 412-928-9370. Who's next up, Mulsey?
Next up on the Fan, we have Tyler in Cecil Township.
Hello, Tyler.
Hey, guys. Sorry, out of breath. I'm shoveling from Snowmageddon. But hey, thanks for taking my call. The initial reaction, I was sitting on my couch, and it happened yesterday, and I just was like flabbergasted. I just kind of couldn't believe. I felt like I was in outer space.
In outer space?
The same way. Yeah, I just was like, I'm on another planet. It's like hiring Mike Tomlin again.
I had this reaction.
He's about to give a butt, though, Chris. I think he's going to tell you that he came around to it.
Yeah, what's after the butt? Sorry, Tyler.
No, Chris, I feel like you do. I feel like, how are we going to end up with the same results? An 8-win season, a 10-win season. It took me a while to come around to it. Now, listen, I'm not fully on board. The thing that makes me on board, well, first let me say this. Nobody said this yet. It's how we said it's just like the Tomlin hire. I told my buddy, all my buddies felt the same way and were complaining. But the thing is, Rooney said he would take another year with Tomlin. Well, this is him doing that, essentially. He was okay with going another year with Tomlin. But real quick, to finish up, to just say, the thing that makes me a little bit, positive on this are the coordinators he can possibly bring in. Like Shieldhouse and Shula, what connections could they bring in? What coordinators? He might be able to bring in some other ones. Thanks for taking my call.
I think there's one huge difference between Tomlin and McCarthy as far as how they view a player that is the guy who excites the fan base right now, and that's Howard. I don't think there's any way Mike would have let Will Howard be their week one starting quarterback in 2026. Based on these initial comments from Rooney and what's been reported, I don't rule that out with McCarthy. And even though McCarthy won a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, I think Aaron Rodgers was more likely to come back for the Steelers with Mike Tomlin than he was with Mike McCarthy.
Well, definitely, because he and Mike Tomlin, that is, like overtly said, yeah, I recruited him here. Yeah, hey, I came here to play for Mike Tomlin. Like that was the whole appeal for Aaron Rodgers. I definitely have had like a disoriented feeling, even though maybe I should have been more aware in the moment that this was a real possibility. Just seeing, like, after kind of laughing at it and rolling my eyes at it and saying, no way are they going to actually hire Mike McCarthy. When it happened, I just went, really? Like, this is what we're going with here.
Well,
really.
I reacted that way because it happened so fast. You know, if Mike McCarthy was still a candidate for the job and a finalist for the job, and we got the news that he was going to be their next head coach 5 days from now, you know, we find out at the end of this week that he's going to be their coach. Okay. Because then at least they could have pretended that they really, really, really did an exhaustive search. And I do think the optics of that in terms of winning over your fan base makes it easier for them to stomach a more unpopular candidate because you're like, okay, at least they knocked on every door and turned over
Tony,
every
if I had
stone.
heard that Chris Shula still got a second interview and they just did not like the way the interviews went overall, they felt like they needed to give him a second chance and he bombed it again. If I found out, that Shieldhouse did a great first interview and then when the rubber met the road in person, he didn't have this or that, and it was credibly laid out there, and McCarthy just was like ultimately the guy they were most comfortable with, I still wouldn't have liked it, but it would have looked like they put a better process in place other than it looks like this hire was basically made when Mike Tomlin resigned. Omar Khan opened his phone and went to the contacts page and found Mike McCarthy, showed his phone to Art Rooney, and Art said, perfect, I was on the same wavelength.
My feeling or conspiracy theory on it is that their conversation has gone on for longer than that. And McCarthy has just done a very good job of keeping it a secret, and so is Omar Khan. I think that the second they got because Art said at that press conference he had a feeling that Mike was going to resign, but he didn't think it was going to be the next day after the game. I think that Omar Khan has had, because Omar's always thinking a step ahead. I think Omar has
Except
been
when
in
it
touch.
comes to finding a wide receiver too.
Yeah, right. I think Omar has been in touch with Mike McCarthy for like 2 months.
I think he's been in touch with them daily. They're friends.
Yeah, but I think specifically about like him maybe becoming the Steelers head coach. I think they've had conversations about this for a long time.
I just still think the Weaver and Flores interviews were complete formalities designed to make sure that they were compliant. I think that they never seriously thought anybody but Mike McCarthy was going to be their head coach. That's clear. So back to the phones we go. Pony's in New York, if anyone's wondering why we're doing it formatically this way. Mike is on 93.7 The Fan. Hi, Mike.
Hello?
Mike,
hello? Can you take us off speaker?
Take us off speaker if you can.
Hey.
There you go.
Hey, how are you doing?
We're good. What's up, man?
So, first off, I was just dropping my kid off in Oakland. It's easier to get a parking spot in Oakland today than it is to get hold of you guys. So I was shoveling snow yesterday down in Hagerstown, and I was the guy I had a Steeler jacket on, and the guy said to me, what do you think about McCarthy? And I, brought up the whole thing. I guess there's a meme you just mentioned about, like with Christmas. Sometimes you're expecting something, and you don't necessarily get the sexy, cool things that you want, but you got something good. So I'm kind of along those lines. Like, I'm a season ticket holder. No one asked me. They didn't climb up to Section 526 and say, hey, Mike, what do you think?
What letter grade would you give this hire? If you said this wasn't like the shiny object you wanted, what grade would you actually give it, Mike?
I'm going to have to say, for the past week, since McCarthy's name came up, you kept saying, he's a B- type guy.
I said he's a B- coach, but it would be an F hire,
right,
and that's how
right.
I've couched this.
So, I can't see knocking them down, 2-3 letter grades because of that.
Are you more or less enthusiastic about the Steelers moving forward now that they've hired McCarthy than you would have been if Tomlin had just been in place?
So I've always been a Tomlin guy. Now, with that said, it was time, that worm turned for me about 2 years ago. So I think C, a strong C.
A strong C. That's a C+ where I come from.
Yeah,
Pony.
thanks
Mike.
for the call. That's not what you want to have people say about.
That sounds
the
like a guy
who's going to steward in the next era of Steelers
Pony,
football.
he sounded like he couldn't get to saying it in so many words, but it was like I was expecting a new PlayStation under the tree. I did, however, get a really nice T-shirt and a pack of good winter socks, and so you know what? It could be worse.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can watch us there, too. Donnie is his biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. We're here until 6. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops, another loss on Saturday. NC State beat the Panthers 81-72. Pitt with a 6 p.m. start time tomorrow night against Wake Forest. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 5:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Love Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross Garage Floor Coatings did an amazing job for me. My garage floor was gross, frankly. There were already cracks in it, which was starting to tick me off as a homeowner of a house that had been built only 5 years ago. And they came in and just completely transformed the thing. I've got another kind of extra quasi room now in my house. The TV's installed there, refrigerator, good to go. And really, there's just a good, you have now, the first thing you walk into when you get out of your car and you go into your house is a clean space for me now. And I love that Comer and Cross did that. Take advantage of their preseason sale going on right now, Comer and Cross, where you can lock in your price, their preseason pricing, and the date you want it to get done. They will finish the job in less than 24 hours. These are not subcontractors. These are pros. These people are the real deal, and I say that from my own very, very, very personal experience with them. So give them a call today, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Live, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Music means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day, the ultimate football guy, our guy, Donnie Football. And you can listen to him on Fridays with Joe. You can listen to Pop and Joe every Wednesday. That's 2 days from now to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday, noon, 937thefan.com contesting page. I bet there's a Will Howard rookie card in there this week. All right, Donnie, what do you got for us here in the debrief?
The debrief, January 26, 2026. Fellas, if the Pro Bowl accolade wasn't dead already, it just got backed over and then run over again by a Mack truck going upwards of 75 miles per hour. Because a few hours ago, Shedeur Sanders was named to the Pro Bowl with 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, a whopping 1,400 yards in 8 games with the Browns this season. how far the game has fallen and how far the accolade has fallen.
I've never watched it, and I say that as a lover of football. I don't think I've ever watched the Pro Bowl. I've stated multiple times the Pro Bowl could be the best game of the year if the players in the league ever wanted to make it that, and it would be really easy. You would just have to incentivize the hell out of it, where the winning team got a gigantic payday, like huge. I mean, like almost close to what some of these guys get for a year. And then I think you'd get a real game, and it would be best on best, and it would be amazing. And yeah, guys would get hurt, but the TV networks would go crazy for it. It would bring more money to the NFL. And I think that's how owners would reconcile it. Like, oh, yeah, we risked this guy getting hurt, but so much more money is going into our pockets because networks actually want to air this thing. And it would have to be after the Super Bowl because then those guys might even want to play in the game. But that's not going to happen.
I can't believe I'm going to be Mr. Pedantic and disagree with one part of that. I don't even think it would be close to the actual best football game of the year because so much of football is cohesion and like knowing all the plays and being on the same page.
That's actually a good point.
I think it would be like a very big star-studded event, but I don't think the quality of football would be as good as people think.
I think that's a good point. But the idea that the best players were playing against each other and going hard at each other would create massive audience.
I mean, I'm surprised the NFL, I mean, I'm a pretty cynical person. I'm surprised they haven't reached out to like Saudi Arabia to just fund the game itself. Fly all the, like, I'm serious. If you're talking the amount of money that it would take to incentivize these guys to go hard, you'd have to get like something like the investment fund over there that has bottomless pits of money to do this every year.
But I've never really watched as a lover of football, I've never
People watch the highlights.
Pro Bowl or cared about it.
They watched Sean Taylor blow up Brian Moorman or whoever the hell it was.
Yeah. And I did like it better when it was in Hawaii. I thought that added like a little something to it.
Guys did play harder in it like back in the day.
Vacation.
But like they still didn't play very hard. They weren't like diving at ankles to try to make like a game-saving tackle. It was back in like the 90s. Yeah, maybe you were going to get somebody who actually hit somebody, but it's the one sport that you just can't half-ass and have everyone show up and play and sort of get a reasonable facsimile of the sport.
Do you guys agree that, speaking of the Browns and Shadur Sanders, who are without a coach right now, do you think that Mike McCarthy is the best coach in the AFC North at this given moment? Do the Steelers have the best coach in the division? Zach Taylor in Cincinnati, Jesse Minter in Baltimore.
He's no different. He's no different than Taylor. He's just got the same resume as Taylor plus a Super Bowl win, which makes it not the same. He's gotten to the top of the mountain. Yes, I guess he has to be.
He is. He's done good more than Taylor has.
Well, he's also just done it a lot longer than Zach Taylor has, too.
Well, yes, but one of the reasons why you're able, or, in most cases, get the opportunity to do it more is if you're good at it. And
if Taylor had won the Super Bowl with Burrow, I would probably say he's the best, but he didn't. Man, that is I think.
And you gave it an F-.
Yeah, well, I gave him a B- as a coach. Minter is a complete unknown.
Would you rather have Minter? Would you swap with the Ravens right now if you could?
I'm a little leery of that one, only because who did he bring along as his OC? I already forgot who it was supposed to be. That he was.
Well, the rumor was that it was going to be Greg Roman, but I have a hard time believing that Greg Roman is going to work with Lamar Jackson.
I do think Apparently Minter has a good relationship with Jackson from his time with Baltimore. I think he's probably going to do a pretty good job there, but it all depends on does he hire the right OC for the first like 3 years of his tenure. God, I don't know, man. This just feels like such a... I keep going back to uninspiring and unimaginative. Like, what is the Steelers' plan?
Well, that's the word Ryan Clark used on TV
the Ravens,
today. He went uninspiring.
Yeah, at least the Ravens' plan is, okay, we've got a guy who was here, who likes Lamar, and Lamar likes him, it sounds like, and is going to turn the page for us and actually has, like, an area of expertise. That was the thing with Harbaugh. If you don't have an area that you particularly and personally, like, oversee, you better make sure you're making great in-game decisions and you're really doing a great job as a CEO. And he was basically leading them into playoff bankruptcy every year.
Donnie, was there anybody who was left that you would have actually said even worse things about than Mike McCarthy had the Steelers hired him?
Oh,
or was he the bottom of the barrel as far as options went for you?
I mean, he was the guy that I wanted them to avoid because I wanted fresh and new.
Yep.
And not a retread head coach. I mean, who else? I mean, out of the people they interviewed, he was really the only one with the exception of Flores. And Flores has kind of gone back to the well and had to reinvent himself. It wasn't like he was just kind of hanging out for a year or two off to the sidelines.
Yeah, Mike was doing McAfee and going to high school basketball games in Green Bay, Wisconsin in his free time. All right. Thank you for a debrief. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's affordable legal solutions. Low of 2 degrees and a ton of snow still on the ground because it's too cold for it to melt. Coming up next, we'll continue to dive into Mike McCarthy being the next Steelers head coach. And I'll admit this as a guy that's not hating this hire, by far the worst thing that Art Rooney had to say about it. And we'll see if you agree with me or not next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment is the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 87 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Alexander here, and if you're 4 weeks into the new year and haven't lost 20 pounds like I did in my first 4 weeks, change it up with a solution for weight loss. Fast, simple, and sustainable, all without medication. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
In a world in need of a hero,